Garden Galaxy, Golden Gate Star. The Black Star base is in full swing. The engineering team, contacted by Han Xiao, belongs to a professional construction company. In the interstellar era, the efficiency of building houses is very high. The equipment is almost fully automated, and the time-consuming work can be completed quickly. As long as the raw materials are in place, the engineering team can create a blueprint building in a short time. In a flash of 10 days, a steel base rose from the ground and stood on the surface. The base was enough to accommodate about 70,000 to 80,000 people, with a large area and a simple terrain. According to the blueprint, the base was divided into several functional areas, but the layout has not yet begun, and the base is just an empty shell, unfinished house. More than 4.5 million yuan was quite abundant, and Han Xiao was no longer busy. He did some calculations. He wanted to build a military factory assembly line and to arrange basic arming for the base and build a hose for the control base. These equipment had to be made by themselves, mainly for the materials to be spent on money. Then we have to solve the traffic problem. It is too expensive to buy a spaceship. He is planning to reach a cooperation with some interstellar tour groups and rent their spaceships for a long time. After deducting these expenses, he will probably have 2 or 3 million inars left, which is very considerable. There is no urgent traffic problem, and it is not until the players return. Han Xiao first started to build an assembly line. Assembly line is the prerequisite for Legion flow, requiring a lot of advanced knowledge and corresponding high-end knowledge. Han Xiao had learned advanced knowledge before, and a huge amount of funds allowed him to afford new high-end knowledge. He directly spent hundreds of thousands of inals to buy high-end knowledge of the arm department, giant duplex machinery technology. This knowledge is one of the prerequisites for building super-large machinery, such as warships. According to the knowledge combination in his memory, he integrated the key drawing skills, automated mass production assembly plan, that is, assembly line drawings, which is the core of the Legion flow. As long as raw materials are invested, the assembly line can be automatically mass-produced, saving time and effort. It is not saving money. Assembly lines are a special type of drawings that cannot be made separately. If they are used by players, they will first trigger the assembly line drawings to make them active, and then use another mechanical drawing skills. This is to create the assembly line of the machine, similar to a fusion skill. The assembly line assembly links of each machine are different. For example, since the production links of assembling Rangers and assembling Black Panther mechanical beasts are different, the assembly lines of different machinery must be built separately, and the raw materials vary depending on the composition of the target machinery, which is enough to make any player's wallet feel desperate. Otherwise, the cost-burning speed of Legion flow is far ahead of all professions and all schools. Han Xiao's main combat system is to lay the 3 companies of migrant workers, mainly at low cost, which is far from the real Legion flow. At that time, there was not much money to burn, which made him so badly. Now that he has plenty of funds on hand, he can finally put the plan to form a Legion flow on the agenda. After all, the combat effectiveness of the mechanical system can be directly linked to money. Han Xiao's deputy profession, Army Engineer, expertise, Army mass production experience, is the skill of reducing assembly line costs and improving product quality, and has a long-term vision. In addition to initially forming a large-scale mechanical legion, another goal of the assembly line is to build equipment that players are willing to buy in batches and sell on a large scale, make money with money, and make profits. Then open branches, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and 8 will go public after 8, and then go public and then sell it, and just collect dividends. Cough, cough. This is probably what it means. Just think about it. The mood of the technician Han is like a clear sky and sunny. The more advanced the machinery, the more complex the assembly line is. Even with Han Xiao's assembly speed, now using mechanical force, it will take several days to complete an assembly line. So, it is very important to make any mechanical assembly line. After thinking about it, he decided to focus on low-level machinery because he exceeded the player's level too much, which is a low-level machinery for himself, but happens to be suitable for players around level 60. As for high-quality machinery, there is no need for assembly lines. Han Xiao is at this time. Because he encountered the incident of Norius after advancement, he did not have time to replace the core machinery. Building a base is just a long-term job, and he has plenty of time to update. Because of Anner's reward, the experience in the panel increased to more than 300 million. He first upgraded the automated mass production assembly plan to the maximum level, greatly reducing costs, and then bet on a large number of different types of low-level machinery to choose suitable drawings from them to create assembly lines. Based on his understanding of the machinery system and players, he can ensure that mass production machinery is useful. The assembly line is a big project. Before that, he built a host for the base and allowed Philip to manage the base. The first assembly line he built was the assistant robot production line. Philip, an artificial intelligence-controlled mobile phone robot, could come in great use, which was equivalent to a farmer's start. According to the blueprint he left behind, Philip directed more and more mobile phone robots to improve the layout of different areas of the base and to add furniture, authority doors, equipment, and other miscellaneous things, so Han Xiao didn't have to stare at it himself. The 2.0 preparation plan requires everyone to stay at the base for a long time. Melas has no objection. He believes that Han Xiao has a plan, and others have no objection. For example, the three Volga brothers and Sivia. You could do anything with Han Xiao, and 40 will not leave before completely suppressing Morningstar. Resta is very patient. He has been waiting for so many years. He doesn't care about this time, nor does he mind letting Han Xiao use his body. Waysander returned to Longtan, and Han Xiao and his group were the troops operating outside. Han Xiao knew very well that Longtan must have learned about his actions in building the base, but Emmers never asked about it. So he understood that Emmers agreed to him to strengthen the armed forces, and this trust made him quite pleased. Because Han Xiao's core team was going to build a base, so Han Xiao's core team was temporarily suspended to accept employment, and only Sunil's team was still active. The interstellar news spread quickly. Han Xiao's intelligence on building the base made many forces interpret different meanings. They felt that this was a signal. Could it be that the Dragon Crusade finally began to strengthen its armed forces like the other three super A-level powerhouses? Han Xiao's Longtan field force has always been more symbolic than practical significance. This move immediately made many major figures of organizations and forces feel awe-inspiring and pay close attention. The construction process of the base is progressing step by step, and time passes with the passing of time, and the stars are changing, and the sun rises and sunsets. As time fermented, all the planets that were quietly thrown into alienated primordials by the dark star, and the sleeping catastrophe finally slowly woke up. This is how it is. Within 2 days, there were more than 2,700 riots around the world, and more than 100,000 people involved. This is just the situation we have monitored. The intelligence department investigated the identities of all rioters. The rioters, including all walks of life, are distributed in different cities. There is no warning before the incident, and there is no rule to follow. Currently, most of the rioters have been detained by the law enforcement agencies of the 6 countries and are investigating the reasons. A dark web intelligence officer was reading the report. Bennett sat on a chair with his brows frowned. He was older than 2 years ago. After Han Xiao left, Hailangsing's social environment finally calmed down. The 6 countries were recuperating, ceased each other's war, and refugees also had their own belongings. However, in the past 2 days, riots suddenly occurred in many areas of Hailan, and the number of cases was large, which immediately attracted the attention of the 6 nations and Bennett. Your Excellency, we have sorted out all the riots and found the only thing in common. The intelligence officer swallowed, his tone with obvious horror. Say, Bennett said in a deep voice. All riots can be divided into 3 batches, and each batch takes place almost exactly the same time, which means that in the interval of less than 10 seconds, riots occurred at hundreds of different locations around the world at the same time, just like an appointment. However, we checked the network records, and these people did not contact them privately. Bennett's eyes froze. This situation was too unusual. The intelligence officers were sweating in palms in a difficult tone and continued. Also, the incident also included several of our shelters and many refugees who were taken and were rioted. How are the physical conditions of those refugees? The refugees we seized were fever and sleepless. The doctor's examination result was that their brains were abnormally active, causing the organs in their bodies to produce hormones far exceeding the normal level. According to the intelligence of our informants, the same situation was the case for the rioters seized by the 6 countries. Bennett was shocked and angry. Everyone was unconscious? Is this infected with the same infectious disease? Not all people, a small number of the detained refugees have woken up. They clearly remember the process before and after, and their confessions are surprisingly consistent. They all said that they suddenly felt a strong anger at that time, and they wanted to destroy something from the bottom of their hearts to vent. Our doctors checked the bodies of these awake people, but did not detect any strange phenomena. All physiological indicators were fine. Even the fever signs during coma disappeared, and everything became normal. We couldn't find out what was going on, so we have isolated these people. There's been no riots so far. Is isolation really useful? The groups of 3 waves of large-scale riots are completely different, and there is no warning. If this is really an unknown virus that cannot be detected, I am afraid the number of infected people. Thinking of this, Bennett couldn't help but take a breath. His face looked ugly. He had a strong premonition that this matter would not be so simple. The war is over, and the world has finally ushered in peace. Why did this happen? He suddenly remembered Han Xiao and the catastrophe prophecy left by Han Xiao before leaving that made him suspicious. The situation at this time was very similar to Han Xiao's description. Is what the Black Ghost said true? Bang! Bennett suddenly stood up, took the chair down, put on his coat, and hurried out of the room. Prepare the plane. I'm going to the 3rd sanctuary of Black Ghost. The plane landed on the apron of the 3rd refuge. Bennett tidied up his collar, held his hat, walked off the plane, and looked harmonious. There was no riot here. There was a group of men in black standing on the apron passage. Huang Yu, the current person in charge of the 3rd refuge, took his subordinates to Ho-Ho here. You just need to call if you have something to do, and you don't have to come here in person. Huang Yu said respectfully. Bennett waved his hand and signaled Huang Yu to lead the way. I want to meet a few people. The matter is urgent. Have you notified them? I conveyed the meaning of the meeting as you told me. They are waiting for you in the conference room. The group came to the core area of the shelter, turned around the complex and twisty corridor, and arrived at the conference room. Bennett asked the bodyguards to guard outside and walked into the conference room with Huang Yu. There were 3 women in the room, namely Hela, Aurora, and Yiqing, who turned their heads and focused their eyes on Bennett. Your Excellency. Hera nodded expressionlessly, nodded slightly. Aurora was not juiced, and Hera did not go to extremes. Although she was still cold in character, she was not stingy with respect for a person like Bennett. Let's talk about it. I still have 2 experiments that I haven't done today. What do you call us to do? Yiqing said straight to the point. Bennett looked serious and took out several reports of the riots, distributed them to the 3 of them, and said in a deep voice, More than a year ago, you reported some abnormal situations. I didn't pay attention to it at that time, but the current incident may be related to the vision you mentioned. You are talents left by the Black Ghost, and you also know his disaster predictions. I hope you know your opinion. Because the 3 of Hela were talents Han Xiao asked him to take care of, Bennett did not restrict their freedom. Before Han Xiao left, Hela kept saying that he would travel around the world after Aurora was well maintained, but Han Xiao disappeared for more than 2 years. Aurora had already recovered her health, but Hela did not leave, but stayed in the shelter. Of course, Bennett would not drive them away. Aurora's superpower can sense life, and the huge life she noticed at the beginning disappeared in a few days, but Aurora remembered the smell of this life, which is one of the functions of her superpowers. Recording the life bands is like a unique barcode that she can easily tell. Although huge life is just a flash in the pan, she found that the smell of huge life appears on some creatures. This smell is constantly spreading, and more living organisms are contaminated with the smell, both plants and animals. Aurora's voice was timid, slowly explaining the scene she felt, and Bennett's face became more and more serious. If this is really a virus, at least hundreds of millions of people around the world have been infected. No, if ferocious beasts and a large number of plants are added, the number of infections is extremely terrifying. Aurora looked at several people, hesitated for a moment, plucked up the courage, pointed at Huang Yu, and whispered, "He also has that smell." Huang Yu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly touched his body. I don't feel anything." Bennett slapped Huang Yu's shoulder and went deep into Huang Yu's body along his 5 fingers. After searching back and forth for several times, Bennett let go of his hand and said in a deep voice, "I can't sense any abnormality. What kind of virus is this?" Although he doesn't know the principle, it seems that only Aurora can tell who is infected now. Everyone looked at Aurora. Aurora trembled, his big eyes flashing with nervousness and expectation, and stuttered, "Can I help me?" Bennett wanted to show a kind smile, but the situation was urgent, and he really couldn't laugh, so he had to nod his head with a calm face. Aurora seemed extremely happy and had been taken care of by others. She had long been looking forward to doing something to repay the people who helped her. Yi Qing looked through the report, not only not surprised, but was excited. "It's true, my perception is right. It didn't waste my entire year of research." As soon as these words came out, the few people present immediately looked over with a look of surprise. "What do you mean?" Bennett asked. "Follow me." Yi Qing stood up directly and couldn't wait to walk outside, so the few people had to follow him. Passing through the tightly defended warning area, several people came to Yi Qing's laboratory area. There was no one here, and even the guards didn't dare to stay here, for fear of inhaling some strange chemical poisonous fog, causing coma, nerve disorder, hemiplegia, loss of fertility, and other adverse consequences. Yi Qing brought a few people to an open-air greenhouse. This is the cultivation garden of plants. Yi Qing's superpower is to control plants. Most of her raw materials for the potion are various plants grown by herself. There's only one type of plant in this cultivation garden. The shape is a fan-shaped green leaf growing from the soil. With such a normal appearance, ordinary people will basically not take a look if they see it in the wild. This is the red and fan leaf. The growth environment is harsh and difficult to cultivate manually. It is an endangered plant. It has very few existing plants, but its scarce quantity does not mean that it has high value. In fact, the red and fan leaf does not have any medicinal function. Its only function is ground into a paste and can be eaten after it is cooked. As long as you are a herbivorous animal, this plant has almost no cultivation value. Yi Qing briefly introduced, which made everyone confused. "But you have cultivated so much. What's the point of taking us to see this thing?" Bennett asked. At this time, Uru stretched out his fingers, touched a fan leaf curiously, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and said in surprise, "None of these plants is contaminated with that smell." Bennett was shocked, thinking of something, and a surprise appeared on his face. "You are right. A year ago, I noticed that some plants brought me a sense of peeping, which attracted my attention. I searched for multiple sources and found that this plant is the only plant that does not have a sense of peeping. I don't know the specific reason for the sense of peeping, but I know that the reed-dean fan leaves can be immune to it, so I started to cultivate it. Reed-dean fan leaves are extremely difficult to grow, and there are few seeds. These fan leaves in front of you are all." Yi Qing confirmed everyone's conjecture. "Have you conducted clinical trials?" "I have only tried it on plants, extracting the juice of retin's fan leaves and adding some auxiliary materials. The medicine made can make the peeping feeling of other plants disappear for a while and play a suppressive effect. It's great. We don't have time to delay, and I don't know if the riot will happen. I'll ask someone to send some isolated rioters over here, and you can test whether the medicine can work on them." Bennett was very decisive. At this time, he couldn't care whether the medicine had any sequelae. Fortunately, Yi Qing responded in advance, at least much better than the six nations who were helpless at this time. Okay, but I want to tell you first, because the number of Rydian fan leaves is small, the production of the agent is very limited, and the juice collected at one time cannot be too much, otherwise the fan leaves will wither and die, and they will not be able to be used for a long time. It is difficult to cultivate one plant. Yiking shrugged. In the plot of the previous life, after the alienation disaster completely broke out, Yi Ching escaped from the Death Nox Island. After a long period of research, he developed the formula for the inhibitor. But now Han Xiao brought her out from the Death Nox Island early, giving her the freedom to study. This time, due to Han Xiao's change in the plot, she developed the inhibitor when the alienation disaster only showed signs, and the changes were huge. Inhibitors cannot kill the alienation disaster, and can only be temporarily curbed, but this is an extremely rare means of confrontation and is very important. In the past life, the six countries were in a state of turmoil and Red Eyes were fighting for Yi Ching, hoping to obtain the inhibitor formula. Now Yi Ching is protected by Bennett. It is still unknown whether this will cause the shelter to be coveted by the six countries. However, Han Xiao, who was far away from the sky, exchanged Yi Ching for the long-term layout, so that the third sanctuary will become the first place to develop inhibitors, which will attract players to flock to the shelter. He foresaw this step as early as the beginning. Aurora was rescued by him, without any sausage. Her supernatural powers could distinguish the infected person, which was also an important factor in changing the plot. Because the alienated virus is extremely latent, after the disaster broke out, everyone became suspicious, worried that their partners around them would become enemies at any time and would have no trust anymore. Aurora could at least let the third refuge eliminate this situation. Many people even take the initiative to come to the refuge to seek this peace of mind. Influenced by Han Xiao, Bennett and others could only react in advance. A long time ago, the Han technician began to lay out the 2.0 version, and the effect was gradually emerging. Several people left the cultivation garden and walked on the road. Hela suddenly asked if this was the disaster he predicted. Will he come back as he promised? Everyone paused. Everyone here had a close relationship with Han Xiao, and every time they mentioned the Black Ghost, their faces would become very complicated. Maybe Bennett sighed. The Black Ghost said that he went to the star to find a solution to the disaster, but there was no news for 2 years, and no news came back. They had no idea what Han Xiao had encountered in the star. The star was very mysterious to them. It was another world higher and farther, and it could also be said to be a real world, which was both curious and discouraging. Every time I look up at the stars, I always think that Han Xiao is there, but I can't contact you. Until now, Bennett has no hope. Even Hela felt that the opportunity was slim. She took out the key Han Xiao left to her, held it in the palm of her hand, and her eyes were hanging down, covering the brilliance in her eyes. He may never come back. Han Xiao, who was far away in the interstellar world, did not deliberately observe the situation of Hylon. He had known the evolutionary stage of the alienation disaster, so there was no need to see it with his own eyes. Time is money, and wasting time is wasting money, which is absolutely unacceptable. In version 2.0, the player only came back after the alienation disaster broke out for a period of time. He calculated the time. It took about 1 or 2 months before the opening of the version that the alienation disaster would reveal signs. Then the virus escaped from the incubation period, the phenomenon began to spread, and eventually turned into a disaster. This is an important node for players to enter the interstellar world. There are only a few opportunities in life. You can take advantage of it if you can seize it. Han Xiao prepares step by step without distraction. As Han Xiao's preparations were crossed out one by one, the date was gradually approaching. The stars shine, surrounded by rivers of light, embellishing the dark universe with brightness. The shining stars are extremely distant. Each one is an ethnic group, a civilization, and a thought, just like looking down at the lights of thousands of homes on a plane sailing in the night sky, vast and vast, yet vibrant. Through the porthole, the outline of the Golden Gate star gradually became detailed, and spacecraft of different shapes rose and fell on this colonial planet of Godora. The prosperity seemed to be able to spread in the vacuum, so that people who were watching from afar could also feel this prosperity. This is a medium-sized, long-distance travel ship, a common model, a gray steel alloy shell, a conventional jump engine, and a secondary shipborne electromagnetic shield. The official price is in the range of 750,000 to 900,000 INRs, and the second-hand one is about 30% cheaper. If it is related to the shipbuilding factory, it can even be bought at a cost of about 170,000. There is a bright yellow crown paint on the side of this ship. This is a rental spaceship belonging to the Crown Star Travel Group. The tour group reached a long-term lease agreement for 13 spacecraft a month ago with the Black Star Mercenary Group. The lease fee is far lower than the selling price, but it is not cheap either. At this time, this spacecraft, which is temporarily belonging to the Black Star Mercenary Group, was carrying dozens of mercenaries flying towards Star. These mercenaries were new members who were recruited to join the Black Star Mercenary Group a few months ago. During the year of preparation, after Han Xiao completed the production line project, he used the reputation of the mercenary group to recruit hundreds of free mercenaries to expand his armed forces to increase the NPC resources of the mercenary group itself. These new mercenaries were organized into different teams for easy command. It is obviously not enough to deal with the disaster of alienation and Melos and others alone. Now, there's no need to control the scale anymore. The more people, the better, the better. Honda Technician has never been stingy with early investment, holding a lot of money in his waist, and feeling uncomfortable without spending money. Black Star suddenly summoned everyone. I wonder if there was any major action. We are nominally Longtan's troops. Could it be that dragon statue has any instructions? I asked. No one knows what Black Star is going to do, and even those cadres are not clear. The others have arrived, and we're the only ones that come the latest. I hope it won't delay anything. While these mercenaries were chatting, the spacecraft landed in the airport closest to the base of Star. They stepped onto the surface. Dozens of mercenaries of different shapes hurriedly. Not long after, the group stopped in front of a huge base. The base covers an octagonal plane, surrounded by alloy walls covered with automated turrets, and is very defensive. The architectural style is a huge metal castle. The black and shiny shell reflects the light of the sun. It looks like countless steel towers are spliced together. More than a dozen towering metal octaves pointing to the sky, like more than a dozen fries of uneven heights. The structure of the building is clear and angular, with a precise and strict mechanical feeling. In addition to the large area of iron gray, white and red paint extend along the edges, adding a slight beauty to this thick base, and the blue indicator light spots distributed on various facilities are full of technology. This is Han Xiao's achievement over the past year, Black Star 1 base. When the mercenaries came to the door, a complex verification interface popped up on the screen. After these people proved the identity of the Black Star members in turn, the door slowly opened and the screen issued a synthetic voice. Verification passed the Buzz. Welcome back, Buzz. Philip, how are you doing today? A mercenary quipped to the screen. When working, you can't chat. The group walked into the base. The internal terrain was not complicated. There was a huge hollowed-out space in the middle. The metal bridges crisscrossed and staggered in height and lead to different areas, which were clear at a glance like a beehive. This central area was called the mouth-tongue by the mercenaries. The base area is too large. Even if there are tens of thousands of people, it cannot be filled. The mercenary group is only a few hundred, so the inside of the base seems very empty. The group of mercenaries went to the hall and chatted, their voices echoing in the huge space, ethereal echoing. When we arrived at the base hall, we saw hundreds of people waiting here, silent and solemn. The laughter of the people came to an abrupt end and hurriedly surrounded the crowd. Hundreds of people present are all members of the mercenary group. They are wearing armor of different shapes, carrying swords, axes, hammers, or spears and short cannons, tall, fat, and thin, either human or beast. But the same point is that each mercenary exudes an elite and powerful aura, which makes people know at a glance that they are experienced and difficult to mess with. At the front of the crowd, the cadres under the Black Star lined up, leaving only the figure behind to the hundreds behind. Melas in blue and white armor, Orochia with a glimmer of light, like the three Volga brothers carved out of mold, and the three new cadres who joined the previous few months, while Ferdin and Sivia stood a little further away. At this time, the metal floor in front of everyone spiraled a hole, and a figure appeared in front of everyone on the elevator, with a black cloak floating, wearing a compression ball necklace, bracelet, earrings, and a pure black mask covering the face. It was Han Xiao. A year later, Han Xiao changed into a more imposing outfit and learned from the leader of the Bud and put on a mask. He thought this was more handsome. After all, we have people from fixed industry, so we have to improve our standards. Moreover, this pure black mask itself is a mechanical equipment. As soon as he appeared, everyone's eyes focused on him, waiting for his instructions. All people are here. Han Xiao glanced at everyone. His eyes flashed across his face. These mercenaries were recruited by him. Long Tan's signature and the reputation of the mercenary group were indeed useful. Most of them were strong lone wolf, experienced many battles, and were very reliable. They could be divided into three factions. One was the former free mercenary who did not join the group, the other was the Senile team, and the other was the War Alliance brought by one of the new cadres. After the base construction was completed, he did not stay in the base forever. He took time to go to different planets. Following memory and intelligence, he recruited 3 new cadres, all of whom were famous and surnamed in his previous life. Shi Lind, a Sunil native, is a B-level martial artist wearing a white armed hood robe. The texture seems soft, but it is actually engraved with defensive enchantments. His face is hidden in the shadow of the hood, and there are 2 hilts hanging around his waist, so the blade can be popped out at any time. When we first met, this outfit almost made Han Xiao think that he ran out of XX Creed. This person is another B-level superpower of the Guardian sect, who is still working for the tribe. At that time, Fagona took people out of the tribe, not including Shalind. He is taciturn, just like his quick and strange martial arts school, like an assassin lurking in the shadows, opposite to Melas's martial art style. Melas matched up with him, and Han Xiao found Shalind, who was alone, and invited him. As the reputation of the Black Star mercenary group increased, more and more Sunil superpowers joined the Black Star, which was both safe and profitable. It can also be said that Han Xiao gave them shelter. Under Melas' lobbying, Shalind accepted Han Xiao's invitation and acted together. Sunil's team was led by Melas and Shalind at this time. The second new cadre, Jean Dai Konglin, a female cosmic human, a B-class gunman, carries various heavy guns all over his body. The heavy machinery covers her tall and hot figure. She respects the creed of firepower first. Jean Dai is a well-known lone wolf mercenary. He joined the Tianhuan Allied Army in his previous life and became one of the famous representative figures. When Han Xiao was collecting information on the free mercenary, he saw her, so he became thoughtful and secretly dug the corner of the Tianhuan Legion and dug up Jean Dai, who was still a free man, to his own mercenary group. Of course, the process was not smooth sailing. Jean Dai had a hot temper and was tempted by the world. Even Long Tan did not take it seriously. Han Xiao formulated a small plan to deliberately intervene in Jean Dai's mission, causing a conflict between the two. It was natural to fight. Han Xiaogan beat her several times before Jean Dai surrendered and was recruited into the Black Star mercenary group. Han Xiao promised to provide her with heavy weapons at a low price. Jean Dai was keen on collecting various types of guns and immediately lost her opinion. The third cadre has a bigger background and is a protagonist-type character. Han Xiao spent a lot of energy to fool him into joining the group, just like he fooled Melas in the past. Harmon, Benji, and Sonating. This is a Luhan orc over 3 meters tall, furry all over, looks a bit like a bear man, and looks quite cute, but it is a fierce fighting race. The Luhan orcs have their own civilization, located in other star clusters, and their governance is a tribal alliance system, and Harmon is the chief candidate for the Benjian tribe. Although the Luhan orcs are interstellar civilizations, they retain the tradition of warlike, barbaric, and martial. When a tribe needs to run for the next chief, it is not a peaceful vote, but a decision based on battle. All candidates will be expelled from their parent planet and fall randomly on different planets, requiring them to temper themselves in the interstellar and form their own war alliance. After the prescribed deadline, everyone brought the team back to the home star to participate in the Battle of the Chiefs and face the battle alliance of other candidates. In other words, the princes fought against each other for the right of inheritance. Harmon is the protagonist-type character. His plot is to help him seize the position of chief of the Benjian tribe. When he was fooling Harmon, Han Xiao triggered this task. This task is simple and crude from start to finish. After the player in his previous life completed this side mission, the process became a dungeon. You can get the dungeon crystal by doing daily tasks in the Benjian tribe, so Han Xiao remembers it very clearly. The method of recruiting Harmon is naturally to promise to hold an ancient ceremony to become his war alliance and to help him fight the chiefs in the future. Harmon is not alone, and he also joined the mercenary group with his war alliance, dozens of strong Luhan orc warriors. Harmon has B-level strength, and his superpowers are just simple physical strengthening ability, which greatly expands the muscles of his whole body. It's not that Han Xiao wants to complain, but he does feel like he's erect. The supernatural effect is single, but Harmon himself is proficient in various weapons and is a warrior with superb combat skills. Han Xiao once saw his attributes. He has 6 rare deputy positions in the warrior system. His mind is full of muscles, and he is fierce. It is said that heaven is going to the left warrior right, and Harmon may be able to smash the picture frame on the right with one head. The 3 new cadres replenished fresh blood and more powerful helpers under their command, which also greatly increased the reward amount of the camp. Now, the maximum amount for a single time has reached more than 100,000 experience, and the total amount per day is more than 20 times, which means that through faction tasks, he can pay more than 20 million experience rewards to players a day and recruit NPC members to better attract players. Opening the communication terminal, Han Xiao took a look at the interface of the mercenary group. Black Star Mercenary Group credit points, 1018, credit level, high, total scale, 417 people D level, 47 people C level, 359 people B level, 11 people completed employment, 82 main activity area, Colton Star Cluster Rescue, Sunil Defense Battle, Silver Spirit Rescue Operation, Pursuit of Purple Civilization Rebel Leader, Crepe Lapa Wasaza, Battle of Norios, remaining 78 employment tasks. Fold/expand. Founder, Black Star, Han Xiao creation time. October 2nd, 688 evaluation. Medium-sized mercenary group has high credit and good reputation. It has completed employment with many high evaluations. It has a cooperative relationship with many large mercenary groups. It is a field armed force under the command of Dragon. The base is located in Kinmen Star, the Garten Galaxy. The regiment commander Black Star once killed a disaster-level Superman with Norios' assistance. Its strength is unpredictable and trustworthy. It's a bit large. Today is the big day when the 2.0 version is launched. After waiting for almost a year, I finally reached this point. These people should be enough. Han Xiao nodded secretly. During this year, he did a lot of things and prepared well. There were 23 production lines in the base. The funds of more than 4.5 million yuan were now left with about 1.1 million yuan. Most of them were spent on materials so that the production lines could make machinery day and night, and the inventory in the warehouse was piled up like mountains. The loan is about to exceed 1 year's interest-free period. According to Lokfez's requirements, interest will be paid for more than 1 year, and Han Xiao is waiting to earn it back from the players. The panel experience has long fallen below the 100 million mark, and Han Xiao is still at level 116. He spent his experience on betting on drawings and upgrading his skills, and urgently needed to add it. He also has a task settlement card in his hand. If he has enough experience, he can even advance directly and reach level 140. It is impossible to say that he doesn't expect it. Han Xiao looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Today, I summon everyone to carry out a large-scale operation. My hometown is suffering a catastrophe. Their vision is limited to the planet and cannot see the scene I see. I am their only savior." The mercenaries below looked at each other. Black Star's hometown? Is it the indigenous planet called Sea Blue Star? I will fight for you, just as you will fight for me. Harmon raised his fist and beat his chest, thumping. I'm by your side, as always. Melos nodded. All the mercenaries in the hall responded. After looking at the time, it was almost done. Han Xiao opened the panel and waited silently. Not long after, a new prompt appeared. Version 2.0 is being enabled. Data is being obtained. The data is being obtained. Player forum is open. Welcome to the 2.0 version of Star C. After preparing for so long, 2.0 is finally here. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he walked towards the door, and the crowd automatically made way. Hundreds of elite mercenaries followed him, following him in a mighty manner. Set off. The Gardon Galaxy, the 9th star area, the Blue Star. Nanzhou in summer is experiencing the scorching heat, with the scorching sun hanging high and the air twisting in high temperatures. At the moment the 2.0 version was opened, inside the third refuge, the originally empty square, the figures of players appeared one after another, hundreds, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The originally very empty square became crowded in a few seconds. Before the version update, due to the last position, mission left by Han Xiao, and the analysis of the 2.0 main line by Star C Times, hundreds of thousands of players from Sea Blue Star gathered in the shelter and chose to go offline here. At this time, the 2.0 version was opened, and the location where these hundreds of thousands of players went online was the third shelter. Hundreds of thousands of people were crowded, with people looking around curiously. It's version 2.0 now. It seems that there is no change. Hey, the level limit has been raised, and experience can be used to upgrade. It is indeed the new version. There are no other changes? I really just want to try to shit in the game. Please respect yourself if you take off your pants. Players were talking a lot, and each opened the panel to check the attributes. Except for the top level that becomes possible to continue upgrading, there is no other change in personal information. However, someone soon discovered that a task prompt changed, which was the last position, and the task status has changed from freezing to open. This is the prize pool task left by Han Xiao before leaving. The task requirement is to protect the third refuge, which is to warm up the disaster of alienation and attract players to gather here. As he expected, this task is suspected by players to be related to the 2.0 plot. And now, this mission has actually been started. Doesn't that mean that the catastrophe in the task prompt has begun? Many players were immediately excited. Thanking the blessing of the ghost, they hardly participated in the main plot of the previous version. And this time, there was finally a serious incident. By the way, the NPC who released this mission is still the Black Ghost. Oh, now it has been changed to Black Star. Is he still in the interstellar world? When many players thought of Han Xiao, they couldn't help but envy the professional players who were taken away by him. They stepped into the interstellar earlier, and they had food, clothing, and used to get away from them several streets. Just as the players were observing, a radio suddenly rang inside the shelter. All the strangers, please stay where they are. Repeat, all the strangers, please stay where they are. Soon, a large number of guards surrounded the square, with a look of surprise and a nervous staring at the huge crowd of players. The aliens on the entire planet disappeared for a whole year, but suddenly appeared today, which really scared the managers of the third refuge. Bennett quickly sent someone to control the scene. Meanwhile, the players of the third refuge triggered the same mission. Stay in place, task introduction. During your disappearance, a lot of things happen to Hylon Star. At this time, it is at the critical moment of civilization, survival, and death. Stay in place and wait patiently for the relevant person to explain the situation. This is a small task with not much reward, and the players also want to understand the situation. Hundreds of thousands of people stayed in the square obediently. mainly because there are guards around. God knows whether he will be attacked, if he will leave rashly. No one wants to lose the favor of the shelter at the beginning of the version. Not long after, Bennett hurried over and looked at the crowds of people, and his eyes flashed with joy. He remembered Han Xiao's instructions that Iran was the backbone of resisting this catastrophe. At this moment, Iran appeared again. He didn't know the reason, but only knew that Iran came very timely, and now is the time to urgently need manpower. Bennett took out the horn and shouted, "Everyone, Aquarius is suffering an unprecedented disaster and urgently needs help." He quickly explained the situation, and the player then realized that more than a year had passed since the previous version. Just over a month ago, a strange phenomenon spread rapidly on Aquarius, and finally turned into a catastrophe that swept the world. The Sea Blue Star calls it a disaster of alienation. At this time, it had been a month since the disaster of alienation broke out, and the pattern of the entire planet was greatly turbulent, and the regimes of the 6 countries collapsed in almost 1 month. No one knows the cause of the disaster, but only knows that it is a certain virus, calling it an alienated virus. Countless organisms, humans, wild animals, and even plants were infected, but they could not find out the appearance, transmission mechanism, and operating principles of the alienated virus. No one knows whether they were infected. When the virus is not onset, every infected person is no different from usual. Once it occurs, the infected person will suddenly have unusual desires, including and not limited to murderous intent, destructive desire, anger, sadness, madness, desire burning, hunger, thirst, etc. A weak person may become a butcher who kills without blinking the eye. A normal person may suddenly squat down and swallow the sand until he swells himself to death. A dignified woman may suddenly become a slut. The most terrifying thing is that when an attack occurs, the onset still maintains rationality, which means it is not out of control or impulse, but these desires guide their thoughts and make various actions. According to the survivor's subsequent recollection, when the disease occurs, these desires come from the heart, and they're the real thoughts they thought at that time. They turned into another person as if their personality had been tampered with, and they themselves could not detect it. When the disease occurs, they would feel that their behavior was normal. Bennett gave several examples, and the confused player immediately realized the terrible aspects of the alienation disaster. Hong Kong was the first place to have a large-scale disease. The infected people in the army picked up guns and shot comrades crazily. The army fell into chaos in an instant. No one knew which soldier who fired the gun was the infected. Civil war broke out and used tanks, helicopters, rockets, and other weapons. A large-scale disease occurred, almost disintegrating half of Hong Kong's military power. The president even showed a serious tendency to violence and wanted to grow mushrooms around the world. Fortunately, launching a nuclear bomb requires a complicated process. If the nuclear bomb launch button was on the president's desk, it would be possible that the world's nuclear power would be settled now, and the president was arrested afterwards. All the absurdities that cannot happen under normal circumstances are just staged without warning. It is not scary for a person to be crazy. What is scary is that the world is crazy, and it is like a group of demons dancing around. No one knows when the people around him will have an attack, and they can't even guarantee whether they are normal. This panic is unparalleled, as if the whole world has become an enemy, and they can no longer believe others and are in panic all day long. 1 month after the disaster of alienation broke out, the social order collapsed, and many originally prosperous cities became wasteland. In order to be safe, citizens had to move or find places to hide. Pessimism became mainstream. A view on the disaster of alienation became popular around the world, believing that nuclear radiation was the cause of this virus. So countless civilians began to angrily scold and accuse the budding war that brought them peace, believing that this was retribution and this was the end of the world. After listening to the introduction, many players were heartbroken. Putting themselves in their shoes, this virus was too terrifying. Originally, players had various speculations about the so-called disaster, in version 2.0, but they did not expect it to be such a strange situation. What exactly is an alienated virus? For a moment, the players were a little confused. The time flow rate was not synchronized during the update period. The update time in the players' eyes was only a few days, and the familiar world was subverted. Is it so exciting? Isn't this kind of virus unsolvable? Asked the player. Bennett shook his head. At present, we have discovered two ways to resist alienated viruses. First, the superpowers are not easily infected. This has been verified. Second, our third refuge has developed an inhibitor that can be immune to viruses for a period of time, but the production capacity is limited. We are stepping up the cultivation of raw materials, but the quantity is far from enough. As the words fell, the players' panels were moved, and the main task was triggered at the same time. Disaster of alienation. Mission introduction. The Sea Blue Star is suffering from unprecedented disasters. Resisting the disaster of alienation is the responsibility of all living beings on this planet. Task requirements. Contribute to the fight against alienation disaster. Progress. 0/3000 W. Success conditions. Progress is reached before the alienated virus becomes a complete body. Fail conditions. The Hylon civilization collapses, and all survivors are forced to evacuate. Rewards. Depend on personal progress contribution. Note. Even if the growth of the virus causes the total progress to decrease, the individual's accumulated progress will be included in the reward evaluation. Task requirements of hundreds of thousands of players are similar to that of Han Xiao, except that the player's alienation disaster task requirements are only 30 million of Halen's progress, while Han Xiao's task requirements include all other planets that have been released from alienation disaster. Obviously, the mission of Honda Technician is more complete. This is a large-scale main task carried out by all players. The contribution of each player will be included in the overall progress, and we need to work together to achieve the mission goals. We triggered the main mission just now. This version of the plot comes so fast. No foreplay, just go straight to Huanglong. I like to be so direct. No, we directly obtained the main mission, probably because we were online at the third refuge, where we can enter the main line early and the analysis of Shanghai Times is correct. Everyone recalled and suddenly realized. It's true that this is true. If there were other places, no one would explain the situation carefully. And Bennett just said that the third refuge is the only place with inhibitors, which shows that this is the key scene of the main line of 2.0, and it is the mission left by the Black Ghost to guide them here. He is our guiding light. With the main task, the players were energetic and asked themselves what they could do. Hundreds of thousands of people made the scene into chaos for a while. Bennett finally stabilized the order and asked his subordinates to list various tasks. These are tasks, and the contents are different, but the rewards are all to increase the progress of the main task. The manpower required for each task was limited, which immediately caused a burst of crazy snatch. The guild has grabbed the most tasks, and some single players have not grabbed the official tasks of the shelter, and their faces are a little depressed. One player couldn't help asking, "Can you leave a shelter now? I want to go to other places." Bennett's face was helpless. "You'd better go up to the city wall and take a look." The giant steel wall of the shelter completely obscured the scene outside. Hearing this, many players became curious, and a group of players climbed up the wall and looked out of the shelter. After just one look, the players were stunned, and a shock appeared on their faces. I saw that within a dozen kilometers of the shelter, countless tents were densely connected, like gray clouds covering the brown-red earth, like a huge open-air refugee camp. I don't know how many people stay outside the shelter and refuse to leave. From time to time, I hear the sound of angrily shouting and fighting from certain location. I don't know if someone is sick or is fighting for scarce water or food. The news of us having inhibitors spreads, and countless people come here every day wanting to inject inhibitors and seek our protection. Bennett followed, looking at the refugee camp that could not see the end with a sad tone. But our inhibitor production is limited, and we can only give a certain number of refugees every day, so we can only let others camp outside and wait. The more people, the more cases there are. Many people die outside every day, but I can't put everyone in, otherwise there will be riots inside. I can only watch them die. The whole world is helpless against the disaster of alienation, and there are only 3 ways to shelter. The result is obvious. This place has become a pure land in the eyes of refugees, carrying the last hope, and countless people flock to it. After the disaster of alienation in the previous life broke out, everyone became headless flies, panicked and confused, without a destination, and the situation was very chaotic. Now, due to Han Xiao's influence on the plot, refugees on the entire planet have a goal. That is, the 3rd refuge of the Black Ghost, regarded as the only savior. However, the inhibitors made by Yiking and Aurora can only take effect briefly and cannot permanently dispel the virus. Bennett has no idea how to solve this catastrophe, and no one knows the entire aquarium star. He couldn't help but think of the reason why Han Xiao went to the interstellar world. The Black Ghost was going to find a solution to the disaster. Does this mean that staying on the aquarium star cannot solve the alienation disaster? Bennett can only hope for Han Xiao, if he can really come back. Now there are no other shelters. Bennett said in a heavy tone, "This is the only shelter." At the same time, Uberry Hub, former temporary base of the Black Star mercenary group. Dozens of glimmers flashed by, and professional players following Han Xiao appeared one after another. It was Kwang Dao, Hao Ian, Meat Bao, and others. They were all offline here when the version was updated. The habit of high-quality play is to open the panel as soon as possible to view the changes in the version. As a professional player, he is most concerned about practical factors such as personal attributes and equipment. After confirming that the level limit was increased, everyone looked at each other, then looked around and was stunned. The stronghold was empty. Only the monotonous lights were lit lonely, and the metal walls and the ground reflected a faint white light. Although the entire stronghold was spotless due to the cleaning equipment, the open doors and the quiet atmosphere were enough to make players realize that the stronghold had not been inhabited for a long time. Everything in every room disappeared, including Black Star's private warehouse and mechanical modification room. If it weren't for the disappearance of the furniture, they would have thought that the thief would have entered the base. Why are there no one? Where's my Black Star? Kwang Dao was puzzled. I don't know how long the time has passed, but it seems that they are no longer here. Hao Qian said in a deep voice. It may also be that they all died. Li Gu pondered, which attracted everyone's glare. However, he thought about it for historical reasons. He still remembered that the guild under their temple club encountered the cup at which the mission was released was flattened during the internal test. It's so stupid. Just look at the camp information. Feng Yu gave the others a blank look. As a member of the mercenary group, you can check the basic camp information and learn about the situation of the Black Star mercenary group. There is no need to guess at all. However, players don't know that they can see the camp information because Han Xiao deliberately added this information to the camp interface in order to make players clear about the improvement of the mercenary group and use it to enhance a sense of belonging. Honda Technician implemented all the time, and all the convenience given to players is to better grab money. When the mercenary group interface was opened, the information came into view, and the high-level players looked surprised. There are more people in the camp, and there are more than 400 people. The employment has been completed. Oh, look at the review. It is said that the base of the Black Star mercenary group is located in Kimmenstar at this time. It turns out that the mercenary group has moved. But where is Kimmenstar? Said Kwang Dao. It's not over yet. Looking at this deed, Black Star actually killed a natural disaster-level Superman in Norios. Damn, it's so awesome. The meat bag was about to be amazed, but suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, what is the level of natural disaster level? The player at this time didn't know that the alias of the level A was called natural disaster level, and he had never heard of this statement, but he felt very cool. Anyway, players can only look up to the power above the level of C. This group of high players was a little stunned when they were not around. What did the Black Star mercenary group experience? At this moment, the doorbell of the stronghold suddenly rang, and the high players were startled. Before they could react, Tai Ertzi had given up thinking and opened the door directly. There was a triangular, snake-headed man standing outside the door. "Are you members of the Black Star mercenary group?" asked the snake man. The high-ranking players looked at each other and nodded immediately. "I'm a captain of the Crown Touring Group. Lord Haixing asked me to send you to Hylon Star." The snake man spitted out a letter. "Please come with me." Hearing this, everyone's faces suddenly appeared with surprise. Unexpectedly, Haixing actually sent a boat to pick them up. Is there such a squat? The disaster of alienation caused a drastic change in the global landscape. The rule of the 6 countries was almost collapsed. Most of the country fell into chaos, and the government lost control. Because the alienated virus makes everyone have a chance of illness, and the same is true for public officials. Organs at all levels are paralyzed. If a regime loses the person who serves it, it is equivalent to losing all its strength and is in name only. The 6 countries are sliding into this abyss. All links and classes of society are composed of people. The essence of order is to make people actively obey. There are many factors, such as law enforcement agencies, the army, the economic system, cultural traditions, moral concepts, mainstream values, etc., all to make people understand the consequences of violating the rules, and thus self-restraint behaviors, which can destroy human normal logic and fear. When they are sick, they will not consider the consequences at all, and these factors will lose their effect. The seemingly unbreakable order turns into fragile porcelain overnight. Chaos. This is the most appropriate definition of today's social structure. There is no way to believe in any creature. Only the cold machinery is left as the only reliable thing. After the catastrophe broke out, the regimes of the 6 countries abandoned their past grudges. In the face of disaster, their respective interests were no longer important. They had no other choice but to join forces. At this time, the senior leaders of the 6 countries were having a video conference. As early as 20 days ago, we jointly applied for assistance from the Ghidorah civilization. Ghidorah said we would come as soon as possible, but it has been so long, and they have not appeared yet. The alienation disaster was like a strong woman wearing chastity pants. No matter what, could not open the door. The 6 kingdoms knew that the catastrophe could not be solved with the technological level of Hylon Star, and no means could be effective. They reported the disaster. The 6 kingdoms had channels to contact Ghidorah, hoping that a higher civilization would come to save them. However, no spacecraft has arrived until now, which has made the senior officials of the 6 countries very anxious and kept urging them, and they will always get formulaic answers from artificial intelligence. In fact, the 6 countries don't know that there are not only the aquarium stars where the disaster of alienation broke out. The Gadon galaxy is blooming everywhere, competing for beauty, and Ghidorah is also in a hurry and confused. Han Xiao has not revealed that this is the conspiracy of the Dark Star. Sogo Dorman is in the dark, and his attention has not been raised to a very high level. We cannot control when Ghidorah arrives. Now a new situation has emerged. Not long ago, the alien who had disappeared for more than a year appeared again. This is a coincidence. Maybe the alienated virus was brought by them, someone said angrily. The 6 countries have always suspected the cause of aliens, which is not my race, and prejudice and discrimination have never disappeared. No matter what, most of the Iran are superpowers. They may be able to help. No matter who it is, I just want to wake up early in this nightmare. In this situation, I don't even dare to meet my wife, for fear that I can't control myself and hurt her one day. An official looked sad. Although Bennett announced the formula for inhibitors to the world, only the 3rd refuge can produce stably. He said he could not give us more drugs. I don't believe that they must have more inhibitors hidden. As soon as this statement came out, the current leaders of the 6 countries were silent. They all knew that everyone here coveted inhibitors. When a disaster occurs, and you have the only thing to resist the disaster in your hand, the meaning of this thing exceeds its own effect. For the purpose of inhibitors, everyone can only be obedient. Even if Bennett has no other thoughts, the 3rd refuge at this time has become the center of the world, and countless people are rushing to it. The 6 countries really want to control the inhibitors to gather the people and restore the collapsed regime. But if they are robbed, the situation that people finally adapt to will be broken again, which will cause greater risks. If you're not careful, it may cause irreversible consequences. Is consolidating the regime more important than the survival of the entire civilization? Some people can't convince themselves, some people can, but no matter which faction, their ideas are not so firm, and they sway between the two. If you really want to do it, it's best to, Ruelan's leader said in a deep voice. Time doesn't wait for anyone. 2 days passed in a flash. Hundreds of thousands of players stayed in the third shelter to adapt to the new version and participated in the main mission. Although there are many players, the shelter at this time has almost endless tasks. The one that rewards the most is naturally the official tasks released by Bennett. The number of such tasks is limited every day, while other tasks are triggered by different characters. The countless refugees stranded outside the shelter have various requests, and they cannot be done. These work that others think are heavy and boring, and the players do interesting things with serious attitudes and enthusiastic work. They all look like model soldiers of good citizens, but instead make the guards of the shelter themselves feel ashamed. The reward for most of the tasks is to obtain the progress of alienization disaster. After 2 days of action by all players in Hylon Star, the total progress reaches 730,000, which should have been more, but the damage caused by the alienation disaster will reduce part of the total progress. Players must keep accumulating progress, otherwise they will retreat if they do not advance. Although the principle of alienated virus is not clear, players don't care about this. As long as there is a task guide, it will be done. Since version 2.0 will enter the interstellar world, players know that this main line is just the first big plot of the opening of the new version. Not all. Players on other planets have basically the same experience. The opening is a crisis, but the events are different. The funniest side of Frostwinter Star. As a garrison planet that extinguished the Legion, it was actually sent to attack. How annoying. In contrast, the fastest speed of Aquarium Star players enter the main line, but the specific situation is very different from their previous life. The activity level of the forum is no different from before the update, and it is even more popular. When a new version is opened, many players are sharing information, and the posts are refreshed very quickly. Bennett stood on the city wall and looked down at the bustling and noisy refuge. Hundreds of thousands of alien figures were everywhere, solving the urgent need for a shortage of manpower. Seeing this scene, his brows unwilling to unfold a little. Fortunately, these strange people were helping us, but I didn't expect that the influence left by the Black Ghost was still protecting us. Bennett sighed. His tone was complicated. Hella was behind him, leaning against the wall, expressionless, and silently looked at the refugee camp outside the city that could not be seen at the end. Suddenly, strange screams suddenly broke out in the refugee camp, and countless people became ill at the same time, without any warning. This is the terrible part of the alienated virus, which may break out at any time. The refugee camp that barely maintained order suddenly became chaotic, and millions of patients had red eyes and fought. The scene was particularly spectacular, with noisy sounds mixed with rumbling sound waves, deafening. A small number of refugees who had not had any illness looked fearful, sat on the ground and shivered, and the guards on the shelter wall were also stunned. Bennett's face suddenly changed. He grabbed the wall with both hands, and the concrete was pinched out of his fingerprints. So many people gather here. Once the disease occurs collectively, the consequences will be very serious. When the symptoms naturally subside, the death toll may have exceeded 1 million. Many players stopped the task at hand. This was the first time they saw a collective disease. They were surprised, and some people turned on the video recording function. They have seen war scenes, but this is the first time they have seen a big fight between millions of people. Refugees rarely use weapons, but only fight with their teeth with fists. They are like wild animals, extremely barbaric and bloody. It must be stopped, otherwise many people will die. Let our people act and knock all those who have the disease unconscious. Bennett immediately ordered that every infected person has a chance to be saved. So many people are killing each other in front of him, and he can't sit idly by. Rumble at this moment, a vibration sound came from afar, becoming louder and louder. Looking at me, I saw countless wild beasts rushing towards me, surging. The wild beasts of the Blue Star are also infected by alienated viruses. The wild environment was originally very dangerous, but now they have become more difficult to survive. Moreover, unlike humans' disease state, although the diseased wild beasts are violent, they will form groups and act in groups. Sometimes they will fight each other and sometimes impact the city. The beasts rushed into the edge of the refugee camp, and a massacre broke out. The refugees were bitten and trampled by wild beasts. Their bodies were broken, the scene was bloody, and the corpses were sea of blood. This feeling was like a heavy cavalry array rushing into the unarmed crowd to kill. Bang! Bennett crushed a wall and said angrily, "No." At this time, there was a group of beasts. "Hurry up and save people. If you leave it alone, all refugees will die." At this time, the player's task list changed, and the total progress of alienization disaster began to plummet, and 10,000 points were missing in a flash. Everyone triggered an emergency collective mission at the same time, requiring that they try to save refugees outside the city, and rewarded 50,000 to 20,000 to the total progress. The fewer people died, the higher the reward. However, the progress loss is extremely fast. If you don't save people quickly, most of the accumulation in the past 2 days will be ruined. Get out of the city to save people. Please form a team. Anyone could do it. Just be full. The hundreds of thousands of players in the shelter were panicked and hurriedly took action, leaving the city to rescue the fighters, knocked the sick person out of the shelter, and sent them to the shelter. In addition to the team that rescued people, Bennett asked some players to delay the pace of the beast group. The number of beast groups is huge, at least more than 300,000 heads, and it will not be killed in a short while. He can only delay and try to rescue more refugees. Hela had already entered the beast group, and the dark red energy was released freely. One wild beast, after another 3 or 4 meters height, died in her hands. The players around were also fighting with the beast group. The beast blood splattered all over her and fought in blood. Killing is what she is best at. Fighting has long been integrated into her bones, as accustomed to eating and breathing. However, this battle made her feel very complicated. Once she was a killing, innocent executioner. This was the first time she fought to save an irrelevant stranger and felt uncomfortable. Rumble the scene was in chaos. The refugee camp area was sandwiched in the middle, with beasts advancing at one end, with heavy casualties and casualties at the other end. Players were saving people. Both sides advanced towards the middle of the area at the same time, eroding from both ends, and the sick refugees did not know how to escape and were still killing each other and in chaos. The chaos was everywhere, and even with Bennett's strength, he felt dazzled. He was sweating in his palms and stared at the situation nervously. There are too many wild beasts, and the attack frequency is at least 4 seconds, and I can't withstand the damage at all. Damn it, my mentality is broken. I was crushed by a butt. There are gaps everywhere. I can't stop it at all. The players who resisted the beast group were unable to do so, and people kept dying. Although they could be resurrected, they still had to run out of the shelter, delaying time, and what they lacked the most was time. Every second, the total progress was rapidly sliding down, and the player was very anxious. Just as the situation was falling, a sharp scream suddenly came from the sky. Even in the chaotic and noisy environment, the sound was still clearly heard in everyone's ears, and countless gazes subconsciously looked into the sky. Hundreds of egg-shaped metal cabins fell from the sky, shrouded in flames that penetrated the atmosphere, like hundreds of fire meteors, and the fall site was clearly in front of the shelter gate. Bang, bang, bang! The metal cabins landed one after another, smashing cracks all over the ground, and the momentum was eye-catching. The next moment, the cabin door bounced open with a sneer, and people walked out of each metal cabin. All of these people were wearing armor and weapons, and dressed in various styles. They were obviously aliens who did not belong to the aquarium star. Everyone gathered with curiosity and surprise, and immediately realized that these metal eggs were airdrop cabins. These uninvited guests are all warriors from the interstellar world. Just as everyone was about to wonder what the group of interstellar people came, one of them looked like the leader of the masked man in black waved his hand, and hundreds of interstellar warriors acted at the same time and rushed towards the group of beasts. Boom, 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 the Space Marines each burst out with powerful combat power and immediately took over the battle. It seemed as if the unstoppable group of beasts had hit a wall of iron and were all stopped. With just a few hundred people, the role played far exceeds that of tens of thousands of players around. A shock flashed in Hyla's eyes. She was on the battlefield and felt the deepest. Almost all the Space Marines put more pressure on her than Bennett, who is basically the strongest man on Aquarium. It means that any of these Space Marines is better than Bennett. With unknown reinforcements intervened, the crisis was alleviated, and only the man in black was left at the gate without action. Bennett jumped off the wall, came to the masked man, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Where are you? Why help us?" Bennett had seen the captured Ghidorah investigator before, so when he saw aliens at this time, he would not lose his mind. But the next second, his calm expression that he barely maintained instantly turned into astonishment. "Long time no see, Bennett. Why are you so surprised? Why, do you think I won't come back?" Han Xiao raised his hand, slowly took off his mask, revealing his face, and a chuckling curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, feeling that he was very handsome. Bennett froze all over, unable to believe what he saw, trembling lips, and his shocked expression quickly turned into ecstasy. Hyla in the distance widened her eyes. The moment Han Xiao took off his mask, almost every player was stunned. Then, a sense of joy of reunion after a long time, and his morale soared. This familiar figure was like a heartwarming agent, injecting hot blood into all the players present. His scalp began to numb, his tail tightened, and his heart was surging. It's him. Black Star is back. It took 2 days to go from Kimin's star to Hylan's star. Even when passing by the Uberly hub, Han Xiao did not personally pick up Kwang Dao and others, but instead sent a spaceship under his command to pick up the people and rush back to Hylan's star as soon as possible. The long-lost forum opened again, and he knew the players' movements clearly. When the spaceship arrived at the outer space of the Sea Blue Star, the player happened to post a video of a large-scale riot in the third refuge to the forum. Players encounter sudden difficulties, but this is good news. Master Han realized that this was an opportunity. After several years of leaving the Aquarium Star, it was best to make an impressive appearance when returning, so he decisively took all the mercenaries to land. This is the standard arrival mode of mercenaries. During the 1.0 version, he left the reputation of Black Ghost on Aqua Blue Star, which is famous all over the world. Naturally, he could not travel in the night when he came back. This was not because he wanted to be high profile, but because doing so would be of great benefit to the next plan. A stunning return not only fulfills the promise left when I left the planet, but also reflects that I have a close relationship with the 2.0 plot, making players excited. This is a way to shape one's own image. Since we want to attract players to join our own camp, in addition to being strong and able to provide benefits, the image is also very important, just like a corporate brand. After 1.0 accumulation, he knows that he has the innate advantages of acquaintances in the player group. The most important point is, anyway, pretending is not worth it. Looking at Bennett and the shocked and ecstatic expressions of the players around him, Han Xiao was very satisfied with the plan. "You?" Bennett spoke, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. "Let's chat later. Let's deal with the matter here first." Okay. Bennett had a lot of questions and could only hold back for a while. He was curious about what kind of encounter Han Xiao had in the interstellar world. He couldn't see the video of the meat bag. "Don't worry. I've dealt with this situation too many times. Just leave it to me." Han Xiao patted Bennett's shoulder, smiling, and said, "I'm professional now. As for beast disaster, I have handled at least 6 or 7 similar incidents." Sunil's memory was the most profound and experienced. Han Xiao knew the situation at a glance. As long as the beast group is solved, there is still time to knock out these refugees. The problem is that players cannot stop the beast group, but for the mercenaries under his command, this is just a piece of cake. When he was not strong enough, he thought that the sea blue star was dangerous in the wild, but he had been living in the interstellar world for so long, and his horizons had become higher. Judging from his current perspective, the sea blue star beast was nothing. His strength was enough to sweep the world and angrily defeat the novice village. The Black Star mercenaries all came out. Hundreds of light cannons penetrated the beast group, and the fireballs were as slammed and bombarded like missiles. The majestic slash cut through the beasts, and the rumbling sound shook the earth and even overwhelmed the beast's howl. Kahuameros waved the 10-meter ship-cut knife, and it rotated like the wind, as if entering a no-man. Any wild beast was within a few dozen meters, without any obstacles, and was cut off by one knife or two, like a meat grinder. Sao! The rhythmic frequency of Shaline's legs brought out more than a dozen afterimages. The two daggers were covered with dark black, and they quickly passed through wild beasts like snakes, leaving shallow wounds on the skin. However, his martial arts skills had already penetrated the cutting force into the heart of the beast. Although it was just a shallow stroke, the piercing blade wave had penetrated the flesh and blood, leaving a crossbow incision in the beast's body, with heavy bleeding inside, and no injuries were seen outside. Any beast he hits will fall to the ground in the next moment. His attack is so gentle that it does not have a trace of murderous aura, but it is extremely cruel. All in the sound of cannons buzzed, Jean Dai was like an unfolded fortress, with guns stretching out all over her body and 20 or 30 cannon barrels spewing out dense cannon rain, breaking everything in front of her. She was so excited that her face was blushing. Every time she fired, the fun was no less than mating. Roar! On the other side, Harmon roared, his whole body swelled suddenly, and his muscles became bigger like a congested sponge. His originally dense hair was squeezed away by his muscles, and his body was covered with blue veins, like a small giant wearing a beast-haired battle robe. His body was even a little larger than these wild beasts. These elephant-like ferocious beasts were like large dogs in front of him. He held a blackhorn stone battle axe the size of a door panel and took turns to use violent attacks, slashing, ramming, slapping, and slapping, fighting like a warrior, and soon he was covered in blood. Bang, bang, bang. The beasts were beaten up by him and landed heavily, like trucks rushing around in the crowd. Harmon's combat skills are very proficient. His movements are both violent and barbaric, and there is also an inexplicable beauty, combining strength and beauty. With his physical strengthening ability and deputy position in the warrior system, he can be regarded as an alternative martial artist, even more brutal and cruel. Many players had no room to intervene, so they hurriedly recorded the video, and they were excited. The combat effectiveness of these B-level cadres far exceeded that of the Sea Blue Star, which was like watching a blockbuster. The sudden arrival of the Black Star surprised them. The appearance of the orbital airdrop cabin was so cool, it was simply out of nowhere, and justice came from the sky. Han Xiao took a closer look and was sure that he didn't need to take action. With his current combat power, he could create a stronger impact on the player's mind. However, after thinking for a while, he finally gave up this idea. It would be better to leave room for imagination for the player and maintain a sense of mystery, so that he can break through the sky. The originally difficult emergencies were solved by the Black Star mercenaries in a few ways. The wild beasts were killed completely and could be made into jerky meat and stocked up, which alleviated the food problem. Without the crazy beast group, hundreds of thousands of players quickly subdued all the refugees who had developed illness. After counting, less than 100,000 people died, which was much better than the worst, at least from the numbers. But looking at the refugee bodies piled up into hills, Bennett felt unhappy. The ground was covered with mess outside the shelter. Bennett temporarily left Han Xiao and commanded the shelter soldiers to clean the battlefield. Han Xiao admired this kind of seriousness first. The sudden mission was settled. The reward progress exceeded 100,000, and the lost progress was made up. Thousands of players rushed forward to surround Han Xiao and his group, excited. Since Han Xiao left, only those high-end games could enjoy his interactions, and they were so envious. Now Black Star has finally returned to the arms of our players, and I wish they could all come forward to touch them. Players are not unfamiliar with the Black Star mercenary group. After all, there are many viewers in the series of meatbags, but the mercenary group at this time is obviously different from the last video of meatbags before the update. I don't know what happened during the update. The Black Star mercenary group has many new, unfamiliar cadres. The players only recognize a few people, such as Melas and Erosia. They can't help but look at other mercenaries curiously. These people are so handsome in armor. Many senile people. Are they all working for Black Star now? Wow, that girl is so young and so beautiful. I'll give her 9.5 points. Some players have unique eyes and notice Suiya. Many furry monsters. Some players wanted to complain about the Luhan orcs who were obviously much taller than others. However, Harmon looked over and looked at it with a strange look, as if he had a desire and enthusiasm. The player suddenly tightened his anus, his scalp became numb, and he hurriedly hid into the crowd. In fact, when Harmon sees anyone, the first thing he thinks about is to pull the other party into his own war alliance. So it is normal to see people hungry and thirst. Well, there is nothing wrong. Many mercenaries are slandering. So in comparison, handsome men and beautiful women have a strong presence, such as Fording, which almost attracted the attention of most female players. That man is so handsome. Fording noticed the female player's gaze, looked back, and showed them a polite and warm smile. In the eyes of these female players, the world seemed to be brighter, and his heart suddenly became drunk. Oh my God, so handsome that it's inhumane. I may be in love. My girl's heart is about to explode. Han Xiao looked at him sideways, always feeling that these female players were hiding their love like bubbles on their heads, but he didn't expect that Fording had this effect. Most female players are more emotional, and their values are different from those of male players. They prefer the latter between practicality and appearance. Nyang Nyang Momo's Fording is simply a harvester for female players. Let Fording attract female players be beneficial to the attraction of the camp. It is indeed right to take him with him. Han Xiao nodded and suddenly felt like he was a madam. Fording was the domineering duck in his own hands. He usually doesn't think much about it, but when he sees the players, he is also happy. These are all wallets that can walk. Although all the female players looked at Fording, Han Xiao had no objection at all. As long as it was beneficial to the plan, it would not cause any wavering to his own charm. Because the Black Star series of meatbags is made like a TV series, the players of Hyalon are very concerned about the development of the Black Star mercenary group and can't wait to know the stories of these new cadres, so they are curious. At the same time, the mercenaries are also observing the players. Suiya whispered, "How do people in the teacher's hometown look at us strangely? Do you have the same feeling?" "No, isn't it normal?" Fording said. The players who were surrounded by crowds made a way out, and everyone walked through hundreds of airborne pods embedded in the ground and walked into the gate. When he entered the shelter, Han Xiao looked around and sighed. "Everything here has not changed much from before I left. I really miss it. When I wait, why is there such an ugly statue here? Who is it carved? How can it be placed in my shelter? Huang Yu, come out and explain it to me." Not far from the gate of the shelter is a towering statue, which everyone who walks in can see. Han Xiao noticed it at a glance and felt a little uncomfortable. This is his shelter. What does it mean to place other people's statues, and it is carved so ugly? Huang Yu was sweating profusely and followed. Although he was now the actual manager of the shelter, in front of Han Xiao, he subconsciously regained his attitude when he was an assistant and spoke cautiously. "Old black ghost, that's your statue. You haven't come back for too long. I'll let you remember you. It's actually quite beautiful." Han Xiao changed his words as fast as a 12-level typhoon. A group of mercenaries looked at the statue, then looked at Han Xiao and shook their heads. "What? It doesn't look like a Black Star at all. This statue is obviously an ordinary human, and our regiment commander doesn't know what species it is." Teacher, are you very famous in your hometown? Sivius said curiously. At this time, Bennett finally made time to come over. Hearing this, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, "The Black Ghost is not just famous. He is the legend of this planet." The mercenaries looked at each other. Legend? I'm a little curious about the past deeds of the group leader. Black Ghost. Ziwia widened her eyes and turned to look at Han Xiao. So your nickname has always been so ugly. I thought it was an exception. Do you think I've been careless about you recently? If you want to copy theoretical books, just say that I can make you live a fulfilling life for the next year. Han Xiaoshu looked at it and pinched Ziwia's smooth face with one hand and pulled it hard, causing her to hiss and suck her cold air. No matter how chatting was, he hadn't forgotten the main business yet. So he turned to ask Bennett, "How is the situation now?" "The disaster you mentioned happened indeed. Alas, go to the conference room to talk in detail." Bennett couldn't stop looking at Han Xiao and wanted to say something and asked, "By the way, how did you come back?" Han Xiao suddenly reacted, "You reminded me. I forgot something. Wait for me." He took out the communicator and pressed it a few times. Rumble, the wind suddenly came, blowing dust and flying sand and rocks. Shadows appeared on the ground, and then the shadows expanded rapidly, and most of the shelter was shrouded in the shadows. More than a dozen spacecraft were suspended above the shelter, and their huge size covered the sky and was extremely spectacular. This is the fleet brought by Han Xiao. He didn't want to park in the outer space, so he called the spacecraft down and parked over the shelter to cover the sky and the sun. This momentum is thousands of times larger than that of the airborne cabin. Hundreds of thousands of players on the ground looked up, opened their mouths wide, stunned. The turtle smelled. The fleet was quietly suspended over the shelter like flying fortresses. People on the ground looked up and could only see the wide bottom of the spacecraft, and the ring-shaped anti-gravity stabilizers lit up blue light. This is not the first time that a player of Hylon Star has seen a spaceship with his own eyes. When Han Xiao left Hylon Star, a spaceship had once arrived, and now history has repeated, but it is no longer a single spaceship, but a fleet. Although spacecraft can be seen everywhere in the video of the meatbag recording of the Black Star mercenary group's battle with the stars, the shock of watching it from close range is even stronger. Hundreds of thousands of players raised their heads, looked excited and amazed, and many people kept recording the video. Han Xiao showed far more power than he had, but he himself did not take action. He could command so many strong people, so he would definitely be stronger. The question is how strong he is? Players lost the detection for Han Xiao, and the information they obtained was still a question mark on the screen, and the level of danger was still extremely fatal. It was like a feather teasing the heartstrings of many players, itched into the bones, and she was extremely curious about Han Xiao's power. I really want to know. My spaceship is parked above the shelter. Do you have no objection? Han Xiao turned his head and said to the stunned Huang Yu, with a light expression and a Cao Jiao Wu 6 tone. Huang Yu shook his head like a rattle and wiped his cold sweat wildly. This is not a question of whether he has any opinions or not. It is clearly whether he dares to have any opinions. Han Xiao looked at Bennett. Let's go, let's talk. This. Bennett looked shocked. He hadn't seen him for 2 years, and Han Xiao kept shocking him. What did the Black Ghost experience in the interstellar world? A wave of expectation arose from the bottom of his heart. The Black Ghost said that he went to the interstellar world to find a solution to the disaster. Now that he is back, he must have found it, right? The crowds were crowded, and the group passed through the crowd and headed to the core area of the shelter. Han Xiao first deals with Bennett's problem and leaves the players aside. There is no need to be so impatient. Anyway, the leaks planted in the field cannot escape. Let the impact of the return be brewed among the player group first. This is the same as letting the bullet fly for a while. Master Han has never been impatient and cannot receive mature crops. Han Xiao asked the mercenaries to wait outside and only took the cadres into the conference room. Yi Qing waited here early, looked at Han Xiao up and down with a complicated expression on his face, and asked about his long-standing doubts. You exchanged me out of Death Knox Island back then, I don't believe that your reason was true at that time. There was more than me, pharmacist, but you chose me. Have you predicted that my ability can create inhibitors? Guess. Han Xiao refused to answer. Ye think från. She didn't mind being used for freedom. She just hated the feeling of being kept in the dark. She originally wanted to ask, but when she saw Han Xiao's eyes, she seemed to feel a sense of oppression penetrated her heart from the eye contact, like a big stone pressing on her heart. At this time, Han Xiao's aura was much stronger than before. She bit her lip and did not dare to act rashly like before, and swallowed the words back to her stomach. Bennett cleared his throat and took over the conversation. As you can see, the disaster you predicted did happen. We call it an alienation disaster. I hope you come back because you found a solution. With Hylon Star's technology, there's no way to solve it, and even an alienated virus cannot be discovered. Tell me the situation. Han Xiao did. Due to his influence, the specific process of Hylon Star's alienation disaster was very different from the previous life. For example, there was no third refuge in the previous life, but although the specific plot was different, the core of the incident was the same, and it was an alienated disaster. If you grasped the core, you would not be afraid of the plot changes. It took 10 minutes to introduce the current situation of Aqua Blue Star. The situation is quite optimistic. I'll come back in time. Han Xiao said. Bennett paused and asked, what did you experience in the universe? He finally had the opportunity to ask, wondering how Han Xiao formed a force, what happened, what his identity was now, etc., and was full of questions. I am a mercenary now, and these are my companions. Han Xiao pointed to the board cadres beside him who were playing the Veen card. Melas and Harmon were fighting hard to distinguish. This group of unpromising people cannot be serious. They don't care about the disaster. Anyway, the team leader will deal with it. So what's the matter with you? Han Xiao Jian briefly brought up his own experience, but Bennett still looked surprised when he heard it. The vastness of the interstellar world was much beyond his imagination. Although he stayed on the Sea Blue Star because of responsibility, Bennett could not deceive his heart, and he also yearned for the sea of stars in his heart. Bang! At this time, the doors suddenly opened, and Aurora rushed in. Her eyes passed by the many cadres. She saw Han Xiao sitting at the table. Her face was filled with surprise, and she bumped into Han Xiao's arms, holding his waist tightly with both hands. You are finally back. I miss you so much. Aurora rubbed Han Xiao's chest like a kitten, showing a reassured expression. Apart from Hela, she was closest to Han Xiao and was very dependent on her. The petite body in his arms was warm and exuded a light fragrance. Seeing that Aurora was so close, Han Xiao couldn't push her away. He smiled helplessly, so he had to hug herself, stretched out his hand to touch Aurora's head, and smiled gently. You have become, cough cough, you have grown up. Aurora's appearance has changed a lot than 2 years ago. She was thin and weak, with pale skin, and she had to race in a wheelchair. Now her skin is white and red. She is very healthy. Her head is dazzling and beautiful, and she has grown taller. She just rushed over and was full of energy, and she didn't even need a wheelchair. Her superpowers give her vigorous vitality and vitality. This scene immediately attracted the cadres next to him to look over, looking stunned. Who is this woman? She is so intimate with He Xing. The leader shouldn't have gotten married in his hometown long ago. Han Xiao asked Aurora to hug her for a few seconds, then helped her up and asked, Where is your sister? I brought her with me. She didn't want to come to find you. Aurora smiled. Stepping, Hyla walked into the room, looked at Han Xiao, and said lightly, Are you willing to come back? I came back because I was reluctant to give up. Han Xiao felt a sense of resentment from her, a little surprised. Hela didn't say anything, took out something, and threw it over. Bang! Han Xiao caught it, and saw that it was the secret hiding place key he left to Hyla. Your key, said Hyla. No, it's your key. Han Xiao threw it back. Hela caught it and threw it to Han Xiao again, lowering her eyes. Since you are back, you can't use this key. Originally, this key was for Hela to take shelter in a critical moment. She said this at this time, obviously thinking that after Han Xiao comes back, she will not encounter danger again. Although she did not say it explicitly, She expressed her heart obscurely. Do you trust me so much? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Why didn't you leave with me? That's my freedom. Hyla pursed her lips and looked at the group of cadres. Her eyes swept across everyone, pausing on Aroshia, Sivia, and Jindai's faces for a short time. I thought you would be very happy to see me. Han Xiao was helpless. Who are you from me? Why am I happy? Hela asked back. At this time, Suiya spoke and said dissatisfiedly, the teacher is back to save you. How dare you speak to him like this? As soon as this said, everyone looked over the next moment with strange eyes. Sivia didn't understand why, so she shrank her neck and her tone couldn't help but lower her tone. Look, see what I'm doing? Are I wrong? Shut up. Melos rolled her eyes and said, come back to play cards. This girl was not very tempting. The leader talked to an acquaintance in her hometown. What does it have to do with you? Anyone with discerning eyes can tell that this red-haired woman is arrogant. Isn't it good to be a background board? If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Aggressive. Bennett tapped the table with a dissatisfaction. Hela, stop making trouble. We are talking about the serious matter. Hela. Hala took a step and sat down directly next to Han Xiao. Then he popped a faint dark red airflow and hit Bennett's face, dissatisfied with his use of the word notice. As soon as she sat down, she picked up the pure black mask that Han Xiao placed on the table and played with it. This mask reminded her of the budding leader. However, now that she thinks of a hot man, Hela will not be angry and out of control. 2 years have passed, and she has become much calmer and is no longer easily stimulated by the past. Ahem. Get back to the point. Bennett rubbed his numb skin and spoke in a serious tone. Do you have a way to solve the alienation disaster? Han Xiao slowly knocked on the table with his fingers, looked around everyone's expectant eyes, and smiled. Yes. 1 more later, Bennett's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. But it takes a lot of time. I have to ask others to help, so I can only take it slowly. Han Xiao continued. I also found out what the alienated virus is in the interstellar world and its principles. Although it's called a virus by you, its official name is alienated primordial, which is a very special biological and chemical weapon, which is very rare. The reason it broke out on Aqua Blue Star is because someone put an alienated primordial here. As soon as the statement came out, Bennett was shocked. The disaster of alienation is actually man-made. It's simply incredible. What forces want to do such things on Hyalon? With such strength, it must be a force in the universe. To them, the aquarium is just an indigenous planet. So why should we place rare biological and chemical weapons here? I know your doubts. The reasons are quite complicated, and I can't explain them clearly for a while. In short, you only need to know that the aquarium star suffered an unrestrained disaster and became an innocent pawn in the struggle between 2 interstellar forces. Han Xiao paused, let Bennett and everyone present digest this information, and then continued. I know that the manifestation of the alienation disaster made you think that the alienated primordial is operating at the spiritual level. It is completely wrong. The alienated primordial is not a simple virus. It is conscious, and it can even be regarded as a special living body, and its ability is only one, affecting microorganisms. Microorganisms. Bennett was stunned. The principle of the alienated virus explained by Han Xiao was far beyond his expectations. All infected people's distorted personality and mental changes have nothing to do with the mind. Han Xiao thought for a while and asked, when you want to eat, do you want to eat yourself or your body wants to eat? It should be the body. Why do I eat if I am not hungry? Bennett was suddenly stunned, as if he understood something. That's the reason. Many times, your thoughts actually come from physical needs, not what your consciousness wants, but what the microbial flora in your body tells you what they want. Microorganisms carry out a series of activities to produce hormones, and your brain receives signals. This is the origin of basic desires such as eating, breathing, etc. You think consciousness is dominating you, but in fact, it is often the microorganisms in your body that dominate your consciousness. Many physiological conflicts are based on the needs of microorganisms and bacteria in the body. The physical condition is actually the reaction of bacteria. They are fine, and your body is fine, but microorganisms are unconscious, and your behavior also affects microorganisms. You can suppress basic desires and then become unhealthy, so the relationship is equal. You seem to be an individual, but in fact it is a complete ecosystem. The alienated primordial controls the microorganisms in your body. That is, you have mastered your basic desires, secreting several times or dozens of times of hormones, causing the organs you use to think to create a strong impulse. That is, your brain. It has nothing to do with the mind and cannot control your thinking, but it can affect you at the physical level, destroying desire, lust, appetite, sorrow, and other emotions to guide your thoughts, and achieve the effect of a major change in temperament. You may even think that this is your own thought, so when you're not sick, you're still the usual you, and once you get sick, you are completely different. The reason why the infected person cannot find a virus in the body is because it does not exist. The so-called virus is the microbial colony necessary for survival in every organism. Han Xiao understood the alienated primordials. After all, he had experienced them in his previous life and was deeply impressed. Judging from his current perspective, consciousness can be independent, but the organs used to operate consciousness will be affected. Want to immunize the alienated primordials? It's very simple. Just transfer consciousness into the machine. Give up the body, give up the senses, separate consciousness, live in the mechanical brain, and the machinery will not be affected by alienated viruses, including Hela. Everyone in Hylon showed shocked expressions. So, this is the principle of alienated virus. Yi Ching murmured, what about the specific parameters, such as transmission method, manipulation intensity, etc., and why is the reading fan blade so special that it can be immune to alienated virus? Han Xiao snapped his fingers and called the Volga brothers over. Take them the photo of that leaf. Yi Ching did as he did, and the boss of Volga took a look with a common expression. Isn't this a quiet grass? This is the raw material for the decoction of the spirit. Yi Ching was stunned. What does it mean? It means that the Redian fan leaf is a material used on the magic side, and the magician can exert the effect of this plant. The effect of the decoction of the spirit is to let the mage enter the state of casting concentration and being highly calm. All emotions will be suppressed, cutting off the channel for the brain to receive various emotions. This is the reason for immunity. No matter how the alienated virus creates hormones, it cannot make your brain feel desire. This is the principle of your inhibitor. Everyone suddenly realized, and Aurora suddenly reacted and said in surprise, is there really magic in this world? Han Xiao looked helpless. He didn't want to complain, but this is the news that belongs to common sense in the interstellar world. People with the technology side surface civilization are indeed a bit fragile in acceptance. In other words, their vision is too narrow, and they urgently need to popularize the worldview. After a pause, he continued to explain, the alienated primordials actually do not spread. They have an ontology that can be hidden anywhere, centered on the ontology, and their consciousness can cover a large range. Within this range, it can sense living organisms and control the microorganisms in their bodies. Just like the range of superpowers, except for the creatures on land, the creatures in the ocean will also be controlled. The superpowers are resistant and are not easily affected, but the range and control intensity will increase rapidly as the alienated primordials continue to grow. The control area of the alienated primordials is actually a new ecosystem. One is the whole, all is one, and the whole is the individual. It's only about a month since the full outbreak. The alienated primordial has just entered the teenage years. The irregular riots around the world are just subconscious activities without purpose. When it becomes more and more mature, its intelligence will gradually increase and will gradually be purposeful. At that time, even I can't do anything about it. It's a real catastrophe, so we're in a hurry. Han Xiao stopped. These words made everyone understand that the situation was severe. Bennett looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "What should we do?" "No, what are you going to do?" He knew that it could not be solved by his own power, and he had the only choice, and hoped for the Black Ghost. Oh no, he's called Black Star now. I have my own plan, but there is a priority work before implementation. I will take people to the cultivation garden of inhibitor raw materials, so that the magicians under my command can cultivate them on your behalf, which can greatly increase production capacity. Han Xiao smiled slightly. The millions of refugees who were knocked out must be dealt with first, and more people will come in the future. I know you, and you can't ignore them. You know me, I know that we're the same type of people. Bennett smiled, his heart fell to the ground, and he felt the tacit understanding again. On the other side, just as Han Xiao was explaining the disaster of alienation, his return had been discovered by satellites from the 6 countries, and all the images were transmitted back, without any omissions throughout the process. The senior management of the 6 countries caused a sensation. Scareless. Due to the budding incident, the information of the Black Ghost is an extremely important archive, and everyone in the intelligence agency knew it. The intelligence personnel who first obtained the first-hand satellite video almost thought they were dazzled. Han Xiao, who went to the universe 2 years ago, suddenly returned, or did he come in this amazing way? Is this a swelling thing? Although most of the power of the 6 countries was destroyed by the catastrophe, the intelligence network was barely maintained, and the intelligence was transmitted layer by layer. Not long after, this video of the whole process was played at the high-level meeting of the 6 countries. After watching it, all the senior officials of the 6 countries present did not speak a word. Their expressions were stiff, their horror was frozen in their eyes, and the atmosphere was silent. I always thought that only Ghidorah would come to save them, but Han Xiao suddenly arrived with the fleet without any defense. He suddenly appeared like this, and the top leaders of the 6 countries were confused. The Black Ghost is back, and he also brought a space fleet. He went to the universe 2 years ago, but there was no news later. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao was not only alive, but also possessed this incredible power. The strength displayed by the mercenaries under his command shocked the top leaders of the 6 countries. With their eyes, he felt that the strength of the Black Ghost was once at its peak. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao brought back hundreds of powerful men who refreshed their worldview, and there were more than a dozen spaceships. With this power, it is enough to sweep across the 6 countries. Han Xiao went to the interstellar world and shocked them once. The 6 countries also wanted to go to the interstellar world, but they had no hardware conditions at all and could not build a spaceship. Ghidorah ignored this request and could only grit her teeth and envy her. They didn't know what Han Xiao did in the interstellar world, and the top leaders of the 6 kingdoms only knew one thing at this time. The level of the Black Ghost was far beyond them. Although the former Black Ghost was very important to the 6 kingdoms because of its inflicted achievements, the Black Ghost was still at the same level in their eyes. For example, it is like everyone is a student in the same class. The 6 kingdoms are good students who often get more than 90 points, while the Black Ghost is a top student who gets full marks every time. Their grades are good and bad, but they are all students in the same class. Now, Black Ghost has become a genius who has been admitted to a master's and doctoral degree and has been studying for one stop. The carp jumps over the Dragon Gate and is completely different from the same level. A few days ago, they were hesitating whether to attack the 3rd refuge. Now, there is no need to worry about this issue. To be honest, the top leaders of the 6 countries breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy came back in time. If we couldn't hold back before he came back, we might be suffering from a catastrophe now. The senior executives of the 6 countries dared not be careful, and at the same time they had another idea: how to ask for help from the Black Ghost. Ghidorah has not come yet, but the Black Ghost returns with the fleet. In the eyes of the 6 kingdoms, Han Xiao and Ghidorah are both interstellar forces, far exceeding the civilization level of the blue star of the sea. Moreover, he is originally from his hometown and will probably help. If you can't count on Ghidorah, you might as well try the Black Ghost. At the same time, the refuge players excitedly shared their videos to the forum. The Hylon Star section was suddenly flooded with the screen, and its popularity soared. The name of the Black Star became a hot word, and it made a wave of presence. There are various versions of the video, with different perspectives. Other players who were not present at the Sea Blue Star showdown when they saw Han Xiao appear in different positions and were shocked and overjoyed and experienced the feelings of the players in the shelter. The benefits brought by Han Xiao in version 1.0 are still vivid in my mind. The version is newly opened at this time, and Han Xiao will probably bring many new version resources with him, which is what they need most now. What new benefits will Black Star have? Just thinking about it makes me excited. Players who were online at other locations were in a hurry and immediately put down their tasks and rushed to the shelter. Players who were already on the road also accelerated their pace. Quang Dao and others, who were still on the road, wanted to return to Han Xiao immediately after seeing these posts, and felt very helpless. We have followed Black Star since version 1.0, and we are obviously the first one. The video of Meat Bao is quite popular, and players from other novice planets also came to watch and discuss it after hearing the news. This is a passionate appearance. I think I have the opportunity to be selected into the new version of the promotional CG. The star C times is right. This character has more plots, and it really appeared in version 2.0. I don't know if other people can join the Black Star mercenary group camp, just like those professional players. As the discussion, someone raised a guess. In version 2.0, every novice planet will be in line with the interstellar planet. Will the Black Star be the guide to let the Sea Blue Star enter the interstellar planet? Many people thought about it carefully and suddenly realized, hey, what they said really makes sense. There are more than a dozen spaceships in the sky, which can take many people away from the planet. This speculation immediately aroused the approval of the blockbuster, and many people believe that Han Xiao was the key figure in the Hylon Star players' trip to the interstellar world. In the core area of the third refuge, Han Xiao asked the mercenaries who knew magic to help cultivate inhibitor raw materials. With their help, the production capacity can be greatly improved. At present, the alienated protoplasm is still very young, and the effect of the inhibitor can last about 3 months. When the alienated protoplasm enters the next stage, it may take several doses of the inhibitor to achieve the inhibitory effect, so resources are still in short supply. Rescue refugees can increase the overall progress of the mission, and Han Xiao's mission also shares the progress accumulated by players. This is the same for everyone, but leaving too many people in the third shelter will not only be crowded, but once the suppression fails, great chaos will break out. Han Xiao didn't want too many refugees to stay in the third shelter, but Bennett was definitely not at ease. In Han Xiao's view, the 6 countries had such a large territory and could also accommodate many refugees. I returned with great fanfare, and the 6 kingdoms must have known that Ghidorah's people have not arrived yet, so they have a high chance of contacting me and asking me for help. It should be the case in these 2 days. Han Xiao guessed in his heart. Sharing the inhibitor to the 6 countries is beneficial to the overall situation. Although he does not like the other 5 countries other than Xinglong, it will be beneficial if he can preserve the civilized country of Hylon Star. In his previous life, Yi Qing had only 1 person, and now he has many mercenaries who can cultivate inhibitor raw materials. Instead, they can go to the 6 kingdoms to help make the formula, so that the third refuge will not be too prominent, which will be safer. Of course, it takes the 6 countries to come to him to help him. He will come to him personally to help them. This will be too much. It will reduce the awe of the 6 countries for him and will not conform to his plan. He is confident that the 6 countries will try to come to him. However, there are more than 1 Yi Qing's potion to fight the disaster of alienation. Ghidorah is a magical civilization. They also have similar potions, but they're also very scarce. After all, wasting potions to protect billions of unrelated indigenous people is a waste of resources, and Ghidorah has to deal with more than 1 planet. In the plot of Previous Life, Ghidorah screened targets to distribute potions, and most refugees were not qualified to enjoy them. Players can earn money by completing the work assigned by Ghidorah to purchase potions, thereby completing some refugees' requests and improving the progress of the task. But at this time, with Han Xiao's influence, Yi Qing inhibitor production capacity increased greatly, and it was basically distributed for free so Ghidorah's potion seemed less important. This seems not very important, but it is a very important part of Han Xiao's plan, because this involves the replacement of the monetary system. The players of the Sea Blue Star use local currency, so naturally they do not admit that Han Xiao needs idle now, and the player's money is obtained from the NPC's mission and has not yet been in line with the Interstellar, so they do not have idle at this time, and the target Han Xiao is targeting Ghidorah. Ghidorah will post tasks to players, and the reward is idle. Players save this money without purchasing Ghidorah's potions. Seeing Han Xiao's many mechanical equipment and advanced knowledge, and spending money can also increase the camp relationship. It is clear where players are more willing to spend. Therefore, before Ghidorah arrived, Han Xiao was not going to sell machinery, but could only teach skills and knowledge to her experience. Ghidorah doesn't know that the alienated primordials are the conspiracy of the Dark Star. As long as I reveal it, Ghidorah will pay attention to it immediately and send people here immediately. While watching the magicians transplant raw materials, he touched his chin to calculate his plan. Dara arranged the alienated primordials for some strategic intention. If Ghidorah doesn't show up for a day, the Dark Star will not appear. If I notify them, the struggle between the two camps will begin immediately. They are both indirect competitors for my recruitment of players. If I don't notify for the time being, I will seize the initiative and can take advantage of this period to deepen the attraction of my camp to the player group. If both sides intervene, the formal struggle will begin, and before this, it is a buffer period that is beneficial to me. He also saw the movements of the forum. As expected, the impact of the return is slowly fermenting among the player group, which is very beneficial. Han Xiao thought about it and decided not to disclose his information first and wait until Ghidorah comes over. He grasped the truth about the disaster of alienation and a primitive alienation primitive and needed a good time to hand it over to Ghidorah to maximize profits. Now is not the best time, so don't be so anxious. My goal is to let as many players as possible join the mercenary group, but no one can add it as long as anyone wants. You must set an entry threshold, otherwise you will seem hungry and are too easy to succeed. Players generally won't cherish things, but they have to take into account the number of people, so the entry threshold must be moderate. One thing that can be confirmed is that many players want to join my camp now. It is best to create competitiveness. After all, the winner is easily envied, and let join my camp become a kind of power that only the winner can enjoy, so that players will pay more attention to this opportunity. Han Xiao's eyes rolled, and he had a good idea, secretly remembering it in his heart. When the 2.0 version opened, he also had a lot to do. However, before implementing these measures, there is another more important thing that needs to be done immediately, that is, to harvest a wave of experience and make your strength soar again. Mr. Han Xiao is at level 116, and his panel experience is less than 100 million. He has not been upgraded in nearly a year. Moreover, there are hundreds of drawing skills added to the skill panel, so his demand for experience is simply hungry. It took too long for the player to be harvested, and he was ready to go and couldn't wait. Hundreds of thousands of players gathered in the square, crowded with expectations and excitement on their faces. Just an hour ago, the shelter broadcast issued a notice, and Black Star would give a speech in the square. For this reason, Bennett temporarily built a high platform in the center of the square. The impact of the return is still warm and full of sensational effects. The residents of the entire shelter came, extending from the square to several blocks around it, surrounded by crowded people. The best viewing location around the platform was naturally occupied by hundreds of thousands of players, with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Everyone wants to hear what Black Star, who returns from the star, wants to say. Step by step, Han Xiao, who was floating in black, walked out of the core area, followed by Ishue's mercenaries, and his eyes were seen around him, with excitement and expectation. Wherever everyone passed, the crowds of people like the sea separated automatically, just like the opening of the sea in a mythical story, and the qualities continued to rise. Walking up the platform several meters high, the mercenaries were standing by, and Han Xiao looked around, with millions of eyes staring at him from all directions. Every move was under everyone's attention. Han Xiao kid calm. With his thick skin, he didn't know how to write the word neverness. He slowly raised one hand, and a compression ball rolled out of his sleeve, landed in his palm, and threw it behind him. Honey, a blue light flashed by. Under the attention of everyone, the compression ball changed rapidly. A silver-black alloy mechanical throne spread out under Han Xiao's seat. He slowly sat down. The mechanical throne slowly took off and floated in the air more than 10 meters. At the bottom of the throne was the faint blue light of the anti-gravity stabilizer, looking down at the crowd on the ground. Immediately afterwards, 3 identical void mirrors appeared behind them, facing different directions, taking into account the crowds from all directions. The refuge is a fleet of circular formations in the sky, and the location of the square is exactly in the center of the circular shape, and Han Xiao is the center point. The stature is instantly full. Damn it, it's so handsome. I seem to see the second dragon throne when the standard boss appears. It's really awesome. Master Han implemented the practice of flirting style and sat on the throne that could fly, and it felt very nasty, which made the players feel excited. After glanced at him, he cleared his throat and his tone was quiet. When he passed by the micromultiphone, the sound was very far away. I'm back. Boom. With this sentence alone, the residents of the shelter cheered. As the creator of the shelter, Han Xiao's reputation here is overwhelming, very popular, and extremely popular. Players were infected by this atmosphere, and Han Xiao's image became even taller. He raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Soon the audience calmed down. The needle could be heard, and he quietly waited for his next speech. 2 years ago, I foresaw this catastrophe and went to the interstellar world to find a solution. I promised that for my hometown, I would come back to face the disaster with everyone. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. The universe is very dangerous, and I have obtained the current strength after many twists and turns. Everyone does not need to know the dangers in it. It is the pain I voluntarily bear, and finally I can get the ability to deal with the disaster. Han Xiao used ambiguous words, skimming his specific experience at the interstellar world and showing a posture of not wanting to talk in detail, which caused many refuge residents to think a lot. However, the players laughed in their hearts. They had already learned about Black Star's experience in the interstellar through the meatbag video. Even if Black Star didn't want to say it, they knew it clearly, and Black Star didn't know this. Many players looked at each other, winked at each other, and tacitly understood, looking like we had known it for a long time. Han Xiao glanced at the player and curled his lips slightly. He said this on purpose, which made the player feel a sense of superiority that he knew him well. When he had this idea, he had fallen into his trap. Not only did he let the player take the initiative to recall and deepen his impression, but it also helped the next action implicitly. We are all in a catastrophe, and no one can stay out of it. I am willing to generously share the knowledge I have obtained from the interstellar world to help everyone grow together and overcome difficulties together. Hundreds of thousands of players' eyes burst into bright light, and they have been thinking about it for so long, and they are just waiting for this sentence. I fucking want to unbox. I have to learn skills. After saying a few more inspiring words, Han Xiao put away the situation and said that the speech was over. The residents of the shelter dispersed with hope, but the players rushed up and surrounded Han Xiao. It's been a long time since I saw you, alien warriors. I can feel that you are stronger than 2 years ago. Han Xiao nodded, with a serious face, pretending to be like a player who really doesn't know. You are obviously the one who changes the most. Many players couldn't help but complain. After saying a few simple words like NPCs should say, their acting skills are as natural and harmonious as ever. Then Han Xiao decisively began to sell skills. After holding them in for so long, he finally reaped the cute players again, and his joy was almost overflowing. After version 1.0, players are very familiar with Han Xiao's skill teaching interface and store interface. They are not surprised and used to it. When they see him again, they miss him very much. Selling your own skills and knowledge is equivalent to teaching skills by the tutor, and you can price it yourself to obtain the player's tuition fee. Han Xiao took out the main skills of mechanical skills, and it is the main skills that players can comprehend by themselves when they reach a certain level. The player's level is now low, which just gives Han Xiao the opportunity to teach in advance. However, Han Xiao would not teach two important skills, such as compression technology, mass production solutions, etc., and most of the basic skills he gave were to increase mechanical affinity, as well as some less important low-level drawings. Drawing skills are generally very popular. As for the knowledge of the mechanical department, in addition to the complete set of basic knowledge, after all, most players have not even learned the basics. Han Xiao also picked a few more advanced knowledge that were not very critical to teach. He did not teach too much advanced knowledge before, but now in the new version, he naturally has no such concerns. He just wants to intercept the truth. Of course, letting players learn their future skills in advance is not a big deal. It can be considered a win-win situation. After all, learning early is useful, and it is the same as using early CDs. Anyway, players have to find people to learn things. They have a full set of services here, which is cheap and convenient. It is great to let themselves monopolize the market. There is no anti-monopoly law here to restrict him, which is simply pleasant. Wow, there are so many mechanical skills I have never seen before. Reinstalling mechanical transformation, advanced detection technology. There is more advanced knowledge than before. The player looked at the dazzling list of skills, and his excitement almost burst out from his eyes. It is worthy of being a new version. There are so many skills that I have never seen before. When Black Star went to the Interstellar, not only did it become more powerful, but its benefits also became higher. Because players reach the top level at the end of the 1.0 version, they can only increase their skill level, so everyone has a lot of experience in their pockets. And Han Xiao is aiming at the deposits they have accumulated. Starting from the new version, players will not be stingy with experience. They're all big school and thick-waisted locals. They are so fat that they will not give up until they empty their wallets. Not long after the sale started, Han Xiao's panel experience quickly soared, and news prompts were sweeping the screen. A large number of players learned skills without hesitation, spending their experiences to make a fortune. Looking at the numbers that the panel experience kept beating, Han Xiao smiled with relief, as if the old farmer who had worked hard for more than half a year and finally ushered in a bumper harvest was satisfied. He has been looking forward to this moment. The experience benefits brought by players' learning skills are like rivers flowing back, quickly filling Han Xiao's dry experience slot. The number of less than 100 million soars like a rocket. 200 million, 300 million. This efficiency is much faster than version 1.0. Refusing hundreds of thousands of players due to Han Xiao's efforts in 1.0, more than 30% of the mechanical players are involved, which is far beyond the previous life. The market is large and the consumption power is strong. Han Xiao's pricing of skills and knowledge will not be ridiculously high, but it is not low either. Compared with the pricing of thousands of version 1.0, he now uses at least 10,000 as the base, because for the time being, there is no semicolon for this company, and he does not need to compete for the market by reducing prices. This is the benefit of monopoly. As long as 100 people learn a few skills, they will have millions of experience. The benefits from about 200,000 mechanical players will definitely be much more than 1.0, or at least at billions. However, the cost of upgrading at this level Han Xiao is also huge, and the expenses will be higher in the future. The more experience you have, the better. Only Han Xiao can reach the level in one breath. When a player reaches his level, he has been doing a long time to accumulate enough experience to upgrade, and he is happy like the old mother's chrysanthemum. It's a pity that Han Technician was like this when he was a pink and tender newbie in his previous life. Later, he gradually developed the urinary nature of an old salted fish. Alas, the romantic children were young, and as time went by, they were so wet. At the current speed, the experience I gained today should be enough to level 120. Han Xiao thought secretly. When he reached level 120, he would be stuck in an advanced task again. He had a task settlement card in his hand. If the task was too troublesome, he would be ready to use it directly. After all, he would have to stay in Hylon now and could not get rid of his body to do the task. It takes a lot of experience to upgrade to level 140, and it is probably not enough to harvest once. Teaching skills and knowledge is actually not a one-time deal. Players learn the same skill the second time, which is equivalent to finding a tutor to upgrade the skill level, which will bring long-term benefits. Han Xiao is very patient with this. Not only do you need a wave of fat, but you also need to have a long flow of water, and your descendants will be endless. The group he is targeted at is mechanical players, but he naturally did not ignore the other two players in the Sea Blue Star. The kingdom is to get the rain and dew. It's all mechanical skills. It's so uncomfortable. Black Star is a mechanical instructor. The happiest one is the mechanical player. His face is red, as if he will laugh at the pig's cry at any time. The martial arts and superpowers players can only envy and hate him. Who said that we didn't change to the mechanical department at the beginning? How great would it be if Black Star was their professional instructor? There is no way to learn Black Star skills. The other two players can only open the store interface, but find that they can open the Black Star Mercenary Group's faction store, which is immediately very surprised. Isn't this the camp store in the meat bag video? It's actually open to us. By the way, I don't know if we can join the Black Star Mercenary Group and become part of them. Maybe we can still take photos in the meat bag video. Hey, these products are all gray. You can only watch and not buy them. Oh, I understand. We can only view the camp products, and if we don't join, we can't buy them. Wait, you can see the things above. Many players browsed the camp store carefully and looked very happy. They saw that in addition to various mechanical equipment in the store interface, there was actually advanced knowledge of martial arts and superpowers. However, the faction store can only be browsed, and the prompts you must join the camp to purchase. Moreover, the premise for purchasing these two advanced knowledge is that the mercenary group camp has a favorable impression of friendly, which is the 1,000-point camp relationship. Black Star, we want to join your mercenary group. How can we join the mercenary group? Players rushed to squeeze in and asked in a whisper. Due to the image Han Xiao had always created and the video images of the meat bag, they had a good impression of the Black Star Mercenary Group camp. Seeing these actual benefits, they were determined to join the gang and couldn't wait. Want to join my mercenary group? Han Xiao made a very surprised expression, pretended to be pondered for a while, and said, "It's not impossible, but our members are all elites who have experienced strict selection. If your strength meets the standards, I will welcome you to join." Elite? Selection? As soon as the statement was spoken, many players suddenly thought of the 30 Seconds True Men's Club, leaving with Black Star, and were suddenly discouraged. Could it be that Black Star means this test again? But I can't do it. If I could pass, we would have flew shoulder to shoulder with you. As long as you can pass the test of my soldiers and prove your strength, the door of the Black Star Mercenary Group will be open to you. Han Xiao explained it briefly, and then threw out the task that had been set up long ago. Church selection. Task introduction. The Black Star Mercenary Group fights in all directions in the interstellar world, and all members are strong. Only by successfully passing their test can you join the Black Star and become an elite mercenary. Task requirements. Pass a battle test of any mercenary. Reward. 1 point of experience. Unlock the Black Star Mercenary Group camp. And the relationship between the Black Star Mercenary Group plus 100. The player hurriedly read it and talked a lot. It turns out that it is not Black Star who chooses people himself. There is no introduction to what the battle test is. Is it a one-on-one fight like before? Han Xiao. The mercenary behind him moved out a large translucent screen that had been prepared and stood beside him. He pointed to the screen and said, "If you want to participate in the selection, enter your information on it. Philip will give each applicant a number, and the selection battle will be displayed on it. Pay attention to which game he is participating in." The screen lit up, and a blue ring pattern appeared in the center, with particles floating around, shaking slightly. At the same time, the speakers that came with artificial intelligence sounds. Black Star Artificial Intelligence Philip I'm happy to serve you. Many players looked surprised and did as they did, entering their names, professions, and other information, and getting a number representing their identity. Soon, a new interface was displayed on the top of the screen, prompting that a new selection was about to begin, and the participants had hundreds of numbers, and they had to go to the arena to participate in the test. The above also shows that the mercenary who presided over this selection was Melas. After studying for a while, players will understand the selection mechanism. This is not a one-to-one selection, but a one-to-many selection. A Black Star mercenary evaluates hundreds of players. What they have to do is to persist for a certain period of time. Once the time limit is up, if they do not fall into a dying state or remain within the field, they will be regarded as passing the test and can join the Black Star and become a winner. There are more than one selection session at the same time, and the number of participants is different. The opponents in each session are different. It is random to meet a Black Star mercenary, which depends entirely on the face. The most important thing is that even if you lose in the selection battle, players can apply to Philip again, without restrictions, just like a challenge that can be continued. Many players did not doubt that he was, and they were quite interesting and were very motivated, and they all issued applications. Han Xiao decided to select in this way, and let hundreds of mercenaries under him help him assess players. Anyway, these mercenaries are idle. Instead of letting them waste time playing cards every day, it is better to find something for them to do, which not only saves their own strength, but also is more efficient. Selection is just a form of style. Of course, he knows what the player's current strength is. Although the more players recruited, the better. It is impossible for a player to come over and ask him to join immediately. This is too simple. Those better camps cannot be joined by meeting the premise. Setting selection is a clever name, which makes players feel that there are barriers and challenges to joining the mercenary group, and you can't add it just by wanting to. He thought about it yesterday and decided to make the selection a daily activity in the eyes of a player. A mercenary selects dozens or hundreds of players at once. The specific number is controlled by Philip, depending on the strength of the mercenary, and ensures that the number of players participating is within the mercenary's ability and can be easily dealt with. Philip, who records the mercenary data, will not make mistakes. There are dozens or hundreds of players in each game, which is like matching a chaotic battle. In addition to dealing with the boss, mercenary, they also have to cheat each other to ensure that they can stay until the end and become one of the final winners. So they become competitive. In fact, Han Xiao's initial idea was that there was no mercenary participation, so that players could select themselves, gather a group of players to fight each other in a big battle, similar to the Battle Royale mode. But in this way, the efficiency of recruiting people would be very low because there is no powerful external factors such as mercenaries. Each selection time is long. After all, there are all kinds of competing everywhere, and it is impossible to show the strength of the Black Star mercenaries. Moreover, this beast fighting selection may make some players feel disrespected. So Han Xiao finally chose the current mode and let the mercenaries under his command preside over a test, which not only improves efficiency, but also serves as a lubricant to reduce the probability of players' dissatisfaction, making the selection less brutal. Players will not consume any resources when participating in the selection, and if they fail, they can wait for the lottery to challenge again, which ensures that the threshold will not be too high and gives players the opportunity to continue to try. At the same time, since the current stage of alienation disaster, players can only do a shelter mission, and the selection challenge is quite interesting and can be used as an adjustment activity for mission gaps. The selected venue was naturally the refuge arena built by him. The professional league was held here, but now it is vacant and Han Xiao took it back and used it himself. Bennett and Huang Yu naturally had no objection. More than 10 minutes later, thousands of players flocked to the arena. This is the first selection battle. Even if the players are not on their turn, they choose to come and watch and see the specific process so that they can feel clear. Melas stood in the center of a large arena with a knife in his hand. There were hundreds of players staring at him from all directions, feeling like he was trapped in a heavy siege. The onlookers were talking. The time limit is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, as long as you don't fall out of the ring and fall into a dying state, you can join the Black Star mercenary group. Hundreds of people. It should be easy to support for 2 minutes. Simple? Stop teasing. Have you never watched the Black Star series video of the meat bag? He is Melas, a powerful Black Star cadre. If you stab it, this arena will be gone. Even if you haven't watched the video, you have experienced yesterday's war. Didn't you see him sweeping the beast group? I didn't see. I'm dead. Melas looked around, and Han Xiao's instructions were to let the water off appropriately. If he tried his best, 2 minutes would be enough for him to cut down all participants. Most of these players were D-level, and only a small number reached C-level, and this number could not make up for the gap. Looking at the crowded superpowers, Melas felt hot in his heart. Haixing did not lie to him. There were really hundreds of thousands of superpowers here. Sunil Star suffered from the disaster. Han Xiao once promised to bring a crowd of people more terrifying than the disaster to solve Sunil's dilemma. Melas has always believed in Han Xiao's promise. At this time, he was so excited that he couldn't suppress himself when he saw the promise come true. As time counted silently, Melas held the ship knife and nodded. The selection begins to buzz. Philip's voice echoed. Boom! The next moment, most players rushed towards Melas, with a variety of attacks concentrated on fire, and the number of people gave them confidence. No matter what they persisted for 2 minutes, they just felt that they could deal with Melas like fighting a boss, and they all outputted one after another. Only a small number of players retreated instead of going forward and hid behind others. The attack came from all directions, and Melas remained calm. He made a whirlwind slash, and the ring blade wave spread 360 degrees without dead corners, covering half of the ring, directly destroying all long-range attacks. The approaching martial arts players could not resist the aftermath and were directly chopped away and fell to the edge of the ring, and their health dropped by about 40%. Damn, this AoE damage is too terrifying. It's so dangerous. I almost got beaten. The charging player suffered a big loss, and his face changed drastically. A few players who dodged were outside the range of the slash, and escaped, and were very grateful. Fortunately, we are not stubborn and have a sense of urgency. For today's players, Melas's strength is completely crushing. Han Xiao had long guessed that players would definitely fight the selection battle with the mentality of fighting the boss at the beginning. The first game was to let Melas host the game to establish an invincible image in the player's mind. And in the next few games, those who took action were all cadre level members. There was no suspense in the end. Even if Melas let the water go, he would cut the players into pieces and kill each child. Players have to change their hard-working ideas, wander around wildly, and survive in chaos, which is exciting. As soon as 2 minutes arrived, less than 10 people were left to stand. Melas put away the knife. The surviving player looked like he woke up from a dream. He came back to his senses, and his ecstasy looked on his cheeks. We won. Hundreds of lost players looked envious and angry, and they actually made these competing winners win the big prize. It's unreasonable. There were less than 10 of the hundreds of participants, and the proportion was very low. However, Han Xiao deliberately did it. At the beginning, he lowered the pass rate, which seemed very rare. Later, he slowly let the mercenaries release more water to increase the pass rate. Congratulations on passing the test. Black Star welcomes you. After going to Star and registering in the Mercenary Alliance, you're formal mercenaries. Melas stretched out his hand and shook with the survivors one by one. This is Han Xiao's request, reflecting differential treatment. These people were excited and found that the camp panel was indeed activated. You can browse the camp store without looking for Black Star. The things inside are no longer gray. Although I can't afford anything without Einel, the colorful interface is at least much better than a gray area. The only people who have settled the mercenary selection missions, they have obtained 100 points of camp contribution. They have watched the video of meat bags and know that the 100 points of camp relationship below the friendly relationship can be purchased with 50 points of Inars. And they all feel that they have earned 50 points of Inars. The few people were immediately overjoyed. The onlookers were envious. They keenly grabbed a message and heard Melos say, "Go to the stars." In other words, as long as we pass the test, we can follow the Black Star after the plot of the Sea Blue Star ends? I guessed it right. Black Star is the guide who took us to the interstellar world in version 2.0. The players' eyes were shining, and they were ready to move, and they couldn't wait to participate in the selection. The next selections were carried out step by step, and Han Xiao did not keep watching. Because there are many players, Han Xiao will conduct many selections every day in the schedule set by him, and a batch of selection battles will be held every 20 minutes. There are several arenas in the arena, and several selections will be conducted at the same time. It is estimated that 1,000 or 2,000 people will conduct selections every hour, and 40,000 to 50,000 people will participate in the day, and the pass rate is temporarily controlled at about 5%. There are hundreds of thousands of players in the shelter, and every player has a chance. This activity can be carried out for a long time and flows hard. After all, the selection battle is not lacking in fun. Most players are lucky and believe that they can be lucky. Technician Han has always felt that this illusion greatly facilitates his plan, allowing players to jump into his pit. About a few more days of adaptation, players will get used to the existence of the selection battle. When they get on the right track, they will slowly increase the passing rate. I don't have to worry about it. Han Xiao has also prepared a lot of methods for the camp's plan. Now it's time to use it. The selection has only begun. Moreover, the difficulty of the selection challenge creates a need for players to enhance their strength in the short term, which can also increase their sales. He doesn't know how many birds this stone killed. From early morning to dusk, there were people coming and going in the square, and it was noisy all day long, and Han Xiao was about to finish work. After one day, his experience gains exceeded 1 billion mark. There are a total of 1.29 billion experiences. It's been a long time since I've been so comfortable. Han Xiao breathed out, feeling satisfied. The last time he gained such a large-scale experience was when he left Hylon 2 years ago. It felt like he was a long drought in rain. These experiences are enough to be upgraded to level 120, and there is still some surplus. When I opened the panel, I was about to invest in the experience to upgrade, when a rumbling airflow suddenly sounded in the sky. Looking up, a new spacecraft slowly descended. This was the spacecraft he sent out to receive Quang Dao and others, and finally arrived at the station. Swish! The hatch door opened, and 50 players including Crazy Knife, Meatbag, Hao Ian, etc. jumped out with jet backpacks and landed in the square. Most players in the square knew this group of professional high-quality games, and they all looked surprised. "Oh, you're back too." Many people greeted them, very enthusiastic. This group of high-end players performed well in the professional league and was quite popular. They haven't seen these professional players for a long time. Quang Dao and his group responded to the players' enthusiasm, squeezed away the welcome crowd, and came to Han Xiao. These dozens of people followed him to the interstellar world first. Most of them were great god-level players in their previous lives. Han Xiao had always treated them differently, and said directly, "You are late." Everyone was stunned. Heixing's familiar tone obviously treated them as his own people, and a special feeling arose in his heart. When they were on a spaceship, they learned that other players could also join the Black Star mercenary group, and that they were no longer the only players who enjoyed the benefits of the Black Star camp. They were helpless about this, but at this time they felt that these old men still had different treatments. When I returned to Heixing, I couldn't help but feel much more at ease. In fact, expanding the scale is not a bad thing. The Black Star mercenary group is a growth camp. With more people, the growth rate of camp welfare will be faster. Hao Yin said, other high-quality players agree that, indeed, with more players, the camp can develop quickly, which is beneficial to their professional players in the China division. However, we all understand the truth, but it would be very uncomfortable if we cannot occupy the Black Star. In version 1.0, Han Xiao had already instilled in players through the video of the meat bag. That is, his camp will continue to grow with more and more employment events, making players think that they can contribute to the development of the camp and thus obtain higher benefits. Now this concept is not deeply rooted in people's hearts. When they enter the interstellar world, Many players will personally experience this. At that time, they will not only work hard to complete the employment, but also actively call on friends to let other players join the Black Star and make money by 1 and 2. Moreover, while players are devoted to the development of the camp, their sense of belonging is subtly rooted in the hearts of some people. This is one of the plans of Han to technicians. This group of high-quality games did not delay. They asked Han Xiao to learn skills like other players. They were looking forward to coming to Han Xiao, and they realized their own advantages. Only they have agile. The high players went to the Interstellar early and took the lead. Han Xiao made them rich together. The players of Han Star could only drool at the goods in the faction store, and they were the rich people with consumption power. The store has updated a lot of equipment and a lot of advanced knowledge. Is there a new Sunil suit? Simple general level armor. Its attributes are much higher than that of the NCO level. But unfortunately, there is a level limit. Electromagnetic charging shield. This thing is also good. I remember there was no such product before the update. Everyone looked novel, and the faction store had many new products. They were almost dazzled. After a while, they bought what they wanted, mainly based on advanced knowledge. Anyway, buying knowledge is definitely not a loss. They have seen market pricing in the interstellar world, which is simply a waste of money. It is better to have the benefits of the Black Star camp. An advanced knowledge is only about 10,000 yuan, which is more than half the cheaper. It is so conscientious. The prerequisite for purchasing is to consume 1,500 points of camp contribution, and these high-quality games have hundreds of points of contribution. If you have a contribution of less than 1,000 points, you can exchange 100 points for 50 NRs. But if you have a contribution of more than 1,000 or less than 3,000, you can exchange 100 points for 500 NRs. However, even so, buying an advanced knowledge for more than 10,000 is much more cost-effective than the interstellar market. Before the update, these high-end games followed Han Xiao to hire 60 or 70. In the past expenses for repairing and updating equipment, their savings are now around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Now, they are rich, so they contributed Han Xiao the first income from version 2.0. In less than 5 minutes, more than 600,000 NRs were bought. Han Xiao felt happy. Otherwise, if you say that knowledge payment is an old hooligan, there's a great prospect. Only when players have money can they harvest it themselves. This group of high-quality games is the first batch of experimental fields. Han Xiao has already verified that their ideas are feasible, and this gain is expected. In addition to letting them consume and giving their increasingly dry wallets a mouthful of blood, they also have another goal, which is to form a role model effect. Don't other players have no money? Let's take a look at the rich people up close and feel the difference. Malicious induces class conflicts, and this move is very dirty. Han Xiao glanced around, and many players looked yearning and envious. Originally, everyone had no money. They were all poor and lower-middle peasants. Not to mention the second brother, the eldest brother. Now he saw Quang Dao and others buying things they could not afford, and he looked like a nouveau riche, and his desire was immediately aroused. Although the players' needs have been stirred up, Han Xiao didn't mind keeping up with money. We are best at Gonghua. The needs of Quang Dao and others were solved. It was already late at this time. The sunset fell into the horizon, and night fell. Han Xiao did not continue to stay. He threw a camp task to help the shelter for Quang Dao and others, and turned around and left the square. He had other things to do and would not stay here from morning to night. Raise the level first. I just delayed for a while and almost forgot about this. When Han Xiao opened the panel, he threw in the more than 1.2 billion experience he had just accumulated without saying a word, and finally there was a long-lost upgrade news. War Mechanic is upgraded to LV20 Max with Strength plus 300, Agility plus 3, Endurance plus 3, Intelligence plus 5. You get 6 free attribute points. You get 1 potential point. Your total level reaches level 120. You trigger the next stage of Advanced Task. 120 level Advanced Task, Secret of Power. The power level reaches LV10. Hey, it's actually this Advanced Task. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. The Secret of Power, it is not common, but difficult. After all, there is no need to fight. It mainly takes time to require the character's strength value to meet the specified standard. And this standard is definitely higher than the current level. Up to level 120, Han Xiao's strength reached 8,360 points, or LV9, which means that the strength gave him 9-level attribute bonus. The concept of strength level, to be described in an easy-to-understand way, is probably equivalent to something like internal strength realm. Every time the power attribute reaches a standard, a new layer of attribute bonus will be obtained. When the use of skills consumes power, resulting in the power value being lower than the standard of a certain layer of bonus, this layer of bonus will be temporarily lost. The overall attribute is temporarily reduced, which is equivalent to a decline in the state during the fierce battle. When the energy is full, the character attributes are at its peak. The power level of LV10 is the standard of 9,000 strength attributes. Han Xiao is still a few hundred points away. This gap is not difficult to make up. Just find one or two skills such as strength refining methods and practice until you have full amount, and you will naturally be able to complete the task. In the past life, increasing the power attribute was one of the ways to continue to improve strength after the maximum level. Many players would look for NPCs everywhere to learn exercise methods to increase their strength in an attempt to reach the new level of power bonus standards so that the attributes would increase a lot. This advanced task is not difficult. There should be different ways of training for Bennett, Melas, or Harmon. With the current favorability, they only need to mention one sentence, and they should not refuse to share. Han Xiao nodded. Since the advanced task is not difficult, he planned to save the task settlement card and leave it for later use. In addition to advanced tasks, there are also transfer tasks for the next stage of the mechanical department. Request for transfer. Learn high-end knowledge of any of the 3 mechanical systems: giant complex mechanical technology, super nanotechnology, and advanced virtual intelligent technology, and upgrade it to the maximum level. Note: the knowledge you choose will determine the result of the transfer. This task was expected by Han Xiao. The transfer requirements for the next stage of War Mechanic are fixed, and every mechanical system player encounters this requirement. When a first stage of the mechanical department is changing career, he faces the choice of 3 routes: gunman, weapon warrior, and mechanic. At this stage, the mechanical department will face a new choice and choose a strong tendency among the 3 branches of armed, energy, and control. Giant complex mechanical technology is a large-scale mechanical route, super nanotechnology is a micro route, and advanced virtual intelligent technology is a virtual technology route good at civil war, each with its pros and cons. It does not mean that you can only use one route in the future. After changing jobs, you can also learn the knowledge of all branches, but the focus of skills is different. Just like the knowledge learned from the 3 branches of vocational schools such as guns, weapons, and mechanics, they're all the same, but the skills obtained are different. Moreover, the biggest impact is that the potential cost will change. For example, if you choose a transfer position that tends to armed branches, the learning cost will become 3 times the last 2 levels of knowledge after the energy and manipulation branch high in knowledge. Han Xiao didn't have to hesitate to choose which branch to choose. What he wanted was the route of virtual technology. There are several reasons. First, you will definitely meet senior mechanics in the future. Virtual technology can guarantee absolute control over your own machinery and will not be invaded by opponents' networks to take away the machinery. He suffered a lot of losses in his previous life. Although the armed and energy branches seem to be very cool, inconspicuous virtual technology is the most important thing. No matter how strong your machine is, as long as it is invaded by your opponent, it is equivalent to scrap iron, and it will attack yourself in reverse. The second reason is that Han Xiao is not afraid of the high potential cost. It is almost impossible for ordinary players to learn all professional knowledge. The sky-high cost makes people despair, but it is not impossible for Han Xiao. He has a huge experience channel for players, and the speed of gaining experience is countless times faster than that of players. As long as he keeps up to the full level of skills, the potential points can be accumulated slowly. So the negative impact is not big for him. There are about 200 million experience left. Don't rush to change your job. Complete the advanced tasks first, then accumulate enough experience to level up, and then upgrade in one breath. Han Xiao took a look at the level 120 attributes, threw all the free attribute points into intelligence, broke through the 900 mark, then closed the panel and returned to his residence. The core area of the shelter was divided into a separate area for him and the mercenaries to live in. Bang! After walking through the last corner, Han Xiao suddenly stopped and saw Bennett waiting for him at the door. Black Star, the Six Kingdoms want to talk to you. Bennett spoke in a deep voice and went straight to the point. They can't sit still. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. After waiting for a day, the Six Kingdoms finally made a decision, and it was his turn to quarrel. The 6 countries once voted for Ghidorah, but now I have seized the opportunity and intercepted the Who before Ghidorah arrives. My status is different now. Whether we can turn the novice planet, Aquarium Star, into a long-term subbase depends on the result of this negotiation. When the two came to the secret conference room in the dark, the leadership of the 6 countries had been waiting online for a while. The giant screen in the conference room showed the picture of the leaders of the 6 countries. This was a remote video conference. As soon as Han Xiao walked in, the leaders of the 6 countries looked at him calmly. Han Xiao turned his head and gave Bennett a look, and Bennett stepped aside, saying that he would not participate in the next talks, leaving Han Xiao standing alone in front of the screen. The leaders of Xinglong, Haixia, Roland, Tilus, Red Maple, and Odafena, this should be our first meeting. Good evening, gentlemen, Han Xiao said calmly. Hello, Black Ghost. To be precise, you call yourself Black Star now. We have been following you a long time ago. I'm very happy to have this conversation. The Star Dragon leader responded with a kind smile, because Han Xiao had served in the Star Dragon Intelligence Bureau and had a good relationship, so the Star Dragon leader was the representative of the communication. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. I know what you are here, just say it. Bennett knows what we mean, but want to talk to you in person. Bennett said your intention to leave and come back, to protect the people of this planet from being destroyed by alienation. You are a noble person, and we admire you very much. As you can see, our people are under threat. Through this meeting, we hope to get your assistance. The leader of the Star Dragon did not speak out and was straight to the point. Then what are your requirements? I hope you can help us restore the collapsed order and rescue the people who are in danger. How do you want to implement it specifically? Han Xiao said patiently. After discussion, we unanimously hope that the shelter can share the formula and raw materials of the inhibitor and send someone to guide the manufacturing process. At the same time, we hope to obtain a batch of large-scale inhibitor products to solve the emergency situation in our country. First, we focus on restoring the operation of the government and the army, and then quarantine and treat the people as much as possible. As long as we restore our strength, we can prevent the situation from deteriorating and control the situation. In this process, we hope to borrow your soldiers and fleet. We will let you know more about the more detailed plan. It sounds good. In order to discuss the plan, you have delayed a day before contacting me. Han Xiao said lightly. Then what reward do I have? The leaders of the 6 countries were stunned. Didn't you come back to stop the disaster and rescue refugees for free? Why did you suddenly mention the reward? What's wrong? You seem a little surprised. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a deal? If there is no return, don't waste my time. No one can stay out of it. Resisting disaster is everyone's responsibility. How could this be a deal? Didn't you come back just to save the creatures of this planet? The leader of Odafin interrupted. It's true, but this is not what we're talking about now. Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms. What you are asking now is to use my strength to help you restore your rule over the country. I will help you restore order. You will give me a return, a fair deal. Otherwise, why should I help you? Isn't this a reason for helping us save more refugees? Said Leader Haixia. Apezon dies. It is a luxury to try to save everyone. I believe you have read my file a long time ago. Obviously, I know that I'm not an idealist. My goal is to stop disasters and prevent this planet from being destroyed. I can accept more or less people. So don't use this reason to threaten me. I'm not Bennett, not that kind. This is not the confidence that you can make a request to me at will. Han Xiao said slowly. The survival of your regime is no different from me. I can guard the refugees from all over the world. They will not stay in your territory and wait for death. When your regime is destroyed, I can support the refuge to become the new regime of this planet and become the only ruler. Bennett opened his mouth, but he wanted to speak, but stopped. He had no ambition to rule and completely disagreed with this view. But after hesitating for a moment, he chose to stand by and believe Han Xiao and let him continue talking. I don't deny that you really want to save the people, but the greater motivation is that you want to use the power of inhibitors and me to stabilize your soon-to-decompose regime. There is no way to deny this. Han Xiao shook his head and said coldly, So, since you're asking for help, you must look like you asked for help. It is me who is qualified to make the request, not you. The leaders of the 6 countries were shocked and angry, but he didn't expect Han Xiao to be so rude. No, I think you misunderstood. You're not as important as you think you are. The leader of Tilus, who is always tough, spoke in a deep voice. We have already applied for Ghidorah's assistance, and they will arrive soon. Looking for your help is just to save as many people as possible. Since you're not polite, we have nothing to do. We just hope that you can remember that you reject us, resulting in some people who could have survived will die, and they're all killed by you. Black Star is not the only hope. The 6 kingdoms just contacted Han Xiao with a try-attitude. Deep down in their hearts, they still trusted the Ghidorah civilization more. Everyone is aware of the people. Don't take this threat of moral logic to make a laugh. As for what you said, you are not polite. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. Ghidorah should be very polite to you. But in addition to encouraging the knowledge of the superpowers who awaken individuals, have they also given you other help? Not only did it not help, but it shakes your social order. It is precisely because of the emergence of Ghidorah that the Battle of 100 Kingdoms decades ago occurred, and countless people died. Moreover, Ghidorah's rescue team has not arrived yet, right? The leaders of the 6 countries were silent. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, suddenly turned around and spread his hands, and jokingly said, A few years ago, I helped you win the budding battle. At that time, there was no chance to talk to you, the supreme leaders, but now you are the ones who come to us on your own initiative. Why has the status between us turned back in just 2 years? Why is the gap so big? The leaders of the 6 kingdoms darkened and felt heartbroken. Negotiations are negotiations, so it's okay if you can't talk. It's too unimportant to suddenly hurt people. Bad guy. You can only hold the thighs of the Ghidorah civilization. He is like your ancestors. Even if you don't know each other, you must give it a good voice and pretend to be grandson in a low voice. And I not only know the background of the Ghidorah civilization, but also cooperate with them several times, maintain a good relationship, and even speak directly with their senior management. Can you do it? The leaders of the 6 countries' faces were as dark as the bottom of the pot. This is a fact, and has always been a pain in their hearts. The rulers are not willing to have no right to speak, but the gap in civilization strength makes them have to bow their heads. They didn't know what Black Star was doing in the interstellar world, but if what Han Xiao said was true, the power of Black Star seemed to be much stronger than they thought, and they were secretly shocked. Han Xiao knocked on the table and said, Suppose Ghidorah helped you solve the disaster of alienation and took a spaceship and patted your butt and left, leaving a devastated land. You are still the low-level surface indigenous civilization of the Aquarium Star, and nothing has changed. I hope Ghidorah will take you into the interstellar world. Think about it with but you also know that it is impossible. The leaders of the 6 countries' eyes changed, and they all knew that Han Xiao was talking about the fact that Ghidorah would relieve the disaster, but would never help them develop. They knew this truth very well. Just like Ghidorah gave them the interstellar communicator, but turned off 99% of the functions, and could only contact Ghidorah in one direction to prevent them from understanding the interstellar world. Even if the disaster of alienation is resolved, they have to clean up the mess themselves. Not only will they not make progress, but even the fragile civilization will regress. Han Xiao did not pause and continued. If you want to have equal dialogue, you must at least jump out of the native level and officially step into the interstellar world. But your technical level is at least several hundred years away from becoming a member of the interstellar world. Do you want to rely on the illusion technological explosion that will come in which year and month? Are you willing? What do you mean? The leader of the Star Dragon said in a deep voice. Don't you understand? Only me, the only one you can count on. Han Xiao slapped the table with a bang and shouted in a deep voice, I am your only choice, the only sea blue star person in the universe. I am willing to help you develop. The leaders of the 6 countries suddenly widened their eyes. Unbelievable. What you mean? Recognize the reality. What I'm talking about with you now is not just disaster relief, but the future. Han Xiao put his hands on his back, and his whole body was filled with anger from head to toe. In a previous life, the players worked together. Although they finally completed the main task of the alienation disaster, they delayed for too long. When Ghidorah solved the alienation disaster, the 6 kingdoms had collapsed, and only the civilization was left with dim embers, and the people who had lost their homes survived on the earth. Because he discovered the special potential of the player in the fight against the disaster. After the incident, Ghidorah established a stronghold on the nearly ruined Sea Blue Star to attract a steady stream of aliens, new players. Han Xiao tends to keep the 6 countries. No matter what, it is easier to organize any action with a mature regime. Hylon is a novice planet. If a subbase can be built here, the energy source will continue to recruit players. These words caused an uproar in the hearts of the leaders of the 6 countries, and they all fell silent. Quickly thinking about the pros and cons, Han Xiao's words made them moved. Although Ghidorah was powerful, she was an alien after all, and she was not of my race, so her heart would be different. The Black Star, who was born in the Aquarium Star, is the real one of our own people, no matter how much I don't want to admit it. Reason tells them that this may be the only opportunity to change the fate of civilization. What do you want? Leader Ruelon's tone was awkward. You have already said it very clearly. You know what I want. Even if you don't give it to me, I can get it myself. Your ambition is too great. Believe me, the magnificent universe is worth this little effort. You will never regret buying this ticket, but you will only regret missing the opportunity for life. Z. The screen suddenly darkened and the video turned offline. Bennett was immersed in the shock just now, and couldn't help but say in surprise, did they refuse? No. Han Xiao curled his lips. They're discussing. Bennett stared at Han Xiao with complicated eyes and said, You have changed. I have never changed. Han Xiao shrugged and said casually, It's just that no one can understand every side of a person. Bennett didn't say anything. His heart was in a mess. Black Star was going to become the ruler of this planet. Could it be that his motivation for returning is not only to save people, but also to rule the planet? He didn't know if Han Xiao did this right. History has proved countless times what consequences would a person be like if power is concentrated on him. He has seen too many ambitions, sad endings. The inflated desire has always been the source of tragedy. You must know that when you stare at the abyss is also saying, what are you looking at? Time was pulled for a long time, like a spider spitting silk. After waiting in silence for 10 minutes, the screen finally lit up again. The leaders of the 6 countries all appeared, staring at Han Xiao with a complicated expression. As long as you fulfill your promise, we are willing to meet all your requirements, and the power we can use will also be waiting for your dispatch. Your conditions, we accept it. The 6 countries actually have no choice. As long as one regime chooses to accept it, others will fall behind if they don't accept it. Xinglong is the first to express his compromise. After discussion, the other 5 countries agreed one after another. Black Star has entered the level of the universe, and it is not embarrassing to compromise with him. One side is unattainable, treats them like a dog, and ignores them, while the other side is their kind. If you promise to truly help them, since you have to hold your thighs, it is better to hold your thighs. They did not ask Han Xiao carefully what he could give them, because they knew very well that they were not qualified to ask. This was not a fair deal. They had no bargaining chips. As Han Xiao said, even if they didn't give, he could get it himself. This is a one-sided alms. Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was very happy. He maintained a calm appearance and smiled and said, "My people will descend on your land on a spaceship as soon as possible to help you restore domestic order." The leaders of the 6 countries nodded one after another. Since a consensus has been reached, let me tell me a little information first. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Where is Deathgill Island? Death Knox Island is a secret prison jointly established by the 6 countries, with joint management, with a top-secret coordinate position, and the jailers only enter but not leave, completely isolated from the world. Among them, the detained are special prisoners, political prisoners, members of rebel organizations, and superpowers who do evil. The prisoners have different components. The only similarity is that they are by no means small-scale, not simple serial murderers or ordinary antisocial elements. Without a skill, he is not qualified to be locked up in Death Knox Island. The crimes of most prisoners are so numerous that the 6 kingdoms leave their lives and imprison them in a place where no one knows them, because they are attracted by their talents and hope to squeeze their value out. It can also be understood that Death Knox Island is an alternative talent reserve for the 6 countries, with a wealth of talents and a brilliant place. Some of the prisoners reached a deal with the 6 countries and used their talents to exchange for better treatment. But most people scoffed at this and mocked the negotiators of the 6 countries again and again, arrogant and cruel, like poisonous insects and beasts. The prisoners were afraid of them, and many prisoners were explicitly prohibited from close contact. Just yesterday, the 6 nations lost contact with the Death Knox Island. Now, the catastrophe has swept the world, and the 6 nations cannot protect themselves and cannot take care of the Death Knox Island. The 6 countries did not know that Death Canned Island was also affected by the alienation disaster, and the prisoners became ill on a large scale, and their responsibilities were all thrown behind. The sick jailer opened the metal prison doors of some prisoners, as if he had untied the neck of a tiger. Puff! The blood spurted out from the human body, dyed the gray metal corridor red, and the incandescent lamp tube, embedded in the center of the ceiling, painted a large piece of scarlet red, making the light in the corridor look misty and bloody. A strong man from Sinew, 2 meters tall, threw away the long guard's body that was tearing into 2 pieces, and his 2 bodies fell to the ground with a sticky sound. The strong man was naked, his big muscles were fully exposed, and he was covered with a large number of old scars and natural patterns of the Sinew people. He was a bald head. To be precise, all male prisoners were shaved into bald heads. The strong man shook his blood all over his hands and looked back. There were more than a dozen jailers lying on the ground. The guards in the area that had just been torn by his hands were also among them. Hundreds of yellow shells were scattered in the pool of blood, and there were many guns that were crushed by him, and the smelly blood was still spread. Prisoners are held individually, with cells hundreds of meters apart, and metal gates at both ends of the passage. The corridor where each section of the cell is located is an enclosed space. Looking around, there were no windows in the corridor. The strong man punched the wall a few times, leaving a shallow pit. The feedback from force showed that behind the wall was very thick metal and concrete. There were only 2 options to place in front of him, and he advanced or retreated along the corridor. Since he was imprisoned, the strong man had not left the cell yet. Naturally, he didn't know the map structure of the prison. He was too lazy to change into these 2 small prison uniforms and glanced at the monitor in the corner. I suddenly open my prison door, and no one else has come to stop me. Well, the air is filled with a dangerous smell. What happened to this prison? The strong man murmured to himself. Being locked on Death Knox Island, all prisoners had information blocked, so they were naturally not sure that there was an alienation disaster outside. Without hesitation, the strong man decided to move forward. After walking a few hundred meters, a metal gate blocked the way forward. He touched the thickness of the metal gate, took a deep breath, pulled his posture open, and pulled his right fist to his side like a bow. The muscles bulged violently, and the fist of the casserole hit the door hard. Zong, zong, zong. After more than 20 consecutive punches, the pit outlined an oval outline. When the strong man hit his shoulder, the metal was torn apart, and he knocked it away, opening the passage. After walking forward for a while, I finally saw the cell in this corridor. Several jailers were lying in front of the door. The door of the prison was opened, and the prisoners inside disappeared. The prisoners of Death Knox Island basically have no chance to meet other prisoners, and the strong man is no exception. He does not know what his neighbor is. He didn't think much and continued to move forward. He soon saw another metal gate, but there was a huge gap in the door, which was obviously a trace made by the same lucky neighbor. The strong man did not pause and passed several cells. There were no jailers' bodies in some places, but all the cells were opened. Obviously, they were rescued by the neighbor, and the gates of the road blocking were also broken, unobstructed. He gradually changed from walking to trotting, trying to catch up with the person ahead. After running for a while, I passed through a gate. Behind it was no longer the corridor of the cell that seemed to be endless, but an empty rotunda. In the center was a gray-black metal cylinder connecting the ceiling and the ground. This was the elevator shaft, divided into 4 elevators. A group of prisoners were surrounded in front of the elevator shaft. When they heard the footsteps of the strong man, they turned around. I'm another lucky guy, but I escaped alone. A tall and thin middle-aged and elderly prisoner walked out of the crowd, looked at the strong man up and down, and said, "If you didn't save other prisoners along the way, then you are my neighbor in another direction. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jieka, senior executive of Menya. I was imprisoned 11 years ago. Menya member? No wonder you're caught." The strong man nodded and said in a deep voice, "I am Tyne. I have been in prison for 4 years. What happened in the prison? Why did anyone let us go, and no one stopped us? I don't know, but since no one stopped it, this is a good opportunity to escape." Jieka pointed to the prisoners behind him and said, "They have their own abilities. Some even know the terrain of Death Knox Island. He could take us out of here." A thin man walked out, pointed to his head, and said, "I once hacked into the highest confidential database of the 6 kingdoms. I have seen the structural diagram of the Death Knox Island. Although it was only a few dozen seconds, I have recorded 60 or 70% of the content, and now it can be used. Humph, this is why I was arrested." In short, Death Knox Island is not an island overseas. Its name is misleading. Its real location is underground in a mountain range. The 6 kingdoms borrowed a natural cave to build this underground prison. There are 13 floors in total. Each floor is a circular corridor with many cells distributed. The outside of the prison is surrounded by a large amount of steel and concrete, and the missile cannot be blown up. The top or bottom floor is not the exit. The middle layer is the only passage to the ground. The location is very secretive and long. Since everyone wants to escape here, you can act with us. Jieka said. The strong man Tan nodded slowly. "What are your plans?" "The prison has not responded to our escape for a long time, so something else must have dragged them down. It is very likely that more than the prisoners on our level have escaped. If other prisoners are also escaped, they should all go to the top level." Jieka showed a cruel smile. "After so many years of confinement, we can get some interest from the prison guards." Tan frowned and did not agree. Everyone took the elevator and came to the top floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, a strong smell of blood came to their faces. The elevator shaft was surrounded by the corpses of prisoners, blood flowing into a river. The old warden was lying in the corner, with his abdomen wide open, and his blue-black intestines were taken out, tightly wrapped around his neck. His face turned purple, and he was strangled to death. Extremely cruel. However, Jieka and his group remained calm and did not change their faces. No one of them was present, so they were not moved by this scene. Another group of prisoners covered in blood were just waiting for the elevator, and the situation around them was undoubtedly their work. Is there someone else who escaped? The leader of another group of prisoners was a man with burns and disfigured face. He licked his lips and sneered. "Hee, you missed a carnival. There are no living people in this layer except us." Jieka narrowed his eyes. He knew the origin of this burned face. This was a cruel Superman who had committed many outrageous crimes. Even he was unwilling to provoke him for nothing. So he said, "How about joining forces? We know how to escape." That's fine." Burned-Face thought about it, but did not refuse. The two groups quickly reached a consensus and began to clean up the surviving prisoners layer by layer and rescue other prisoners by the way. The prisoner team became larger and larger. Gradually, there were hundreds of people, and all the prisoners were released. Not long after, the entire prison was washed away by blood, and the prisoners were fragile in front of them. Originally, Death Nox prison had many defense mechanisms and even self-destruct buttons to prevent prisoners from escaping. However, when everyone came to the main control room, they found that it was a mess. The jailers who were supposed to be left behind fought each other, for some reason. More than a dozen jailers used guns to sieve each other and died together. No wonder no one has stopped them. Have these prisoners strife in internal conflict. Everyone looked puzzled, feeling as if they were dreaming. After being locked up for so long, I was inexplicably regained my freedom. Why did the jailer beat his own people? There is weirdness everywhere. Due to the lack of intelligence, the prisoners naturally did not know the existence of the alienation disaster. Many prisoners suddenly became ill and paralyzed the Death Kill Island. Only then could they escape so smoothly, and even the most powerful fortress would be breached internally. All the prisoners were dealt with, and hundreds of prisoners were resting in the elevator shaft hall, so that there was enough time to look at others. Many people are once famous villains, ferocious, crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and many people have heard of each other's notorious reputations and are in awe and alert to each other. None of them is easy to mess with. There are also some new prisoners who have been arrested in recent years and have not been recognized. Most of the prisoners have been imprisoned on Death Nox Island for many years, and there are many people who have been imprisoned for 10 or 20 years. They are isolated from the world, have information blocked, and do not know the changes in the outside world. Tyne is the newcomer, and no one knows his origin. Because of their fear of each other, many irritable prisoners restrain their tempers. In an environment full of strong people, even the arrogant evil people will be low-key. After all, although they are cruel, they're not brainless and have no idea of causing trouble. They just want to escape from prison and then go their own way and part ways. The prisoners fumbled for a while, found the way to leave, and couldn't wait to walk in. This was a tortuous artificial passage that ran through the mountain belly. After walking for about 2 hours, all the prisoners began to get impatient. They finally saw the sunlight at the end of the passage and breathed the fresher air. It's out. Everyone was energetic, quickened their pace, and rushed out of the passage. This is the belly of a mountain range, and the exit is a seemingly inconspicuous cave surrounded by lush forests. The wind blows through the forest and leaves rustle. The sky is clear. The sun shines on your body. A warm feeling, a long-lost sense of freedom arises from the bottom of your heart, and many people greedily breathe the fresh air, feeling reborn. After being imprisoned for so long, I finally got out of trouble. The long-suppressed anger, ambition, and hatred were like an erupting volcano, out of control. Although I don't understand the changes in the outside world now, many prisoners want to return to their old careers and go to different places to make a big fuss. At this moment, a stranger suddenly sounded not far away. What a coincidence! I met you as soon as I came. I thought you had escaped. Han Xiao leaned against the trees and stared at everyone. The prisoners immediately looked over, with a vigilant and aggressive gaze, thinking that Han Xiao was very strange, and most people didn't know him. "Who are you?" shouted with a burnt face. "You can call me Black Ghost. This is my previous nickname." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Black Ghost," said coldly with burnt face. "Humph. Where did you jump out? I have never heard of a person like you." Bang! A thick light flashed. The next moment, the burned face and neck disappeared. The broken mouth was burnt. The headless corpse shook for a moment and fell straight to the ground. Han Xiao hooked his fingers, and the floating cannon aura array was like an obedient pet, spinning around him intimately. He had no mood to reason slowly and had no expression on his face. "Have you heard of it now?" "What? This is impossible." The sound of the headless corpse falling to the ground seemed to hit the heart, and all the prisoners present suddenly changed their expression. This guy who was burned and disfigured was a fierce man with a reputation. He killed countless people and was cruel. His strong strength made other prisoners dare not neglect along the way. He was a strong man at the third level of the peak of the Sea Blue Star. However, in the blink of an eye, he was killed without resistance. Everyone looked at Han Xiao in horror, with huge waves in their hearts. How could there be such a strong person in the world? Seeing this scene, Han Xiao frowned and said disappointedly, No one of you bald men knows my name? Your name, Black Ghost. The prisoners looked at each other. They had been in prison for a long time and had never heard of this name. The jailer would not disclose external information to them. Only a very small number of prisoners who have been imprisoned in recent years have experienced the budding destruction and learned Han Xiao's nickname. The Black Ghost, real name Han Xiao, is a traitor of the Bud organization and is also a key factor in the Bud's destruction. The most well-known war provoker in the past 5 years has also created a peaceful situation of the 6 countries' truce. Not only that, your personal strength has surpassed all known strong men and stood on the top of the Sea Blue Star. On the 3 traditional levels of strength, a 4th level represented by you has been added. Tan came out of the crowd with a solemn tone. He knew Han Xiao, but it was limited to the information before Han Xiao left the planet. Is there anybody who knows the goods? Han Xiao looked over, and before he could speak, a scream suddenly rang out. What, the Bud has died? Sure, Jieka looked unbelievable. He is the senior executive of Manya, who is imprisoned for 11 years. He is one of Manya's right-hand men and one of Manya's right-hand men. Before being caught, Manya was at its peak. He always believed that the leader would lead Manya to achieve his goal sooner or later. However, he did not expect that after being imprisoned for more than 10 years, he learned about Manya's GG and was completely confused. Not only him, but also many prisoners were moved and shocked. Oh my God! What exactly has happened to the world during the time we are locked up? It seems that someone knows me, so I don't have to waste my words. Han Xiao was quite relieved, and his eyes swept over the prisoner in front of him and recognized many familiar faces. Sure, Jieka returned to the budding organization after getting out of trouble in his previous life. The budding was not ripped by the nuclear severity in his previous life, causing trouble in the disaster of alienation. In order to fight against the 6 kingdoms that were inclined to Ghidorah, he was bewitched by the lies of the Dark Star and stood on the side of the Dark Star. The destruction of the Bud organization not only changed the plot of 1.0, but also affected the 2.0 version. Originally, players in the Bud camp also had channels to interstellar forces, but were cut off by Han Xiao. There was no Bud camp again. The Dark Star also lost the cannon fodder it should have. Tyne, one of the important figures of the 2.0 alienation disaster, was the first person to discover the body of the alienated primordial in the previous life plot. He was possessed by the body and became a host. Because he shared the strong hunger of the alienated primordial for energy, he could not control himself and absorbed energy everywhere, so that the alienated primordial growth quickly, thereby accelerating the process of the catastrophe. He is the player's enemy and a big villain. The alienated primordial desires energy, and it can move itself, but it moves too slowly, so it will obtain the vehicle by possession. Although the alienated protoplasm uses hormones and dopamine to guide the actions of infected people, it cannot tamper with the thoughts of infected people at the spiritual level. So it cannot allow infected people to do complex behaviors such as collecting energy and transporting them over on a large scale. In addition to these two, the other prisoners also had their own incidents. They made waves on the Sea Blue Star and were surrounded and annihilated, becoming new characters that players contacted. Han Xiao came to Death Knox Island early to erase this group of unexpected factors and ensure that his plan is not affected. And recruiting talents is, by the way. The strength of the superpowered man in the Sea Blue Star can no longer keep up with his level. Only some prisoners with special talents are valuable to him, just like a character like Yi Qing. According to his knowledge of the prisoners in Death Knox Island, all of these people were rebellious people, and he did not expect to convince others with reason. After arriving, Han Xiao swept it with a large life detection radar and found that there were many life signals operating underground. So he waited at the exit and waited for the prisoners to come out to catch them all. The anti-detection equipment arranged by the 6 countries was useless in front of his machinery, with flaws like fragile wet tissues, broken with one stab. What's your purpose? The prisoners acted on alert. Let's talk about it. A disaster is sweeping across the sea blue star, and every talent is very precious. I'll learn from the 6 kingdoms the location of your prisoners. So I will give you a chance to make meritorious service so that you can serve the people and give you a shiny and warm position. Impossible. The 6 kingdoms will never reveal the location of this secret prison to anyone, someone shouted. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Oh, the 6 kingdoms are now obeying my command. Everyone was speechless. How could the 6 kingdoms obey one person's command? This guy must have deliberately scared people and didn't make drafts on bragging. Do you think they're all fools? No matter who you are, I'm not interested anyway. I refuse. I'm not asking you. Han Xiao moved his shoulders and said expressionlessly, given your destructive power, in order to prevent the situation from deteriorating, I will not let the rejection leave alive. So if I don't obey, I will die. What a big tone. It's such a scary threat, but I'm not afraid of you. At this time, a man with a spider tattoo on his face came out, with a fearless look on his face, and said wildly, if you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, you will be my grandson. The eyes of the other prisoners lit up. This guy is a black spider, famously difficult to deal with, and has a clone ability. Once killed, he will be resurrected from the clone who doesn't know where to hide. Black Spider always thinks that he is immortal, so he is very arrogant and not afraid of any danger. So it's you. Han Xiao knew it. He had had an interaction with the Black Spider a long time ago. This guy was captured because of him and was caught in Death Knox Island. Without waiting for the Black Spider to continue, Han Xiao directly used the Hela character card, and without saying a word, he had 3 mental shocks. The Black Spider was shocked. His mouth and nose were bleeding. He fell to the ground with a thump, raised his head hard, and said with a grim smile, I'm immortal. You wait. I will come to you again sooner or later. I will be the nightmare that will always entangle you. The next moment his breath was cut off. He died on the spot, with a grim smile on his face. The Black Spider is not afraid of physical death. His survival form has become a spiritual energy, and mental damage is his nemesis. In his previous life, he died at the hands of Hyla, and now he is also under the power of Hyla. Han Xiao doesn't mind letting him repeat the same mistake. The Black Spider had no idea that he was really dead this time. Before he died, he still thought that he would wake up, but he didn't know that his consciousness had been in darkness forever, and he never opened his eyes for another day. The first time I heard this request, I destroyed his soul, and he will not be resurrected. Han Xiao frugit. Before the prisoners could react, Han Xiao suddenly popped up several compression balls, flew over to his head, and spread out, turning into huge mechanical components, combining them with each other to form a silver mechanical palm of 7 or 8 meters in size. G75 type mechanical claw, one of the special drawings for mechanics. This large mechanical limb is a common tool for the mechanical system. It is controlled through neural links like an extended limb. It has many models and different configurations. With the increase in mechanical force of the mechanical system, its performance and power are very considerable. It can not only be used as a conventional combat method, but also as an auxiliary tool for large-scale operations. For example, to build a large warship, it is naturally inefficient with both hands alone, so it is necessary to assist mobile phone robots or such tools. In the past year, Han Xiao has enough manufacturing time to greatly enrich his mechanical equipment. The propulsion flames erupted from the bottom of the claws, flying straight out of hundreds of meters, slapped on an open space, like a palm technique falling from the sky. Bang! The earth shook, dust blew, and a large palm-shaped pit was smashed on the ground, spiderweb-like cracks. The mechanical fingers closed, picked up a large piece of soil, and threw it in front of the prisoners. In addition to the sound of the broken soil falling, There is also the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread. Although the prisoners could not see anything except the soil, their faces changed drastically. Because they knew that there happened to be an invisible guy in the team, hidden demon. Even if it is invisible, it can't hide it from my eyes. Han Xiao's claws of control of the weapon were suspended above his head, saying, "So don't be lucky." He discovered the trace of the hidden demon just now. But he didn't expect that this guy was also locked up in Death Knox Island. The Yinyao had fought with Han Xiao before and was extremely afraid. He wanted to sneak away while Han Xiao was focusing on the prisoners. However, he was slapped into a sauce by the mechanical giant hand, and he was burping without saying a word. With Han Xiao's current strength, killing the hidden demon is as easy as slapping a mosquito to death. It is no problem to sweep the entire Sea Blue Star with one force. In his eyes, these powerful prisoners were not as good as a group of 3 meteor interstellar wanderers. "Okay, Oklahoma, give me a reply quickly. My time is very valuable." Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and the aura array of floating cannons spread out to surround the prisoners. The fingers of the claws of the weapon opened and turned into 5-tube, super large caliber light cannons, ready to go. The rising energy fluctuations made everyone present frightened. The prisoners looked angry and unwilling. After finally escaping, they met a man who was so powerful that they were desperate. He had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth. The Black Ghost had crushing combat power. Even if everyone went together, it would probably end up being wiped out. The situation was stronger than that of the people, so the prisoners had to endure their anger and compromise, and bowed their heads one after another, but they did not accept their fate and secretly planned. Pretend to agree to him for the time being and run away when you have the chance. Many prisoners had the same idea. Han Xiao pointed at the number of people and said, "There are fewer people who died than I expected. You are quite conscious. Let's go back to the shelter with me. Get on the boat." "Get on the boat? What boat to board? Shouldn't it be on the plane?" Everyone was stunned. Buzz, a large area of space in the sky, suddenly twisted, and a huge spacecraft suddenly appeared in the clear blue sky. Han Xiao arrived here on a spacecraft under his command and maintained a hiding mode. It was not until now that the prisoners could see the huge spacecraft, like a fortress floating in the air. All the prisoners suddenly became O-shaped mouths. Their eyes were dull, and their faces were confused. "Damn, the ship you were talking about is a spaceship?" Although they knew that Han Xiao was very strong, due to information obstruction and preconceived concepts, Han Xiao was still a member of the Aqua Blue Star in their eyes and never thought about it in the direction of the universe. The giant spacecraft that appeared at this time smashed their worldview, beyond their imagination. They originally did not believe in the statement that the 6 kingdoms surrendered to Han Xiao, but when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but waver. The prisoners completely dispelled the idea of escaping, put on a bitter face, lined up obediently on board the spaceship, and the vicious thug became a well-behaved and gentle sheep in front of Han Xiao. The last prisoner passed by Han Xiao and suddenly stopped in front of the gangway. He turned to look at Han Xiao and hesitated. "Do you still remember me?" Han Xiao paused, looked at the prisoner carefully, and suddenly was stunned. "You are Hannes." "It's me." Hannes smiled bitterly. "Why are you here?" "Bennett, and I thought you were missing." Han Xiao looked surprised. There was a hidden mission released by Hannes in his panel called New Era Origin, which explores the secrets hidden behind the history of the Sea Blue Star. Before Han Xiao left Hylon, the mission had already reached the 3rd ring, but because Hannes suddenly disappeared, there was no follow-up prompt, but the mission had not failed, so he felt that Hannes should be alive. Hannes was locked up in Death Knell Island, which was much beyond Han Xiao's expectations. It's hard to describe it. Hannes shook his head helplessly. "I discovered an amazing secret. This secret brought us danger. Everyone else died. Only I survived." Han Xiao frowned and guessed. "You were locked on Death Knox Island. So was this done by the 6 kingdoms? Did you find the secret they wanted to hide?" "No." Hannes shook his head. "Although the 6 kingdoms caught me, I was on the verge of death at that time, and they saved my life. Then why were you arrested? Hannes smiled bitterly. Maybe it was because there was a dead Ghidorah lying beside me at that time. What? Han Xiao was shocked. How could you meet Ghidorah? Oh, let's talk slowly on the boat. You have even a spaceship now. It's different from the past. Maybe only you can use the clues I found. Hannes tightened his fists, and his tone couldn't suppress his anger. My guess is correct. Aqua Blue Star has become a devastated person now. There is indeed a mastermind behind it. Ghidorah is the source of the war. Deathcan Island is located in another land section, and it takes an hour to return to the shelter, and the spacecraft is kept at low speed within the planet's atmosphere. But it is also much faster than the plane. Han Xiao placed the little bastards on Death Knox Island in the guest room, and then ignored them and found Hannes to continue the topic just now. Hannes described his missing experience. After the end of the budding war, he led the team of archaeologists to embark on a journey to find new secrets. Because Han Xiao allowed the players to complete many mission conditions, Hannes and others obtained new information and found new doubts in the vast sea of files. The clues actually pointed to the war between the Sky Blue Star Hunter nations. There were hundreds of countries on the aquarium. Although there were some frictions, they were generally peaceful and prosperous, and they were full of curiosity about the universe. With the appearance of Ghidorah, they brought interstellar knowledge and learned that too many countries were slowing down the development of civilization, and the resource waste rate was extremely high, which would trap them on the planet, and the world pattern became turbulent. Due to different positions of different countries, no one is willing to give up their sovereignty. Even though we know that tragedy will happen in the future for various reasons before the crisis is really imminent, most people will choose to be short-sighted. The friction becomes increasingly intense, and in the end, force seems to have become the only way. Therefore, because of this theory of internal friction, a world war broke out decades ago, and many countries were destroyed in the war, and in the end, only 6 countries remained. A major reshuffle was carried out and resource integration was completed, but the negative impact of the war has not been eliminated to this day. Hannes does not believe that a theory can cause hundreds of countries to start war. He firmly believes that there must be a behind-the-scenes driver behind the war. After some search, they finally made new progress and also brought about a catastrophe. The clues guide us to discover a cave underground in the Somal Desert. There's a tall, golden statue. You won't believe what I saw with my own eyes. The statue actually moved and attacked us with great force, and our attack could not hurt it at all. Then what? Han Xiao did. We fought with the statue. It was indestructible, and it sprayed light. My team members died in battle. The war did not take their lives. Unexpectedly, they died here. Hannes gritted his teeth and said, I was also seriously injured. I thought I was dead, but the statue stopped. The walls of the cave suddenly changed color and became metal. I realized that the original rock wall was a disguise. The metal wall was embedded with an oval container like a nutritional warehouse, about the same size as a human body. A Ghidorah man walked out of the warehouse and squatted in front of me. He asked me how I found this place. Continue, I'm listening. I was dying at that time, so the other party was very close. I pretended to be seriously injured and tried to communicate with him. I asked him who he was and why a Ghidorah stayed on the aquarium star. He seemed to be disdainful of answering and was about to stand up and leave. The statue moved again and was about to raise his hand to kill me. I had no choice but to take the opportunity to rush up and dare not hold back. Unexpectedly, the Ghidorah not only couldn't dodge, but was also beaten to death by me. He turned out to be an ordinary person. After he died, the statue stopped and I was seriously injured and unconscious. After a few days, a team of agents came to this cave and found me who was on the verge of death, so they caught me. They seemed to be chasing our whereabouts and found the cave, and all the things inside were seized by them. Because of the involvement of the Ghidorah, I was locked up in Death Knell Island and frequently tortured intelligence. How do you determine Ghidorah is the mastermind based on these alone? Of course, I'm not guessing. Prison is a good place to think. I have connected a lot of information, and there must be a reason for a Ghidorah staying on the aquarium star. I suspect that although Ghidorah does not interfere with the aquarium star on the surface, he has actually sent people to monitor us and secretly interfere in the process of our civilization. Although I don't understand Ghidorah, I know that interests are eternal, and doing so must be in line with their interests. It may not be what you think. A person cannot represent a civilization. Besides, Ghidorah has a long-time enemy force, and it is full of golden skins. Han Xiao did not comment, thought for a while, and said, I have a good relationship with Ghidorah now. Maybe I can find someone to check it out. What clues can you give me? I remember the appearance of the Ghidorah man in every picture that happened in that cave. Hannes took out the paper, buried his head, and drew it, and soon drew more than a dozen paintings. The Ghidorah people have a clear appearance. Han Xiao took a photo with a communicator and asked the other party to search for a portrait based on his relationship with Nagakin. He then looked at the statue portrait in Hannes' mouth, which was made of human form, with 4 arms, no facial features on his head, but 2 rows of holes like eyes, 3 on one side, a total of 6, emitting golden light, and he exuded a sudden scream. This is a kind of combat puppet, Ghidorah's magical industrial product, which can be easily bought, but it is relatively expensive. If you're someone other than a magician, you can only destroy the puppet by breaking statues. With your strength, it is difficult to destroy an interstellar-level artificial combat machine. This puppet should be the guard of the Ghidorah people. There's also a place where Ghidorah people stay is a life-saving sleep warehouse, which may have an internet connection function. I have time to ask the 6 kingdoms to see if I can take it over and study it. Hannes grabbed Han Xiao's hand and begged in a tone, this is the only clue that can be played in your hands. I can only count on you. I have nothing to repay you. I just hope you can help me for the sake of our old friendship. I really want to find out the truth. Who is the origin of all disasters? The panel jumped out of the prompt. The 3rd ring display of New Era Origin was completed, giving millions of experience and successfully entering the next ring. It shows that this is the task of the last ring. There's only one requirement, which is to find out the truth, and the only clue is the portrait of this Ghidorah. No wonder this is a hidden A-level mission, which involves 2 versions. If you want to use this clue, you must deal with the Ghidorah civilization, so the mission can only continue to be carried out in version 2.0. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The rewards are naturally quite large, and the experience is several million, but the Korean technician has the player market and the demand for experience rewards is minimal. In addition to experience, there are also several free attribute points, potential points, a chance to get a random reward, and a unique honor medal for A-level tasks. This thing can enhance all attributes because he assigned the task to the hardworking contract workers, so the conditions for each link are completed and the evaluation is very high, so you can definitely get it. In this way, I will receive the 2nd Medal of Glory. Han Xiao secretly thought that if the war to provoke the Hylon Star was really Ghidorah's plan, then this person's information should be confidential, and asking rashly will alarm the enemy. Let's talk about it when Ghidorah's troops arrive at Hylon. The team should be Nagakin, and it's easier to talk to acquaintances. He shook his head, not caring about the truth. After all, the struggle between civilizations is nothing to do with right or wrong. It's just a dispute over position. Even if it was really made by Ghidorah, now Aquarium Star has to rely on others to rescue disasters. It is related to so many lives. It is not good to be strong, and it is the bottom line. He cares more about food and vegetables than when he is confused. Just like when eating, people always need to ignore the source of food, such as using feces to grow vegetables and using slurry to feed pigs. When drinking milk, few people will be confused about what the first person who knows how to drink milk was doing. When marrying a wife, unless you're particularly lucky, you should choose to ignore the fact that you have brothers. If a friend dies, at the cremation memorial service, when everyone closes their eyes and observes silently, Technician Han is the kind of person who will go up to add firewood. What he said is pragmatic. Therefore, from Han Xiao's perspective, no matter what the truth of history is, the value that can be created in the future is even more important. Back at the shelter, Han Xiao asked the mercenaries to guard the prisoners on the Morning Knox Island. Although these unruly guys were beaten up in one go, they still needed some training to use it. He was very relieved to hand over this work to the mercenaries. Although these prisoners all have a high opinion of themselves, they just write the 4 big words, "I am a bad person," on their faces. Compared with the interstellar mercenaries who have killed countless species through different galaxies, they are like kind little sheep. In the next 10 days, Han Xiao gradually launched an action. The magic mercenaries greatly increased the production of inhibitors and were able to be supplied to refugees in shelters on a large scale, stabilizing the situation. At the same time, more refugees came to the shelter, which was very crowded, so Bennett began to expand the shelter with the help of the player, Liver, and the construction progress was so fast. Refugees are constantly coming, and according to this progress, the shelter will probably be expanded into a super large city. Han Xiao did not forget the 6 countries. Since the 6 countries compromised, he asked some mercenaries to bring some raw materials and landed directly on a spaceship to the capitals of the 6 countries. The uninformed civilians in the city were stunned. After the 2 sides contacted each other, some mercenaries stayed in the 6 countries to help them create inhibitors. The 6 countries were also veterans. They made a big fuss with the inhibitors. After several shows, the confidence of the people gradually returned and order gradually recovered. The 6 countries naturally did not make a verbal compromise with Han Xiao. Han Xiao had the right to mobilize their army, aircraft, tanks, warships, and other war equipment. Han Xiao could get it with just one word. However, there was no need to do this. He couldn't use it, so it would be better to leave it to the 6 countries, and it would be better to share the pressure of the shelter. The refuge and the 6 countries' actions to resist the alienation disaster were slightly effective, but the number of refugees saved was only a drop in the bucket compared to the world's lives. The wild beasts and plants in the wild could not be dealt with. The most terrifying thing was the creatures in the sea, which were several times more numerous than the land beasts, and were also affected by the alienation disaster. There were even biambular beasts that had even landed on land, and several coastal cities have been severely damaged. Therefore, outside of sight, the situation of alienation disaster is still very serious and is still deteriorating. Most of the players in the Sea Blue Star stayed in a shelter, which is actually not conducive to the overall situation, but it is very beneficial to Han Xiao. He reaped a lot of experience and recruited 30,000 to 40,000 players through the Black Star selection ceremony. This selection has become one of the daily activities of players. The forum was discussed fiercely and shared experiences, and concluded that the iron-headed baby was like a firework in a moment. Only by comparing with each other can it last forever. It is better to wait for someone than to slaughter a city. Because it is a group selection, players gradually began to form teams and cooperate. Casual players tried their luck, and professional players showed their operations, while the guild used peripheral members to escort the core members, and each of the 8 immortals showed their magical powers across the sea. I once failed the test of a real man with 30 seconds, and now I cannot miss the opportunity to join. Whenever I see Quang Dao, Hao Ian, and others wearing high-end equipment swaying, other players can't help but envy. If it weren't for the shelter, I would have wanted to go up and try to kill people and explode the equipment. With the cooperation of players, the pass rate of selection has increased significantly, and players thought they had found the trick. Han Xiao liked them thinking so. Han Xiao has been preparing for a long time, and everything is currently going according to his plan, which is basically good news. Except for one phenomenon. This is an accident that he did not expect. Players actually learned how to play Veen cards from Melos, and more people are addicted to playing cards and cannot extricate themselves. When Han Xiao learned about this, he wanted to strangle Melos to death, playing cards. He knew how to play cards every day and even brought a dedicated high-quality man with a good foot. Are you trying to force me to sell card bags on behalf of others? Not doing your job properly. After joining the mercenary group, players exert their subjective initiative and entangled cadres in interaction. Mercenaries are also a resource. Handsome men and beauties like Arashia, Fording, and Sawiya have attracted many crazy bees and waves. They are not as accustomed to the enthusiasm of players like Han Xiao. However, the mercenaries were not impatient with these new companions. Some players were recommended by Melas Amway's Veen card and soon became out of control. The Veen card is popular in the universe and is full of charm. The cards have simple enchantments. Various light and shadow effects can be displayed when playing cards. Not only is it interesting, but each card is a force and character in the interstellar world, which makes players very interested in the pattern of the Starry Sea. Playing cards can actually increase your knowledge. With the existence of a forum, new things can always attract players' attention quickly. There are posts that popularize various gameplay and deck introductions of the Veen card, which arouses curiosity and onlookers from all over the world. Playing a small game in the game, two happy things add up. This is double happiness. In the previous life, the Veen card was already popular among the player group. Now players have been exposed to the Veen card much earlier than in the previous life, which has set off this trend in advance. The Broken Star Ring deck that Melas showed off to players was also photographed and posted. The cards were all characters with Broken Star Rings. Most players did not recognize them. Only a few characters knew by players, such as Emmys, the dragon boat. Many people still remember the big white legs that were all over the screen. The player also discovered the cards of the Black Star mercenary group and was shocked. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao was also a member of the deck. It can be made into a card, which should be a symbol of status. Doesn't this mean that the Black Star has a great status in the Broken Star Ring? Players couldn't help but feel surprised. The stronger the camp, the happier the players who joined. But Han Xiao was helpless. Players could create value every minute and wasted their limited energy on infinite playing cards. Isn't this a disguised reduction of his profits? It's useless to be diligent and meritorious. A great man once said that nothing can be solved by playing cards. If so, then let's have another game. The players enjoy it. Han Xiao couldn't force the player. It hurts in his eyes because the player is the target of his recruitment, so the player's strength is equal to the strength of the force to a certain extent. After struggling for a long time, Han Xiao had a new idea. Since players like playing cards, just find an opportunity to hold a card game in the name of the camp and set up an award or something like that. Large-scale group leisure activities can enhance the sense of belonging to the camp. Han Xiao felt that this plan was reliable. In this way, it is not necessarily a bad thing to make players fall in love with playing cards early. However, even if the event is to be held, it will naturally not be the present. At least after leading the players into the interstellar world, you can still sell a wave of card packs at that time. Version 2.0 has been on for more than 10 days, and players have gradually adapted and got on the right track. The maximum level limit of the previous version was level 60, which happened to be stuck in the watershed of the first racial sublimation. Now the level limit has been increased, and players have completed the advancement one after another, and were amazed. This topic quickly swept the forum and firmly sat on the highest popularity of all planet sectors. The player analyzed the sublimation of race. This was similar to his previous life. Han Xiao did not pay attention. He found his own cadres and expressed his intention to learn the exercise method of strength. The exercise method of strength is not a rare thing. Most of it is a general skill and is not restricted by profession. Han Xiao asked around and said that Melas had a high favorability enough that he directly gave a new method without additional conditions. Sunil Energy Gathering Method. The basic method for Sunil people to practice strength. The total effect is strength plus 20. The current number of exercises is 0/100. The effect of each exercise depends on strength, agility, or endurance. Select the highest attribute. Each exercise consumes experience and 1,500 physical strength. Han Xiao is not lacking in experience now, and his physical recovery rate is also very high. After practicing this skill in 2 or 3 days, the effect of each exercise is strength plus 3. The total effect becomes plus 320 strength, which is still several hundred different from the standard of 9,000 strength. He needs new skills. The more you learn this skill to exercise your strength, the greater the experience you consume each time. However, Han Xiao's experienced reserve at this time does not need to worry about this problem. Harmon also agreed to share his strength training method, but there was a requirement, which was to fight with great pleasure and defeat him. This guy is the protagonist and a combat madman. In order to form a war alliance and temper himself, he will not miss any opportunity to fight. Han Xiao is in no way unable to do so. When he recruited Harmon, he fought once. His strength was the best at the B level, and his battles at the same level are worth no less than anyone. The two came to the spaceship practical training room and met from afar. This battle specifically avoided players. Han Xiao didn't want to show his strength so quickly. Moreover, for their level, the arena is too fragile, and it has to be repaired if it is broken, which is too troublesome. However, he still uses everything. He wants to let the mercenaries bring the prisoners here, let them feel the combat power of the interstellar mercenaries, and train them at will. Hannes was not included among the prisoners. Han Xiao gave him freedom and allowed him to stay in shelter. Bennett was really surprised when he saw his missing old friend. After learning about Hannes's guess, he was also in a heavy mood, but Han Xiao didn't care. "Come on when you're ready." Han Xiao nodded and said to Harmon, "Bang." Nonsense is not Harmon's style. His muscles suddenly swelled, and his body was several times that of Han Xiao. He stepped on his legs and rushed straight towards him like a shell. He swung his battle axe and smashed it down, slashing towards Han Xiao head-on. Kaka! Two mechanical giant hands quickly spread over Han Xiao's head, grabbed the axe together, pushed the flames up, and wrestled with Hammond. And the force collided with force, and a circle of air waves burst out, and the prisoners watching in the corner were blown away directly, turning into rolling gourds one by one. The prisoners could not even stand firm in the aftermath of the collision between the two, and got up in a mess, with a look of horror. They had seen Han Xiao take action, but at that time, the level was not enough, and they could not understand Han Xiao's exact combat power. Now they were watching the battle head-on and realized that they were almost the same as ordinary people in front of these interstellar mercenaries. Han Xiao's hands were shocked, and two mechanical giant hands spread out on his side, attacking with both fists. Zong! Zong! With two heavy blows, Harmon flew out. His legs landed on the ground, making a loud bang, and the metal floor was stumbled. For mechanical giant hands took advantage of the victory to chase and slammed in a series of heavy blows. With the increase in mechanical force, Harmon almost did not dodge, swung the battle axe hard, and the axe kept fighting with the metal giant hands. The sound was like thunder, and Mars was splashing everywhere. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of collision echoes in the room. Han Xiao stood still, not even wearing a mecha. Over the past year, he has improved his combat mode and added some elite mechanical systems. He no longer uses the third company of migrant workers who are low-profile Legion streams. He now has more means to deal with opponents at the same level. For example, this set of enhanced melee flow comes from high-end knowledge, giant duplex mechanical technology, and advanced knowledge, reinstalled mechanical transformation. It uses tools of the mechanical giant hand type as the core system. In addition to melee combat, other weapons can also be configured in it, and attack and defense can be integrated. The material used in G75 type mechanical claw is the hardest alloy that Han Xiao can synthesize at present. His material technology at this time was still in advanced material synthesis, and he did not learn high-end knowledge of materials. The four giant hands suddenly disintegrated, and the parts were like butterflies passing through flowers, causing Harmon to cut in the air, and one staggered and revealed the flaws. At this time, the parts formed the giant hands again. The four palms closed from front, back, and left and right, trapping Harmon in the center with only the head exposed. The components of the mechanical finger tightened and fixed, grasping Harmon's body and controlling it in one go. Buzz! The next moment, shock waves burst out at the same time in the four palms, and the ground shook violently. The air twisted at an amplitude visible to the naked eye, and the shock waves shot through the limited space in the training room, making a whirring sound. The prisoners who tried their best to retreat were still caught. The wind pressure pressed them tightly against the wall, like hanging paintings. Everyone's face trembled continuously, like layers of ripples, and their expressions were even more distorted than diving. A series of damage numbers jumped out from Harmon's head, and the shock damage penetrated into his body. Harmon's tense body was immediately shaken and entered a brief state of removal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Xiao rose up and kicked Harmon in the head. Countless mechanical components instantly spread on his legs, climbing one after another. In the blink of an eye, a black mechanical sole of several meters was attached to his calf, and kicked Harmon hard on the face, making a dull sound. This kick hit a real hit, and the huge force made the floor under Harmon's feet concave and bend and twisted. Before Harmon could break free from control, the mechanical soles of the mechanical feet made a sound of Kerala's mechanical movement. The alloy shell of the soles of the feet unfolded, revealing a large-caliber gun barrel, which hit Harmon's face at 0 distance. Light particles condensed, and a dazzling light lit up in the gun barrel. Boom! The light cannon gave Harmon a passionate face. The two of them bounced away suddenly, and their burly bodies emitting black smoke rolled and fell out. Han Xiao landed lightly, and the mechanical giant hands and soles disintegrated at the same time, turning into mechanical components, quickly folded, and turned into a compression ball again, automatically retracted. This set of combos is a common conventional combat method currently used. Swoosh! Suddenly, Harmon threw out his battle axe while rolling, and the axe swung and flew, causing a scream. Han Xiao did not move. The halo array appeared behind him, and the floating cannon sprayed light, instantly woven a golden shield and blocked him. The axe was embedded in the shield with a slam, leaving a large crack like a broken mirror. The axe blade touched Han Xiao's forehead 10 centimeters away. After pushing away the axe, Han Xiao looked over. Harmon stood up and suffered a series of heavy blows. In addition to the large charred black body, he was still fierce and took out a warhammer. Hey, it's so exciting. Harmon wiped the corner of his mouth. His tone was rough, and he was breathing heat, and he was full of fighting spirit. It's really a beating. Han Xiao was helpless. Harmon was stubborn and liked to solve everything with his fists. He didn't admit defeat like Melas. He could only end the battle by knocking him out. Although they are melee fighters, Melas is both an output and a meat shield, while Harmon is a pure MT, very meaty. He can see Harmon's attribute panel, and he has 2 very strong specialties, God of War toughness. The effect is that when the health volume is reduced to below 20% each time, there's a certain chance of recovering to half of the health volume. Body of desperateness. Every 1% of the health volume is lost, and the buff of strength, agility, and endurance +2 is obtained. In a battle, the amplification effect is not topped off. Theoretically, if Harmon is lucky, his strength can be improved endlessly, and he has the protagonist aura, and he is the favorite of the big baby under the goddess of luck skirt. His 2 specialties are like blood-locking plus unlimited bloodthirsty brutality to him. So this theory can easily become a reality. This is a combat talent. Harmon's only disadvantage is that his attack means are single, and there is no long-range attack. He is not a martial artist and cannot use ex vivo waves. He is a purebred warrior. When Han Xiao discovered Harmon's whereabouts, he was very surprised and set out to recruit without hesitation. Following the tradition of the tribe, Harmon is a pure warrior, straightforward, and keeping his promises. It can also be said that his mind is filled with muscles, so it is only 1-star difficult to fool. It didn't take long for Harmon to be driven out of his mother star. It was just when the War Alliance was needed. Han Xiao's strength was recognized by Harmon. The 2 sides reached a deal and joined the War Alliance himself, while Harmon joined a mercenary group. There are plenty of fighting opportunities to become a mercenary, which is what Harmon needs. So Harmon is not a direct cadre of the mercenary group, but more like a group of franchise collaborators with an equal status. Han Xiao has studied the protagonist-type characters. In addition to the standard halo of luck, the protagonist-type characters have more or less commonalities. For example, some people have extended events and plots, some people have personality and ideas, And some people have strong strength or great potential. And Harmon is the kind of strong himself. Luhan orcs believed in the way of warriors. In the Colonel tribe to which Harmon belongs, he had long become famous and was hailed as the Roaring Beast. This is the title of praise for powerful warriors by Luhan civilization. He is a favorable candidate for competing for chiefs. In short, Harmon is the kind of protagonist-type character who is very strong from the beginning. Han Xiao's relationship with him is not far away, nor is it close. Harmon adheres to the tradition of the War Alliance, so he is not reluctant to fight for Han Xiao, and the soldiers will never be indecisive. Harmon has challenged almost all the cadres of the entire mercenary group. Everyone knows that he is getting stronger and stronger. He is almost unable to beat Xiaoqiang. It is very difficult. No cadre is absolutely sure to defeat him head-on except Erosia. No matter how strong Harmon is, he cannot cut down an energy body. This is his flaw. Han Xiao was not interested in comparing durability with Harmon, and the faster the battle ended, the better. Roar. Harmon let out a roar, and his powerful lung capacity shocked the air. He dragged the warhammer to charge again, and every step made the metal floor thud and approached at an extremely fast speed. Kerala, facing the charge, Han Xiao remained motionless, and 2 compression balls fell down their sleeves. The moment they touched the ground, the lightning flashed and the compression balls turned into 2 humanoid robot warriors, silently guarding Han Xiao's left and right sides. The robot warrior has a bright yellow, white, and black alloy shell. Its limbs are the same as humans, 2 meters high, and its armor is not bloated and thick, but it is not elegant and light. It is in a moderate body shape. The head shape is similar to the bird-beaked knight helmet, with 2 wing-like propulsion wings on the back and 4 fingers on the palm. It is not obvious from the appearance that the 2 robots are equipped with weapons. At the same time, Harmon had already come to Han Xiao, twisted his waist violently, and the warhammer with a big door panel drew an arc, sweeping across from the side. The power was obviously much greater than before, and a surging wind was rolled up. Call! Before the hammer arrived, the strong wind made Han Xiao a little difficult to open his eyes. This hammer obviously wants to knock the robot and Han Xiao together. If it is hit by this blow, Han Xiao will probably trigger the suppression of power, and he should fall into a brief dizziness. After all, his strength attribute is not high, and even if his blood volume is particularly fleshy, he will never feel good. Han Xiao was not panicked at all. His eyes flashed. Philip, load the data. Buzz. The 2 deadly robots were shocked and moved immediately, smooth and natural, without any mechanical stiffness. The robot on the left quickly stretched out his hands, and the mechanical arm cracked and extended many power components. The arm immediately grew a circle and became a heavy-mounted form. The palm grabbed the hammerhead, and the back propulsion device operated at full power, erupting a chaotic airflow. Clang! The warhammer was blocked, but it was not suppressed by Harmon in terms of strength. The robot on the other side closed his arms, and a crack was cracked in the middle of the arm armor, flashing with faint blue light. A large amount of air was absorbed in, making a scream. Then he punched out from the air, and a highly compressed air cannon was shot out from his fist, like a hurricane suddenly arose. Harmon's chest was stuffy, like a big tree pulled up in the wind, flying hundreds of meters away and crashing into the wall of the training room. Bang! The walls were sunken, and Harmon was trapped in. The actual combat effect is very good. Han Xiao looked at the 2 robots on the left and right. In addition to mechanical beasts, elite machinery is also indispensable for the mechanical army. In comparison, mechanical beasts are like miscellaneous soldiers, while elite machinery is a small boss. These 2 machine warriors are one of the elite bodies. Offer, an elite machine warrior in the Legion, has intelligent control of Philip's huge data and can carry out highly complex combat behaviors. The weapons and armor are all currently top creations, and the cost is very high. Even with Han Xiao's manufacturing speed, it will take several days to create an offer. The individual combat power is outstanding, and even facing B-level superpowers, he can fight back and forth. This is the helper used by Han Xiao in the same level of battle. Each Oath Keeper is independent and has its own codename. The two Oath Keeper codenames that are unfolding at this time are Fighter and Gunner. Harmon's muscles bulged, and he suddenly pulled himself out of the pit. However, Han Xiao did not give his opponent time to move. He closed his palms, and the halo array changed its formation and closed together. The emitted light cannon condensed into a larger laser. Boom! The light cannon hit Harmon's chest and shot into the wall again, and a violent explosion occurred. The heat wave rolled and black smoke filled. Taking this opportunity, the two Oath Guards flew out and entangled Harmon, fighting hard to get to the point of being difficult to separate. Since the Oath Guard is not like a mecha, there is no need to leave room for people to be installed. It is equipped with many weapons, such as compressed air cannon, gravity and repulsion devices, laser machine guns, high-circuit wave fencing, energy-concentrating photon cannon, electromagnetic shield, etc., long-range melee combat, and the combat mode is comprehensive. Harmon was restrained by the two Oath Guards and wanted to rush towards Han Xiao again and again, but they were all blocked back, roaring one after another and becoming more and more brave as they fought. This guy is amazing, but the single attack method is a fatal flaw. Warriors who do not point spells are no longer suitable for this version. Han Xiao's thought flashed, and a compression ball popped up. Behind him, a fan-shaped flat machinery was unfolded, like some kind of coil or amplifier, forming a spiral surrounding structure. Looking from Han Xiao's front, it was like a mechanical disc with a diameter of nearly 10 meters was unfolded behind him, a bit like a radar, and the patterns on it were like a maze of rings. Han Xiao's hands were facing backwards, and the power in his body erupted continuously, releasing the blasting lightning, and the lightning circulated along the mechanical disc patterns, constantly rotating. Buzzing, the blue light is getting brighter and brighter, and it is gradually connected in high-speed rotation, which is both blurry and dazzling. This is a large electromagnetic acceleration amplifier, dedicated to the machinery system. The material is an electroactive polymer. Through the practical mechanical force technique, the electromagnetic force is released, and the electromagnetic attribute energy is continuously increased in the amplifier, which is equivalent to the guidance time. This is a powerful control skill. The longer the guidance, the stronger the control effect. He has abundant funds and bought new high-end knowledge, high-end electromagnetic field, in 1 year and unlocked practical mechanical force skills. Without the help of machinery, the mechanic can also exert the combat power of mechanical force. Compared with trap flow, this move not only has stronger control power, but also has an active control skill. Sizzle. The rotation speed of the electric light continued to rise, and a white light source was formed in the field. Han Xiao's figure was no longer visible. The ions in the air were affected, and the prisoners were huddled in the corner and looked terrified, and their hair was all standing up, feeling a numbness. On the other hand, the furry Harmon had his soft hair standing up like a hedgehog. He noticed something was wrong and threw a war hammer towards the dazzling white light. However, a Vow Guard's head cracked, revealing a purple ring-shaped device, shooting out a surge of gravity. The warhammer that flew into the air suddenly stopped and was pulled back. Try this trick, Yang's electrotherapy. Dong dong dong. The next second, 6 metal pillars flew out and inserted around Harmon. Han Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed. The electromagnetic energy accumulated by the amplifier was like a mountain torrent, turning into a dazzling thunder, hitting one of the pillars with a bang. The next moment, the electric light rotated rapidly around the 6 pillars, like a lightning tornado, forming an electromagnetic cage. The 6 metal pillars are release devices, and all the power pours into the interior. As the electric lights rotate between the pillars, hundreds of lightnings shot wildly within the envelope. Harmon became a conductive body like a magnet, and all the lightning shot towards him, and hundreds of lightning strike him every second. Ah! Harmon rolled his eyes when he was so electric that he rolled his eyes, his whole body trembled, and he let out an uncontrollable moan. The flashing electric light lasted for several seconds, and the accumulated energy was consumed. The field became quiet, leaving only the slight electric wires in the air sticking, echoing the buzzing electromagnetic tail sound. Harmon in the center of the metal column swayed and fell down with a thud, emitting rolling black smoke like a burning steak. He was unconscious by the electricity and fainted. His supernatural powers were automatically lifted, and his expanded body slowly shrank. Although this guy has high health and defense, and has a bonus of expertise, his attribute resistance is not that abnormal. Han Xiao exhaled a breath of lightning flashing, recycled all the machinery, Corona Harmon, and this game was considered a win. My current combat mode, in addition to the turret flow, hound flow, trap flow, and mecha, also has the formal Legion flow form this year, but only large scenes can be used. And against the elite combat mode of the same level, there are mechanical limbs, floating cannon halo arrays, and oath guards. I have more ways to deal with strong enemies than when I was at Norios. Han Xiao stepped forward and woke Harmon up. The big guy woke up, slowed down for a while, and fulfilled his conditions and taught Han Xiao his own strength training method. Although he was defeated, Harmon was not angry. He would not regret failure. Every defeat would turn into experience. He would always prepare for the next battle. After the battle, the prisoners finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone was sweating profusely. Although they were just watching a battle, they felt more tired than fighting in person and were still scared. Aliens are all monsters. You understand Lu Han's tempering method. After obtaining the skill, Han Xiao was secretly happy and nodded at Harmon. Good fight. I have a chance to compete. Harmon said in a muffled voice, carried the battle axe, turned around, and left. In this competition, due to professional restraint, Han Xiao did not feel much pressure, but tried his own weapons. Compared to Melas, Harmon was more like a target. He sorted out his equipment, walked out of the training room, and found Melas standing outside the door. What are you doing here? I heard that you were having sex with Harmon, so I came over and took a look and thought I could see you in a mess. Melas laughed. I disappoint you. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Is there anything else? Melas put away his smile, coughed, and said, I want to ask, when will the things you promised me be fulfilled? I have too many things to promise you. Which one do you say? Melas raised his left mechanical arm with an expectant look on his face. You told me before that someone in your hometown can recover my broken limbs, and your mechanical prosthesis is quite comfortable. But I still miss the original product. Oh, this matter. Han Xiao suddenly realized that Melas' arm was broken by ashes, and Aurora's superpower could cure his disabled. After rubbing his eyebrows, Han Xiao had a headache. Although Aurora had this ability, this matter was quite sensitive. Aurora was so cute and enthusiastic and would definitely not refuse to help. The main problem was that Hela, who had a face paralyzed all day long, didn't know if her reaction would be as extreme as before. I'll take you to ask first. The wild environment is dangerous, and some refugees are shrouded in their respective residences. With a fluke mentality, they would rather bear the attack of alienated virus than leave the safe house, while some refugees do not want to sit and wait for death, risking their way through the wilderness ravaged by wild animals and coming to their only refuge. With Bennett's nature, they naturally could not ignore them. Even if the shelter was seriously burdened, one more had to be rescued. So far, the shelter received more than tens of millions of refugees, and the main city was crowded. More new Acropolis were opened outside the walls to divert refugees who had traveled across mountains and rivers. Because of the endless supply of refugees, although the production of inhibitors has increased, it is still in short supply. Fortunately, there are players who maintain public order, work hard, and enjoy it. Due to the huge number of people, Aurora is very busy and plays the role of human radar. She constantly distinguishes infected people among refugees and has almost no rest time. A shelter checkpoint. Thousands of new refugees with disheveled heads were under inspection here. Fully armed soldiers maintained order, and the refugees were filled with anxiety and tension. The disaster kept their nerves tense all the time. When can we go in? Do you know how many dangers I encountered along the way to come to the shelter? I just searched my body just now. Why should I keep us here now? Many refugees were excited. Everyone, we need to conduct a virus check before entering the shelter. Please cooperate. A guard captain said loudly. Although the refugees were dissatisfied, they had to hold back their anxiety when they heard this. At this time, Aurora walked to the crowd, closed her eyes, and used her supernatural power to sense the breath of life of these refugees. After a while, she opened her eyes, looked apologetic, and said, "There are infected among you. Please follow the guards to the isolation area." The guards walked into the crowd and pulled out infected people, and this action immediately made the refugees burst into pieces. "What are you doing? Let go. I'm not infected. Let go. Get away." The refugees' emotions were like powder barrels, and a little spark made them explode. Even though most people originally planned to be obedient, a small number of people took the lead and became excited, resisting and rushing to the guards. There were loud shouts of scolding, begging, roaring, and falling to the ground, and the scene was full of chaos. In extraordinary times, the guards' method of maintaining the scene was also very tough. They punched and kicked the infected person out, pulled the infected person out, put them in handcuffs, and threw them aside. The infected child was snatched from his parents by the guards, and they cried and cried. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The scene was quiet for a moment, and a male refugee looked excited, holding a pistol with a curling blue smoke coming from the muzzle. He fired a shot into the sky. The other refugees hurriedly retreated, and there was no one around the man holding the gun. The guards' faces changed drastically, and dozens of guns were pointed at the man at the same time. Damn it! What happened to the person who searched the front body, and why did he miss his gun? Put down a weapon. Otherwise we will shoot. The guard captain shouted. The man holding the gun trembled his legs and said loudly, "Don't be deceived by them. I heard that all infected people in quarantine were actually executed. Don't believe them. You misunderstood. We do have a way to save people. Don't be excited first." The captain of the guard spoke to comfort the man, but secretly signaled to the gunman next to him with his eyes. As long as the man's attention is distracted by him, he will shoot him and kill him immediately. At this moment, a tender cry suddenly sounded from the infected person who was caught. "Dad!" A 7 or 8-year-old boy broke free from the guard's big hand, stumbled and ran to the man with a gun, clutching the man's trouser legs tightly. His big eyes swept around, and his little body trembled. The captain of the guard cursed secretly, hurriedly pressed the gun of his companion, and shot his father in front of a child. Few people present were willing to do so. It would be easier if there was no such child. Think about your child. Please put down your weapons immediately. We can indeed save people. How? How to save? The man with a gun shouted. The captain of the guard patiently explained, "We have drugs to inhibit the virus. Isolating infected people is convenient for screening patients and then giving them medicine. Then bring the medicine immediately to my child. I will watch the whole process." The captain of the guard hesitated. The production of inhibitors is limited, and the infected people in the isolation area are queuing up. It should be 3 days later. I have no power. The man with the gun roared and interrupted the captain of the guard. "I don't care. Take the medicine immediately, otherwise I will shoot." As he said, the man with the gun aimed at Aurora, who was worried about looking at this side. He just noticed that Aurora was the person who identified the infected person, and seemed to be an important person. He felt that this threat was useful. All the guards were shocked and almost pressed the trigger with their fingers. "Don't shoot. She is the only person who can tell the infected person. Everyone needs her." "I don't care. I want medicine." The man with the gun had bloodshot eyes, and his emotions were extremely unstable. At this time, a dark red energy protected Aurora heavily, and Hela walked out of the side with a cold expression. The man holding the gun immediately fired, but the bullets were all shot away by the dark red shield. Hela waved his palm and shot the dark red energy, heading straight to the middle of the eyebrows of the man holding the gun. When Aurora was working, Hela kept following her as a guard to prevent any unexpected factors from hurting her sister. This blow caused a death blow, and she would not be ruthless in all factors that threaten her sister's safety. Sister, don't. Hyla frowned. The energy that was supposed to blow the gunman's head changed the route, but it only broke the gun in his hand. The guard immediately rushed forward and uniformed the struggling man, while pulling the little boy who was holding his father's trousers and crying aside. You should let me kill him. Kindness is the natural enemy of survival. You should change it. Don't be so childish. Hyla was impatient. Aurora smiled and said, No, I know that there is a sister here. He can't hurt me. He is just impulsive and shouldn't deprive him of his life. We are the ones to save refugees. My stupid sister. Helen narrowed her eyes, and those bloody memories flashed in a flash, shook her head and said, Don't be stingy with the greatest malicious intentions. Stepping away, her long legs wrapped in a black combat tights, Hela came to the man with a gun, looked down from a high point, and said coldly, If you don't believe us and don't want to be isolated, then please leave here. We lack anything, but there is no shortage of refugees. No one will stop you from getting out. Guard, let him go, and that child. The guards did as they did, letting go of the man. The man hurriedly picked up his child and glared at Hela, but was glared back. In front of Hela's murderous eyes, the man felt a chill, and his anger slowly faded. He glanced at everyone, hugged the child tightly, took heavy steps, and walked outside. He didn't want the child to be taken away by quarantine, so he was not ready to stay. At this moment, Aurora opened her mouth. Please don't leave. The man paused, looked back at the petite Aurora, looking surprised. Aurora said sincerely, Although we will not stop you from leaving, I strongly recommend that you stay. It is really too dangerous in the wild. You can only get safety in the shelter. Please believe in my sincerity. Then bring the medicine immediately and treat my child. The man said hurriedly when he heard this. However, Aurora shook her head. In order to protect her relatives, you take risks to resist. Believe me, I understand this impulse very much, but I'm sorry, we will never give you inhibitors in advance. This is unfair to others. Making trouble cannot get special treatment, but I urge you to believe us. Just patience. Your child will be treated sooner or later. Kindness is kindness, but she will not let the overflow of emotions. After experiencing a long darkness, the innocence in her character has long since passed away. Her words contained a reassuring force, and the man hesitated. At this time, his son wiped his tears and said, Dad, I believe her. Let me go to the quarantine area. I will protect myself. The man gritted his teeth and put down the boy. The guard captain stepped forward and took the boy's hand. The man tried to stop him several times, but in the end, he did not take action. After this episode, the emotions of this group of refugees calmed down, obediently accepted quarantine, and restored order. The two sisters left the site, and the giant bear waiting at the door was too big, following Aurora, obedient and docile. Hela touched Aurora's head and frowned. Have you forgotten my words? The spiritual comfort of helping others is meaningless. Others ask you to be selfless is their selfishness. Don't release kindness to strangers. They're not qualified to get your help. Aurora shook Hela's hand and whispered, Since you have the ability to help others, it's not also a kind of selfishness. Hela said coldly, For others, it's noble. For yourself, it's ugly, and it's disgusting. Most moral codes are scams that make people stupid. Uncle Blackstar used to save me. We're the people who have received help. Don't say you are unhappy. Aurora laughed. Every time he talked about this topic, Hela was speechless and said in a deep voice, Anyway, I will definitely return this favor to him. I don't like to owe others. Having said that, Han Xiao had already entered a new level and his status changed drastically. When he first met, Han Xiao was just a weak, experimental body with a thin body and a pale face. He was trained in her own hands, but now she has achieved this achievement. Sometimes she doubts whether all this is true, and her life is too impermanent. Hela was very worried about how to face Han Xiao now. Han Xiao seemed to no longer need her own strength. She didn't know how to repay this favor debt. Sometimes I really can't chat with you. Aurora pretended to be a mature person and sighed. If my sister was not so eccentric, there would be thousands of times more people who recognized you than now. People who need others to recognize you are just like this. Hyla frowned. Aurora shook her head helplessly. Although I have always been protected by my sister, I always feel that sometimes my sister is the child who has not grown up. At the corner, not far away, Han Xiao and mechas just arrived here when they heard the conversation between the two sisters and looked at each other. Go back. I think you have no chance. Han Xiao looked at it. mechas was shocked. Damn, you haven't asked yet. Can you play a practical role? You have heard that even if you are my friend, they may not give face. Han Xiao shook his head. Aurora looked warm and naturally was willing to help, but Hella was not sure. This little girl was cold-hearted and didn't like to meddle in other people's business. She also took good care of her sister, so she would probably obstruct her. Although she owes her a favor, with her strong personality, she will not let her sister pay off her debts. No, it's not an excessive requirement to ask them to use their superpowers. mechas was anxious. This is a historical reason. Her sister uses superpowers and needs to consume her own vitality. She had some bad experiences in the past, so she was nervous. You promised me. mechas refused. Okay, I'll ask you. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly and walked out to stop the two sisters. The white giant bear raised its nose and smelled a familiar smell. The small eyes, as big as mung beans, stared at Han Xiao hesitantly, not sure if it was his former master. It had not run out like a joyous moment, rolling around in front of Han Xiao, revealing its belly, and the ground was rolled into dust. You have raised this bear very big. Han Xiao scratched the giant bear's chin, which was furry and felt better than Harmon. In the past, this bear was called Baby Bear, but now is a few meters tall. It can't be called baby if it's such a big lump, otherwise it would be so disgusting. Yes, it grows very fast, and has always been by my side. My superpowers make it vigorous. Aurora smiled. Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. That's how good the flesh should be. The giant bear, who was rolling and having fun, suddenly froze, his ears stuttered, and realized that things were not simple. What are you stopping us? Hella was puzzled. Han Xiao pulled mechas out. His name is mechas, and he is my comrade in arms. He was accidentally injured in a battle. If you look good enough, you should have noticed that he has a robotic arm. Hella was speechless. Have you been evaluating other people's eyes with the standards of blind people? I promise to treat his broken limbs. I want Aurora to do a favor. Don't even think about it. Before Aurora could answer, Hella refused decisively. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. At least pretend to think. You know my sister, she can recover other people's injuries, but it will consume her own vitality. In this world, I only allow my sister to save one person. That's you. Hella suddenly paused, thought for a while, and added, but don't think we have a good relationship. This is just what we owe you. We don't save anyone except you. Aurora's dawn of life gives her extremely vigorous vitality, and the cells constantly react to themselves and generate special life energy. Aurora's vitality is like a bucket of water, and only a drop of water is needed to treat serious injuries, which is not a drop of water. However, what is consumed is life force, after all. Although Aurora is healthy now, Hella does not allow her to waste her life force because of this. Before Han Xiao could speak, Aurora interrupted. Sister, this is just a small task for me. I have always been the object of help from others, and I also want to help Haixing do something. No, Hyla flatly refused. Sister, don't always help me make decisions. Aurora was helpless. Why are you just unwilling to believe what I taught you? This world is good and bullied. Hyla said angrily. It was just now, and now it's like this. When will you be more careful? As long as you have the first time, all the injured people will come to you in the future. Do you have to consume your vitality to help? Han Xiao was unhappy at the time. Why did he feel that this woman was pointing at the mulberry and scolding her? And she was itchy and had to deal with it. During the commotion at the quarantine station before, Han Xiao asked Philip to call out the surveillance video to roughly explain the process. Bennett is in charge of the daily affairs of the shelter. No one can make a difference. Han Xiao is not idle enough to intervene in such a small matter, mainly to understand the cause of the conflict between the two sisters. In the past, the two sisters were in a difficult situation and depended on each other for a long time. Now they have lived safely for several years and have been together day and night. Even relatives with blood thicker than water cannot fully match their personalities, and there will inevitably be friction. Just like love that will be finished sooner or later, only distance can produce beauty. Sister, why are you always overkill? I will naturally refuse when I don't want to. Aurora said, besides, Uncle Haishing has helped me so much. I want to repay him. I said no, but it's not possible. Hela glared at Han Xiao and said in a deep voice, you are our benefactor. I will definitely repay this favor, but please don't attack my sister. Han Xiao kid speak this. He said this, as if I had any inappropriate thoughts, and I was too protective. Looking at the two sisters quarreling, Melas looked at Han Xiao and said weakly, you are right, there is really no chance. Old May, let's go. The two were about to turn around and leave, but Aurora suddenly raised her voice and spoke very seriously. Sister, you can't protect me forever, and I can't be a protected child forever. I beg you very seriously, don't make decisions for me. No, your thoughts are too naive, and you don't know how to protect yourself now. Hyla doesn't like this. Why do you always want to change me? Aurora was angry for the first time, with a golden light flashing in her eyes, and she said, what I look down on the most is those guys who don't need help to mock those who are willing to help others. Only those who have experienced it know how much they hope others can lend a helping hand when they are in trouble. I know this feeling very well. During the days and nights when I need help most, I prayed countless times that someone can come and help me. The needle pierced my blood vessels again and again, and the scalpel cut off my flesh and blood again and again. However, no one lends a helping hand. Do you understand that despair? Hela was suffocated and looked ashamed. It was precisely because of her negligence that Aurora was captured by the bud and suffered so much pain, but her sister was unable to help. Relying on Han Xiao's sudden help, she rescued her sister. Meanwhile, the sea blue star somewhere. This is a land with extremely high nuclear radiation concentration. The environment is desolate and decayed. The rich gray seems to fill every inch of space. The blue sky is covered with a layer of gloom, and thick white ash accumulates on the ground. There is no green at all, lifeless. At this time, dozens of narrow, shuttle-shaped spacecraft were parked quietly here, and a group of mixed-race Ghidoras in interstellar combat uniforms were fiddling with strange instruments. This Vanguard team is all ordinary Dark Star warriors, and only the commander who leads the team reaches level B. Their mission is to lurk and do not require combat. These spacecraft have been in a state of concealment and block various detection equipment. Han Xiao's fleet has explored the world and failed to find this team. Dark Star has added most of its skill points to hidden technology, otherwise he would have been killed long ago. Dark Star has arranged a lurking team on all planets that have deployed alienated primordials. The mission is to monitor the disaster situation at close range. Through special instruments, a certain radiation parameter emitted by the alienated primordials can be monitored to understand the growth stage of the primordials. This set of instruments is provided by the manufacturer of alienated primordials and is simply a conscientious interstellar arms dealer. However, the team did not know the exact location of the alienated primordial, nor did they intend to find it. The command from a superior was not to interfere. In fact, a month ago, this Dark Star team had already lurked on the Aquarium star and had not appeared. It connected the satellites of the 6 countries through more advanced virtual technology and shared the vision of these eyes. The damage caused by the alienation disaster on this planet was fully visible to them, but none of them were the information they cared about. It was not until the emergence of the Black Star that the team took it seriously and spread the news to the headquarters. The senior executives of the Dark Star who were staying at the headquarters were paying attention to the progress of the plan. Black Star once caused them to lose their elders and was already an enemy in their eyes. This news surprised the senior executives, but after some discussion, they all believed that Black Star appeared on the Aquarium star and did not come for them. After investigation, Hylon is the hometown of Black Star. We happen to choose this planet. It should be that Halen's natives have a way to contact Black Star. After the disaster, they asked for help from Black Star, so the current situation is here. The reason for the arrival of Black Star has nothing to do with us. This is a coincidence. Indeed, this is the most reasonable explanation. We are hiding in the dark. So far, no one knows that these disasters are our plan. Ghidorah's people will go to these planets to rescue disasters soon. One more Black Star is just an additional rescue team. Hylon is just one of the planets and does not affect our plan. Although they are hostile to Han Xiao, at the important moment of the plan, they did not want to alarm the snake. Moreover, after investigation, Black Star actually owns a rich-level black light lurker, who runs away if he wants to, which dispels the idea of Dark Star. In their eyes, Han Xiao's appearance was just a coincidence and had no big impact on the overall situation. You don't need to be too nervous. At this time, you should put the task first and you cannot expose yourself. The disaster of alienation is the core of the Dark Star's plan, but the more important thing is the next action, waiting for an opportunity. In the following days, regional news in the Gadon galaxy became more and more intense, and high-level civilizations in other galaxies were waiting and watching, but no one wanted to help. These unlucky planets are located in the jurisdiction of Ghidorah. According to the civilization diplomacy regulations, Ghidorah should be dealt with. Other high-level civilizations do not intervene, and no one accuses them. But if Ghidorah does not rescue the ally civilization in the jurisdiction, it will be of bad nature. Of course, disaster relief is not a forced force, but this will affect Ghidorah's reputation and status in the Broken Ring. Other allied civilizations will re-evaluate the relationship between the two sides. As a member of the Order Camp, certain rules must be followed. In order to consolidate its dominance in the Gadon galaxy, come a public opinion storm at home and outside, and for humanitarian reasons, Ghidorah naturally will not stand idly by. Spaceships set off from Ghidorah's various military space stations and headed to planets in different star areas to rescue disasters. The 6 countries who were eager to see finally waited for the news that the fleet was about to arrive at the Sea Blue Star. The senior executives of the 6 countries were all moved and cried. After more than a month of hard work, Ghidorah finally remembered that she was a father, but she was coming. With the technology of Aquarius Star, the root cause of the alienation disaster cannot be found, but they think Ghidorah must be able to do so. With Ghidorah's help, the disaster should be solved soon. Although the 6 countries compromised with Han Xiao, Ghidorah's long-term status would not be so easily weakened. Black Star promised them the future, but there is no way to solve the root cause of the disaster now and cannot solve the urgent problem. Therefore, when dealing with the problem of alienation, the 6 countries still trust Ghidorah civilization more. On the day of arrival notice by Ghidorah, the leaders of the 6 countries brought some senior officials to the landing point early to wait, and they provided Ghidorah with landing coordinates. This is the first large-scale visit of the Ghidorah civilization. We must come up with the highest etiquette specifications to welcome the other party. Meeting the Ghidorah fleet is a major event for the entire civilization. Even though the 6 countries were in a difficult situation at this time, with the help of Han Xiao, some order was barely restored. However, facing the interstellar visitor and great savior, the 6 countries did not dare to treat it hastily and still prepared a welcoming ceremony. But the top leaders of the 6 countries were also very nervous. This was the first time they had seen an alien fleet. They did not know Ghidorah's culture, nor did they understand the situation in the interstellar world, for fear of making them misunderstood. On this day, the astronomical institutions of the 6 countries were always paying attention to the sky, and the mission was to discover the traces of the Ghidorah fleet at the first time. The sun at noon was at the most dazzling moment of the day. A fleet happened to enter the atmosphere of the Blue Star. The golden spacecraft exposed the clouds and slowly flew over the Blue Star. The satellite image was immediately known to the 6 countries. The leaders of the 6 countries were all excited and prepared to welcome Ghidorah at the landing point, feeling nervous. At this time, the observers reported urgently, "No, the Ghidorah people changed their route. They did not come here." What? The officials guarding the landing point were shocked and hurriedly shared the satellite image. The Ghidorah fleet did not land at the predetermined position, but changed a route halfway and headed towards the shelter. The leadership of the 6 countries was shocked. The exchange between civilizations should be dominated by their 6 countries. Besides, they applied for help, but Ghidorah left their 6 countries aside and ran to Black Star. They're the regime on this planet. I wanted to personally contact the Ghidorah people and show the etiquette of the Sea Blue Star civilization, but the real situation was very different from the imagined scene. The hard-working, welcoming ceremony was wasted. The senior officials of the 6 countries present couldn't help but feel extremely depressed, and an idea emerged. Is it true for Ghidorah that the entire Sea Blue Star civilization is not as important as a Black Star? The leaders of the 6 countries felt a sense of shame coming to their hearts, and they couldn't help but think of what Han Xiao said. If you want an equal dialogue, you must at least jump out of the indigenous level. The Golden Fleet was suspended outside the shelter, and players ran out to watch and were amazed. Bennett knew that the 6 countries were asking for help from Ghidorah, but he did not expect the fleet to come to him and hurried out to greet him. Buzz, the bottom of all the spacecraft opened, and yellow gravitational beams shot out, pulling out Ghidorah people just like laying eggs. The rescue troops slowly landed, and the commander in charge was Nagakin. Many new residential areas were opened outside the walls of the refuge. The guards and refugees here saw this scene, with their mouths wide open and their faces dull. They saw the Ghidorah people for the first time, and they were surprised and nervous, staring at these aliens without blinking. Bennett had seen the Ghidorah people captured by Han Xiao before, and at this time he calmed down, kept calm, and stepped forward to meet them. "Dear Ghidorah friend, I am Bennett, currently managing this refuge. On behalf of Aquarius Star, I welcome you all. Thank you for your generous help. This planet is in need of your help." Nagakin ignored it and pointed to the spaceship above the shelter, speaking through the translator with a serious and majestic look on his face. "What's the matter with those spaceships? Aquarius Star is just an indigenous planet." The Ghidorah soldiers present all had a sense of superiority on their faces. They didn't take the indigenous seriously, but there was an interstellar fleet here, and they couldn't help but feel curious. The reason why the Ghidorah fleet came to the shelter was not because he knew that Han Xiao was here, but because he discovered the fleet under Han Xiao. So Nagakin asked the troops to change the route and did not land at the coordinates provided by the 6 countries, but came here to find out. Nagakin has the strength of a natural disaster. The momentum that he inadvertently exuded made Bennett's heart tighten suddenly. He felt dangerous and was very palpitations. He forgot to speak for a while. At this moment, Han Xiao came out and laughed. "Nagkin, we really meet again." "It's you." Nagakin suddenly widened his eyes, his serious expression disappeared, and he looked surprised, laughed loudly, and quickly stepped forward and gave Han Xiao a warm hug. The last time he fought side by side left a deep impression on Nagakin. He could not forget Han Xiao, and he recognized him at first sight. "Black Star. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to be here too." Compared to his condescending performance towards the natives of the Sea Blue Star, Nagakin's attitude towards Han Xiao was simply a different place. He hugged and patted his shoulders like an old friend, extremely enthusiastic and completely different treatment. Upon hearing this, there was a commotion in the troops behind Nagakin. It turned out to be the Black Star, the mercenary who killed a Dark Star disaster-level powerful man side by side with Commander Nagakin. The Ghidorah man put away the arrogance on his face, looked surprised and disgusted. Looking at the two, Bennett looked shocked and said in disbelief, You know me? Didn't I tell you that I have many friends in the interstellar world?" Han Xiao Song opened Nagakin and said with a smile. Bennett nodded blankly. He did hear Han Xiao talk about it, but he didn't know the specific situation. At this time, he saw Han Xiao and the commander of the Ghidorah fleet called him brothers, so he had an intuitive understanding of Han Xiao's position in the interstellar world. You're probably doing better than I thought. Bennett sighed, feeling mixed. Once upon a time, Han Xiao also invited him and chose to stay at Hylon Star. Now the gap has become so big. He was even scared by the momentum of Commander Ghidorah, but the other party was extremely enthusiastic about Han Xiao. Bennett was only lost for a moment, quickly regained his mentality, and was secretly happy for Han Xiao. In the distance, players were whispering, "I didn't expect the Ghidorah people to come to our planet too." The leader on the opposite side seems to be an acquaintance of the leader. I remember in the video of the meat bag, the leader and Ghidorah have a good relationship. He should have called Ghidorah people to help. Awesome. The leader has a meeting. I don't know. Do you think the Black Star Connection group is called in vain? Since Han Xiao began to recruit players, his name in the player group has gradually changed. It is not called Black Star, but called the leader. Even players who have not yet joined the mercenary group like to call it this way, which makes players feel closer. Not long after, this title became popular in the forum, and Group Leader became his new nickname. Because the meat bag video records many of the deeds of the Black Star mercenary group, players know that Han Xiao not only has a background of Longtan, but also has a collaborative relationship with major mercenary groups, and has a good relationship with many orderly and civilizations. Some people joked that it was the Black Star Network group. Many people thought it was fun, and those who had watched the video resonated with it, so it quickly became a joke. The player has limited intelligence and does not know that the disaster of alienation is the game between Ghidorah and the Dark Star, nor does it know that the Six Kingdoms asked for help from Ghidorah. It basically means that they don't know anything, so at this time, the player still thought that Ghidorah's fleet was summoned by Han Xiao. It's worthy of being a Black Star network. Nagakin was happy for a while, remembered his responsibilities, and asked in confusion, "By the way, why are you here?" Han Xiao remained calm and said, "This planet is my hometown. I am the same as your goal, all of which are to stop disasters. Now I need Ghidorah's help. Don't stay here, go in and talk about it." So that's what it is. Nagakin pondered. The Ghidorah rescue team was just a first time and needed intelligence. Everyone gathered in the conference room. It took more than 10 minutes for Han Xiao to introduce the process of the outbreak of the alienation disaster and the current situation of Hylon, so that Nagakin could understand Halen's situation. Black Star, you should have read regional news. Not only did this planet have such a disaster, but the War Bureau and the Bureau of Investigation sent many troops to rescue disasters, and disasters have occurred on so many planets one after another. We think this is strange, so it is the team leader of a person of my level. Nagakin asked in a deep voice, "You just told me the principle of alienated primordials. This kind of biochemical weapons are not common. Although you don't know where your information comes from, you must know the information behind the scenes." Han Xiao's eyes flashed. In the plot of his previous life, Ghidorah did not understand the role of alienated primordials, so his efficiency was very low in the early stage of disaster relief. Given the alienated primordials time to grow, and his own intelligence helped Ghidorah point out the right path. The subsequent effect must be to quickly improve the overall progress of the alienation disaster mission, reducing the harm of this disaster, at least much better than in the previous life. But speaking out this information has both advantages and disadvantages. Now is not the best opportunity to understand it. But Ghidorah needs to know some of the information to start work, so Nagakin naturally doubts that Han Xiao knows more truth. Han Xiao did not intend to tell Ghidorah all about the disaster of alienation is the conspiracy of the Dark Star. There are many reasons. The most important thing is that I can't get too many benefits when I say it now, and the plan of the Dark Star is tied one by one, which is just the beginning. According to the movement trajectory of Dark Star in the previous life, even if Ghidorah was told that the alienated primordial was released by Dark Star, they would still be hit, because when Dark Star's plan was unfolded, Ghidorah would realize that this was a conspiracy and prevention was useless. Although Han Xiao understood the intentions of Xing, he understood that if he set it all out, it would be beyond the reasonable scope. Even the foreshadowing could not have such detailed information. People would suspect that there would be a special intelligence channel. The final result would be that the risk would be greater than the benefit. So he did not intend to help Ghidorah see through the plan of the Dark Star, but instead let them fall into a trap. This was in his own interests. The purchase of alienated primordials by the Dark Star as a tool to cause disasters is precisely because it cannot be solved in the short term. The only way is to hand over the alienated primordials in your hands, so that Ghidorah can develop a large-scale antidote in advance. To maximize the benefits, we naturally cannot hand over before the crisis occurs. Only when Ghidorah is hit and realizes that time is tight and then hand over the alienated primordial will we gain greater benefits. As for the suspicion that the primordial body would cause, Han Xiao made a plan early on this. During the secret word pearl incident, he pulled Long Tan into the water, and he had the primordial body in his hand, which could be explained that Long Tan secretly opened the secret word pearl and saved the things inside. Therefore, he got it and threw the pot on Long Tan. With Emmer's status, the Dark Star dared not mess with him, and Ghidorah would not meddle in other people's business, so his own risks would be reduced. Maybe he would help Long Tan gain Ghidorah's favor, and Han Xiao would be moved by himself. These thoughts flashed away. Han Xiao did not let others see the abnormality. His expression was natural. He answered Nagakin with a smooth speech. You misunderstood. I once saw the power of large-scale biochemical weapons during hiring, so I asked the intelligence organization to collect some intelligence. At the same time, I'm also a member scholar of the Time and Space Research Society. I have read cases with similar situations in their database, but I don't know who put this kind of biochemical weapon. Han Xiao shook his head and said, but this is indeed strange. If I were to guess, it seems that only your old enemy, and Xing. Nagakin focused heavily. I think so, too. And Xing has always been against us everywhere. But in the past 2 years, he has become low-key and must have greater plans. Unfortunately, there is no evidence to assign it to them. Han Xiao chuckled. With their urinary nature, I probably want to jump out and admit that this is their work. Nagakin's face looked a little worried when he heard this. Yes, the Angkor didn't care about this at all. Anyway, disaster relief is a must. Han Xiao easily exposed the topic, making Nagakin suspect the Dark Star, but unable to be sure. This is enough, and continued. We can cooperate. I will arrive a few days earlier than you. In my opinion, the problems we face can be summarized into 2 tasks. Nagakin put away his emotions and listened carefully. If the 6 kingdoms made suggestions, he would basically not adopt them, but instead respond to the disaster according to his own plan. But Black Star is different. This guy has the qualification to have equal dialogue, and Nagakin is willing to listen to Han Xiao's opinions. First, I've been doing this to treat refugees. It has been effective at first, but there are more than 1 billion people in danger all over the planet. In places we cannot see, millions of people die every day. If they're not curbed in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Nagakin nodded. This is indeed a top priority. If everyone dies, then save someone. The second thing is to find the root of the disaster, break it up, and solve it once and for all. This requires the help of Ghidorah. With the technology of the Aquarium Star, it is impossible to deal with this matter. If you want to crack this biological weapon, you must create the corresponding antidote. The rescue team will naturally not stay on other planets for a long time to rescue disasters. Their main task is to study disasters and find solutions. The 2 suggestions were also the plan that Nagakin wanted. He acted vigorously, and after the meeting, he immediately led the rescue team to start the action, leaving some scientific researchers to study infected people in the shelter and calculate various parameters of the virus attack. Others went to meet the 6 countries without stopping, which was considered to be in contact with the Hylon Star regime. The rescue team started working and cooperated with the 6 countries to help them increase inhibitor production. This is the foundation laid by Han Xiao. If Han Xiao did not share the inhibitor formula with the 6 countries, it would be another situation at this time. Of course, the specific actions to rescue the victims are the responsibility of the 6 nations themselves. The Ghidorah rescue team does not have so many personnel and will not waste energy on the details. The The six countries also promptly launched public opinion supported by Ghidorah to restore people's confidence. This move was indeed effective. Many refugees in the wild learned that the six countries were also safe, and they came one after another, sharing the pressure of refugees. In a vast land, groups of ragged refugees are moving towards these places like ants. In the early stages of the outbreak of alienation, a large number of urban population fled and did not dare to live in groups. At this time, refugees in the wild accounted for more than half of the global population. The wilderness is extremely dangerous, and the refugees will die on the road by acting on their own. However, the six countries are busy stabilizing domestic order and cannot get out. Global inhibitor production is far from meeting so many refugees, but they cannot be given up on them because of this. People must be sent to search and attract these people. The players therefore entered the rescue team's site. Han Xiao's mercenary group had some undead people before, and it was Quang Dao and others. At this time, Nagakin saw so many undead people, it was impossible to say that he was not surprised. However, since this situation has lasted on Aquarius Star for several years, although Nagakin was strange, he only regarded it as a unique phenomenon of Aquarius Star and believed that this group of aliens were special species born of Aquarius Star. A few years ago, a Ghidorah investigator came to Hyalon and recorded this situation, but the investigation conclusions were relatively ambiguous and did not receive attention. At this time, Nagakin felt that this group of indifferences were quite strange and was also observing while saving disasters. He found that the players were all very useful labor force, so he tried to get in touch. In his previous life, Nagakin's Ghidorah camp attracted countless players to join and led them to the interstellar world, but now Han Xiao is in front. Nagakin's attraction to players is very limited. Although most players are curious about Ghidorah's camp, they prefer Han Xiao. No, it's not just about favor, it's already to the point of liking it. Of course, Nagakin didn't know that Black Star was a hidden competitor, and it was still unclear how precious Han Xiao had snatched away. When Nagakin learned that Black Star had recruited many strangers, he didn't have too many thoughts. Han Xiao is a person from this planet. These strangers are his fellow villagers, so it is extremely normal for him to follow Black Star. This did not prevent Nagakin from posting tasks to players. What he did not expect was that players were actually very willing to help them do things. As Han Xiao expected, the Ghidorah rescue team brought about a replacement of the monetary system. The original Aqua Blue Star currency almost collapsed. The Universal Einel, which is universal, has become widely known, and there are tasks to do in the shelter, but compared with the Ghidorah rescue team's mission to reward Einel, it is not competitive at all. Players all know that Anar is the general currency in the future. It is natural to see which task to choose. The rescue team gives limited tasks every day, which has led to countless players competing for it. What's more, Han Xiao's store is full of appetite, and players want to make money to buy equipment immediately. Han Xiao did not issue a reward in our task to the player. It was impossible to pay his own pocket, but he relied on his relationship with Nagakin to ask the other party to issue some rewards, more tasks in the name of employment, and players who joined the mercenary group could receive these tasks. It is equivalent to having to join Black Star to get a better mission for the Ghidorah rescue team. This is Han Xiao's positioning of the profit of the mercenary group. We are not the producers of the mission. We are the porters of the mission. Use the connections and reputation of the mercenary group to get employment tasks and borrow flowers to offer Buddha to players. In this way, the task resources are endless, and then let the players consume, which is equivalent to letting the players earn NPC money and then giving the money to themselves. The players are like hard-working little bees. This is a circular chain, like a fully automated agricultural harvester. Han Xiao doesn't have to worry about it at all, and it's all over. Players feel the benefits of the mercenary group, and players who have not joined yet seem even more urgent. Someone on the forum discussed whether to join Black Star or Ghidorah. Finally, he concluded that the Black Star mercenary group camp was completely defeated by Ghidorah. Joining Ghidorah can only take on tasks in this camp. If they join Black Star, they can take on a variety of tasks, and they can count them according to the situation of the meatbag video. Although players have not yet experienced this more deeply, it will be a matter of time before entering the interstellar world. Now, just the speculation on the forum has already made players realize the awesomeness of the Black Star camp. The Black Star connections are really not just a talk. The layout that Han Xiao has been doing since 1.0 is slowly showing chain effect. The news of the Gadon Galaxy region is still reporting on the disaster. Polls show that almost all the Ghidorah people support the rescue team's behavior, as well as various blessing activities held by the people, and they are very sympathetic to the civilized experience of these allies. The intervention of the rescue team has greatly improved the situation in Hylon Star. After several consecutive days, the number of refugees treated has hit a new high. Unfortunately, the research of Ghidorah researchers has not made much progress. It can only be started from the infected person, and it is really difficult to achieve results in the short term. Han Xiao is very sure that the Anqing must be paying attention to the disaster relief situation, but the weather has been calm these days, and Anqing has not taken any action. Everyone, including Nagakin, is kept in the dark. Only Han Xiao feels a sense of crisis that a storm is about to come. Nowadays, the situation of Hylon Star seems to be improving, and it seems that it can stabilize the situation soon. But Han Xiao knows that the disaster of alienation is far from that simple. When the alienated primordial grows to the next stage, the effect will be further enhanced. These people who have been injected with inhibitors will be infected again. They must increase the dose 3 times before they can continue to be immunized. Yield is the biggest limit. The more people you save now, the more people you may have to abandon some people, and the conflicts caused by this will be difficult to think about. Moreover, the higher the growth stage of the alienated primordial, the intelligence will gradually grow, and the disease will no longer be irregular, and purpose will gradually appear, and it can no longer affect ordinary people. Some slightly weak superpowers will also be controlled by them. As the virus grows, it can gradually affect people who are stronger and stronger. The most terrifying point is that when the alienated primordial grows to a certain stage, every time it occurs, it will cause certain damage to the infected person's brain. Over time, the ability to think will gradually deteriorate, and you will feel unprecedented stimulation when it occurs. The pleasure is many times stronger than mating. This is addictive, and it may even make people unwilling to inject inhibitors, actively seeking the disease and destroying the infected person's last reason. This is the worst situation. Since Han Xiao knew this, it was precisely because the plot of his previous life had reached this level. If the alienation disaster is delayed and resolved, there's only one last way of retreat, to give up the planet and migrate survivors. This is the worst outcome. Sunil is an example, and the treatment of refugees on the alienated planet may not be better than Sunil. In the end, there is a high probability that the civilization will disappear. Now, the situation is far from this point, but Han Xiao is not as optimistic as others. Although the angry star has eaten it several times, it is still very fierce. In addition to disaster relief, Han Xiao also remembered Hannah's request in the past few days and asked Nagakin to inquire about the clues about the portrait of the Ghidorah, and the other party agreed. However, to his surprise, Nagakin's investigation quickly obtained results, locking in the identity of the Ghidorah people that Hannes encountered. And the truth was beyond his expectations. Anger, a citizen of Ghidorah, pure blood, once lived in his parents' star, and later moved to the Gauteng colonial star. He was single-parent family, and his economic level was low. His family had long passed away. He had no spouse or relatives. He graduated from a public cognitive school when he was a teenager. He had no long-term employment history since he was a teenager. He only had a few odd job records. His total work duration was less than 7 months. He was imprisoned for several days because of a fight. The last record of his activity was decades ago. In the room, Hannes and Bennett sat on a chair opposite him. Han Xiao read the information and handed it to the two to browse. The information was given to him by Nagakin. After portrait pairing, Ghidorah's artificial intelligence quickly locked the target in the citizenship curry. Interstellar civilization, all citizens are recorded. As long as they use this identity ID to act, the relevant records will be fed back into the database. The information stored by advanced civilization is not only the database node, but the database is only the largest backup. In addition, when passing information, it will pass through some individual information nodes and automatically perform secret backups to form a data chain. Even if the total database fails, all information will not be lost and can be retrieved from other nodes at any time. Citizen identity information is naturally confidential, but with Nagakin's status, mobilizing the identity database is just a matter of saying a word. According to rules and regulations, citizen files cannot be browsed by outsiders, but the rules are that dead people are alive. For Black Star, Nagakin has the intention of being intimate. If only such simple information is available, the senior management will turn a blind eye. After all, if you have the ability, you will have privileges. Of course, Nagakin asked Han Xiao why he wanted to investigate the reason for this person. Han Xiao had nothing to hide. He just said that a friend met a strange god aura on the aquarium star. As for Hannes' speculation without evidence, there was naturally no need to disclose it. It's right that he is. Hannes carefully identified the portrait on the archive and confirmed that Angeli was the mysterious god aura he met on the Aquarius star. However, he looked much younger on the archive and asked, "How old is this person?" If it is divided by the date of birth, Angeli is already in his 90s, and the lifespan of the god aura is about 1.5 times that of yours. However, it is rarely calculated in the universe, because the existence of the hibernation life capsule can greatly delay aging. The archive says that Angeli's activity record was not a few decades ago. That is, he has never used his identity ID during this period. When you meet him, he stayed in the Aquarius star. Maybe he had been staying in the Aquarius star for a long time. Han Xiao pondered, then glanced at the file with a thoughtful look. This file is quite detailed, and Angeli basically has record from birth to disappearance. What surprised Han Xiao was that this file was really too uncharacteristic. It looked like an ordinary interstellar citizen. With Ghidorah's productivity, most citizens can no longer have to work. This is also a common social problem for most advanced civilizations. If you don't make money, you won't starve to death. Of course, you will definitely not live a good life. Angela leaves her home planet, naturally because of this reason. The living standards of the parent planet are generally relatively high. Although civilization can support idle people, they are limited to the minimum guarantee of life. If you want good things, you naturally have to work and make money. The prices and social atmosphere of each planet will naturally eliminate those who are not working. Gauting's colonial planet is a very marginal territory, not valued and relatively backward. If Ghidorah's colonial planet is divided into several echelons, then Gauting is definitely the worst echelon, which is basically equivalent to the interstellar version of the slum. Bennett frowned and said, "Will the war on Hylon really have something to do with him?" Although he doesn't understand the situation in the interstellar world, he still has basic judgment. Not only Han Xiao, but even he thinks this is an ordinary person's file, and there seems to be nothing special about it. It's hard to say. I don't know which force he belongs to. Han Xiao shook his head. Now there are new clues. First, based on this activity record, I will ask someone to visit Gauting on the spot and investigate. Second, let the 6 countries hand over the survival pod they seized. I will check the product number and find the seller and continue to investigate. Okay, in short, everything depends on you. Hannes Zheng pointed. I'll talk about the 6 countries. Bennett spoke, and he went to convey Han Xiao's meaning. The 6 countries naturally would not refuse. He felt that he could only help. Bennett is also a legendary figure who has come from the War of 100 Kingdoms in the Old Era. He is also extremely curious about the reason why C Blue Star has become the current pattern. Han Xiao nodded, took out the communication terminal, flipped through the address book, and thousands of names passed by quickly. He chose a Skywallow allied mercenary to contact him. This person was a comrade in an employment operation. After the call was connected, the other party spoke in a warm tone. Han Xiao exchanged a few greetings and asked him to help him pass the information of Angeli over. The other party agreed to check it out. Because Gao Ting's colonization star is far away, Han Xiao had something to do on Hailan Star and was not prepared to let the mercenaries leave, so he used his relationship and hired another partner to ask them to help check it out. Tianhuan has many business, and the investigation is more efficient. 2 days later, the Six Kingdoms sent the life pod over. Han Xiao invaded the system and easily got the product number. Not only that, he also found that the life pod had an internet connection function. With his current technology, he quickly hacked the login account. The records in it were all entertainment projects, and there was nothing valuable. He was sent to the Tianhuan mercenary as a new clue. Then he threw this matter behind his mind. All you need to do is do, and these are the clues, just waiting for the progress of the Tianhuan. The situation in Hailan Star is slowly stabilizing. Because Ghidorah learned about the effect of the alienated primordial in advance, she did not take detours like she did in her previous life. More and more refugees were treated, so shelter was expanded at a rapid speed. The areas covered by buildings expanded outwards one by one. Although they were all simple refugee houses, they gradually gained the size of the city. The shelter has its own name, so the arrival of refugees will remember it. The number of refugees is increasing, although the alienated virus will break out again in the next stage. Bringing refugees together can at least facilitate suppression. Even if there are not enough inhibitors, they can be subdued by force. Fewer injuries will be injured than in previous lives, but the pressure on manpower will increase sharply. Even if Han Xiao knows about the possible future situation, Bennett still wants to save people. Nagakin's rescue team, players, shelter, and the 6 countries were all busy. During this period, there were several wild beast attacks, but they were easily defeated. Han Xiao is constantly recruiting players, and some players who earned Einel have started shopping in the faction store, but the number is not large. After all, Ghidorah's mission remuneration is meager, and these consumptions total less than 10,000 Einels, which is far from enough for Han Xiao to repay the debt. He was not in a hurry at all. It was just a start. The principle that Han Xiao has always adhered to is common prosperity. Only when the player's wallet is full can the market purchasing power rise. Don't think about making players rich in the short term. After all, it is not easy for players to make some money. The blue star is not a problem for the time being. At least before the dark star takes action, there will be no storm. Han Xiao pays more attention to other alienated disasters. The situation of the disaster is spreading in the Gadon galaxy through news broadcasts. The people of Ghidorah are still praying, and helping the disaster relief forces. But some different voices appeared quietly. So many planets have had disasters, and the symptoms are similar. This is a coincidence. It must not be that simple. I heard some rumors. Some people say that Ghidorah actually set up an experimental base for developing weapons on these planets. The experiment failed accidentally, and the weapon was leaked, which led to disaster. If you want to experiment, why not find an unmanned planet? How could you take the risk of testing weapons on the planets of ally civilizations? Indeed, this statement is too stupid. You can tell it is fake at a glance. No, if it is a biological weapon, it just needs to be experimented with life. I think too much, probably because of the Dark Star. They have a criminal record and like to attack the low-level civilization of the Gadon galaxy and cause trouble for Ghidorah. If Ghidorah deliberately pushed this matter to the Dark Star's head, such an enemy is a natural shield. Haha, how is this possible? It's simply nonsense. You must be responsible in the future. On Ghidorah's internet, some citizens began to speculate. Compared with serious disaster relief, many idle people prefer rebellious speculations. They enjoy the stimulation brought by such remarks and have a unique excitement, but not many people really believe it. And new rumors have also spread about the disaster. I have a friend who is a member of the disaster relief team. It appears I have a friend series. Hey, don't mess around. In short, he said that the disaster was too strange, and the superiors were helpless and had no way to eradicate it. In the end, it is likely to carry out civilized migration and take refugees. No. So many planets, the population is too large, and relocating so many people is a big project. The superiors may have to let those refugees live on our colonial planet for the time being. What's the matter? I don't want to live with those natives. That's right, they could go to other places and go to the unmanned planet to cultivate. Why do we come to our territory and occupy our resources? In fact, if it's a temporary residence, it's tolerated, and they're afraid they don't want to leave. Just open up a new unmanned planet and throw refugees from those planets on it and fend for themselves. Anyway, don't come to our god aura. Yes, disaster relief is enough, but there is no need to be responsible for them to the end. These different opinions are just fantasies, and there is no evidence. So they're like the waves floating between the surging rivers, which are instantly submerged in countless blessing messages. However, in the polls, the support for rescue seemed to rebound to the top, down a little. These different remarks seemed to appear naturally, but there were no signs before, as if something deliberately was brewing in the dark. The Gadon Galaxy, the jurisdiction of Ghidorah, the Gauding colonial star. This is an Earth-gray planet, which looks dark in color, quietly floating in the dark universe. Looking down from the outer space, the city on the surface is orderly. Although it is a poor colonial planet, the urban planning is not dirty and messy. However, compared with the magnificence of other prosperous colonial stars, Gaoting looks a little gray, and there are not so many golden buildings. Gold is the favorite color of the Ghidorah people. This situation is because some of Gaoting's urban construction is outsourced to the interstellar engineering team. So it seems that there is no Ghidorah's characteristics. The Ghidorah citizens who live here are naturally also marginal people who are unwilling to work. There is no wind, and the clouds seem to be frozen in the sky. At night, the artificial moon exudes a bright but not soft glow. The buildings are covered with a layer of silver paint. All the windows are basically bright in residential buildings hundreds of meters high. At first glance, it seems to be a kind of warmth of lights from thousands of families. But if you understand the reason, you will know that this is because the Ghidorah citizens who are unwilling to work basically like to stay at home. Therefore, there were not many floating cars coming and going on the street, and there were almost no pedestrians using public flight routes. Only cleaning robots patrol slowly. Roller tracks rolled over the ground, making rustling sounds. Although the streets were clean, they were deserted and filled with a sense of depressing atmosphere. In a low apartment on the edge of the city, in a simple residence, 3 Ghidorah people were gathering together to play cards and chatting. They were very young, with wrinkles on their faces and a bloated body. Although they had fat, they could see that they should be stronger when they were young. Have you heard about it? The news about the Gadon Galaxy recently. One of the fat Ghidorah people smiled and had a gentle public face. The man's name is Curtin, the owner of the house here. He used to work in the Ghidorah Investigation Bureau. He was fired for negligence and was in prison for many years. After being released from prison, he moved to Gauding Colonial Star and lived until now. The other 2 are his friends. Of course, I have heard of it. Every day on TV, I am talking about disasters in many low-level civilizations in the galaxy. The other person shook his head. It's not our business. What do you say about this? You can't just steal a car while I'm not paying attention. Get out. Curtin was not angry, then lowered his voice and whispered, "Remember what I told you." "Which one?" "It's the deeds when I was still working in the Investigation Bureau." "Hey, you have boasted hundreds of times, and we're annoyed." Curtin smiled. "Do you know that planet is also on the list of disasters? I don't know what it has become over the years. I want to go back and take a look how and whether to go together." "Are you sure?" "That planet is not safe now. The older people are, the more you want to see what they have achieved before." Curtin smiled. "And my former friends have been there. He can guide us and be our guide. Besides, the disaster relief team is here. We can pretend to be visitors or voluntarily rescue disasters." The 2 of them were surprised when they heard this. "No, he is still on an indigenous planet? Wouldn't he be bored to death?" "Silly, his life pod can be connected to the internet. I have been in touch with him all the time." Curtin rubbed his hands, a little excited, and was about to continue talking. The doorbell suddenly rang, and the ding-dong kept ringing, and the 3 of them were shocked. "It's so late. Who's coming to me?" Curtin muttered and came to the front of the gate, looked at the surveillance Maoyan. There were a few people who didn't know outside the door, wearing combat uniforms, and there was a circular pattern in the center of his chest. It seemed that he had seen this sign somewhere. Opening the small window on the door, Curtin showed his face and asked cautiously, "Who are you looking for?" The other party looked at it and asked, "Are you Golden Midland?" Strangely, how did these people know my online account nickname? Curtin felt something was wrong and denied it. Just as he was about to close the window, the person outside the door suddenly raised a laser pistol and pointed it at Curtin's forehead through the window. Curtin's whole body suddenly froze, and he didn't dare to move. His legs trembled involuntarily, thinking that the other party wanted to rob the house. But before he could beg for mercy, he heard the other party's next words, and a cold air of fear rushed to his heart. "Do you still remember Angelus?" I don't know." Curtin's eyes widened, his lips trembled. The degree of panic at this time was completely different from what he had just now, as if the name had a curse of fear. The person outside the door tilted his head. "It doesn't matter if you don't know each other. If you don't want to suffer, just come with me." "Go where?" "Haixing wants to see you." A few days later, the spacecraft of the Sky Huan mercenary group was waiting quietly in the outer space of the Sea Blue Star. Han Xiao drove the black light lurker, saw the other party from afar, and leaned over to Doc. There were only Hannes and Bennett in the cab. It was the first time they entered the universe by spaceship, staring at the scene outside in a daze. And for the first time, they felt this novel experience from the ground to the outer space. But in just a few seconds, they flew into the universe before they could come back to their senses. Han Xiao asked everyone else to stay on the surface. This trip was just a handover, and there was no need to mobilize troops. Tianwan made a great progress. He followed the clues he gave to find Angeli's friend, who seemed to be called Certain. He seemed to know Angeli's background and took a lot of trouble to bring Certain out. The spacecraft was docked, the cabin door was opened, and several Tianwan mercenaries were escorting Certain to meet Han Xiao and the other two. After greeting each other, Han Xiao looked at Certain. At this time, the Godora looked panicked, and his eyes were full of fear. "Don't be afraid. I just want you to tell me some information." Han Xiao took out Angeli's portrait and said, "You know this person." Certain shook his head like a rattle, and the Tianwan mercenary interrupted, "I've tested him for lies. He's lying." "You're so scared, probably because you know some inside information, so I'll ask you directly. Are you related to the wars in Hailangsing before?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and he might have caught the real owner. "No, I've never heard of Hylon Star. You caught the wrong person." Curtin's teeth were trembling, and everyone naturally didn't believe this. Han Xiao took out a metal piece the size of fingernail and put it on Ketten's neck. Then he activated it with mechanical force. Ketten's whole body trembled suddenly. His eyes turned pale. His whole body trembled. He fell to the ground and twitched continuously, and his urine and defecation were incontinent. "Let me introduce it." Han Xiao pointed to the metal plate. "After this cute start, it will release high volts, which is very exciting. If you like this feeling, don't speak forever and enjoy it slowly." Electrotherapy is a violent questioning, and the panel jumps out of Curtin's attributes. It's just an ordinary person, not a superpower. Curtin was like a fish that had been on the shore and was constantly jumping around by electricity. After a few minutes, he cried and begged for mercy, promising to tell all the information he knew, just to not be tortured. Everyone raised Curtin and placed it on the chair to slow him down and put a lie detector on him. Curtin's hands and feet were still shaking, and he looked at Han Xiao guiltily and began to tell. I used to be a low-level member of the Godora Investigation Bureau. That happened decades ago. At that time, Godora had just discovered the Aquarium Star civilization. A low-level civilization that still remains on the surface is mainly observation. My job is to observe the development of this new civilization for a long time, and then make an evaluation and submit it to the War Bureau or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a reference. This job is very easy, but it is also boring. To put the key point, what does it have to do with the Aquarium Star War? Hannes asked. Certain's lips trembled, and he whispered, "That's what I did. I took advantage of my position to find someone to go to Aquarium Star to secretly provoke a war. It's true that it's related to Ghidorah. Hannes was furious, and Bennett, who was beside him, suddenly stood up with an angry face. How did you do it? Han Xiao felt a little strange. Curtin said it, roughly pretending to be a visitor to higher civilizations, contacting some countries in private, making some false promises, or emphasizing some theories. Anyway, the words of aliens in high civilizations are easy to make indigenous civilizations listen to. Then he secretly fanned the flames and encountered people who were planning to be ill-intentioned during this period. But the messenger in disguise had an invisible spacecraft and was not afraid at all. At that time, Hylon Star just knew that there were high-level civilizations in the interstellar worldview, which was the critical moment when the global people's worldview was impacted. The global pattern was in chaos. If it evolved naturally, there might be a chance to stabilize again, and countries would deepen cooperation and enter a new era with peaceful means. This is a rational approach. But at this moment, aliens secretly contributed to the fire and intensified the conflict. As long as the flames of war are ignited, it will spread with a prairie fire. Even countries that do not want to start a war will be drawn into the vortex and cannot stay out of the matter. Finally, the war broke out in the old era, fighting only 6 countries. The theory of internal friction is the source, but more importantly, the messenger of advanced civilization guided the direction and led the development of civilization to the route of war. Most of the records of the messengers were destroyed. Hannes had a guess about this before, and at this time he felt that the guess had been verified and was extremely angry. Bennett was the same. There were people who had experienced the war and felt a chill in their bones at this time. The civilization that now helps Hailangsing is the mastermind behind the plot against them in the past. Why does an interstellar civilization do this? Are you going to annex the Aquarium Star? Or is this to eradicate potential enemies? What about Angelus? Han Xiao asked with a frown. He and I have been friends since childhood. I used to go to school together at the School of Public Cognition, but I had excellent grades and was admitted to the college under the Bureau of Investigation. Later, he moved out of his home star and had not met for a while. However, I still had a good relationship with him. So I asked him to cooperate with him and let him pretend to be a messenger while I stayed at his post and helped him cover him. Han Xiao was about to nod when he suddenly realized something was wrong. His eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Why is Angeli the one who pretended to be a messenger? He is just an ordinary citizen." He found a suspicion. If this was done by Ghidorah, he must have sent professional staff. How could he choose Angeli? Could Angeli have other identities? There is another one behind. Katan shrank for a moment and said tremblingly, "I mentioned it to him. He thought this matter was very interesting, so I brought him with me." Han Xiao became more and more strange the more he heard it. What does it mean? Didn't Ghidorah instruct you to do this? Khan was stunned, realizing that the group of people had misunderstood something, hesitated, but he thought that the other party had the means of line detection. His face turned depressed, and he whispered, "No, this has nothing to do with Ghidorah. This is my personal plan." Haneth and Bennett were suddenly stunned. I have such power in my hands. My usual work is too boring. One day, looking at the situation of the Sea Blue Star civilization, I suddenly wanted to treat the Sea Blue Star civilization as a sand table and play with this planet. After all, it is an indigenous civilization. It is very simple to fool it, and there is no risk. Because the civil war of low-level civilizations is ignored, I want to provoke a war, and seeing you fight because of this, I think this is very interesting. I thought of it, so I did it. Ongray worked with me, and he later chose to stay on Sea Blue Star. He felt that it was boring to return to Ghidorah. It would be better to stay on the indigenous planet and witness with his own eyes what the impact he caused would make this planet look like. He thought this was very interesting. After Curtin finished speaking, the audience was silent, and the lie detector did not issue an alarm, which meant it was all true. Hannes and Bennett's eyes widened. Unbelievable. Isn't this the plan of Ghidorah civilization? Just because interesting? Impossible. Hannes lost his composure. You are just an ordinary person. if Ghidorah had not intervened. How could two ordinary people do this? Curtin shrank his head and whispered, "Actually, it's quite simple. No one suspects that the messenger is fake, because we are really Ghidorah." Hannes was stunned. He thought that the two ordinary people could not make the war break out of Hylon, but at this time he couldn't speak. Yes, they're all Ghidorah people. This is enough. Because Ghidorah's civilization is advanced, so Ghidorah people are also advanced. Who would doubt it? Bennett looked cold and grabbed Certain's collar. Countless people in the Sea Blue Star died because of war. The reason was just because the Ghidorah people in front of him thought it was fun. But looking at Certain's panicked, but without guilt, Bennett's scolding words surged to his mouth, but were swallowed back. I'm afraid at that time, in the eyes of this Ghidorah people, the Hylon Star civilization was like an ant nest. How could it be a sin to play with ants? Han Xiao's face was strange, and he only felt it was absurd. He also thought that behind the civil strife of Hylon Star was the fact that there was a force secretly plotting against it. But the truth was unexpected. There was no force to plot against the weak Hylon Star civilization at that time. The real reason was just a bold outsider's sudden whim. There was no conspiracy or tricks. It was that simple. A Ghidorah's little character is bored and starts a war for fun. After watching the show, it seems nothing happened. In the end, due to the convenience of his position and the lack of attention of the Ghidorah civilization to Aquarium Star, this matter was concealed for decades. And a loser who can't survive in his own society deliberately bullies the weak, stir up trouble, regards it as fun, and find a sense of superiority on indigenous planets. The two of them rely on their golden skin. Things are so simple, extremely absurd, but they're so real that they are sad. Because of its weakness, it becomes a toy. This gave Han Xiao a sense of a good woman being a little kid who relied on her power and power at home, but then she could not resist. For the aquarium, it is like a disaster that comes with no accidents. Although he had no special feelings for Aquarium, he was not someone who would be tied to emotions. He was indeed a little annoyed at this time. It was not about Ghidorah. In this matter, Ghidorah civilization's crimes may be strong enough to make their citizens too high. It's really ridiculous. Han Xiao exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling complicated. Even if the message of the hidden A-level task completion popped up on the panel, he was not in the mood to check it out immediately. The Tianhuan mercenary left. Certain was kept, knocked out, and locked in a cage. Han Xiao handed him over to Bennett for disposal. Hannes and Bennett are hard to accept this fact. The decades of changes in Aquarius Star, in the face of this absurd reason, all suffering seems to have become meaningless things. A civilization is played with by two aliens in the applause, as funny as a joke. This planet could have become better. It's over now. Don't think too much. If the truth is like this, you have to believe it if you don't believe it. Han Xiao shook his head. Bennett lowered his head and didn't know what to think, but suddenly stood up and looked at Han Xiao seriously. I didn't interrupt when you negotiated with the Six Kingdoms, but I thought you had ambitions at that time. Although I didn't say anything, I did have grudges, but I was wrong. Bennett clenched his fists. I only now understand your good intentions. Weakness is original sin. You go to the universe not only to deal with disasters, but also to fight for a future for Hylon Star. You are greater than me. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. How could he have such thoughts? Could it be that the higher the favorability, the stronger the brain-stimulating method? If it weren't for you, this planet would always be in the dark. I would like to thank you on behalf of the entire Aquarium Star. Bennett bowed deeply and was reluctant to get up. Hearing this, Hannah stood up and bent down. Don't do this. You're almost making me feel like I'm going to become a good person. Han Xiao looked helpless. Everything he did was based on utilitarian purposes, but the behavior extended from interest had caused some good results. But he never thought he was a good thing. Just like now, he had begun to think about how to bring out the value of Curtin. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost Refuge. Players are coming and going, and they are still active on the front line of disaster relief. In the arena not far from the square, the Black Star mercenaries launched a new round of selection. The sound of fighting and shouting came from afar. Many refugees injected with inhibitors have reappeared hope for life on their faces. Although in the disaster, The shelter is full of vitality. In the sky, several Ghidorah disaster relief team spacecraft were floating, and Nagakin looked at the picture of the arena below and thought about something. His adjutant stood aside and asked in a look of his words, "His Excellency Nagakin, what do you think of these aliens?" "It has great potential." Nagakin nodded slowly. After observing these days, he had deeply realized the potential of the players, and from the beginning he paid slight attention to it. With the unexpected surprise of Iran, Nagakin felt that the goal of this trip was more than disaster relief. Although it helps Han Star to rescue disasters, it does not mean that Ghidorah is concerned about a low-level civilization. It is just due to the role of public opinion and identity. In Nagakin's view, the alien seems to bring them greater benefits. There are many aliens, and there are about millions of people in the entire Sea Blue Star. There are so many superpowers, and there is also the potential for growth. Wherever you put it, it is a force that cannot be underestimated, said the adjutant. That's right. Maybe we should communicate in depth with the aliens. They have the value of winning over. What do you want to do? Issuing a recruitment announcement to them. Just like Black Star, our Ghidorah should be more competitive than a mercenary group. Nagakin made the decision. He respected the power of Black Star, but such a large piece of superpower resources were in front of him. For the sake of civilization, he could not sit idly by and wanted to get a share of the pie. Even if Erun is a fellow villager of Black Star, he cannot give it all to the other party. Hannes and Bennett have no idea about how to deal with Certain, but Han Xiao thinks this person may be of value. Certain is a citizen of Ghidorah, and this kidnapping took a little risk. Fortunately, Certain was just a marginal person living in the Gaoding colonial star. The Tianwan mercenaries took some trouble to bring the person over. However, according to them, there were 2 other people present at that time. There were many flaws in this matter. After all, it was not the action personally directed by Han Xiao. There are risks. Even if it is a non-working chastity, Ghidorah will still protect their citizens. But Han Xiao will not let anyone go, because although Curtin's actions are also illegal in Ghidorah, and she can be convicted if she put them back, Ghidorah will not compensate Hylon for anything. However, in the interstellar era, planets were frequently exchanged and the population was very fast. Many citizens would not live in colonial stars, but instead took a spaceship to other galaxies. The huge population and complex distribution led to relatively free public security management policies. It was only a small matter for a citizen living on the marginal colonial stars to be arrested. No one in the local security bureau would track down the universe, which would turn things to a higher level and be inefficient. As long as Ghidorah cannot find the person, the kidnapping will be left alone. After all, it is just a case of an ordinary person missing, not an important person, and it is impossible to invest massive resources to find it. If it cannot be found for a period of time, it will become an unsolved case. The Tianwan mercenary was hiding on the road, and it was difficult to track the trajectory after the jump. After all, it was not Guapi teammates, and Han Xiao was very pleased. You reminded me of my hometown. Riesta's voice suddenly rang in the cab. All of them are very sad, right? Han Xiao shook his head. At least there is still hope. After saying this, Riesta remained silent again. He stayed in the blacklight lurker to control the spaceship, and he usually didn't like to show off. Resta let Han Xiao use his body and has always cooperated very well. Han Xiao did not let Philip control the spacecraft. Speaking of virtual intelligence capabilities, Resta is naturally a complete defeat for Philip. He is an AI life. The blacklight lurker landed in the shelter, and Han Xiao instructed Bennett not to kill Curtin for the time being, and then began to do his own thing. I routinely inspected the recruitment situation, checked Suiya's homework, and then returned to my residence to check the task reward. More than 8 million experience, a random reward opportunity. He saved it for the time being and was not used. In addition, he also rewarded 2 free attribute points and 1 potential point. High difficulty tasks will reward some attributes. The best reward is naturally the Medal of Honor, which has a full attribute plus 3%. You have obtained Glory Medal, History Tracer. This thing is the same as the character card, and it takes effect directly on the panel. It also has the same effect. However, it can only take effect one at the same time. Only by collecting 3 glory medals can it be replaced with a special badge with all attributes plus 12%. After reading the rewards, Han Xiao opened the attribute panel. Today is a good day. He finally finished practicing Harmon's strength training method. His strength broke through the 9,000 mark, and finally entered the next level and obtained a new level bonus. Power attribute, magnetic, increased mechanical affinity, power LV10, strength plus 18, agility plus 25, endurance plus 28, intelligence plus 32, mystery plus 22, physical strength limit plus 3,400, mechanical affinity plus 25%. The attributes of this layer alone almost increase the total strength bonus by 1/3. The higher the strength level, the more significant the bonus of each layer. The advanced task, Secret of Power, has been completed, and the transfer requirement is to choose a strength among the 3 branch routes of large machinery, micro machinery, and virtual technology. The method is to transfer relevant high-end knowledge points to the maximum level. Between the 3 branches of arming, energy, and control, Han Xiao has not bought super nano power, but he is planning to choose a virtual technology strength, so it has no impact. Virtual technology mainly involves invasion, defense, etc., which is very powerful in the mechanical civil war. It can basically be summarized as, "Your is mine, and mine is mine." Even if it does not invade, it can prevent other mechanics from taking away their machinery. In addition, virtual technology complements legion flow. The stronger the ability, the larger the legion you can control, and the farther the range. In the interstellar world, it is not only possible to form a mechanical legion. If you are good at virtual technology, you can restrain the legion flow to a certain extent. Virtual technology is also slightly weaker. When facing opponents outside the mechanical system, it is not as strong as the routes of large machinery and micro machinery. After all, these 2 routes are very strong, and the combat power is placed on the table, which is nothing more than the attributes of mechanical beings. He also played these 2 routes in his previous life. The machinery he created was stronger, and it was done just by pushing it over. Anyway, he just closed his eyes. It all depends on the will of God. Of course, this is a rather exaggerated statement. The masters of these 2 branches still need to operate the battle situation. The horizontal push is only suitable for lazy people who don't want to operate. Most players in previous lives chose these 2 routes because the virtual technology branch is too difficult and not suitable for the people. More importantly, even if you do not follow the legion flow, there are many strong tactical schools for large machinery and micro machinery routes. However, the only thing that is most suitable for the virtual technology route is the legion flow. Players prefer tactics that are economically beneficial. After all, making money is not easy. Can the legion flow be played by poor people? Judging from Han Xiao's actual experience, virtual technology is the best branch. Although it does not have obvious advantages like the other 2 routes, in actual combat, the virtual technology route is very stable and has stronger operational capabilities. Civil war has advantages, and it is definitely not weak against opponents in other professions. After all, it is still in the mechanical system, and the foundation is here. Han Xiao does not pursue the limiting attributes of a single machine, and the quality is not enough to make up for it. In the big market of players, he does not worry about cost issues. Compared to strengthening his strengths, he prefers to make up for loopholes. Even as long as he has enough experience, he can upgrade his drawings and manufacturing skills to a very high level, so that even the quality of the machinery will not be much worse than the other 2 routes. Moreover, he chose the virtual technology branch for more private reasons. After confirming the route, Han Xiao threw the potential points into the relevant knowledge, and a large amount of information popped up on the panel. You complete the 120th level of progress, and the endurance bonus is improved. 1 endurance equals 65 health equals 75 physical power. At this level of advancement, the endurance conversion has more health points. At the beginning, The transition value was increased by 5 points. After the first race sublimation, each upgrade was increased by 10 points, and now it has increased by 15 points. It was previously a 150 health conversion, but now it is 1 hour 65 minutes. Han Xiao clenched his fist and took a deep breath. The familiar pain appeared again, but compared with the pain when he became a void depilator, this pain could only make him frown and endure it secretly. Advanced Virtual Intelligent Technology achieve LV5 Max, successfully transferring. You have obtained a new profession, Virtual Mechanic LV1, Strength plus 150, Agility plus 3, Endurance plus 3, Intelligence plus 6. You have obtained 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have understood the skills, Expert Level Mechanical Affinity. You understand the skills, Intelligent Defense Strengthening. You understand the skills, Manipulation Intelligence Enhancement. You understand the skill, Intrusion Operation Enhancement. You understand the skills, Resource Allocation Plan Optimization. You understand the skills, Mass Production Line Configuration Process Optimization. You understand the expertise, Virtual Technology Specialization. The newly obtained skills are basically to strengthen virtual technology, intrusion operations, and intelligent defense to strengthen the offensive and defensive capabilities in the network, which are the core of this route. Manipulation Intelligent Strengthening slightly improves the full attributes of independent machinery, and the skill introduction is Excellent Intelligent System to improve the efficiency of machinery. Resource Allocation Plan Optimization and Mass Production Line Configuration Process Optimization strengthen assembly line efficiency. The former is to reduce costs, while the latter is to speed up manufacturing speed. The virtual technology route has the greatest improvement of mass production skills, so it is very suitable for Legion flow. Expert Mechanical Affinity is a core skill in the mechanical system. The effect of upgrading to the maximum level is plus 60%. The new expertise, Virtual Technology Specialization, means that the intellectual attributes begin to have additional bonuses to virtual technology, similar to the effect of mechanical analysis and enlightenment. Because it is a transfer to determine the route, the skills you have learned are more than before, and these skills are even more important than simple upgrades. Han Xiao did not hesitate and directly upgraded all of these skills to the maximum level, striving to obtain the strongest effect. These days, he has gained more than 3 billion experience from players by teaching skills, upgraded these advanced skills to the full level, and burned more than 1 billion experience in one go. The investment is worth it, the effect is significant, and the combat effectiveness level suddenly soared by more than 800 Ana. After advanced, the enhancement of skills to combat effectiveness even exceeds the upgrade effect. There's still 2.2 billion experience left. At this level, the expense of upgrading the main profession is also huge. But in the same way, the rewards of the task experience that players come into contact with will also increase, but it still requires a long time to accumulate. Only Han Xiao can gather such a huge amount of experience in a short period of time. All experiences were invested in upgrading, and the main profession was upgraded to level 4 in a row, and the remaining experience could be upgraded to level 1 level. However, Han Xiao stopped and did not continue to upgrade to the main profession, but instead used the remaining experience to upgrade to the Scholar secondary profession, from LV5 to full level LV10, and in the end there was more than 100 million experience left, which was not enough to upgrade. The cost of upgrading the secondary profession will increase with the total level, but it is still much less than upgrading the main profession. Scholar, this attribute profession is useful, with 50 more intelligence and 5 potential points. Virtual Mechanic has been upgraded to LV5, and the total bonus is 15 points of agility, 15 points of endurance, 30 points of intelligence, 30 points of free attribute points, and 5 points of potential points. All free attribute points are thrown into intelligence, as usual. The strength boiled in the body, enduring discomfort. Han Xiao carefully checked the properties of the big change. Total level, 130, main occupation, mechanical system, race, Void Shadow or Human Form. Strength 181, Agility 401, Endurance 361, Intelligence 1110, Mystery 124, Charm 41, Lucky 1, Free Attribute Point 0, Potential Point 49, Happiness, Physical Strength Value. Strength 9,770 LV10. LV10 Total Strength Bonus. Power plus 71. Agility plus 97. Endurance plus 108. Intelligence plus 122. Mystery plus 77. Physical Strength Limit plus. Mechanical Affinity plus 85%. Inner Level. 8945 Auna. Level B plus. URA. Powerful Interstellar Mechanic. The elite among the elites. The hero among the heroes. The biggest difference between you and other B-level superpowers is that there's an extra plus. Hey, this note is a sarcastic. Level 130, close to 9,000 in combat power level. If you count it, as long as you upgrade to level 140 and then successfully advance, you can officially enter the A-level level and have natural disaster-like destructive power. Han Xiao silently calculated that although he upgraded quickly, his skill level has not fallen, and most of the people who have been promoted are the main professions, so the progress is about 20 to 30 levels ahead of the players, and the actual combat power value also exceeds the average standard of this level, and he can basically sweep most B-level superpowers. If we face Ashes now, even if we don't make any prior arrangements, we can fight back and forth and fight for a long time. Even if you can't win, you can make the opponent feel disgusted to death. Especially the health value. Every time Han Xiao saw this number, he couldn't help but feel numb. At this level in his previous life, the average blood volume of the mechanic was less than 20,000, and the MT blood volume of the same level was not as high as that of himself. The template specialty, Intermediate Strong Life, is really too powerful. If you upgrade this specialty again, you may be able to spit out the human flesh by just taking a look. From level 130 to level 140, it takes billions of experience. I use my teaching skills to harvest a wave of players. Most of the profits have been obtained. The skill sold at this time can still earn about 1 billion experience. After that, new methods will be used to harvest players. The version has been started for so many days, and the players have basically used up all their experience, and they have to wait for their experience reserves to accumulate again. It seems that it will take some time. Han Xiao was already very satisfied. When he reached this level, he couldn't expect to upgrade to level 20 levels like he did in the early stage. The pain lasted for more than an hour before it slowly calmed down. Han Xiao let out a breath and felt the full strength for a while. He was very hungry and gnawed more than a dozen concentrated energy bars. Only after his hungry body replenished nutrients. He took off his sweat-wet clothes, looked down at his body with clear muscle lines, then changed into a dry shirt, and then put the balls back on his body. Didi. At this moment, the communicator rang and Melos requested communication. If you're here to show off your new arm again, you can end the call now. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and put a compressed ball bracelet on his wrist. No, this time it's a serious business. Melos frowned and said in a deep voice, Nagorkin issued a recruitment announcement to the engines, and many engines were attracted to watch. In Melos's view, players are all good helpers who can help Sunil survive the disaster. But Ghidorah actually dug their walls, and he was immediately furious. Oh! Han Xiao's eyes moved, and a smile that had been expected. Hee, I will indeed wave a hoe at me. Don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'll go over and take a look later. Wow, I have a headache for data calculations, but fortunately I pointed out the abacus and mastered. At this time, the leaders of the 6 countries received a request from Bennett to hold a video conference again. Now the shelter has a special status. They attach enough importance to it, and take time to hold a meeting in their busy schedule. The leaders went online one after another, and Bennett looked serious and said nothing, which made the atmosphere appear solemn. The leaders of the 6 countries were curious about what big things Bennett would talk to them about. Not long after, the last leader was online, and someone asked, Bennett, what are you doing? Everyone, what I want to tell you next is a lie that has deceived us for decades. Bennett spoke slowly, and the leaders of the 6 countries were surprised when they heard this. But as Bennett told the truth, every leader's face changed. In order to prove what he said, Hannes brought Curtin over and interrogated him severely. Curtin naturally knew everything, with detailed details and no doubt. The leaders of the 6 countries no longer had any luck. Their faces turned ashen. The habit of being unchanging over the years also broke the truth before this news, and humiliation and anger flashed faintly on their faces. This is how it is. The whole planet has been teased. If it weren't for Han Xiao, we would have been in the dark forever. Bennett clenched his fists and bit his teeth. Han Xiao didn't know what was happening now, and Bennett told the truth to the 6 kingdoms behind his back. However, except for not allowing Bennett to kill certain, Han Xiao had no other request, and he actually agreed to this. Over the years, one of them said hoarsely, and he stopped talking halfway. The leaders of the 6 countries had complex eyes. Although the truth was the case, the 6 countries were the last winners of the war in the old era and did not regret everything they did. They just thought of the miserable scenes everywhere and the scenes of missiles blowing into fiery red flowers on the ground. Those countries that were destroyed could not help but feel resentful. There is nothing to say about success or defeat, but the mastermind behind the scenes is just such a small person. They feel a sense of sadness from the bottom of their hearts. So what can you do if you rule the Sea Blue Star? Countless advanced civilizations are like humans looking down at the insects fighting. No matter how soul-stirring the battle is, how noble and heroic it is, the winner is still the insects. Even if they know the truth, they have no way to pursue it. Everyone's perception of Ghidorah has undergone earth-shaking changes, and reason has not been shaken. Ghidorah is still a high-level civilization they need to look up to, and now they also need the other party to rescue disasters, but the deepest view has changed forever. Bennett took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Last time, when Black Star negotiated with you, I was behind him. To be honest, I did not agree with his ideas at that time. But now I understand his good intentions, and he has seen through this truth long ago. Backwardness and weakness are only played with. I don't know how much vain and sarcastic elements your compromise with him are, but now I think you can recognize the reality." The leaders of the 6 kingdoms were silent, and suddenly remembered the scene not long ago. They tried their best to prepare a grand welcome ceremony and agreed to the landing coordinates with the Ghidorah disaster relief team early, but the other party changed their minds temporarily, threw them aside, and went to see Black Star. In fact, this is just a small matter. Although the 6 kingdoms are unhappy, that's all. But the truth told by Bennett, the feeling that this small thing brings to everyone has a new meaning. We are not respected after all. Bennett's tone was firm. I will stand completely on his side. If one day he was disappointed with you and wanted me to become the ruler of the world on your behalf, I would do this. You are very clear that this matter has nothing to do with ambition. We understand. The leaders of the 6 countries nodded slowly, very clear about the weight of these words. Bennett pursued not ambition, but the hope of civilization. Just as Black Star said, he is our only choice, the only person who can bring a future to Hylon Star. Don't worry, we know how to choose. The leaders of the 6 countries spoke one after another, sincerely, and this time they had no thoughts. In the face of the future of the entire civilization, they were willing to sincerely submit to Han Xiao. There was no force or resentment. At this time, only happiness remained in the hearts of the leaders of the 6 countries. Fortunately, legendary figures like Black Star appeared on the Sea Blue Star, and they used their own strength to rewrite the fate of the entire civilization. The sun is scorching, and the refuge square is coming and going, noisy and noisy. Han Xiao was slowly heading to Nagakin, but he didn't know that Bennett had secretly given him the best assist. Not long ago, Melas called and said that Ghidorah was poaching. He was now preparing to see how Nagakin recruited players. They don't understand the nature of the player. In their opinion, the player is just a special native. If you use a normal method, the player may not buy it. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled secretly. Ghidorah did not understand the player's urinary nature like him. At the same time, The shelter specially assigned to the area where the Ghidorah disaster relief team was stationed and was surrounded by players. The Ghidorah people issued a recruitment announcement, attracting many curious players. The aquarium star where you are is located in the ninth star area of the Gadon Galaxy and belongs to our jurisdiction. The Ghidorah civilization ruled the Gadon Galaxy. It is strong. We have superb magical technology and come and go freely in the universe. Some Ghidorah people are introducing the situation of civilization and speaking with various video materials with great effort and vividness. This is Nagakin's plan. He decided to recruit Erun. The first goal was to let this group of indigenous people understand the situation of interstellar world, let the other party know how powerful the Ghidorah civilization is, show its own strength, and let these aquarium star Erun have a clear concept so that they can attract Erun. Nagakin stood aside and observed that his idea was good and there was no problem, but the actual situation was very different from the effect he expected. These indies not only did not show curiosity about the interstellar pattern, nor did they show envy and yearn for Ghidorah, but instead looked like they lacked interest. No, how could they not be interested? Nagakin wondered. The onlookers were indifferent. Nagakin's method was to deal with the natives under normal circumstances, but it was useless to the players. At least 80% of the people present have watched the Black Star series video of the meat bag. Not to mention Ghidorah, even the entire pattern of the Broken Star Ring has been understood. The information mentioned by these Ghidorah people has long been no longer novel. Nagakin was confused and naturally didn't know where the problem was, so he continued to watch it patiently. Ghidorah's propaganda finished the summary of civilization, and then talked about Ghidorah's technical strength, showing various magic and high-tech products, which was nothing more than showing off his strength and showing off his meaning. The player glanced at it a few times, shook his head, and dispersed while complaining. What's so good? I'll let it go. What's the point of showing off this kind of thing? Do we think we are countrymen? I really haven't seen the world. Seeing this scene, Nagakin and Ghidorah's propagandists were a little confused. They thought that the indigenous people were natives who had never seen the world, but they didn't know that in the eyes of the players, they felt that these Ghidorah people had never seen the world. Use these things to fool people. Do we have never seen magic or high technology? We have even seen land plates floating in the universe, and Ghidorah shows us this. A terrible man, if Han Xiao was here, he would probably laugh out loud, saying that these things are useful for eggs. It would be better to give a task than to have this skill. It will be no good to talk about it. If you don't show visible benefits, the fourth god of Scourge will not have the leisure to talk to you. However, this is just the idea of most people. There is still a certain number of players who are curious about it. They do have the intention to join Ghidorah's camp, but they are not attracted. They mainly want to try whether they can join two camps at the same time. Nagakin's recruitment process is different from that of the Black Star mercenary group. After all, Ghidorah has a system, and the recruitment process is more cumbersome. There were already a small group of players who wanted to ask how to join. At this moment, a noise suddenly broke out not far away, and the players around him gathered spontaneously. Through the crowd, these people saw that Han Xiao was surrounded by the players. They immediately left Ghidorah and rushed over happily. In the eyes of players, Han Xiao is basically linked to the word benefits. Every time he appears, it will cause a sensation. He has long left a strong impression in the hearts of players, and his popularity is beyond the reach of Ghidorah. Ghidorah's camp was deserted, and it was even more deserted at this time. Ghidorah's face turned blue and white. When did he encounter such treatment? He was actually ignored by a group of natives, and many people were so angry that they smoked. Nagakin's face was twitching, and his expression was depressed. This scene was far from the scene he imagined, and he deeply felt the huge difference in popularity. Yes, Black Star was born on this planet, so it should be more popular. Nagakin calmed down for a while and was not discouraged. Although the start was unsatisfactory, he believed that there would still be many people willing to join them. After all, they are a high-level civilization, and an ordinary mercenary group can compare to them. He believed that as long as Ghidorah's situation is constantly popularized to the alien, Many people will make smart choices sooner or later. Although he was thinking of poaching, Nagakin didn't think there was any problem. Originally, these aliens were free people. I also had the right to recruit them. It was fair for everyone. He would not be dissatisfied with Black Star, so he didn't think Black Star would be angry about it. Seeing Han Xiao coming here, Nagakin smiled and went up to meet him. The two met and chatted for a few words. Then Han Xiao walked into Ghidorah's camp and temporarily got rid of the player siege. He was not going to let the players hear the next conversation with Nagakin. Players can move in Ghidorah camp, but the core area is not open and Ghidorah soldiers block the player outside. Walking into the room, the two of them sat down. How was the disaster relief situation now? Han Xiao said with a smile. The situation is constantly improving and order is slowly recovering. You have helped us with the information. Not only Hylon, but other disaster relief teams on the planets act according to the information, and the situation is very stable. As long as the scale of the disaster is controlled, the remaining problem is to wait for the scientific research department to develop a complete antidote. Speaking of the serious matter, Nagakin corrected his face. Then the two discussed the disaster relief situation of Hylon Star in depth, pointing out the difficulties, management problems, etc. And after talking for a long time, Han Xiao pretended to ask casually, "By the way, when I came here just now, I saw you recruiting Irin." "Haha, yes." Nagakin was very bachelor, without any concealment, and smiled. "I didn't expect that there would be such a strange phenomenon on Hylon Star. After observing some time ago, I found that they really have potential. No wonder you have been recruiting them all the time. We are also preparing to recruit some Irin." Han Xiao touched his chin, without expressing his emotions, and echoed, "Well, I knew Irin very early, and your investigator didn't understand the cause. Later, he saw that they acted the same as ordinary people, so it was no wonder. Indeed, they have potential and the number is considerable. By the way, you have a high reputation among the alien group. Can you help?" Nagakin's eyes lit up, thinking that Black Star could help. Seeing that the Black Star mercenary group recruited Irin not as much as possible, but to select them, he thought that Black Star did not actually want to occupy all Irin, so he should not be angry. Han Xiao's attitude was calm and confirmed his thoughts. At this time, Nagakin was even more relieved and asked for help. Han Xiao's face looked a little weird. Is it so excessive? Not only did he dig my corner, but he also asked me how to swing the hoe well. He remained calm and nodded. I can give some suggestions, but it is not guaranteed to be effective. After all, Irin is not my subordinate. Nagakin thought for a while and said, "What method did you use to make those Iran want to join your mercenary group so much?" Han Xiao smiled. "It's actually nothing. Just like what you did, introduce the background and interstellar pattern of the mercenary group. When you mention the benefits, the rest depends on Iran's own wishes. As long as you continue to popularize Ghidorah's background, you will always attract some people." "I think so." Nagakin nodded. His policy was right, but he was taken first by the Black Star. Since the direction is correct, Nagakin is not ready to change his policy. It is naturally better to join the Ghidorah civilization than the mercenary group. It seems that all it takes is time to slowly let the aliens understand this. After chatting for a few more words, Han Xiao said goodbye and left, walked out of Ghidorah's camp, shook his head, and smiled secretly. In fact, Nagakin guessed correctly. He was not angry because he had known that Ghidorah would be his competitor. Nagakin's actions were as expected. There was another competitor, Dark Star, but since the budding had long been cold, Dark Star would not appear for the time being. Moreover, he was tied to Ghidorah. Dark Star was almost equivalent to being eliminated and missing one competitor. Han Xiao knew that Nagakin's process of recruiting players was nothing special. It was just like what he was doing now. It was nothing more than introducing his own background. However, at that time, players could only choose one of the good and evil sides. Unlike in previous lives, the Order has added a new choice of his own Black Star mercenary group, so Ghidorah cannot monopolize the market. After his long-term activities in the player group, Nagakin wanted to leverage his position in the player's heart. Han Xiao could only encourage them to continue sleeping. Even if Ghidorah presents various benefits, Her core competitiveness is far inferior to herself. The Meat Bao has released so many episodes of the video, which has a huge effect, which gives players a clear understanding of the Black Star mercenary group, and also arouses players' yearning and expectation. The drama-like mode has formed a preliminary sense of belonging. He has the advantage of his interests. He has the advantage of his feelings. He still has the advantage of his interests. He has the advantage of his advantages, but he doesn't know how to lose. On the road to Calais, Ghidorah is a younger brother. Because of the sufficient preparation, he is confident and does not need to take action by himself. Ghidorah is also invincible. Moreover, players can theoretically join their two camps at the same time. In Han Xiao's view, the real choice will appear when he leaves the planet, and the player will only choose who to follow at that time. So he is not in a hurry at all. When the player needs to choose one of two, he must have an absolute advantage. With the cluster effect, more players will choose him, which is almost equivalent to a mobile main city, and Ghidorah must be deserted and miserable. However, Han Xiao has never been afraid of having many methods. Even if his advantage is obvious, he will not sit idly by and think about countermeasures secretly. Ghidorah is also a collaborator, so it is impossible to tear her face off the surface. This is too irrational. Although Ghidorah is not as competitive as me, there are hundreds of players, and there will always be some people who choose them, so there's no need to care. As long as the scale of the mercenary group meets my expectations, it is enough. Well, after the matter is over, Han Xiao can establish a mercenary group subbase, and there will be a continuous stream of newcomers in the future. Han Xiao pinched his chin with his fingers, pondered for a while, and had already thought of two ways to deal with it. 4 countermeasures. The first is to improve your attractiveness. Now, players basically know the benefits I can give them, but there are still some improvements. If you want players to follow the mercenary group to go to the interstellar world, they must feel reluctant to leave. Hey, it's a very simple way. With a chuckle, Han Xiao immediately had an idea. Just like the ring number hierarchy system of the Skywallow Allied Army, he could also implement an intuitive hierarchy system in the Black Star mercenary group. For example, when the total contribution accumulated by the player reaches a certain value, including the contribution degree spent in the faction, a new class can be reached. You should give these classes different honorary titles and record them in the player's mercenary file. In addition to giving players a sense of accomplishment, there are also practical benefits. For example, when reaching a certain class, you can get different discounts when purchasing camp products. In this way, players will be unwilling to give up their previous accumulation, mainly because they are reluctant to spend money, which will naturally increase the attraction and sense of belonging of the camp. The achievement system is also the key to a camp, which is equivalent to the organizational structure of a camp. The number of people is increasing. It will be done in a while. It is convenient for management. Well, you have to think of some cool level names. Han Xiao played his tongue and made a sound. He was in a happy mood, and he was the best at naming. In addition to improving one's own attractiveness, another countermeasure is naturally to attack competitors. Since we cannot openly fight with Ghidorah, we can only rub the vagina behind our backs. The only choice is the weapon of public opinion. Han Xiao immediately had a goal. Player Forum is the best public opinion platform. It is only circulated among players, hidden and easy to use. Even if Ghidorah is plotted, the other party doesn't know what happened. His eyes rolled, and he smiled. It seems that he will use meat bags. At night, in the core area of the shelter, a group of players were rushing to Han Xiao's residence. The notification was Quang Dao, meat bags, Hao Yin, and Feng Yue, the first 4 people to receive special treatment. The Black Star suddenly summoned us. I don't know what's wrong. Not long ago, their panel suddenly triggered the camp mission, requiring them to go find Han Xiao immediately, and the reward was very good. The few people did not delay and set off immediately after forming a team. When he arrived at the place, Han Xiao, dressed in black, appeared in front of the 4 people, nodded expressionlessly, greeted them, and took everyone around to a secret interrogation room. He was shocked to find that Bennett was also here. Almost everyone knows this protagonist of the Sea Blue Star. Two big figures appeared at the same time, and Kwang Dao and others realized that things were not simple. What are we going to do? Feng Yu couldn't help asking. Han Xiao turned around and said slowly, "A few days ago, we caught a person. The information we found was so shocking, so the person interrogated dozens of times. You are my trusted partners. I need you to interrogate him again for me." As he said that, he issued a new task called interrogation to the 4 people present and invested all the reward amounts today, which was very generous. When the 4 of them heard this, they subconsciously turned their heads and saw the interrogation subject in the room through the single-sided glass in the interrogation room. A Ghidorah man with a panicked look on his face. 10 days have passed in a flash, and it has been more than a month since the opening of version 2.0. The overall situation is good. The number of refugees being protected continues to rise, and the raging beasts have been killed one after another. Players integrate into the new version and run around to contribute to the overall progress of the main task. In addition to disaster relief, a competition is taking place in secret. These days, Nagakin's policy has been effective. As the saying goes, the fierce girl is afraid of tangling her. Under the publicity work of Ghidorah's propaganda personnel insisting on not giving up, players join Ghidorah's camp with a try-making mentality. Han Xiao was not surprised. It was the nature of the player to try different possibilities, not to mention that the 2 camps at this time did not conflict with each other. Ghidorah has a very thin image in the minds of players. After all, this is the first time I have come into contact with the camp myself. It is not like Han Xiao is already an old friend. However, although Ghidorah is not as good as the Black Star mercenary group, the benefits are also good, and the magic side technical products are indeed attractive. Nagakin was quite satisfied with the recruitment progress, and Black Star had no intention of interfering. However, just when he was happy, a video quietly appeared on the player forum, causing an uproar. 10 days later, Meat Bao released a new video. He now has a large number of fans. Once the video was released, it attracted a large number of players to watch it. However, the latest video was not a sequel to the Black Star series, but an extra chapter with the title Sea Blue Star. Old times, not the Black Star series. Tisk disappointed. Extra chapter? It's a bit interesting. I don't know what it is. International convention. Blow the root before watching. After complaining, the player opened the video and felt full of expectations. Although most fans wanted to kill Meat Bao, the video quality of Meat Bao has always been very good, mainly based on joy and humor, and can basically spend a happy time. As soon as the video started, there was no opening sarcastic remarks like meat bags, but went directly into the content. It was extraordinary at the beginning. The rain of nuclear bombs fell from the sky, hitting the earth, and huge mushroom clouds rose. Everything was silent. It was not until after the explosion that the background music slowly rang, as if pulling the audience into the picture. Most people are familiar with this video. It is the video of the headquarters of the Six Kingdoms bombing. The next scene changed and jumped to some tragic war scenes. It seemed that the theme was unclear and the audience was talking about it. What did this issue talk about? Why didn't I understand it yet? It felt a little messy in the first minute. Just as the audience was confused, the narrator suddenly sounded in the war scene. It was Curtin's voice. His tone trembled and weak, and he slowly confessed his crimes. This narrator was made by the Meat Bag edited Curtin's interrogation recording, which dismantled Curtin's testimony order to match the picture, and at the same time allowed the audience to understand the original meaning of the sentence. This editing strengthened the contrast between the picture and the narrator, giving a sense of consciousness. As Curtin tells, the atmosphere of the video slowly becomes exciting and sad. Later, the war scenes and interrogation scenes are intertwined to enhance the effect, and at the same time, the audience can understand the theme of the video more intuitively. It is the truth of the old era of Hylon Star. With the cooperation of the pictures, the theme is expressed in detail, fully expressing the sad atmosphere. The Black Star appeared at the end of the video. With him as the core, the Meat Bag summarized this plot. This time, the Meat Bag did not use humor, but used a slightly heavy and sensational atmosphere to make this video, which contrasted with the previous period, and the effect was also excellent. 10 days ago, Han Xiao used some methods to let the meatbag interrogate Curtin to learn the truth of the old era. He was 80% sure that the meatbag would share this secret with other players. The meatbag is a video maker, and this plot about Han Xiao is very suitable for making videos and can attract attention. As expected, the meatbag has a keen sense of news material, discovered its value, and made a video. He thought he was lucky enough to learn the secret, but he didn't know that it was secretly guided by Han Xiao. After a long time of getting along, Han Xiao is already very familiar with the posture of using the meatbag as a public opinion weapon. He only needs to give fragmented materials and don't have to worry about the quality of the video made by the meatbag. He is professional. The video was responding violently, and the audience was shocked. Unexpectedly, the extra chapter was such a powerful secret, and Hylon suddenly became the sympathetic party. Ghidorah originally had no obvious image in the players' minds. After the video rendering, she was labeled as high and arrogant. The players' favorability plummeted and the disgust suddenly arose. Most players are pragmatic and value interests and rewards, but this is not the only motivation to act. Players have their own preferences, and sometimes the importance of likes and dislikes even exceeds the interests. Few people will like people who are superior and represent authority. What's more, after version 1.0, most players have developed feelings for the Aquarium Star and automatically substituted the Aquarium Star side. They are immediately indignant of Ghidorah and have a very poor viewing experience. Fighting against authority has always been a popular activity for most players. The impact caused by the video is slowly fermenting, and players are excited and posting continuously on the forum of the Sea Blue Star section. The collective behavior is more likely to incite emotions, as if Ghidorah has become an unforgivable guy overnight. Some players even shouted slogans. Tonight, we are all sea blue people. Han Xiao was paying attention to the situation of the forum, and the goal was basically achieved. Public opinion was nothing more than to raise himself or attack the enemy. He did not distort the facts. All he did was to expose the secret. Since Ghidorah's citizens did this, whether they were instructed or not, Ghidorah had to bear the blame. Let's just give Han Xiao some justice. Originally, Ghidorah's welfare was not as good as his own mercenary group, but now she is not doing well, and her attraction suddenly plummeted. If this is the stock price, it is basically equivalent to continuous limit down. Under the chain reaction, Nagikin's recruitment situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and some players who were originally willing to join also gave up their thoughts. Anyway, someone had tried the water, and there was no special benefit to the Ghidorah camp, so there was no need to go there. The number of players in Ghidorah camp dropped sharply, and even many players who have joined Ghidorah camp returned to the arms of Black Star. Nagikin was simply confused. Didn't he be fine a few days ago? Why did he suddenly not recruit Irun? What's the problem? He was puzzled, but he knew that there was a lot of public opinion that was not conducive to Ghidorah in the place he could not see and was completely kept in the dark. With me, Ghidorah probably won't be able to recruit anyone. In the room, Han Xiao browsed the forum's movements and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he and Nagikin had fought side by side, they essentially saved the other party. If they hadn't been involved in Nagikin's mission, Nagikin would have been beaten to be disabled. Nago ran over to pick the fruit of victory and thought he wouldn't be angry and was too heartbroken. Since he was unreasonable, Han Xiao had to talk about physics and slam Ghidorah's heart and was in a bright mood. After throwing Ghidorah's problem to the meat bag 10 days ago, Han Xiao no longer cared about it, but focused on building the organizational structure of the Black Star mercenary group. As more and more players were recruited, this matter was put on the agenda by him, not only for the convenience of management, but also for players to have a goal to strive for, allowing players to see a system that can climb up. This matter is more important and affects the player's fighting spirit, and is equivalent to having a bright future in life. The day before yesterday, Han Xiao officially set up a level system for the mercenary group. Mercenary players of different levels have different discounts to purchase camp goods and enjoy camp services. They are divided into 6 levels. There are no fancy names in the first 5 levels. They are directly from 1 star to 5 stars, which is intuitive and simple and can be understood by individuals. In fact, he originally wanted to use a cooler title, but after thinking about it over and over again, he finally chose a simple and easy-to-understand route, just like the Skywallow Allied Forces. The simpler the more it is, the more it can highlight the level differences. The 6th level is the highest level, called Black Star 18 Knights. This level is not fixed, but a ranking form. After reaching the 5-star standard, players in the top 18 can get this title, and the benefits are significantly higher. Since the seats of the Black Star 18 riders are determined by the rankings, they are competitive. This is a money-burning machine specially prepared by Han Xiao for the guild and the local tyrants. Players can view the position level of the Black Star mercenary group in their personal mercenary profiles, but players do not have a star communicator yet, so they can only query their files through Philip for the time being. There are 3 factors that determine the level of mercenaries. One is the creditworthiness of individual mercenary files. The second is the current camp relationship. And the third is the total contribution value to the Black Star mercenary group. Credit is required to complete employment to accumulate, and players can continue to do tasks to increase their personal credit. The current camp relationship is also easy to understand. For example, players have just joined the Black Star mercenary group, and they're all 1-star level. If they want to advance to a 2-star mercenary, one of the prerequisites is that the camp relationship reaches friendly, that is, the current contribution is above 1,000 points. After the promotion is completed, there is no need to maintain the current contribution level. Even if the contribution level is spent, the level will not be reduced. The total contribution is the highlight. For example, there are 3,000 contribution points which cost 1,000 points, while the total contribution point is still 3,000 points, which is equivalent to all contribution points accumulated in history. 1 star to 2 stars requires the total contribution point. As soon as the level system was launched, players studied this system with curiosity and soon discovered the loopholes that could be exploited, which was the total contribution. Because the camp relationship is below friendly 1,000 points, 50 INAR can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. If the current contribution is between 1,000 points and 3,000 points, 500 INAR can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. Think about it this way. As long as the current contribution is controlled below 1,000 points, the total contribution can be increased at the lowest cost. With this discovery, many players were so happy that they felt they had found a shortcut. Han Xiao had expected it, and he liked the players and felt that he had made money. The reason is very simple. As long as you contribute 1,000 points at present, if you want to save money, you must spend the contribution in your hands. The contribution can only be used to buy camp goods. Players also have to spend the annals who buy things, and keep repeating the bad things, which is equivalent to urging players to consume. Players also think that accumulating the total contribution is profitable. Moreover, the other 2 factors affecting the mercenary level are hard requirements, and there is no way to take advantage of loopholes, so players cannot quickly improve the mercenary level through shortcuts. This shortcut of the total contribution degree is actually a conspiracy of the Korean technician. He uses the player's psychology to deliberately leave a loophole for players to discover it themselves. There are many newcomers in the mercenary group. Now, there are only dozens of high-level players who followed him at the earliest to approach the standard of 2 stars. The system set by Han Xiao is not low. Judging from the player's progress at this time, he estimates that basically no player can reach the highest level in 1 or 2 versions. This is a long-term layout. The formal planning of the mercenary group has just begun. Take it slowly. In the room, Han Xiao leaned against the back of the chair, crossed his legs, and muttered to himself. As long as there are enough players recruited, the player's strength is equivalent to his own power, and he has enough patience to wait for the player to grow. Didi, at this moment, an emergency notification popped up in the communicator. He opened the virtual screen and took a casual look. What caught his eye was the urgent news that the Dark Star had been silent and attacked several alienated disaster planets. Han Xiao's eyes froze, his expression was solemn, and he sat up straight. It's finally started. 2 months after the alienation disaster, the angry star has not taken action, which makes many people feel that something is missing. After so long, the angry star finally took action and sent a fleet to attack 3 alienation disaster planets. This news caused a huge reaction in the Gadon galaxy, and many interstellar citizens were excited and knew that the show was coming. As Ghidorah's nemesis, you can think about it and know that the Dark Star will not miss such a good opportunity. Now it has finally made up for this missing puzzle. There is no evidence that the alienation disaster is a conspiracy of the Dark Star, but it doesn't matter. As long as the Dark Star intervenes, Ghidorah's biggest opponent will become this mortal enemy, and the situation is completely different. The first wave of the Dark Star attacked 3 disaster planets and encountered the local Ghidorah disaster relief team. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Because they were in a hurry and the fleet was very small, the 3 Ghidorah disaster relief teams suffered heavy losses. Logically speaking, the civilizations of these 3 planets are vulnerable to the Dark Star fleet, but the Dark Star did not destroy these 3 planets. It seemed to be coming to attack the disaster relief team, and it symbolically destroyed it and evacuated before the arrival of Ghidorah support troops. The result of the attack was that the disaster relief results of these 3 planets have been lost by 70% to 80%, and the situation that had finally stabilized became chaotic again. Ghidorah therefore raised her alert level and sent regular military fleets to different disaster planets as guards to prevent the re-attack of the Dark Star. Even so, it failed to let the Dark Star give up. The second round of attacks happened soon, and this time the attack was against several other disaster planets. The same process is still the same. Although Ghidorah has increased the guard power, the Dark Star has also increased the attack strength. This time, the 2 sides have confronted each other head-on, and a large-scale interstellar battle broke out. The spacecraft blasted, the shield flashed, the light of the shipborne ion cannons was like a new star, and the photon pulse rays were like rainbow bridges that ran across the dark universe. After a great battle, the Dark Star evacuated again in time, but did not evolve into a full-scale war. The Ghidorah fleet suffered a loss again. The disaster planet defended suffered the same fate as the first round of the 3 planets, and the disaster relief results were destroyed. Most of the time, the Dark Star just hides in the dark to plot against Ghidorah. It has been many years since the last head-on battle. Now the Dark Star has come out again, no longer a small fight, and it has brought pressure to Ghidorah. Ghidorah has an absolute advantage in hard power, but Ghidorah's territory is vast, and the fleet is stationed at different bases and colonial planets in the Gadon galaxy. The free troops that can be used cannot crush the Dark Star, and Ghidorah does not know how much military power the Dark Star has. The most feared thing about the Dark Star is that it is hidden in the dark and unable to detect operations in advance. Ghidorah is very troubled by this. If she does not know the next attack location of the Dark Star, she will not be able to make targeted strategies and can only defend passively and has very low efficiency. In 2 consecutive rounds of attacks, the Dark Star seemed to be targeting the disaster relief troops, but Ghidorah would not withdraw the disaster relief team. Because of this, otherwise they would appear to be afraid of the Dark Star, and Ghidorah would not show this attitude to the enemy. Moreover, since disaster relief has begun, and giving up halfway will be more severe to the dominance and reputation, and the situation has not yet reached that point. After years of confrontation between the 2 sides, the Gadon galaxy caused a sensation and immediately became the most eye-catching focus of the Colton star cluster. Dark Star will not stop here. They will continue to launch an attack. We will be attacked sooner or later. In a shelter conference room, Nagakin explained the situation seriously. Only Han Xiao was present at the meeting, and Bennett and the leaders of the 6 countries listened carefully to Nagakin's speech. After the first wave of the Dark Star attack, the situation became serious. A few days ago, a Ghidorah fleet arrived and came to guard the Sea Blue Star. 120 Ghidorah battleships were on standby in the outer space of the Sea Blue Star to guard against the Dark Star attack. Nago Jingguan is not in disaster relief or recruiting strangers. Being aware of the Dark Star has become the most important task. I have discussed it with Han Xiao many times in the past few days. The meeting was held at this time to make the refuge and the 6 countries more vigilant. Of course, the Aquarium Star civilization did not have much resistance in the interstellar war. Nagakin mainly made them mentally prepared and could take refuge immediately when the enemy attacked. Since we want to rescue disasters, we can only defend passively, and the situation is very unfavorable to us. The goal of the Dark Star is likely to be to use the weaknesses of the dispersed forces of Ghidorah's troops to break them one by one, intending to gradually erode Ghidorah's armed forces. We have no way of knowing the next target of the Dark Star attack. Nagakin said in a deep voice. Han Xiao nodded. This was indeed the goal of the Dark Star, but it was just one of the plans. The Dark Star implemented the alienation disaster plan with the goal of weakening Ghidorah's power, not only military, but also shaking Ghidorah's rule in all respects. Attacking the planet of disaster will not destroy the low-level civilizations on the planet. If the civilization is destroyed, Ghidorah will not need to be rescued. What the star has to do is to keep holding Ghidorah back. Bennett and others look solemn. It is impossible to panic. The problem is very serious, and panic is useless. How are you going to deal with it? Bennett asked. The War Bureau will dispatch troops from other star zones. The 2nd and 3rd batches of support fleets are on the way. We are asking us to continue working, keep on guard, and speed up the disaster relief progress. Nagakin frowned. In fact, there is the meaning of forced migration of refugees on the disaster planet, but this behavior has a bad impact and a great hidden danger. It is impossible to find out whether the alienated primordials follow the refugees into the spacecraft. Considering various factors, this plan has been temporarily shelved, and the War Bureau decided to take the Dark Star. The more radical officers even thought that this was an opportunity. The Dark Star had been hidden and finally emerged. They could in turn seduce the Dark Star fleet to appear, thereby attacking the other side. Therefore, the decision of the war situation was to mobilize troops and generals. So we can only wait for the moment. Nagakin's tone was calm. In fact, he concealed an order. If he found out that he was defeated after fighting with the Dark Star fleet, the superiors asked them to strategically avoid war and protect their living forces. If the disaster planet was destroyed by the Dark Star, Ghidorah could only express deep regret. Han Xiao shook his head. The order of attacks by the Dark Star was random, and he could not be sure. Even if he knew the Dark Star's overall plan, he had to block the enemy first. If the Dark Star fleet comes, I have to participate in the battle. This time, it is no longer a ground war, but a space war. Han Xiao pondered secretly. The dangerousness of space war is far greater than that of ground war. It is no longer a battle with the superpowers, but a battle with the fleet. He will also be under a lot of pressure. After the meeting, Han Xiao summoned mercenary group cadres and asked everyone to be vigilant these days, and let someone put all the supplies in the spacecraft warehouse into the secret base underground in the shelter. The spaceship he rented was a travel model and was not strong in combat. He was not prepared to put these spaceships in a battle. Not only did he not play a role, but if he was beaten up, he would lose his life. These spaceships were of other use. In this way, the only warships that the mercenary group can use are the Black Light Lurkers. Although they are few in number, the quality is fortunately high. The shelter was also mobilized to disperse refugees, reduce population density, and build some simple defense measures. The technical level was limited, and he could only leave the people to fate. Although the refugees did not know what was going on, they all obeyed the command. But the atmosphere of the shelter gradually became tense and nervous. The player still doesn't know what he will encounter. Han Xiao still remembers that every time he encountered an attack in his previous life, the overall progress of the main mission of Alienation Disaster would drop significantly. With the current strength of the player, it is difficult to play a role in space combat. If the Angry Star doesn't come, that's the best. Han Xiao sighed. A hidden Dark Star fleet was slowly moving in the universe. This was a high mobile armed force. The main ship was not the Dark Star mothership, but a crazy-class command ship called the Bloodgal. More than 200 warships guarded the main ship, most of which were assault ships with fierce firepower. In the busy battleship center room, the fleet commander NoCap, with his hands behind him, silently staring at the star map projection. His eyes were emotional, and he was so cold that he could not see any humanity. Not long ago, he led the fleet to launch the first 2 attacks, annihilated hundreds of Ghidorah warships, and his own losses were less than half of that number. NoCap's fleet is an elite unit of the Dark Star, with strong combat power. According to an order issued by the senior executives of the Daystar, he is leading the fleet to the next target of attack. How long is the itinerary to go? NoCap asked lightly. 17 hours and 26 minutes. The observer replied. The green 3-dimensional projection displayed on the virtual sand table is the star map of the 9th star area. A marked planet is lit with red light, which is the next target of attack. See blue star. The India continent was once an area controlled by budding and endured the sequelae of war in the old era. The expedition of the 6 kingdoms a few years ago made the environment of this land worsen again. The nuclear radiation concentration is far higher than the warning line. The land is charred and the wilderness is deserted. The Wanderer tribe who once lived on this land has been transferred to the other 3 continents by the 6 kingdoms. India is now deserted, and the only mutated beasts are left. The budding ruins are located on this land. The once magnificent base group has become a black, scorched earth ruin. The central base disappeared, leaving only a black circle in place, and the underground base was destroyed. The edge of the circle is lined with black lines radiating outwards, extending hundreds of miles. Due to the excessively high nuclear radiation concentration, after the nuclear explosion, the 6 countries only sent some drones to explore the ruins, without any valuable things remaining, and there was no sign of life. Everyone died in the craze of serial nuclear strikes. Therefore, the 6 countries did not waste their energy to clean up the mess. In the past few years, the budding ruins were covered with thick ashes. Some metal fragments thrown out by the explosion and inserted into the soil have already appeared traces of wind erosion, and decay and death silence are filled with the air. However, in this area where even mutant beasts cannot survive, a figure stands in the ruins of the budding base in the center, saying it is a shadow, but it is actually a charred skeleton, with flesh and blood like steel burning out in the explosion a few years ago, but the charred skeleton remains and does not turn into powder. After a few years, it still does not rot into ashes. Only the body of the superpower has a toughness far beyond ordinary people. But it is obvious that the signs of life in this body have long disappeared, and the gray dust in the air is floating in and out of the hollow eye holes. But this corpse was moving slowly at this time, walking step by step, staggering, with a pool of black mucus attached to the cervical spine, extending out the roots like silk threads, and wrapping the limbs along the bones like a puppet, and the bones are like a puppet. This beach of black mucus is the alienated primordial. After the infancy stage of passively absorbing free energy, it can actively pursue energy, constantly change the possessed object, travel through mountains and rivers, and finally cross the ocean to the India continent. It shares countless senses of life. The energy here is not only huge, but also the radiation energy that is easiest to absorb for at present, with rich nutrients. The Bud Ruins are the forbidden zone of life. The beast possessed by the alienated primordial died in the forbidden zone. It had to constantly move its body to the center of the ruins. At this time, the skeleton that was manipulated was the only corpse in the center of the Bud Ruins, the corpse belonging to the Bud leader. When the explosion first broke out, the leader was located in the underground base, with layers of barriers and strong body, so the corpse was preserved and the others had long been wiped out. At the invisible level, the nuclear radiation in the center of the Bud Ruins is being continuously absorbed by the alienated primordials. At the microscopic level, the self-dividing and proliferation rate of the alienated primordials has increased by hundreds of times, and the proliferating material parts continue to evaporate, becoming the energy controlled by itself, completing the transformation of the energy form back and forth. In the plot of the previous life, Tyne discovered the alienated primordial after being released from prison and became a primordial boarder. However, now time was captured by Han Xiao for labor reform. Without this powerful vehicle, the alienated primordial wasted a lot of time on the road. But in the plot of the previous life, it was not as good as the cradle as the sprouted ruins. The skeleton moved slowly. The alienated primordial absorbed energy hungrily, and the nuclear radiation concentration slowly dropped at a rate that was difficult to distinguish between the naked eye. No-Cap's fleet is suspended on the back of a barren planet. From here to the aquarium, it only takes a short-range jump, and the distance is very close. This is the last area where the hidden state takes effect. If it gets closer, the concealment device will no longer deceive Ghidorah's military radar, and the fleet's gravity will be exposed. It's like in the deep sea, the field of vision is pitch black, and you can only use the water flow to judge whether there is an enemy approaching. The closer the distance, the more obvious the disturbed water flow will be. Gravity is like a water flow. If it is too close to each other, it will fail. The specific distance depends on the radar's reconnaissance performance. The two sides have been hostile for many years, and the Dark Star is very aware of Ghidorah's military equipment performance, and is also constantly improving its own hidden technology. The command ship was busy, and the final preparations were underway before the attack, and No-Cap confirmed various information to the reconnaissance personnel. How many defensive forces does Sea Blue Star have at present? There are 120 conventional Ghidorah frigates in outer space. This is a medium-sized fleet, which should be a force sent from the Nadban military base. Does the lurking team have information? Yes, they said that in addition to the frigate, there are more than a dozen Ghidorah disaster relief team spacecraft, leading the Team Nagajan, a senior official of the War Bureau, who is a martial artist and has the strength of the natural disaster level. No-Cap looked expressionless. Is the natural disaster level strong, man? It's a bit troublesome. We don't have advanced combat power here, so we can rule out the option of boarding battle. Fortunately, it's just a martial artist. Is there any other news? In addition to the Ghidorah people, there's another force staying at Sea Blue Star, and the Black Star mercenary group of the Longtan Field Armed Forces also has more than a dozen spacecraft. No-Cap's eyes were fluctuating. Black Star? It's the mercenary who killed Anner in Norios a year ago. It's also a group of difficult guys. It seems that Aquarius is quite special. Its defense power exceeds the first two planets, which will be a bit tricky, so implement the plan 4. No-Cap was not much surprised when he learned that Black Star was on Aquarius. For him, it was just an extra enemy to deal with, and there was no need to make a fuss. It was not that No-Cap had the idea of despising the enemy. After quickly estimating the combat power comparison, he decided to continue the attack mission. In other words, the addition of a Black Star mercenary group only made him feel that it was a little more difficult, that's all. Dark Star may appear at any time. I want you to react as soon as possible. Open your eyes and cheer up. In the outer space of the Sea Blue Star, Bat, the commander of Ghidorah's frigate, spoke loudly in the communication channel. He is a short Ghidorah man with a hot temper. His voice is like thunder, and his own fat voice is. Commander Bat, the radar discovered the target, and a fleet was approaching quickly. They stopped. The location was in the direction of C-02-07. Bat immediately looked at the radar screen, and more than 100 light spots were displayed on the screen. This was the fleet of the Dark Star. He looked out the porthole, but he did not see the Dark Star fleet appear in that direction. The distance between the two sides exceeded the visual range, and each other was at their respective limit ranges. Buzzing. Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded in the command room, and a red light flashed. Alarm! A high-index energy response is detected to be approaching. A collision is about to occur. Outside the porthole, thousands of green light spots suddenly lit up in the dark universe, and dense ion cannons fired from afar. No-Cap's fleet uses over-visual range strikes. There's another one at the back. The attack suddenly came. An ion cannon exploded into dazzling fireworks on the golden shield of Ghidorah's frigate, but more than a dozen fish that escaped the net passed through the gaps in the frigate and landed on the surface of the Sea Blue Star. The beams kept getting smaller in the field of view. some fell into the sea, causing small waves, and some exploded mini mushroom clouds on the ground. At least from the perspective of outer space, it seemed very small. Open the Vichy Magic Guard. Bat yelled. The Ghidorah frigate changed its formation and gathered in the direction of the attack, shooting out golden rays, forming 10 semicircular, huge golden shields in front of the fleet, tightly covering the direction of the Sea Blue Star. Immediately afterwards, the next wave of ion cannon volleys of the no-cap fleet attacked again, all hitting the shield. Ion cannons were continuously, like bursts of light rain. The golden shield was hit by countless cannons, and energy ripples continued to appear. Increase the power of the shield and hold on. Batet kept waving his big hand. Don't be beaten. Counterattack and counterattack. The Ghidorah fleet locked the radar target and began to attack beyond the visual range, shooting a golden laser towards the empty universe. Neither fleet on both sides could see each other with their naked eyes. The golden and green lasers were coming and going, and the confrontation was very fierce. If they were not in a vacuum environment, the people of the Sea Blue Star could hear the sound of the fleet fighting, like continuous muffled thunder. Bat quickly notified the senior management and also told Nagakin about the situation. At this time, on the surface of the Sea Blue Star, the 6 countries had discovered the battle in outer space through satellites, and were all panicked. Although they had no clear concept of the Dark Star, they had learned from Nagakin that this was a strong enemy of the interstellar level and could crush them at any level. The 6 countries did not dare to delay and hurriedly began to evacuate, allowing the refugees to enter the underground and release the empty castle. During the first wave of attacks, more than a dozen ion shells hit the surface, most of which fell in the wilderness. The closest of the 6 countries hit the outskirts of a city, like green thunder falling from the sky. Boom! Small mushroom clouds soared into the sky. Big holes exploded on the ground, and the shock waves raised flat in the street. The ground was covered with mess and dust. The shelter also began to evacuate urgently, and the tense atmosphere finally turned into panic. Although the refugees didn't know what was going on, they couldn't stop thinking. The crowd was crowded, stampede occurred, the number of refugees was too large, and many people were not able to get the inhibitor turn. It happened that the alienated virus broke out again, and soon there was a riot. The guards rushed in, but small-scale chaos was happening everywhere, which was difficult to manage at the same time. Bennett looked serious and kept ordering to dispatch, barely stabilizing the situation. The player triggered an emergency mission, and the mission introduction said that Hylon Star was attacked by a fleet, and the request was to help the shelter evacuate the crowd. Almost every player subconsciously looked up at the sky and looked carefully for a while, and could really see the light shining in the sky. Is there a warship outside the Sea Blue Star? It's a pity that I can't see it. Your sister. Curiosity is like a feather that teases the player's heart, and itchy. This feeling of knowing that there's a high-level war outside the sky, but I can't participate or witness, it is too painful. Someone dealt with the riots in the shelter, which was not within Han Xiao's consideration. Although Han Xiao also triggered the same urgent mission as the player, the experience reward was too little for him, and he was not interested, so he turned on the communicator and contacted Nagakin. Oh, there's a situation now. The fleet is fighting against the Dark Star. I don't know how long the support will arrive. I have to go up and help. In the picture, Nagakin hurriedly boarded the spaceship. His tone was quick. Then I will stop moving first. Don't turn off the phone. Keep in touch. Han Xiao knew it. There was Nagakin and Ghidorah fleet, so I didn't have to go up and join the fun. He was not surprised at the sudden attack of the Anqing Star, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. He felt finally coming. He looked at the mercenaries beside him. His face was a little nervous. The Dark Star fleet will not destroy the planet a lot. This is an important information that Han Xiao knows. On this premise, the enemy will have a high probability of not landing, but will have airstrikes in outer space. So what to do is to reduce losses. Moreover, Han Xiao estimated that the Dark Star troops should be lurking on the Hylon Star. The other party probably knew that he and Nagakin were here. After all, The Dark Star also knew the importance of intelligence and must have recognized every target to attack in advance. Han Xiao also experienced this kind of incident in his previous life. He knew the key and quickly ordered the mercenaries to drive the spaceship to the territory of the 6 countries. Although these rented spaceships had limited combat capabilities, they could open their shields to resist artillery bombardment from the sky to reduce losses. This kind of carrier-based ion cannon is very powerful. If you take a shot from the body and reduce the resistance, the damage is estimated to be around 2,000. If it were a player at this time, one shot would be a group of children. Of course, he is not so stupid, and it is not for viewing to build a mecha. In this level of battle, only martial artists dare to run naked. Who is the only one who is so savage? In this way, the overall progress of the alienation disaster mission will not drop too much. For players, every attack of the Dark Star is a huge loss of progress. Naturally, the Dark Star did not only attack Sea Blue Star, but another disaster planet was attacked at the same time. Han Xiao had no way to deal with other disaster planets for the time being, but in Sea Blue Star, he could at least reduce losses and prevent the Dark Star from destroying disaster relief results. Otherwise, the previous construction would be destroyed. The Ghidorah fleet is blocking the enemy, and Nagakin is going up. I don't know what the situation is. Han Xiao rubbed his hands and stared at the real-time image sent back by Nagakin. He hoped that Ghidorah could force her to retreat from the Dark Star fleet without taking action by herself. Dark Star didn't know that his strength had grown, so naturally the longer he hid his trump card, the better. Nagakin's spacecraft left the atmosphere and saw 10 golden shields in the outer space at a glance. Ghidorah and the fleet of Dark Star were still shooting from a distance. He was experienced and immediately saw that although such a confrontation was fierce, they could not do anything to each other. The ion cannons are blocked by the shield. Even if a spaceship is blown out, the distance is very long, so the reaction time is sufficient. Other spaceships can replace their positions and wait until the shield is restored before pushing them up and keep taking shifts. Except for conventional ship-based ion light cannons, most other weapons are not within range, and nuclear energy tracking missiles are exploded by ion cannons halfway. Ghidorah and the Dark Star fleet have similar technical levels. They do not have crushing weapons. If they want to cause damage to the enemy, they must close the distance. Didi, Bat connected to Nagakin's communication. The shield cannot be persistent. We cannot be passively beaten like a target. If this continues, the Dark Star will not have casualties. I want to close the distance. Nagakin, you attack and crush them. Don't take risks, Nagakin shouted. The situation is in favor of us now. As long as the stalemate continues, the Dark Star will naturally retreat. The Dark Star fleet is about the same size as ours, but with you, our strength is enough to overwhelm the other side. This is a good opportunity to attack the Dark Star, Bat said loudly. He is a radical officer. He is more inclined to take the opportunity to attack the Dark Star's armed forces than guarding the disaster planet. Nagakin was about to speak, but Bat suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, the radar shows that the enemy is retreating. Are they going to evacuate?" No-Cap's eyes narrowed into slits, staring at the radar screen, his hands folded behind his back, and his fingers subconsciously flicked the hem of his clothes. He shook his head and ordered, his tone without any fluctuation, and he could not hear any emotion. All of the matter is to be prepared for the leap. On the radar screen of the Ghidorah fleet, more than 100 light spots representing the Dark Star fleet are setting apart, and the attacking ion cannon array has become sparse. This manifestation is obviously that the enemy has begun to retreat. Bat's expression changed, and he had a guess. He said in a deep voice, "Dark Star found that it could not break through our defense, so he simply retreated before our support arrived. They were going to give up this attack." Nagakin also observed the battle situation on his ship, frowned. "It seems like this. The distance is getting farther and farther. I want to chase after me, and I can't let them go easily." Bat shouted, "Don't be careless. This may be the enemy's strategy to lure the enemy. It's better to keep the troops still." Bat's face was unhappy. "I finally let the Inxing appear. I don't want to let the opportunity slip away." We were passively bombarded, and then we had to watch the enemy sway and leave. That's not my style. The Xing fleet kept moving away. Once it exceeded a certain distance, the radar could not break through the opponent's hidden device. The Xing would enter the hidden state again and become an invisible fleet. Looking at the light spots that were getting farther and farther on the screen, Bat was ready to move. Nagakin was a little hesitant, and it was naturally the safest tactic to hold his troops in the process. However, opportunities have always been fleeting, and he was not sure whether the enemy was really retreating. If you chase after you and entangle the Dark Star with your own strength, you can at least destroy some Dark Star assault ships, and your own fleet can drag the enemy to leap. If you drag it to the support force, you can severely damage the Dark Star fleet. The first two attacks caused a lot of losses to Ghidorah, and the war was very annoying. Even Nagakin wanted to achieve results. Moreover, Bat is the commander of this frigate. Although Nagakin is of higher level, he cannot directly order Bat's fleet. Nagorkin don't decitate. Bat said in a deep voice, I'm going to take action whether you come or not. Leave some of the fleet on standby. Nagoat's eyes froze and made a decision, no longer dissuading Bat, and prepared to chase them together. You don't need to remind you of this. Bat's eyes lit up, and he immediately issued a new order. The next moment, Ghidorah's frigate was divided into two teams, with 80 spacecraft chasing towards the Dark Star fleet, and the remaining 40 were left in the outer space of the Sea Blue Star on standby. Bat decided to pursue, but he did not dispatch all his troops. The enemy's fleet was about 110. His side was a pursuing force. It was barely enough to dispatch 80 ships to pose a threat, and he was not worried about the enemy's counterattack and could hold back the situation. There was also Nagakin, a natural disaster-level strongman. Even if the enemy had natural disaster-level cadres, he could fight for a short time. The pursuit troops quickly chased after them, and the ion cannons erupted one after another, flashing golden lights, and attacked beyond the visual range from far away, and released interfering rays that prevented the transition from the enemy to prevent the enemy from leaping and escaping. Since the Dark Star fleet was retreating, Bat adjusted its strategy and maintained sufficient reaction distance during the pursuit, mainly delaying and guarding against the enemy's turnaround or possible ambush. The two fleets moved in the universe, gradually moving away from the Sea Blue Star. At this moment, in the opposite direction of Bat's departure, hundreds of leaping lights stopped from far to near and stopped in the outer space on the other side of the Blue Star, revealing its true appearance. But it was a new fleet of Dark Stars, and hundreds of spacecraft were all assault ships. The No-Cap fleet had more than 200 warships, while the Ghidorah fleet had only 120, only about half of the Dark Star fleet. So he divided the fleet under his command into two formations. The main team where the command ship was located involved the energy of the Ghidorah fleet and lured the Tiger away from the mountain. This commando took the opportunity to attack, breaking through the blockade of the remaining Ghidorah fleet and completing the strategic task of destroying the Sea Blue Star. Even if Ghidorah's frigate was not dispersed, this commando would still appear and attack on both sides. Occurrence. No-Cap issued an order far away in the command ship formation pursued by Bat, conveying it to the commando. At this time, 40 Ghidorah warships guarding the outer space of the Sea Blue Star reacted and hurriedly launched resistance. This time, the Dark Star Commando no longer had an out-of-visual attack, but a close-range battle. The shield surfaces of the spacecraft on both sides exploded one after another, and the battle was fierce. The size of this Dark Star Commando is more than twice that of the Left Behind Ghidorah formation. The Left Behind Ghidorah fleet was in a tough battle and immediately passed the news to Bat. After receiving the news, Bat's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "It turns out to be this tactic. Humph! The enemy has more than 200 warships, which are nearly twice ours, so we can do this." Everyone obeys the orders and speed up to chase them up. Don't let the enemy command ship escape. Let the left-behind troops give up the Sea Blue Star and come and meet with us immediately. Nagakin was shocked. Don't you want to return to the aid? No need. It's too late. Returning to the aid is futile, and we will also let the Dark Star Command fleet bitten by us, which is not worth the loss. The scale of the enemy is larger than ours. This is the gap in hard power. If we fight head-on, we will definitely suffer heavy losses, so it is a good thing for the enemy to divide the troops. We can gather all the troops, eat the Dark Star Command ship formation in front of us, and defeat them one by one. If the command ship is given enough pressure, the command team will have to shift its target and rush to the command ship. Bat snorted coldly. If it were the important planet guarding Ghidorah, he would never dare to leave. He would definitely be safe. However, this disaster planet called the Blue Star of the Sea is insignificant to him and can be regarded as an abandoned sun at any time. Between protecting the aquarium and attacking the Dark Star fleet, he would choose the latter without hesitation. The situation of the previous two attacks also made Bat notice some problems, so he simply exposed the aquarium star to the artillery fire of the Dark Star Commando without any protection, just to see if the Dark Star will destroy the disaster planet. If the Dark Star still does not cause devastating damage in this case, it will at least expose the enemy's intentions. It doesn't matter if you guess wrong. One less disaster planet will be less stressful. Nagakin frowned. At this point, he could not control Bat's decision and said, I have to notify Haixing first. No, I heard it. Han Xiao's voice came from the communicator. Without saying anything, he slowly said, Leave the commando to me. Try to hold on. Nagakin clenched his fist, turned off the communicator, let out a deep breath, and quickly came to the hatchway passage. At this time, the fleet where he was located accelerated to catch up with the Dark Star Commander formation where NoCap was located. The warships of both sides collided into each other's formation, and artillery fire continued to spread. The spaceship he was riding in was approaching a Dark Star battleship quickly. His battle was about to begin, and Nagakin had no time to take care of the situation on Han Xiao. There is another one at the back. Boom! Nagakin's spacecraft collided heavily with a nearly 100-meter-long Dark Star battleship. A violent shock occurred inside the two spacecraft. The hatch door in front of Nagakin opened with a sneer, and his whole person was directly exposed to the universe environment. The Ghidorah combat uniform on his body was stressed to provide a survival system. Immediately afterwards, a surging golden aura ignited on Nagakin's body and exploded behind him. Like the tail flame of a thruster, Nagakin seemed to turn into a golden meteor, hitting the outer armor of the Dark Star battleship. The size of a man and a warship with a length of nearly 100 meters is very different, just like an ant hitting an elephant. However, the force of this punch directly left a deep depression on the outer armor of the Dark Star battleship. More than 10 consecutive punches were shot out, and the shadows were connected. The next second, Nagakin made a gap on the Dark Star battleship, and a large number of metal fragments were shot out. Nagakin rushed into the inside of the battleship with golden aura. Bang, bang, bang. The Dark Star warship began to explode continuously, and Nagakin rushed around and collapsed the Dark Star warship from the inside. No Dark Star warship on the ship could block him. It was like entering a no-man's realm. Each of the equipment and devices were smashed to pieces. Under the chain reaction, more and more parts were paralyzed. Soon, Nagakin rushed out again, jumped onto the spaceship, and stayed away from the battleship, looking for the next target. Behind him, this warship with holes inside exploded into fireworks in the universe. In space warfare, powerful superpowers usually act as vanguards to engage in platoon battles and attack enemy spacecraft from inside. If they are head-on, it is too dangerous to tear the warships by hand, and the efficiency is far less than destruction of the inside. Ghidorah's left-behind troops retreated according to Bat's order and prepared to join the large army. NoCap noticed Bat's radical ideas and responded quickly, allowing the commando to divide the troops again, and most of the assault ships chased the left-behind troops and left together in order to prevent the command ship from being besieged. There were only 30 assault ships left to attack Hylon. Although Black Star has not taken action, NoCap estimated the strength of Black Star based on the archives and believed that these troops were more than enough. Without the protection of the Ghidorah fleet, The Sea Blue Star was like a delicate girl, and 30 Dark Star assault ships entered the atmosphere and poured artillery fire towards the surface. Boom, 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 boom. Bunches of green ion cannons fell from the sky and kept bombarding. These assault ships did not attack casually, but opened fire at the capitals and shelters of the 6 countries. Their goal was to destroy these locations and destroy disaster relief results. Han Xiao asked more than a dozen mercenary spacecraft to guard these places early, and was opening his shield to resist the green ion cannon like thunder. Rumble. The explosion sounded through the sky. The spacecraft's shield was blown to the point of uncertainty, fluctuating continuously, and the strength of the shield was gradually weakening. Many players in the shelter could not see the high-altitude spaceship, but could see the green ion cannons hitting the spaceship above the shelter constantly, like a series of thunder falling, roaring like a natural disaster. This scene surprised many players and talked a lot. Is this a fleet attacking us? Damn, the mission progress is decreasing. Is it because of the attack? If these spacecraft were not blocking, the shelter would have been blown up. The refugees in the capitals and shelters of the 6 countries did not have the confidence of the players. The explosion caused by each ion cannon hit the spaceship shield seemed to penetrate the heart. Countless refugees were scared to death. Their faces were pale as paper, and they hurriedly fled with their heads in their arms, and the scene was in chaos. Han Xiao had already boarded the Black Light Lurker, and the cadres of the mercenary group gathered on the ship, with a solemn look on their faces. The Ghidorah fleet went out to chase the enemy, and the enemy warships left behind could only be dealt with by them. Had he known that Ghidorah was not reliable, Han Xiao would have never expected them, so he was not disappointed and shook his head helplessly. No one is reliable these days. Do it well, and you can eat and wear enough food and clothing. Zaiwia observed the situation and quickly said, 30 small Dark Star assault ships. According to the current firepower, the shield can last for a few minutes. These enemies must be solved before this. Otherwise, the shelter will be greatly damaged. Han Xiao did. The only warship he can meet with the enemy is only one Black Light Lurker. If you want to quickly solve the enemy, it is best to engage in a boarding battle so that cadres can enter the assault ships and destroy it in a large amount. However, the firepower of the 30 assault ships is relatively fierce. If you approach it rashly, even if the car is a Black Light Lurker, it will still be dangerous. Fortunately, I changed my virtual technology route and my hardware strength was not enough, so I just need to get it. Jindai, you can control the spaceship, and Sawiya, you can be his deputy. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the cadres, Han Xiao decided to let others fly the spaceship. He turned around and opened an operation panel beside him. A three-dimensional virtual imaging interface was generated in front of him. His fingers danced rapidly and quickly entered a massive amount of data. The data flow flowed like a waterfall, invading the enemy's spacecraft intelligence at the virtual network level. At this time, the profession virtual mechanic was proficient in this aspect of technology, and his skill bonus was very high. Virtual mechanics have data transmitters. It does not require hardware connection to connect to enemy spacecraft intelligence. As long as it is within the coverage of the transmitter, it can be directly connected to the target system. Resdad, help me crack the firewall, Han Xiao said while operating. This should have been Philip's job, but Rizad's processing efficiency is far greater than Philip's, and it helps even more. When Han Xiao was conducting an intelligent invasion, the Black Light Lurker quickly took off. Under the action of a powerful engine, the spacecraft quickly came to a high altitude, flew around 30 Dark Star assault ships, and kept firing. Bang, bang, bang. A laser hit the shield of the assault ship array, but failed to break the defense. These assault ships also fired a few guns at the dark spacecraft, but they could not do anything to the extremely high-profile Black Light Lurker. Seeing that Han Xiao had only one spacecraft on his side, the commando team could not penetrate their shields anyway, so they stopped placing the Black Light Lurker flying around like flies and focused on firing at the ground. The 6 countries watched the battle in the sky through satellites. and the senior officials were nervous. Ghidorah is unreliable, and the last line of defense of Sea Blue Star is the Black Star, but it seems that it cannot stop the enemy. The underground fortress where the top leaders of the 6 countries are hiding begins to fill the atmosphere of despair. At this moment, the shield of an assault ship flashed a few times and suddenly disappeared. The laser of the black light lurker hit the body of the assault ship and immediately penetrated the external armor and exploded violently. Bang! The flames soared into the sky and the black smoke rolled. The assault ship lost control. It swung its tail and hit its companion next to it. The Dark Star members in the 2 assault ships fell and fell. I hit it. The senior officials of the 6 countries suddenly became refreshed. On the black light lurker, the virtual influence in front of Han Xiao had changed, turning into a 3-dimensional projection of a Dark Star assault ship, which was the assault ship that was successfully invaded. Han Xiao controls the projection here, and the effect will be directly fed back to the body of the assault ship opposite. You just turn off the other party's shield generator. Done. Han Xiao raised his lips and glanced at the panel, and the news came out like flowing. You use virtual network invasion on the D-065 Dark Star assault ship and start cracking the firewall, level 3, and are making a level 1 judgment. The judgment is passed. The second level judgment is in progress. The judgment is passed. The third level judgment is in progress. The judgment is passed. Invasion was successful. You have gained control authority for the D-065 Dark Star assault ship. Permission level, medium, data sampled. Backup generation is complete. Next time you invade the same intelligently controlled machine, the success rate will be determined plus 10%. The speed will be plus 25%. Your permissions have been blocked by the other party's virtual intelligence data, and the judgment is being determined. The judgment will be passed. You have successfully retained permissions. Next permission determination time, 16 seconds later. As long as it is an intelligently controlled machine, virtual technology intrusion can tamper with data, obtain operational permissions, and grab the machine, and the spacecraft will naturally be included. The difficulty of intrusion depends on the intelligence level of the target machine. After the intrusion is successful, it will be blocked by the enemy's intelligence. After a period of time, the authority judgment must be made again. Only after passing can the operation permissions be retained. The level of operation permissions can basically be understood as how many postures have been unlocked. As long as the first intrusion is completed and the data of the target intelligence is obtained, the difficulty of the next intrusion will be reduced. Therefore, in the Civil War, everyone hates the virtual mechanic, and every mechanic who is hit has the feeling that his wife has turned into someone else's shape and is so green that he is so nervous. The ability of virtual mechanics is very suitable for space combat. Among the 5 superpower systems, virtual mechanics is the most efficient profession in dealing with fleets. The spacecraft's intelligent firewall has strong defense. With Han Xiao's current level, the intrusion success rate is not high, but his auxiliary intelligence will comprehensively increase the success rate and intrusion speed. Resta is an AI life with an extremely astonishing computing speed, which has at least increased the judgment probability by 30% or 40%. On the battlefield, Han Xiao robbed an assault ship, first fired a cannon, and then controlled it to crash into its surrounding companions, disrupting the enemy's formation. This Dark Star commando was startled by the sudden change. He originally felt that the Blacklight Lurker could not break their defense, so he ignored it. Unexpectedly, the opponent could break through the intelligent firewall and invade the spacecraft, and he could not sit idly by. The commando divided 10 spacecraft to fight with the Blacklight Lurker, and the remaining spacecraft opened its formation while firing at the surface. The enemy's reaction was exactly what Han Xiao wanted. As long as the enemy's firepower to the surface was reduced, they could win more time. The Blacklight Lurker was extremely equipped, and the speed was the biggest advantage. Jean Dai had excellent driving skills and constantly avoided the crisscrossing green light. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, a pitch-black spacecraft rushed left and right under the siege of 10 assault ships. rolling and flying flexibly. Only by connecting to the sidelines can these enemies be quickly solved. Except for those who drive the spacecraft, everyone goes to the cabin doors in different locations to wait for release. Han Xiao ordered loudly and directly unfolded the virtual dragon mecha, connecting the mecha's built-in system to the black light lurker. The arm armor flashed with a glimmer of light, and a virtual invasion operation interface appeared, forming a virtual projection above the arm, so that the virtual invasion could be operated without staying in the spacecraft. He also came to the cabin door like others. He also has extremely strong combat power, so Han Xiao naturally uses everything he wants. The enemy has 30 enemy ships, and it is absolutely too late to invade one by one, so you can only use destructive means. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and the input data changed as soon as possible. Virtual technology invasion has many forms. Seizing manipulation rights is a robbery act and consumes the longest time. In addition, there are methods of tampering with some enemy data to conceal or confusing it, which are often used for invincible infiltration. The most destructive form is to implant viruses or fill in a large amount of redundant data, destroying the intelligence of the target machine and temporarily paralyzing most of the functions of the machine. This method is the fastest, which is equivalent to punching directly. The most direct way to destroy intelligence is to let your intelligence fight against the other party's intelligence. At the level of Resta, the intelligence of these Dark Star assault ships is not as good as that of children in front of it. He can tear down the tool-type AI intelligence that has not even been born with independent thinking. If seizing manipulation permission is like stealing someone's wife, then destroying intelligence is like ruining the other person's wife. At the data flow level, Resta is like a star shooting out a scorching torrent. The intelligent firewall of the assault ship is like a shield at the data level, constantly blowing up big holes, and the intelligent structure inside is shot with holes. The results of the data battle were immediately fed back to the material world. Buzzing, with a few loud noises in a row, the engines of the 4 assault ships suddenly turned off, quickly rolling and falling downwards, and the shield also flashed a few times and disappeared. The intelligence that controls the entire spacecraft is temporarily paralyzed and cannot continue to control the spacecraft. The pilot is in a hurry and can only try to switch manual mode while falling. Before hitting the ground, there's plenty of time to switch manual. However, at this moment, the black light lurker dived, and the laser cannon locked the 4 assault ships and opened fire and banged and opened gaps on the external armor of the 4 enemy ships. At the same time, relying on the absolute speed advantage, the black light lurker flew past 4 out-of-control enemy ships, and the mercenaries on standby at the drop door jumped out one after another. The hook claw gun in his hand shot the armor gap, and the cable quickly contracted, dragging the mercenaries into the inside of the enemy ship. Although the Dark Star assault ship lost its shield, the armor still has a certain defense. The laser cannon is not so easy to explode the opponent's spacecraft. If you want to quickly solve the enemy ship, the best choice is to destroy it from the inside. Moreover, as long as you rush into the enemy ship, you can not only destroy the enemy, but also capture the spacecraft with force. Boom, boom, boom. The rushing mercenaries were destroying wantonly inside, and the hulls of these 4 enemy ships continued to explode. The Dark Star Guard inside could not be stopped at all, and the command room was directly slaughtered. The mercenary quickly took over the spaceship. Since the assault ship intelligence was beaten to an idiot by Resta, it was impossible to verify the driver's authority. The mercenary directly switched to the manual mode to control the assault ship. For a moment, Han Xiao had 4 more warships, and the team suddenly grew stronger, and the 4 spacecraft opened fire at other Dark Star assault ships. At this time, the other 6 assault ships that besieged the Black Light Lurker were also paralyzed, and the mercenaries rushed in and killed each other, including Han Xiao. Bang! Flying into the flame-blazing armor gap, Han Xiao landed in the cabin aisle. The mechanical wing thruster behind him folded and put away, and a large number of compression balls popped up on his wrist and turned into dozens of leopard-shaped mechanical beasts and 2 Oath Guardians, firing in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The lasers burst into full bursts of explosions, and the smoke inside the assault ship was quickly rolling, and the bulkheads were torn to pieces. Following these gaps, these mechanical warriors advanced towards other areas of the spacecraft and began to sweep the Dark Star guards on the ship. Han Xiao touched his fists and spread his 2 mechanical giant hands beside him, swinging his fists and smashing them all the way. There was no need to take a detour, and all the obstacles blocking him were smashed through, and the ground was covered with bent metal everywhere. He followed a straight line to the spacecraft command room. Dozens of spaceship guards arrived hurriedly and stopped Han Xiao. A team leader like Dark Star warrior yelled, "Stop him, don't." Before he finished speaking, Han Xiao waved his hand and slapped his hand. The flames around him were extinguished under the pressure of the wind. Before the captain could react, his vision was occupied by the rapidly enlarged metal palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the mechanical giant hand slapped the captain on the bulkhead of the passage, and the bulkhead was directly concave. When he moved his palm away, he saw that there was only a strange-shaped meat pie left in the pit, with blood splattering. This sea-level Dark Star warrior was killed in seconds with one palm, which was simpler than slapping a fly. Among these assault ships, there are only C-class guards at most, and it is basically impossible for B-class Dark Star elite warriors to appear. The other guards were shocked. Before they could take action, Han Xiao closed his palms, his 2 mechanical giant hands and 5 fingers gathered together, quickly combined into a huge drill bit, and rotated at high speed. The next moment, 2 mechanical giant diamonds swept across, unstoppable, and their screams were deafening. In less than 3 seconds, all the guards blocking the road were smashed and turned into a veritable heart-wrenching slap. The surroundings were covered in blood, as bloody as a slaughterhouse. Han Xiao had long been used to this kind of scene. He continued to move forward without changing his face and was never ruthless. All enemies who blocked the road were killed and killed. There was no general on the ship. Amid the explosion and screams, Han Xiao drove Wu Shuang all the way to the command room. Behind him was a hole that had penetrated several layers. The whole journey is less than a minute, and it feels like entering a nobody. After destroying all the breathable things in the command room, Han Xiao came to the operating table and took over the assault ship. He immediately rushed towards an enemy ship in the sky. At the same time, he used his heart and 2 hearts to conduct a virtual invasion at a dazzling speed. In order to save time, he was not prepared to return to the Blacklight Lurker and directly drove the snatched assault ship to crash into the enemy. The mechanic warrior who had cleared all the living spacecraft quickly came to the command room, turned back to compressed balls, and automatically returned to Han Xiao's hands. Taking advantage of a short time, Han Xiao took a look at the task list on the panel. Ghidorah Alliance is a main mission, mainly fighting the Dark Star. Several of the projects include the requirement for destroying the Dark Star spacecraft, such as Fleet Killer and Front Battle, the simplest of which is Assault Ship Destroyer, which requires only 5 Dark Star assault ships to be defeated and rewards 6,300 Ghidorah's favor. A thought suddenly came to my mind. By the way, this mission was originally the main line of the players, but they did not join Ghidorah, so it probably couldn't be triggered. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he quickly retracted his attention. It's true that he just concentrates on fighting. If you have nothing to do, don't think about such trivial things that cheated the players. I almost felt guilty. He increased his horsepower and rushed towards another enemy ship, quickly getting closer. The opponent's hull continued to enlarge in his field of vision, and he could clearly see the patterns of the external armor of the enemy ship. Boom! The 2 ships collided with a bang. The bow of the ship was inserted into the trunk, and metal fragments shot up. Han Xiao drove the spaceship to fire at close range, exploded several gaps, then broke the bulkhead on his side and flew out, entered the enemy ship, and launched a one-sided massacre again. The Dark Star assault ships fell one after another. Some fell to the earth, some were captured by mercenaries and fired at the enemy, and some were beaten to pieces in the air. The Black Star mercenary group quickly controlled the situation and began to siege the remaining Dark Star assault ships. At the same time, the Six Kingdoms and the Shelter paid attention to satellite images and looked at the Black Star with great power and couldn't help but feel excited and look surprised. This reliable feeling. It seems like Black Star is the guardian of this planet. Sorry, I couldn't stand it and fell asleep for a while. It was a bit too late to finish writing. This was yesterday, and there was still tonight. Far away in the battlefield where the Ghidorah fleet and the commanding fleet of the Dark Stars fought fiercely, NoCap learned that the Black Star was blocking the commando and was even gradually annihilated them. Surprise flashed across his face, and his brows frowned. The Black Star actually has this power, which is inconsistent with intelligence. Intelligence is the basis for formulating tactics. Incorrect intelligence leads to him incorrectly judging the enemy's strength. Therefore, a huge mistake in tactical choices made the situation slide in an unfavorable direction. NoCap's expression was unable to maintain a calm expression, and his expression became solemn. The Black Star protects the Sea Blue Star, and the small fleet does not work. With the strength he showed, even if the separated commando teams go back, they will still suffer heavy losses. My command ship formation is entangled by Ghidorah people again. If it is delayed, Ghidorah will likely have support. After thinking for a few seconds, NoCap immediately came to the conclusion that this attack had failed. Be careful, don't bother, evacuate immediately. Seeing that things were not done, NoCap was unwilling to fight and decisively ordered a retreat. The command of the Dark Star fleet no longer fought and began to retreat to the distance. Since the Ghidorah fleet used devices to interfere with space, the Dark Star fleet could not accelerate into the transition mode, so the fleet has been using targeted equipment to drive out the interference effect. The further away the distance, the easier it is to drive out the interference. It means that as long as you keep a certain distance, the Dark Star fleet can jump and escape. NoCap looked expressionless and silently looked at the porthole, and the colorful explosion light of the universe battlefield reflected on his face. This is the first attack that the Dark Star suffered a loss so far. Thinking of this season, NoCap's eyes were slightly cold. If I had known the power of Black Star, I would not have divided my troops to reduce losses. It would be better to push the entire army to break through Ghidorah's defense line head-on. However, there is no if in the world. Since the situation has been decided, it is useless to regret it. He can only accept the result of the decision-making mistake. NoCap let out a breath and secretly calmed down. This will never happen again when I make a comeback next time. The battle at the altitude of the Sea Blue Star has entered a white-hot heat. The spacecraft controlled by the Black Star mercenary group is already on par with a number of enemy ships, and the scale and firepower are finally comparable. Boom! An enemy ship was concentrated on fire, lost the protection of its shield, and quickly shattered half of its hull, falling to the ground, like a fire meteor, breaking through the clouds and disappearing into view. Less than 10 Dark Star assault ships were left to receive the order from NoCap to retreat, and they all breathed a sigh of relief and rushed towards the outer space. The mercenaries chased and shot around in a hurry, fleeing in a hurry. This commando thought the mission was very simple, and it would be done as long as it kept firing in the air. Unexpectedly, it would be hit by the Black Star mercenary group and could not even beat the opponent. Although the scale is superior, the opponent's spacecraft configuration is too advanced. Not to mention that it can avoid most attacks. Even if it is forced to bear it, they may not necessarily break the shield of the Blacklight Lurker. They are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of combat power of the superpower. As long as the opponent boards the ship, there is basically no chance. The team suffered heavy losses. They didn't want to stay anymore and did not dare to evacuate due to orders. They said that NoCap's retreat instructions were too timely. I finally drove the enemy away. Seeing the satellite image, the top leaders of the Six Kingdoms and the Shelter were overjoyed. The enemy was coming in full force, and the trash Ghidorah GP monster abandoned them again. Everyone thought it was going to be cold this time. Fortunately, The Black Star stepped forward and fought the invading enemy. The territory of all parties was only slightly damaged, and the condition was still good. This is much better than the result that everyone expected from the Sea Blue Star. At this time, Han Xiao, who was covered in smoke, finally returned to the Black Light Lurker. Jean Dai turned her head, and before she could show off, Han Xiao grabbed her shoulder and lifted it up from the driver's seat and threw it on his Iwia. Ouch! Jean Dai and Suiya fell into a ball, rolled to the ground, and fell to the side. It hurts, and it hurts. Sivia covered her forehead and hissed, and she was knocked on her forehead by Jean Dai's combat uniform. Jean Dai rubbed her butt, and a faint look of anger appeared on her gorgeous face, and she shouted, "Hey, what do I do if I throw it off? I'm a girl. I'm gentler to me." Han Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to her, put away the mecha, sat in the driver's seat, rubbed his wrists, and said in a deep voice, "The battle is not over yet. The enemy's command ship is entangled by Ghidorah and can quickly reach the battlefield at the speed of the Black Light Lurker. This is a good time to attack the enemy. Tell others not to move on the Sea Blue Star, and I will go back." Melas had just returned to the Black Light Lurker. As soon as he entered the door, he heard these words and turned around and jumped out of the hatch without hesitation. Just kidding, he doesn't want to take a spaceship driven by Black Star. Do you want to intervene? Jean Dai was shocked. We have stopped the enemy. There is no need to participate in frontal battles. Han Xiao shook his head. Just killing some assault ships is not even a loss for the Dark Star. The enemy's commander is the key. Since it is attacked, it is best to bite them hard. His target was the command ship, not the escaped assault ships. As the old saying goes, don't chase the poor enemy, which means not to pursue the poor enemy. Anyway, this is how the technician Han understood. So if you want to do it, do the leader. Since the strength is revealed, the Dark Star will update its intelligence. The enemy will definitely make a layout for this next time. The enemy will no longer have intelligence errors. Unless you quietly cut a wave of players, it is best to expand the results of the battle now, and defeat a command ship is also a requirement for many tasks in the Ghidorah Alliance. Han Xiao drove the Black Light Lurker out of the atmosphere, locking the coordinates of the front battlefield, which was a distance away from here. According to the feedback from Ghidorah, it seems that the enemy is retreating, but the Black Light Lurker has extremely strong maneuverability and can complete the acceleration before the jump in microseconds. He can arrive almost instantly and definitely catch up. The next moment, the lurker of the black light suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dark universe. The streaming light stopped not far from the battlefield, and further forward was the area of space disturbance. The chaotic battlefield was in front of us. The ion cannon beams were dense, and various radiation weapons fired colorful or invisible rays. The powerful tracking missile exploded with huge flames, and the plasma cannon melted through the shield and the spacecraft armor. The fight is very fierce. Han Xiao glanced at the radar and raised his eyebrows. The Dark Star is indeed retreating, and the largest in the middle is the command ship. After locking the target, Han Xiao measured the distance. He had to go deep into the battlefield to allow the enemy command ship to enter the range of his own data transmitter, and the command ship's intelligent defense strength was higher. Nagakin, I've solved it. Where are you? After connecting to the communication, Nagakin was in the spacecraft and was targeted by the Dark Star fleet. Faced with overwhelming attacks, he barely dodged and was temporarily unable to get close to the enemy's ship. Black Star, have you come to the battlefield? Han Xiao nodded. Let's say a long story short, I can invade the intelligence of the enemy's ship. I am ready to attack the enemy's command ship. If you can get close, I can paralyze the command ship and the recent frigates to create a moment of opportunity for you to rush onto the enemy's command ship. Hearing this, Nagajan's face was happy. Okay, just do that. At the same time, Bat's voice also sounded in the communication channel, and he said in a deep voice, "You can try it. My fleet will try its best to restrain the enemy's artillery fire and let Chief Nagajan approach the enemy's command ship." Bat judged the battle situation and knew that he could not keep the Dark Star fleet. Black Star was here at this time. He had just learned about the battle situation on the side of Hylon Star, and he believed in Han Xiao's ability. Although he didn't care much about the Sea Blue Star, Bat did not underestimate the Black Star under the dragon, and at least he would not doubt Han Xiao's ability. The powerful mercenaries who can make some reputations in the Broken Star Ring in just a few years are naturally not to be underestimated, and they must have the power to match fame. Jean Dai's face changed. We're going to rush into the battlefield. The risk is too high, there are stray bullets everywhere, and even I don't have the confidence to avoid all attacks. This is just a small spacecraft. With just one operation error, we will be in danger. My vehicle's technology has been tempered, and I never make mistakes. Han Xiao moved his wrist and suddenly increased his speed, saying sit firmly. The black light lurker suddenly accelerated, cut into the battlefield, crossing the various attacks running around the sky, rolling, stopping, diving, and spiraling, and maneuvering actions emerged one after another, like a flexible blackbird, freely traveling between the crisscrossing branches, easily passing through the gaps of various beams. The vision outside the porthole was dizzy, and Jean Dai hurriedly tied herself to the seat. At first, she was afraid that Han Xiao would make a mistake. She stared at her for a while, and the veins on her forehead began to pound. As if her brain had rotated, her face gradually turned pale, and a feeling of vomiting was brewing in her chest. Slow down, slower. I can't see clearly. Jean Dai spoke with discomfort. She didn't expect that Han Xiao's boat-driven skills were far above her. This technology could serve as the ace driver in any force. Hey, it's not that you drive a spaceship. What's the use of letting you see clearly? Han Xiao said. Jean Dai turned his head and glanced. His eyes suddenly widened. Han Xiao drove the spaceship with several nerve-controlled small mechanical palms, while he made a virtual invasion, inputting data with both hands and using it with one mind. Sivia was so scared that her lips turned white. Old, teacher, please don't drive dangerously. Don't quarrel. I'm busy. Don't distract me. The blacklight lurker entered the field, and the Dark Star fleet discovered this. NoCap glanced at the picture, and his face changed slightly. This is Black Star's car. Why did he come here? Suddenly, NoCap thought of the situation reported by the commando and widened his eyes. Not good. He is here to take revenge. Everyone listen. Don't let the black spacecraft approach the command ship. NoCap dared not be afraid of Black Star's virtual technology. If it enters the other party's data launch range, the command ship may be invaded, which will be dangerous. The Dark Star fleet changed its target of fire concentration, and the Blacklight Lurker was immediately under greater pressure, and the formation also changed. The Blood-Color Gal command ship no longer stayed in the middle, but flew towards the front of the array, keeping the distance from Han Xiao as far as possible. Han Xiao frowned. It seems that he noticed it. Don't you want it to get close to you? At this moment, Bat's fleet began to counterattack violently, striving to suppress the Dark Star fleet, while constantly tearing the tail of the Dark Star fleet to create a gap for the Blacklight Lurker. Han Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately accelerated to rush into the Dark Star array along the gap. He was extremely flexible. With his driving skills, he was like a fish in water even when facing the fire. The Blacklight Lurker is a lurking spacecraft made by the Glorious Federation technology, and its speed completely crushes Ghidorah and the Dark Star technology. Han Xiao feels a pity that the Blacklight Lurker is not equipped with the conventional ship-based weapons of the Glorious Federation. Otherwise, a Plightful Particle Cannon would be enough to penetrate the shields and hulls of more than a dozen Dark Star battleships, so there would be no need to be so troublesome. The power of ion cannons is also different, depending on the technology, energy source, and caliber adopted. The carrier-based ion cannons used by Ghidorah and Dark Star are common models in the universe. Meanwhile, the Bloody Gal sounded a harsh alarm. Alarm! The spacecraft was invaded. Please take measures immediately. Repeat, alarm. Fly hashtag UN%. The spacecraft's intelligent reminder suddenly turned into a noise, and NoCap's expression changed drastically. Oops! Buzz! Suddenly, almost all the lights went dark, and the blood-colored gal's engine suddenly stopped, and its speed plummeted. It was instantly surpassed by the Dark Star battleship behind, and it fell to the end of the team, and the communication was directly cut off. Coordinating an entire spacecraft is too dependent on intelligence. As long as the intelligence is paralyzed, the spacecraft will basically be paralyzed. If you want to operate manually, the reaction speed will be much lower than that of intelligent control. As long as the space given to virtual mechanics is given a play, it is a huge weapon on the interstellar battlefield. Bang! 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 Suddenly, loud noises vaguely spread to the command room through the layers of bulkheads, as if something had hit the hull. However, the intelligence system was paralyzed, and he had no idea what had happened. But just guessing, the Dark Star members on the ship knew what was going on, and their faces were immediately filled with tension and despair. Yes, it's Nagakin. No-Cap's fingers shook, and he finally panicked. Seeing Nagakin boarding the Dark Star command ship, Han Xiao knew that the enemy's commander was over. The command ship was in danger, and the Dark Star fleet in the distance did not turn back to rescue. No-Cap would most likely fall in Nagakin's hands, and the Dark Star fleet had no choice. The fleet cadres at the next level urgently took over the command authority and implemented No-Cap's previous retreat instructions. Taking advantage of the command ship that attracted the attention of Ghidorah's frigate, the fleet led the fleet to break through the range of space interference, accelerated into streaming light, and jumped to escape. On the other side, the Dark Star Commando also escaped from 40 Ghidorah battleships and fled from other directions. The Dark Star fleet threw down the bloody Gal command ship, broke its tail, and fled, leaving only the lonely command ship deep in the numerous encirclements of the Bat fleet, like a lonely wolf surrounded by a group of hunting dogs. The Blacklight Lurker hovered not far away, and Han Xiao did not join in the fun. Nagakin was sabotaging the enemy ship, so he didn't need to take action. He was doing another thing at this time. Resdad, can we invade the Dark Star General Database through the connection between the enemy ship's intelligence system and the Dark Star host? Han Xiao touched his chin and pondered. All spacecrafts of the same force basically use the sub-intelligence of the host, which makes it easier for the headquarters to coordinate the overall situation and control all spacecraft. Just like his own mercenary group, Philip is responsible for controlling more than a dozen spacecraft at the same time. As long as the spacecraft is equipped with Philip's replica chip, Philip can open up a new operator subunit. Sub-intelligence is related to main intelligence. Generally speaking, a Dark Star mothership will use a main intelligence, and its subordinate fleet uses the sub-intelligence of the mothership. If it can invade along the path of the quantum network, it may be able to locate the position of a Dark Star mothership and discover the other party's coordinates from the vast universe. It is like picking up the thread and pulling out the line so that it can crack the physical hidden state. The sound of Resta sounded in the cab, and cold water was poured directly on. No, the moment before the other party's intelligence was paralyzed, it cut off all links with the host. This is a common protection measure against intrusion. The sub-intelligence of other spacecraft will detect its identification code and evaluate the trust level so that it can establish a link with the host again. Dark Star is still very careful. Han Xiao nodded. This method is very simple. For example, there are two spacecraft A and B, which use the same sub-intelligence. Once it detects the intrusion, it will automatically disconnect the link with the host as soon as possible, unable to share the host data, and the host cannot control the location, status, and other information. When A gets out of the intrusion, if it is within the data transmission range of B, B's sub-intelligence will automatically evaluate A's sub-intelligence. After confirming A's security, B will feedback it to the host, and the host will reling A's sub-intelligence. The single blood color command ship is naturally completely disconnected and cannot continue to invade, cutting off the possibility of the host being invaded. The Dark Star took this measure to protect the coordinates of the fleet. There are more than Han technicians in the universe, and there are not many. The Dark Star has always been guarding against this. Although it was a pity, Han Xiao was not very disappointed. If it were so easy to locate the position of the Dark Star, the Dark Star would have been beaten in a glutinous rice cakes by Ghidorah. The paralyzed command ship did not take much time throughout the whole process. Han Xiao's virtual technology has not yet reached the point of easily invading a Dark Star command ship. Resta is an important helper. The computing efficiency of this AI life is extremely high, many times higher than Philip, which greatly strengthens Han Xiao's skill judgment. Unfortunately, Resta is a free person. Well, free AI does not belong to him. Han Xiao doesn't know when he can strengthen Philip to the level of Resta. He scratched his chin and thought about it. Maybe he can let Resta help Philip upgrade? After all, what we know best about intelligence is intelligence. The way the Resta race grows is to exchange data with each other and upgrade each other's programs. Resta should be able to help Philip optimize the computing structure. Jean Dai and Suiya looked at each other. These two women, one is a gunman and the other is an armed warrior. Listening to a mechanic and AI life exchange artificial intelligence technology, he suddenly felt that he was a good teacher. Suiya always felt that she had forgotten something, and she tilted her head, thought for a long time, and suddenly realized that she was shocked just now, so she let her vomit for a while. After waiting for a while, Nagakin finally heard the news that he had done it. He controlled the command ship and connected with the fleet. Han Xiao and Bat boarded the bloody GOL, met Nagakin and a large number of Dark Star members captured by him in the command room, and NoCap was among them. Beautiful job. I deserve to be the famous Lord Nagakin. I was very happy. Nagakin waved his hand with a calm face and said, "This is not my credit. Thanks to Black Star, if it weren't for his paralyzing the enemy spacecraft, it wouldn't be my turn to play. He would be the biggest contributor." Bat smiled and said, "Haha, you were right. Black Star is well known. It's nothing, I just did some insignificant work." Han Xiao refused to comment. After talking nonsense to each other, everyone started to do serious business and counted the losses and gains. Ghidorah lost less than 10 warships and also defeated almost a number of enemy ships. In the end, he captured a commander of the Dark Star and members of the commander. He kept a living mouth to ask about the intelligence and inquire about the Dark Star's action plan. Overall, he made a profit. If he added the dozen Dark Star assault ships solved by the Black Star, he would make a big profit. Ghidorah suffered so many losses and finally achieved positive results once. This time the war finally took a breath. NoCap looked up and glanced at several people. His eyes were inexplicably. Bat? A radical commander was led by himself, and he didn't take it seriously. Nagakin? A long-standing senior official of the War Bureau is strong, but it is not a key factor in this battle. Finally, NoCap's eyes fell on Han Xiao, like a nail. It was this person who determined the result of the battle. NoCap believed that he lost because he misjudged the strength of Black Star. If it weren't for the error of the information, the fleet had already attacked the Sea Blue Star and left, and he could have escaped without hesitation. He didn't expect to be caught here. One wrong step, every step. NoCap's eyes were dim. His expression was frustrated and unwilling, and he knew that he had no chance to make a comeback. 3 minutes after the Dark Star fleet escaped, news of the fleet's defeat and NoCap's capture quickly came back to the Dark Star headquarters. This was the first attack that suffered a loss and immediately attracted the attention of senior officials. The battle process was not long, and the senior executives who stayed at the headquarters quickly learned about the situation. At this time, the highest commander of the headquarters was Deputy Chief of the Dark Star, another veteran with the same qualifications as Anner, named Degulish, who was serious and majestic. "It's Black Star again." Degulish frowned and said, dissatisfied. After the last Anner incident, Anner had a high degree of hostility toward Han Xiao, but at that time he did not retaliate against him due to the important moment of the plan. After all, Han Xiao was backed by Long Tan, and even Anner Star was unwilling to provoke Emmers. The last time an island was thrown into pieces by Emmers, the scene was still vivid in my mind, and I felt dry mouth just when I remembered it. But now Black Star once again hindered their plans. Degulish is not as deep as the leader of the Dark Star. The leader of the Dark Star is personally carrying out a secret mission outside. He is now in charge of the headquarters. Degulish is a hardliner in his style. He went against us again and again. It was time for him to understand what kind of existence he was provoking. I want him to pay the price for his actions all the time. Degulish said in a deep voice. Didn't he fight to protect his hometown and sent 2 Dark Star motherships to blow the Sea Blue Star into a nebula for me? Deputy Leader, this is not in line with our plan. We shouldn't destroy a disaster planet, said the intelligence officer. I remember Ash always advised us to kill Black Star at all costs. Maybe there is some truth to it. We have more than a dozen disaster planets. Destroying one, which has little impact on the overall situation. Degulish said in a deep voice. If Ashes were here, I would probably agree with each other, but unfortunately he did not attend a meeting. To be precise, many senior cadres were absent from the meeting and all went out to perform their missions as planned. Attacking the disaster planet was just the only action on the surface of the Dark Star, but secretly, most senior cadres were doing unknown things. The intelligence officer shook his head, but that must be based on the situation where he can kill the other party, otherwise it would be just a waste of our fleet. He has a black light lurker whom he got from somewhere. This is a high-end product of Guangwei Federation technology, and we can't catch him at all. Degulish frowned and said, he can run, but Aquarium Star can't run. The intelligence officer shook his head. If Aquarius is really his weakness, it would be too wasteful to destroy it like this. Waste? What do you think? Black Star is essentially just a mercenary. According to my observation, he has always been against us. Most of the time, it is because Ghidorah hired him, or we attacked him first. Of course, this is not an excuse for him. No matter what the reason is, he still has to pay the price. The problem is, if we destroy the only weakness he knows, he will have no worries and will be wholeheartedly against us, and will even ask Emmys for help, which is not good for us. Degulish said coldly, when is it our turn to fear others? Mechanics of the level of Black Star, I can kill 3 with one hand, so what about Dragon Captain? Can she find us? I mean, since the Black Star protects the Sea Blue Star, it means that he cares about this planet. The intelligence officer squinted his eyes. It is easy for us to destroy the Sea Blue Star, so it is better to keep this handle and threaten him at the right time. In this way, he will truly regret it and even have to be used by us. When Degulish heard this, his face changed, and he felt something was right. My subordinates will constantly collect information about Black Star. Black Star belongs to the Dragon constellation. If he can be used, it may be able to perform strange results. The lurking team stayed on the Sea Blue. Star has been monitoring his movements. Although the Ghidorah military radar can break our hiding mode within a certain distance. The lurking team has already turned off the spaceship and only maintain the hiding equipment. As long as the spaceship is not activated, they will not be exposed. Moreover, I am going to install spies, a group of mercenaries in the Black Star Mercenary Group. As long as I can afford money, I have no moral integrity. I will install our people inside him to monitor his every move. The failure of this attack was a fuse. The unknown decided to pay attention to Han Xiao completely. Since it is not strong, I will be indifferent. Anyway, there are many methods. Degulish thought for a while and finally nodded. Just do what you said. Then I suggest not to attack Sea Blue Star frequently during the plan. You said before, it is just a disaster planet. Harmless. Besides, with the Black Star, if we want to attack Sea Blue Star, we may have to pay a greater price, and it will not be worth the loss. Everyone returned to Sea Blue Star, and the Black Light Lurker landed in the shelter. At this time, 9 Dark Star assault ships were parked outside the shelter. These were the spaceships seized by the mercenaries. 30 Dark Star assault ships came, some of which were exploded in the air or crashed on the surface. In the end, less than 10 of them fled, and the rest were seized by the Black Star Mercenary Group, all of which were more or less damaged, and the internal damage was particularly serious, but the basic functions could still operate. Han Xiao was in a happy mood. 9 small assault ships were a good harvest. If calculated based on the cost price, the total value was millions of inars. The most valuable part of this conventional spacecraft is the energy core, transition engine, spacecraft shield, and shipborne ion cannon. If these things are removed, the cost will shrink by 70% to 80%. If the core components of the crashed spacecraft are not broken, some materials and parts should be able to be removed, which is very valuable and is considered an additional gain. This attack not only did not cost him much, but also made a fortune. With these assault ships, his fleet's firepower would be greatly improved. Han Xiao was a little happy and wished that Uncle would come and play often and give him more opportunities to fight with him. Just as Han Xiao was about to board the ship to inspect the captured assault ship, Bat also landed. Bat glanced, walked up, nodded and said solemnly, "Hey Xing, you did a good job. My people will take over these spoils later. Thank you for your hard work this time." Han Xiao paused, staring at Bat's natural expression, and his eyebrows gradually rose. Han Xiao was a little surprised and looked puzzled. These assault ships were obviously his trophy, so why did Bat suddenly want to get into it? Many speculations flashed through his mind, but they were all eliminated one by one. Just a few small assault ships were far from making Ghidorah jealous. Does Bat need these spacecraft to expand their results? It seems that the probability is not high. According to his previous performance when fighting side by side, although Bat does not care about Hylon, he has basic respect for himself and does not seem to turn against him because of this little spoil. Bat's expression was very natural and there was no guilt, which made Han Xiao quite curious and emphasized, "Are you sure these assault ships are your spoils? How do I remember it seems that I was fighting?" "That's true," Bat nodded and said, "but according to the rules and procedures, all the losses of the Dark Star on the disaster planet are counted as our Ghidorah spoils. This is our basic requirement for protecting the disaster planet." Regulations and procedures? Oh, this is the Disaster Relief Operation Manual formulated by the War Bureau. Ghidorah requires me to abide by the rules? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "You gave up the Sea Blue Star at an important moment, which led to the enemy's commando entering the atmosphere. In the end, I defeated the enemy." Bat shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's not giving up, it's just a tactic to put pressure on the enemy. After all, it's too late to return to aid, and the battlefield changes rapidly and can only make appropriate actions in line with the opportunity. If my fleet hadn't involved the Dark Star troops, you would have to face several times the enemy. Even in terms of efforts, we would be bigger. I hope you can cooperate with my work." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Indeed, without the Ghidorah fleet facing the enemy head-on, it would be difficult to achieve the current results. Ghidorah is naturally unwilling to do her best to protect the planet. Even the spoils seized by the disaster planet will still be handed over to them. It sounds quite reasonable, but if he is asked to abide by Ghidorah's so-called rules and procedures, the premise is that he also belongs to the protected Hylon regime. However, although Han Xiao is protecting Hylon, he is an independent force. Ghidorah's so-called rules cannot be controlled by him, and obedience is impossible, and there is no need to swallow his anger. "You seem to have something you haven't figured out. I'm an interstellar mercenary group, Longtan Field Armed Forces, not an indigenous planet regime that you call and drink." Han Xiao's eyes froze, and he said slowly, "So why do you order me?" Bat's face was suffocated, staring at Han Xiao tightly. His face changed several times. This is a simple conflict of position. The two stared at each other and did not give in. Bat wanted to be tougher, but in front of the famous Black Star, he could not act condescendingly. After all, Han Xiao's status in the Interstellar is far from comparable to him. One is a well-known cadre under Longtan, and the other is just an ordinary commander of the Ghidorah War Bureau. The situation here attracted the attention of people around. Mercenaries, Ghidorah soldiers, and players all surrounded them, especially players. The recording function has been turned on. The one standing in the most conspicuous position is the meat bag, always rushing to the front line of the news. "What's going on?" At this moment, Nagakin rushed over after hearing the news. Bat had no choice but to tell the process. He realized that there was nothing wrong with it. He came to seize the spoils according to the operation manual process. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao would not eat his trick, and he was in a difficult situation. But now, the senior official Nagakin has arrived, and Bat has a backbone and breathes a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, after listening to the process, Nagakin looked dissatisfied and shouted angrily, "Bat, are you a fool?" Huh? Bat was stunned. If Black Star hadn't participated in the war, we could only watch the Dark Star fleet slip away. Who do you think it was for us to seize the Dark Star command ship? Nagakin shouted Bat. His position was higher, and he was qualified to train people. Before, Bat did not listen to his command. Nagakin was a little dissatisfied, and now he is just taking advantage of the problem to play. The status and strength of Black Star cannot be underestimated. Nagakin is unwilling to affect his good relationship with Black Star because of this small matter. His status is higher than Bat, and he reprimanded Bat on behalf of Ghidorah, which just happened to find a way out for both sides. Bat thought Nagakin would speak for him, but he didn't expect to stand on the side of Black Star. He was depressed and couldn't interrupt Nagakin, looking embarrassed. After scolding him, Nagakin turned to look at Han Xiao and said, "This is a misunderstanding." "I guess so. Han Xiao. Dispose your spoils to your heart's content. We won't interfere. Ghidorah never treats her friends unfairly." Nagakin nodded, threw a tacit look, and pulled Bat away. Seeing that the storm disappeared, everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief. The two guardians had a conflict, and everyone was still a little nervous. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, watched the Ghidorah people leave. Without saying much, he called the mercenaries to board the assault ship to check for damage. Only by having strength can one be respected. If he was an unknown person today, Nagakin would not have spoken for him. Han Xiao knew very well that he would not be grateful to Nagakin because of this small matter. These Ghidorah people are basically the same, high-ranking, judging the situation, bullying the weak, and fearing the strong. Speaking of which, it is not surprising that most civilized regimes are like this. Nowadays, Nagakin's attitude can prove that his actions have always been and finally brought back a position that Ghidorah faced. The results are remarkable. Han Xiao will not be distant because of this. He has always remained calm. He is very clear that his position needs the support of strength. As long as the power is strong enough, others will automatically give you the respect you deserve. The small conflicts that occurred here were soon passed to the 6 countries through various channels. When the senior officials of the 6 countries saw Ghidorah's respect for Han Xiao, they thought of their marginal status, and they couldn't help but yearn for Han Xiao's status even more, and they once again affirmed that the decision to agree to Black Star was correct. On the player forum, some people basically restored the attack by inquiring about information from the Ghidorah people and mercenaries. Naturally, they couldn't like the Dark Star, who made them lose the progress of the main mission, and Ghidorah's behavior of abandoning them at critical moments also made players even more unhappy. Only Han Xiao's performance did not disappoint the players. Not only did he defeat the enemy, but he also captured the commander of the Dark Star. He could not be said to turn the tide, but he was also the mainstay. Players are already very good at Han Xiao 1. After these posts were released, their image has been raised several levels. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison, and it is entirely due to the contours of their peers. This reliable personality has always been very marketable. In addition, he has a good temperament and good image, good speaking, handsome appearance, and exudes a strong personality charm in every move. Han Xiao feels that he can attract a large number of female fans this time. Actually, he doesn't mind the big guy who snatches feet. He doesn't refuse anyone. However, this did not lead to more players who wanted to join the Black Star mercenary group, because they originally wanted to join almost everyone. After such a long operation, the Hylon Star market is basically in the shape of Han Xiao, and the rest is to continue to maintain and constantly refresh the players' favorability for themselves. If you want other player channels, you have to open up a new market, and it is naturally not yet time. During the period when the influence of this incident was spreading among the players, Han Xiao checked the situation of 9 assault ships. The mercenaries were doing too much, and the internal damage was serious. The intelligence system also needs to be reinstalled and replaced with a buzzer monster. Only after the repair is completed can the spacecraft be used. Just so happens, the wreckage of the assault ships crashed at different locations in the Sea Blue Star are all materials and are not purchased with Han Xiao's money. The crash coordinates were spread all over half a planet. Some fell into the sea and some fell to the ground. These positions can be locked through the spacecraft radar. Han Xiao sent some mercenaries to drive a transport spacecraft to salvage them, and all wreckage can be recovered in 2 or 3 days. Han Xiao did not follow the team. After being promoted to virtual mechanic, he could integrate many valuable drawings. He stayed in the shelter and prepared to make some new machinery. After this attack, Dark Star will not come to visit Hylon Star again for a short time, and he estimated that he could be relaxed for a while. India continent, the site of the Bud base. Not long ago, a fire meteor descended from the sky, hitting the charred Earth heavily, rolling and shoveling out a ravine of hundreds of meters. When the smoke and dust dissipated, only a broken wreck of a salt ship was left burning. It was a Dark Star spacecraft shot down by the mercenary group, which happened to land here. A corpse sat not far from the fall point, slowly stood up, and staggered towards the wreckage of the spacecraft. The alienated protoplasm attached to the cervical vertebra sensed the high-intensity energy reaction in the wreckage, which is the energy core of the spacecraft. The nuclear radiation from the budding site has been absorbed by the alienated primordials a lot, and the dropped spacecraft is like an airdrop to him. The corpse crawled into the cabin from the hole in the hull, followed the sensing, and found the leaked energy core. Countless black tentacles extend out of the alienated primordial, like a spider treating food, entangling the energy core firmly. The air begins to become distorted, and high-intensity energy flows into the alienated primordial along the tentacles, and the tentacles constantly switch between expansion and contraction. The energy core of a spacecraft stores a huge amount of fuel. As the alienated primordials are absorbed, the fuel disappears rapidly, and the alienated primordials absorb gradually accelerates, just like a whale swallows a cow and drinks it. The alienated primordials begin to make a thump sound, just like a heartbeat. The energy core emitted the last buzz, and it continued to silence, and the light gradually dimmed until it disappeared. The alienated primordial body retracted all the tentacles, and the corpse was frozen in place. Suddenly, the alienated primordial suddenly spewed out countless black mucus and sputtered out. The mucus was very thick and had a paint texture. The alienated primordial pulsated for a long time until the mucus almost covered the entire room. This strange behavior slowly stopped. The next moment, all the spurted mucus flowed like life. The corpse was located in the center of the room, and all the mucus rushed towards the corpse and kept climbing along the soles of the feet. The last pool of mucus also climbed up to the bones. At this time, the bones had changed drastically. They were no longer a lonely skeleton, but became an ink-black human body. The mucus seemed to solidify and formed flesh and blood. The body looked very strong, and the facial features slowly emerged. The eyes, nose, mouth, and ears moved around on the face, and finally found the right position. If Han Xiao was here, he would find that this pair of people looked a little like the leader, but they were not disfigured. The monster opened his mouth wide and made meaningless screams, which actually had vocal cords. The alienated primordial swallowed a lot of energy, and its growth jumped up. The body no longer passively transformed all the absorbed energy, but could control part of the cell proliferation. So a small pool of alienated primordials can spew out mucus all over the room. The alienated primordial also shares the senses of countless creatures, understands various life forms, and combines the structure of the human body based on the skeleton. This monster is not a host, but a simulated body. Except for the whole body is black and has no sexual characteristics, the other ones are almost no different from the human body. The alienated primordial is wrapped in the simulated body. The simulation body lowers its head, looks at the body through its own eyes, and touches it curiously. It shares the senses of all infected people, but this is the body it controls itself. This sense of manipulation is completely different, and it can't help but create an inexplicable feeling. Freedom. The original intelligence of the alienated primordial is basically driven by instinct, but now the chaotic thinking has begun to fade away the dust and gradually becomes clear. Just like a 2 or 3-year-old child suddenly has memories one day, the world in front of him becomes completely different. Air, hands, body. The simulation made an ambiguous sound, and the huge memory stored by countless shared senses surged like storm waves, and the feeling of sleepiness came quickly. The simulation body staggered out of the spacecraft, away from here, and walked aimlessly in one direction, and its back disappeared from the horizon. In another area of the Sea Blue Star, the instruments of the Dark Star lurking team detected a surge in the energy index of the alienated primordial, and all members were shocked. The meaning of this situation is recorded in the workbook, which means that the energy consumed by the alienated primordial has reached saturation and the next stage of evolution is about to begin. The alienated primordial evolved earlier than the plot of the previous life. A few days later, Boss Volga yawned, played a card casually, and asked Melos opposite, "Hey, how long should we stay on this indigenous planet?" At this time, the cadres of the mercenary group were playing cards and chatting in the hall. When they heard this, they turned to look at Melos. "Only by solving the problem of this planet, we can leave here. This is not something I can control." Melos shook his head helplessly. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look at a military factory outside the window. It was Han Xiao's mechanical modification room. At this time, Han Xiao was repairing the captured assault ship. The mercenary group has been in Hylon for more than a month. Every day, there is basically nothing else to do except select players, and most of the time, it is so idle. With the vision of interstellar mercenaries, Halangsing's entertainment life is naturally very scarce. There is no other activity except playing cards, and many people feel that their bones are almost rusted. If there is a reward for this incident, many people can still bear it. However, this is Black Star's order, and everyone can only abide by it, hoping that the matter will be resolved as soon as possible. After the last attack failed, the Dark Star did not come to the Sea Blue Star again. It seemed to be afraid of the cooperation between the Black Star and the Ghidorah fleet. However, news that the Dark Star attacked other disaster planets from time to time came. However, as Ghidorah has configured more fleets to the disaster planet, the attacks of the Dark Star often ended in vain. Just like the Blue Star of the Sea, the Ghidorah warships on standby in outer space have reached nearly 300, and other disaster planets are almost the same. However, the scale of the Dark Star fleet has also increased, and it still puts pressure on Ghidorah. Ghidorah wants to divide his troops to protect more than a dozen disaster planets. The fleet is scattered and the troops are tight, while the Dark Star has no such disadvantage. It is elusive and takes the initiative. The Gardon Galaxy is in dire straits. On the other hand, the Aquarium has only suffered one attack and has also repelled the enemy. Therefore, the disaster relief situation is good and thriving. The environment of the 6 countries and shelters is quite stable. Inside the military factory, dung, some small auxiliary robots climbed up and down along the scaffolding, welded the spacecraft's armor, and electric sparks sprayed everywhere, and the sound of metal hitting was endless, making a busy scene. Han Xiao controls the mechanical master, tools in various shapes to repair damage to the spacecraft. This large mechanical limb can not only fight, but is often used to modify large machinery, just like an enlarged palm, like an arm. Some time ago, the mercenaries recovered the wreckage and brought back sufficient materials. He began to repair the Sea spacecraft. It had already been repaired and had some experience in repairing large machinery, which was better than nothing. Check the damage. Han Xiao stopped and spoke. The system self-test is underway. The spacecraft damage is 0%. The assault ship's intelligence has been replaced by Philip. In addition to repairing the assault ships these days, Han Xiao has also manufactured some precision machinery that enhances virtual technology, strengthening Philip's computing speed, and Rista also optimized Philip's algorithm structure, by the way. Philip's efficiency has increased by 2 or 3 times compared to before. The performance bonus of the machinery controlled by Philip has become higher, and the bonus provided for his virtual intrusion is approximately doubled compared to before. Philip still has some gaps compared to Restar. He continues to strengthen and cultivate his own artificial intelligence. This is the long-term work of a virtual mechanic and can get high benefits from it. The last one has been repaired and can be used normally. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction, snapped his fingers, and various maintenance machinery automatically closed. Most of the current fleets of the mercenary group are rented travel transport spacecraft, and 9 assault ships supplement the fleet's firepower. And this is also a spoil of its own, and it has gained a lot. After drinking a sip of water, Han Xiao took out the communicator and browsed the mercenary group interface in a routine manner. Now the scale of the mercenary group is hundreds of times that before returning to the Sea Blue Star. After this period of operation, more than 100,000 players have been recruited by him, and the number of people is still growing every day. It is already a well-deserved, super-large mercenary group. Although the players' strength is not strong enough at this stage, with the players' growth rate, they are all potential stocks. When I enter the interstellar world, I can provide them with a large amount of mission resources, and they will feedback me to a huge amount of wealth. So many members can make the status of the Black Star mercenary group soar again. At that time, the name of the Longtan Field Armed Forces will probably no longer be a false reputation. Thinking of the role played by the mercenary group of hundreds of thousands of people, Han Xiao was very excited. It is only because of the alienation disaster that my mercenary group has to stay on the Hylon Star for the time being. Now, it is just accumulating strength and solving the alienation disaster. It is the time to enter the interstellar world to truly play out. Han Xiao has been paying attention to the movements of Anxing. He is waiting for Anxing to launch his next plan, which is the best time to hand over the primordial body in his hands. After leaving the military factory, Han Xiao went to the conference room. According to the itinerary, today was a meeting where Ghidorah discussed disaster relief with the senior management of the shelter. This kind of regular meeting was held every few days, and he was already used to it. When they arrived at the conference room, Bennett, Nagakin, and others were waiting here early. After Han Xiao sat down, several people nodded and started discussing. They were all about the problems encountered in the disaster relief. Han Xiao didn't care about this and did not interrupt. After talking for more than half an hour, everyone stopped this topic. Nagakin changed his mind and said, "Now we, Ghidorah, are in a stalemate with the Dark Star. The enemy is constantly attacking the disaster planet, while the war situation continues to send reinforcements, and the two sides engage in a tug-of-war." Han Xiao heard this and then said, "It sounds not great." Nagakin said helplessly, "We don't know how many fleets of Dark Star have, but we have to disperse and protect more than a dozen disaster planets. The troops are indeed not enough. This is the Dark Star's plan to force us to divide our troops. Although the situation is still the same now, if Dark Star is willing, we will definitely not be able to stop it as long as we dispatch large troops to attack a disaster planet. So the situation is not optimistic, but the enemy has not done so. Then, do you have a solution?" "Yes." Nagakin nodded. In response to the weakness of dispersed forces and distant distances, the War Bureau decided to use a military transition orbit base station, and the deployment will be completed in a few days. Bennett asked in confusion, "What is that?" Han Xiao thought for a while and said, "You can understand it as a military portal. Military Transition Orbit Base Station, which is a strategic weapon of interstellar war within a certain range, locks 2 or more coordinate positions through a directional wormhole generator and forms a fast teleportation channel between coordinate positions so that the fleets far apart can quickly support the other party and watch over and help each other. This equipment is like a space fortress with high technological content. Only high-level civilizations that know how to build stable stargates can be built. Ghidorah's Military Transition Orbit Base Station is an important military supplies purchased from a higher-level star cluster civilization with a broken star ring, which is very expensive. To deploy a military transition track base station, anchor points need to be set at each transmission coordinate, and the location of the base station must be located in the central area of the range composed of these anchor points, just like the center point of a spider web with all connections. With this equipment, Ghidorah made up for the weakness of the troops scattered among more than a dozen disaster planets. These frigates watched each other. No matter which planet Dark Star attacked, support could arrive in 2 or 3 minutes, shortening the itinerary by thousands of times. In this way, Dark Star's attack was no longer a threat. The War Bureau is willing to use important strategic weapons in this incident, which means they do not want to be passive all the time. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This is an expensive strategic weapon, and the Dark Star will definitely attack your base station. Of course the enemy will do this. Nagakin was not worried. Since the war situation dares to use the base station, it naturally has enough fleets to protect it, and even takes the initiative in turn. Even if the whereabouts of the Dark Star are floating, it will definitely attack the base station. This will grasp the enemy's next action and have enough room for preparation. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he shook his head. In fact, the Ghidorah people are not really anxious yet. Although the attack of the Dark Star caused some losses to Ghidorah, the worst thing is the disaster planet, which did not hurt Ghidorah. The Ghidorah people still thought they could control the situation. But he knew that the Dark Star was not that easy to deal with. The base station has come out, and the next plan of the Dark Star should be around the corner. Han Xiao said intimately. Nagakin wanted to say something, and at this moment, a faint sound of riots suddenly sounded in the distance, as if very far away. The next moment, the riots quickly expanded, sweeping from far to near, like a tsunami, filling the entire shelter everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. The ground rumbled, and the windows trembled slightly under the noisy waves. Bennett suddenly stood up, looking surprised and suspicious. "What's going on?" Bennett hurriedly opened the screen in the conference room and called out the surveillance screens at various locations of the shelter. The originally orderly shelter was in chaos. The long-lost alienation disaster riots appeared again, and even the refugees who had already injected the inhibitors broke out. The situation outside the shelter was even worse, and even the shelter guards became ill. Even the people who maintained public order were gone, and the order that had finally formed collapsed instantly. The riots of tens of millions of people were like a tsunami of mountains and rivers. Crowd, roaring, tearing, fighting each other. In addition to the melee, more people ran wildly away from the shelter, as if the shelter brought them great horror and just wanted to escape from this place. The escaped people formed long dragons and ran wildly in all directions. The dense crowds outside the shelter quickly spread out, and some people fell to the ground and were instantly flooded by the crowds that followed. The players were confused, and soon some people discovered that the overall progress of Disaster of Alienation plummeted like a flood. Bennett and Nagakin were both shocked by the sudden chaos. Han Xiao's eyes changed slightly. He stood up, and his tone was calm. This is the second stage. The first stage of the alienation disaster is an irregular global riot, symbolizing the ability of the alienated primordial to be controlled for the first time. And the first manifestation of entering the second stage is that all infected people have occurred simultaneously. Compared with the first stage, the individuals that the alienated primordials can affect are no longer limited to ordinary people. Some elite warriors or slightly weaker superpowers have become the objects of control. The most obvious feature is that the onset group is no longer irregular, but has a purpose. The purpose of the infected group is the embodiment of the consciousness of alienated primordials. Compared with the chaos in the first stage, large-scale refugees fled at this time, and their actions were surprisingly consistent, and they were controlled by alienated primordials. The target of the alienated primordial is traceable. If we command these refugees to escape, we should not want these infected people to be gathered together and realize that someone is helping the infected people get rid of its control. So we want the infected people to stay away from the gathering place as much as possible. For it, every infected person is a sensory body. Han Xiao frowned slightly. Similar things happened in his previous life. Although there is no official explanation, the players have had various discussions and speculations. He can now guess the idea of the alienated primordial. The only problem is that the second phase of the outbreak was much earlier than the previous life plot. It may be random, but it may also be the butterfly effect. Han Xiao pondered secretly. Because he caused trouble, many events developed very differently from the plot of his previous life. This was not the first time he encountered this situation. After a slight shock, he quickly returned to calm down. It was impossible to panic, it was too stable. Although unexpected, it would not make him rush. Walking out of the conference room quickly, the riots outside became increasingly fierce. Han Xiao immediately launched all the mercenaries to attack, and the players were among them. The top priority was to control all infected people. The alienation disaster entered the second stage, and the ability strength increased. Originally, one inhibitor could have an effect, but now it takes at least 3 doses. Naturally, the potion is not enough. At present, it can only subdue tens of millions of refugees. The shelter in Ghidorah also hurriedly acted. The players triggered multiple tasks for a while and started to move quickly. Everyone's main task progress was plummeting, and they dared not delay. Tens of millions of refugees are huge in scale. In contrast, the shelter can use not many people at this time, and only about 1 million players are only. However, they're basically superpowers, and they're all ordinary people who are dozens of times the size of ordinary people. Although it is troublesome, it is not difficult. The refugees on the outermost side fled in all directions, like an ever-expanding circle. The spacecraft on standby quickly started, flying around from the inside to the outside, shooting circles of white ring oscillating waves at the crowd below. Buzzing, the ring waves swept through the crowd, and the refugees fell down like harvesting wheat. All of them were shocked. Since he knew that the alienation disaster had a large-scale outbreak, Han Xiao had arranged countermeasures early on. He equipped all spacecraft with large-range shock cannons, which had very weak power. He might not even be able to deal with C-class superpowers and even half a second of dizziness. He could only act cute in battle, but it was just right to deal with ordinary people. He was shocked, but did not harm his life. It is precisely because of the means that Han Xiao didn't care how many refugees he had taken in the shelter. Even if he had an illness at the same time, he could significantly reduce the losses, and it was more convenient to get together. Several spacecraft kept shaking refugees from the inside out, and cooperated with the players to quickly clear the inside of the shelter, and then dealt with the refugees outside. The refugees on the outermost side ran the farthest, but they could not start shaking refugees from the outside, because the fainting person would be trampled to death by the crowd behind. Kaka, a mechanical hand spread out, holding Han Xiaofei on the city wall, looking down at the commotion outside. Looking around, the dark sea of people was like waves, surging towards the distance, rolling up smoke and dust all over the sky, which was very spectacular. Take out the communicator and connect other spacecraft located in the 6 countries. The picture shows almost the same situation. As expected, not only the refuge, but also the 6 countries have encountered the same situation. The process of alienation disaster has accelerated, which means that the pressure of disaster relief is greater. Well, even if the Dark Star does not come, the situation of Hyalon is not optimistic. It is estimated that it should be the first alienated primordial in all disaster planets to reach the 2nd stage. However, with my help, Halen's refuge and the 6 countries have countermeasures, which is much better than the previous plot. Han Xiao thought in his mind that if the alienated primordial had no obvious consciousness before and was mainly chaos, starting from the 2nd stage, he would face an opponent with an action target, which was even more difficult to deal with. And once he entered the 2nd stage, the alienated primordial will grow rapidly in the future. Fortunately, it doesn't take too long. It's almost this period of time. At that time, I can hand over the pre-march in my hand. As long as Ghidorah quickly develops antidotes and weapons against Primarchs, the alienation disaster will be solved. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. The sun hangs on the horizon, and the red glow in the evening spreads all over the sky. The commotion in the refuge gradually subsided. It took several hours to finally subdue the vast majority of refugees. The one who escaped the farthest tirelessly ran dozens of kilometers. Fortunately, the refuge was located in the Ghost wasteland, flat, without any cover, and could not escape the search of the spacecraft. Within a radius of dozens of miles, there were sparse refugees lying sparsely, which was spectacular. Some players were following the instructions of the shelter mission to find some shelter guards, injecting 3 times the suppressors and increasing their own manpower. Others were cleaning up this mess and tied up the refugees scattered in the wilderness and moved them back. What's the loss? On the city wall, Bennett looked solemn and asked his deputy. The deputy shook his head and signaled that it had not been counted yet. The loss of the refuge is the smallest. The 6 countries are still trying to calm the commotion, and it is almost done. Han Xiao interrupted casually. At least not the worst case. Bennett breathed. Han Xiao shook his head. The alienation disaster has grown, and we will face a more tense situation. Not to mention the inhibitors are getting tighter. The alienation protozoa alone consciously manipulates the infected person. This is the biggest danger. We have forced so many of the sensations in its eyes. It is likely to manipulate the beast to attack the shelter or the 6 countries, or make the infected persons craze and attack our facilities from the inside. Hearing this, Bennett's expression became heavier and secretly feared that he was not a person who underestimates himself. However, he knew very well that such a serious situation would not have been able to curb such a disaster without Han Xiao's civilization alone. What are you going to do? What if you don't? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The group of mercenaries under my command are so idle. The beast tide is not a problem. Let's wait and see for other issues first. But you should adapt to the new situation as soon as possible. I understand. Benny's head. The alienated primordial may be hidden underground or in the sea, and the radar database does not have a recorded band, making it difficult to locate, and it is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack, so it is basically impossible to find. And because of the characteristics of the alienated protoplasm, it is difficult to deal with without a targeted antidote. It absorbs energy, and most attacks can turn into growth nutrients. General attacks cannot damage it, and at the same time they can split quickly and are difficult to capture. At present, Han Xiao does not want to deal with the alienated primordial himself, which is too disgusting and not in his vital interests. In addition to giving Ghidorah a headache and making him benefit, there is another factor. The alienation disaster is a temporary amulet. If the alienation disaster on the Aquarius star is solved by himself, he is not sure about the operation of the Aquarius star, and he may no longer need to hold back on the non-disaster planet, and the enemy will directly destroy the Aquarius star. I am not afraid and can leave at any time, but Hylon's star cannot put it in my pocket and take it away together. I am afraid that there are only 3 cosmic civilizations, or super A-level powerhouses with special abilities. Retracting his thoughts, Han Xiao summoned many mercenary groups' cadres, glanced at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "According to my estimate, there may be large-scale animal attacks in the past few days. You could take people to patrol nearby. Once you find that the wild beasts gather, you can eliminate them in advance. Don't let the beast tide approach the shelter." Everyone looked different. After so many days of idleness, they finally had something to do. The happiest thing is Harmon, carrying a giant axe and saying in a muffled voice, "Harmon likes hunting." Han Xiao thought for a while. "By the way, you will take the newly joined Indies out for practice this time. Don't let them get bored in the shelter." Most players have been staying in the shelter. Although it is not mandatory, the repeated disaster relief tasks will always be a bit boring. Except for the daily selection that has become an activity, there are not many opportunities for combat. Players who have joined the Black Star mercenary group naturally cannot participate in the selection, and they have no chance to fight. I believe they will be a little depressed, and the game experience is bad. In the second stage of the alienation disaster, beast-tide attacks will be more frequent, which will allow mercenary players to go out to fight monsters and level up, so that they can be excited and then expand the scale of mercenaries hundreds of times. And if you don't fight monsters, players won't need equipment urgently. Somewhere in the sea blue star, the dark figure sat cross-legged in the cave, motionless like a sculpture. After a long time, the pure white eyes turned slightly. Imprisoned, my sensory, annoying. The simulation body talked to itself, and the voice was intermittent. It had only been a few days since it had obtained its current body and was not yet adapted to speaking. To obtain its own body, the alienated primordial feels free. Although it can share the senses of the infected person and even control the infected person's actions to a certain extent, only the simulated body can be absolutely controlled by it. Just now, the alienated primordials completed evolution. Although they were not clear by themselves, they just felt that their feelings about the sensations were clearer. Every infected person is this sensory in the eyes of the alienated protozoa. Just like the limbs of ordinary people, it is regarded as part of itself. When it is unable to move during the early childhood period, it understands the world through these sensations. Now, it clearly feels that many sensations are bound to several places. Just now, it wants to direct these sensations to be dispersed and not to get together. However, through the five senses of the infected person, it sees the refugees being suppressed by Han Xiao and others, so it understands the situation. This group of people are enemies. They are hurting my senses. In the thinking of the alienated primordial, there's no good or evil, good or moral standards, nor most common sense concepts, only biological instincts, and even simple. In its view, someone suppressing a refugee is equivalent to trying to control its senses, just like a person being held tightly by someone else and unable to move his limbs. These sensations are forced to gather together, as if they wanted to be unable to move or perceive the world. Moreover, some sensations are injected with some fluid, which loses the sensing of the infected person, which is equivalent to poking its eyes blind and deafening its ears. So it is upset. Instinct tells it that if you are attacked, you have to return it. The Colton cluster contains many galaxies, and the Godora civilization entrenches the Gardon galaxy. Judging from the plain star map, the Gardon is located southwest of the Colton cluster, bordering 3 galaxies, including the Fuan galaxy controlled by the Holy Stone and Black Crow, the Skywalker galaxy controlled by the Hutt civilization, and the Heidega galaxy, without the Strong civilization. Among them, the Heidega galaxy is a controversial place. There has never been a local high-level civilization. The development level is far lower than that of the galaxy-level civilization. It contains rich resources, whether it is a mineral planet or an energy planet, enough to mine for thousands of years. Heidgar has a special geographical location, bordering the territory of 6 high-level civilizations. In the eyes of these high-level civilizations, Heidgar is undoubtedly a piece of fat. For resources or strategic significance, this area is a must-fight place. The 6 high-level civilizations have expanded one after another, each occupying part of Heidgar's area. Heidgar is not the jurisdiction of any civilization. The 6 galaxy-level civilizations regard the occupied areas as new territory and divide up Heidgar. However, due to the dispute over territorial rights, it is difficult to define. In addition, the 6 galaxy-level civilizations covet each other, resulting in constant frictions over the years. The Heidgar issue has always been the diplomatic focus of these 6 civilizations, and no one is willing to give in. Among the 6 galaxy civilizations that divide Heidega, there are Godora and Hutt civilizations. Because the territories of the 2 border each other, the friction is even more intense. Just when the disaster of alienation of the Gadon galaxy was in full swing, the Hutt civilization's Skywalker galaxy welcomed a special visitor. A remote and deserted unmanned planet. A small spacecraft parked on a black plain with a cabin door wide open, and the leader of the Dark Star squatted on the ground, paddling the ground with his fingers, waiting for the people he had contacted. Wow. Not long after, a scream sounded from a high altitude. A spaceship with the Hutt logo arrived, and slowly landed not far away. A Hutt man in a high-level survival suit walked down the gangway, followed by dozens of guards, as if he had a prominent identity. The leader of the Dark Star looked up and saw dozens of bright spots floating in the dark sky, all of which were frigates of the visitors, standing by in the outer space. The Hutt people in front of him were a senior official, the messenger sent to communicate with him. The leader of the Dark Star secretly contacted the Hutt civilization and led to the meeting. Official Hutt waved his hand, asked the guard to retreat, walked up and down to look at the leader of the Dark Star. "You are very brave. You dare to step into the Skywalker galaxy, and you only brought a little people. Aren't you afraid that we will capture you and give it to Ghidorah?" The leader of the Dark Star was fearless. "I came alone to show my sincerity, not to mention that you will not deal with me. The existence of the Dark Star can restrain Ghidorah, and the enemy of the enemy is friends. Well, I know that the Dark Star is notorious. Hutt is unwilling to be related to us, but no one will be unable to get along with the interests. Confident people have always died of their own confidence." Official Hutt's face was expressionless. "Since you're willing to see me, it means you are interested in what I said. I will say a long story short. The turmoil caused by us involves Ghidorah's energy. Now is a good opportunity to erode Ghidorah's territory in Hydgar. As long as it does not evolve into a full-scale war between two civilizations, the peace treaty can go to hell. Do you want to use our hands to put pressure on Ghidorah externally to help you indirectly? Humph! You are too esteemed about the conditions you put forward. The risk is too great to start a war with Ghidorah for that territorial area. The star cluster-level civilization that breaks the star rings will not tolerate us breaking the rules. If it attracts the attention of the three major civilizations, it will be even worse. The era of war has long passed, and it is not that easy now," Official Hutt said coldly. "The civilization that does not maintain its ambition has no future." The leader of the Dark Star said lightly, "The pattern of the star sea has been decided long ago. If you don't find a way to go up, you will always be a toy at the food chain. Everyone has hidden their fangs, but no civilization really accepts their fate. The way forward will become more and more crowded, and competition is absolutely inevitable. The current order ensures that the losers will not lose everything. Every minute, wars will break out in hundreds of places in the universe. You know better than me that wars to a certain extent are acquiesced. Only stupid people will think that a peace treaty can erase all disputes. Everyone chooses to abide by this rule. In addition to surrendering to the force of the three major civilizations, this rule is also because it is the security guarantee for the losers. As long as the strength of civilization meets the entry standards, it will not be driven out, which is beneficial to everyone." Official Hutt did not speak, which is indeed a potential consensus. As long as the intelligent species are not extinct, the struggle will never disappear. All that has changed is the way of struggle. Life and thought have infinite possibilities. Since it is infinite, it means that the complete peace of mutual understanding between all species will never come. Although the peace treaty formulated by the three major civilizations literally covers all civilizations, when it is truly implemented, it will naturally be given more potential rules. Only civilizations that reach the galaxy level can win this gold medal for death. The universe is vast, and many species will die and be born every minute. Only civilizations with certain strength or status have the qualifications to be valued. Galaxy level is the prerequisite for entry. Hutt and Ghidorah are both at this level, and there is constant friction, but they are in tune with each other to control the dispute to a certain scale. They're very clear about what they can't do with each other, so they value the dispute over interest more. It's like knowing that there's a competitor, you can't kill him, so you can only grab the benefits. Official Hutt was actually interested in the proposal of the leader of the Dark Star from the beginning. After a moment of silence, Official Hutt spoke slowly and asked a question that made the leader of the Dark Star's eyes slightly change. "The purpose of your Dark Star is to overthrow the rule of pure blood and establish a new Ghidorah. However, Your destruction of Ghidorah has exceeded the bottom line and has been characterized as a terrorist organization. Do you think there is any chance to become rulers? Your only way is to have a coup. However, let alone the success rate of Pyongyang. As long as your Dark Star comes to power, the punishment from the star cluster-level civilization will come immediately. Do you really think that if you dominate Ghidorah, you can whitewash your previous crimes? No, unless you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the star cluster-level civilization overnight. There will be a day of liquidation sooner or later. I am really curious, what are you Dark Star thinking? The leader of the Dark Star lowered his eyes and said inexplicably, "This has nothing to do with you. According to the prosperity of the planets controlled by Ghidorah can be divided into different levels. The parent star and a few planets belong to the first line, and downwards there is the first line. The Golden Gate star close to the Jabrili hub is an example, the slightly worse second line, and the third line represented by the Fat House Happy Star Gaoting. The Gadon Galaxy, a second-line colonial star of Ghidorah. An old-looking spacecraft landed and looked very inconspicuous at the lively dock. Put on the ashes of disguise and walked off the spaceship, looking around the crowded crowd and the guards not far away. The crowd was flowing endlessly in a prosperous scene. The corners of his mouth were outlined with a cold curve, and his palms slowly raised to a height level with his eyes, snapping his fingers slowly. Shall it into dust. His voice passed through the miniature communicator to the fleet on standby in the distance of the colonial star. There were 3 Dark Star motherships ready to move. The scale is not the same level as the troops attacking the disaster planet. See Blue Star. In a few days after the second phase of the alienation disaster broke out, the number of beast groups near the shelter increased significantly. In order to prevent the formation of Beast Tide, a group of salted fish cadres, such as Melos, finally came in handy and led the players who joined the mercenary group to wipe out the beast groups and set up different defense positions in various parts of the wasteland. Players are the main force to wipe out wild beasts, and their positions quickly become large-scale dating scenes where players seek teams to kill monsters, teams recruit people, and equipment sales. Most wild beasts are more easily controlled than humans. According to Han Xiao's understanding of the alienated primordials, after entering the second stage, it will consciously control the beast to attack places such as shelters, making the beast attacks more frequently. This may be some kind of counterattack from the alienated primordial, but Han Xiao didn't care much. The alienation disaster only poses a great threat to Hylon Star. Its level has long exceeded the upper limit of version 2.0, and the alienation disaster has a limited threat to Han Xiao himself. Han Xiao did not regard the alienated Primrose as an important opponent. After all, he held the trump card to solve the opponent. His main goal was to take the opportunity to complete the plan to recruit players. The importance of solving the alienated disaster and attacking the Dark Star was ranked behind the leak. However, from the perspective of the player, the disaster of alienation is the first main task after the opening of the 2.0 version, which is very challenging. For the progress of the main task, players keep making progress every day. The Shelter, the Black Star mercenary group, and Ghidorah are not short of tasks, and opportunities are everywhere. In version 1.0, players had a preliminary understanding of the Aquarium Star. In the alienation disaster that swept the world, everyone worked together for the alienation disaster task and had a strange sense of group struggle. Most of the time, there was competition between players, but this time they were asked to be united, which felt very strange. Han Xiao does not need to rescue the disaster himself, but now players are going deep into the front line of disaster relief and encountering various side events and characters, and are very busy and fulfilling. The various actions of Black Star and Ghidorah are part of the plot in the eyes of players. At this time, the players of Hylon Star cannot personally participate in the events at the level where Han Xiao is located. Except when recruiting players, Han Xiao doesn't pay much attention to the overall situation of the players. He understands players. No matter what the situation is, players can always actively find space and fun to play. They have a strong subjective initiative, and they don't need to worry about it at all. A few days later, as Nagakin revealed, Ghidorah arranged a military transition orbit base station, and the temporary teleportation Stargate connected all disaster planets. As long as the Dark Star dared to emerge, what awaited them was a thunder strike, and the war situation was full of confidence. However, the Dark Star stopped attacking. The Gardon galaxy seemed to have calmed down, but this was just an illusion. Not long after, a new interstellar news shocked the entire galaxy. Ghidorah's colonial planet, Chang'ark, was attacked by a large fleet of dark stars. The enemy took 3 Dark Star motherships as the core, with more than 4,000 warships. The station Ghidorah fleet fought fiercely with the enemy and suffered heavy losses. The long arc was bombarded with artillery fire, and more than 40 cities were razed to ruins. The rest of the cities were severely damaged. It is roughly estimated that the death toll may exceed 300 million. It is reported that the attack began when a member of the Dark Star used lethal superpowers on the surface of the long arc. This person had the ability to turn human bodies into dust, and tens of millions of people died directly under his ability. The Ghidorah civilization responded urgently to the attack, and 3 waves of support fleets were descended from front and back, and finally annihilated thousands of enemy ships and a Dark Star mothership, and repelled the Dark Star troops. In history, Ghidorah's colonized planet has encountered many tentative attacks, but this is the only time that the colonized planet is almost extinct. The behavior of the Dark Star is regarded as an extremely terror activity. This is the worst event in the Gardon galaxy in 10 years. We have reason to believe that this is a signal that the Dark Star has once again launched a head-on war. According to the incident backtrack, the origin of the incident should be that more than a dozen civilized planets had a disaster at the same time. It is not clear that Ghidorah's response. After reading the news, pushed by the communicator, Han Xiao breathed out and his eyes flashed. Finally got to this point. The harm caused by the attack on the colony to Ghidorah was far more than the attack on the disaster planet. And this time it was real. 3 Dark Star motherships were dispatched at the same time. In the information exposed by players inside the Dark Star in the previous life, when the Dark Star was at its peak, there were no more than 15 motherships. There is also the turtle grandson of Ashes who ran to the surface to have fun, attacking both inside and outside. It has to be said that Ash's superpower is indeed perverted in dealing with ordinary people. With just one idea, it can decompose all carbon-based creatures within a range of superpowers. It is the slaughter tool in the eyes of the Dark Star. This is the first time that Ash openly shows its power to the entire galaxy. Dark Star is not like Ghidorah, with hundreds of military factories. Every loss of a mothership is a trauma, and it takes a lot of money to replenish it. It has been a huge loss to attack the Long Arc Mount, and the loss is huge. But Han Xiao knew that the Dark Star had already made the desired situation. The Long Arc tragedy shocked the entire Ghidorah civilization. After the incident, a saying soon emerged, saying that the Dark Star attacked the disaster planet to involve Ghidorah's troops, and then took advantage of the situation. The Dark Star's real goal is to attack the colony. As a result, all the citizens of Ghidorah from other colonized planets were in danger, and the support for rescue of the disaster planet slid to the bottom overnight. Countless people strongly demanded that Ghidorah take back the troops that protected the disaster planet to protect them. Because it is related to one's own safety, almost all Ghidorah citizens accepted this explanation in full, and their sympathy for the disaster planet was naturally thrown into the corner. In fact, the Long Arc tragedy has little to do with the disaster relief forces. The main reason for the failure is that the Antarctic showed overwhelming force and took out 3 Antarctic motherships at one time. The defense force of a second-line colonial planet is naturally difficult to resist. The military transition orbit base station does not connect to the colonial planet. If it is redeployed, it will take a lot of time. Although Ghidorah is powerful, his troops are scattered to hundreds of colonial planets. It is impossible for each planet to have extremely strong defensive power. If the Dark Star is willing to sacrifice, it can still forcefully fight off a few colonial planets. Otherwise, Ghidorah would not be regarded as a great enemy. This time, the Dark Star also lost a mothership formation. However, most people did not pay attention to the losses of the Dark Star terrorist organization. They only paid attention to the consequences caused by the Dark Star and the losses of Ghidorah. The citizens of Ghidorah cannot maintain rational judgment, and the people in panic are most likely to be guided. And behind the incident, there is a Dark Star inciting public opinion. Not only did it cause panic, but on the other hand, the conflict between pure blood and mixed blood was once again provoked. Many relatives or friends who settled in the long arc died of misfortune. The Dark Star was the initiator, which would be said to be the hatred house and the black. The miracle star has always been under the banner of a mixed race. In this case, the mixed race living in the Ghidorah colony naturally became a substitute for venting hatred and anger. The conflict among the people is based on the long-standing concept of mixed-race discrimination, which is almost a tradition, and the Ghidorah government cannot forcefully reverse it. The Hutt civilization has been paying attention to Ghidorah and found that Ghidorah was overwhelmed by internal troubles. The Hutts are also willing to play a role of external troubles. The Hutt fleet stationed in the Heidega galaxy began to act, tempting wildly on the edge of Ghidorah's territory, constantly putting pressure and ready to move. The successive blows made Ghidorah almost breathless. Behind these events are the shadow of the Dark Star, and their actions are just beginning. The long arc tragedy is the fuse which will move the whole body. However, Han Xiao is not ready to let the Anqing's plan continue to be implemented. I guess Ghidorah is as disgusting as eating shit now. Han Xiao shook his head. He didn't like Ghidorah, but he wouldn't be gloating. After all, the undead star is the common enemy, and he pondered secretly. The disaster of alienation is one of the key contradictions. It restrains a lot of energy. Ghidorah will soon realize that time is urgent. The best solution is to eradicate the alienation disaster as soon as possible. In this way, the disaster relief troops can be taken out and the domestic conflicts will be alleviated. I just hold a piece of alienation primordial in my hand. As long as I provide it to Ghidorah, they can quickly fig into the antidote, and the alienation disaster can be solved. As long as the urgent needs are solved, Ghidorah can breathe a sigh of relief and concentrate on dealing with the Dark Star. The more urgent Ghidorah's demand is, the more benefits the alienated primordials in her hands can be exchanged for. It's time now. Although Ghidorah is willing to pay a higher price if she drags on, there is no need to wait until the Dark Star achieves great results before taking action. As long as Ghidorah realizes the importance of time, she will naturally understand the consequences of the Dark Star. Han Xiao calmed down and sent a contact application to Nagajan. However, after waiting for a long time, the other party did not connect. This is not the case. After a moment of silence, Han Xiao simply set out to Ghidorah camp and came to find Nagakin directly, but was stopped by Nagakin's adjutant. Black Star, Chief Nagakin told me that if there is nothing particularly important, don't let anyone disturb him. Please come back. What's wrong with him? The adjutant said seriously. The chief is having a meeting with the senior management, and there is no time to see you. Nagakin would not have turned himself out in the past. Han Xiao thought about it and realized that Ghidorah was suffering from external troubles and internal troubles, and there was a big problem. Nagakin was a senior official, so naturally he had many things to be busy with. In his eyes, he seemed less important. Han Xiao touched his chin, suddenly thought of something, and did not insist on asking for a visit, leaving Ghidorah camp. He suddenly realized that even if he wanted to hand over the alienated primordial, it would not appear too timely. Otherwise, he would be considered to have the primordial body on his body, but did not take it out earlier. I still have to act a little bit. Since the excuse is that the alienated primordial comes from Longtan, I might as well go back and pretend. Han Xiao mentioned to the cadres, and then drove the Blacklight Lurker alone to leave the Sea Blue Star. 2 hours later, Nagakin ended the meeting and learned from the adjutant that Han Xiao had come to find him. He Xing didn't find me, and then left on the spaceship? Nagakin frowned and then shook his head. He Xing did not continue to contact, and there might be nothing important. He doesn't want to waste time and care about such trivial matters now. Now Ghidorah's various departments are worried about the Long Arc Zodiac incident. The superiors may have to transfer him away from the Alon Star. Nagakin is also very busy. At this moment, he has no time to pay attention to Han Xiao. The plan is slowly unfolding, and this time it will inevitably greatly reduce Ghidorah's power. At the Dark Star headquarters, Deputy Chief Degulish was speaking at the meeting, expressing a complacent tone. We have caused quite a lot of trouble to Ghidorah. It is naturally impossible for domestic public opinion to ask them to take back the disaster relief troops. Since disaster relief has begun, and if they give up halfway, Ghidorah's dominance and interstellar reputation will be shaken. But the result of persistence is that domestic conflicts are becoming increasingly fierce. Even if they give up, we can no longer hold back and easily destroy these disaster planets. This will not only eliminate the power that depends on Ghidorah, but also cause misunderstandings. For example, Ghidorah gave up the disaster planet, which led to their destruction. The head of the intelligence department said, "This is just some simple examples. In short, no matter how Ghidorah chooses, they are always losers, and we have the initiative." Degulish sneered. The disaster of alienation, the conflict between Hutt civilization and the domestic situation involves Ghidorah's energy. We have sufficient opportunities to launch follow-up plans. The disaster of alienation is the root cause. The disaster drags down Ghidorah's large number of mobile troops. The longer the delay, the situation will continue to ferment from quantitative change to qualitative change. If it can last for 1 or 2 years, it's hard to say the specific time, but with Ghidorah's scientific research strength, it is impossible to solve the alienation disaster in the short term. They can't find anything. The intelligence leader also laughed. My people have found out that Ghidorah did not get the alienation primordial loss last time. They only got an empty secret bead, which should have been secretly taken away by the Holy Stone civilization. Ghidorah has been in the dark about the things in that bead. After leaving Hylon Star, Han Xiao asked Wyzen about the current location of Long Tanfu Island. During this period, Long Tan drifted to the Rhine Galaxy. He drove the Black Light Lurker alone on the road, mainly pretending to be on the go. Before leaving, he wanted to tell Nagakin, but he didn't see the other party. Nagakin did not take the initiative to ask about this matter later. After Han Xiao thought about it, he decided not to disclose it, so he did not contact Nagakin remotely for the time being. It happened that he had time to think about what conditions to propose to Ghidorah on the way. Moreover, he also wanted to see with his own eyes the impact of the Dark Star on the Gadon Galaxy. In the plot of his previous life, he was also a player who stayed on the surface. He only learned about the specific process after the incident ended and did not personally experience the changes in the environment in the interstellar world. Now that he has the opportunity to witness it with his own eyes, he naturally has to open his eyes and see clearly that Technician Han is still very curious about the unknown plot. The Black Star mercenary group once received several employments in the Rhine Galaxy. Han Xiao was familiar with the route, and the trip was very simple. He first went to the Uberly hub to replenish the fuel, quickly jumped to the Rhine Galaxy through the Stargate, and then went directly to find Longtan, and went back and forth at the speed of the Black Light Lurker in less than half a month. The Blue Star does not need to take charge of itself for the time being. After all, Ghidorah's military transition orbit base station is not a decoration. The fleet watches and helps each other. If the Dark Star wants to attack, it will only deal with Ghidorah's other colonial planets. The affairs of the mercenary group were thrown to Melos. Melos was the first cadre to join the mercenary group and the captain of Sunil's team. When Han Xiao was in seclusion to build machinery or be lazy, he was always responsible for the affairs of the mercenary group, working diligently and a competent deputy. Han Xiao has always adhered to the tenet of a secretary who has something to do. The Black Light Lurker jumped at a high speed, passed through the Stargate of the 9-star area, and flew out from one of the many star gates around the Uberly hub. He drove the boat with great pleasure. In the cab, Han Xiao glanced at the three-dimensional star map. By the way, Kimin Star is nearby. Let's go there and check the operating conditions of Base 1. It won't take much time anyway. The spacecraft turned and arrived at Kinmen Star not long afterwards. Through the porthole, he saw that Kinmen Star's current situation was much different from before. A large number of Ghidorah fleets surrounded Kinmen Star, with strict defenses, and reached the level of war-level alertness. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said to himself, "Yes, the attack on the Long R constellation caused a huge impact, which made Ghidorah feel in crisis. The station fleets of all colonized planets patrol and defend all the time, which was a panic, and all the plants and trees were soldiers." Kinmen Star's Freedom Pier was also blocked by the army, and it was necessary to strictly check its identity before it could land. This was a threat caused by Ashes. The power he showed made Ghidorah very alert and did not dare to let the people of the Dark Star slip to the surface. The spaceships entering and leaving the country lined up in a long queue in the universe. Han Xiao's identity passed the test successfully, but there was no special treatment at this time. It took him a while to land at the dock. Walking on the streets, Han Xiao found that the atmosphere in the city was completely different. In the past, people were crowded and lively and prosperous, but now there are not many people on the streets, which are deserted and quiet, and the air is filled with a tense atmosphere. Even if there are occasional passers-by, they are taciturn and seem to be full of worries. The most common one on the street is Ghidorah's Soldier's Patrol, with a serious face and serious smile, and his footsteps are uniform. Han Xiao wanted to go up and trip them up. The changes in Kinmen are derived from the horror caused by the Dark Star. Although another colonial planet was attacked, people from other places are not sure whether the next one will be their turn. Everyone is in danger. Some people think it is dangerous to stay on a colonial planet, so they simply take an interstellar tour group to wander in the universe and choose to avoid the limelight. However, due to the conflict between Ghidorah and the Dark Star, the security situation in the Gidon galaxy rapidly deteriorated, and the risk of travel was greater than before. Many wanderers and star pirate groups felt that this was an opportunity and thought that Ghidorah had no energy to deal with them, so they came to the Gidon galaxy. Now a large number of evil men are rampant in the Gidon galaxy. Many escaped Ghidorah people were robbed or kidnapped, which made Ghidorah's security forces in a mess, and the situation worsened. In the past few days, Han Xiao received thousands of employment invitations automatically pushed by the Mercenary Alliance, all of which were rampant incidents of star pirates in various star areas of the Gidon galaxy. It can be seen that the situation is very bad, and it has become a carnival of star pirates. The impact of the Dark Star can be said to have aroused the whole body. The Dark Star did not join forces with these star pirates. The star pirates and the wanderers are evil people who take advantage of loopholes. Flies do not bite seamless eggs. Ghidorah was poked by the Dark Star, so naturally someone was causing trouble when they saw the opportunity. Han Xiao could understand the situation. After all, Ghidorah is now full of ass, which is equivalent to taking off her pants. The star pirates naturally feel that it will be useless if they don't come. The situation is really bad. Han Xiao shook his head and said intimately, "Back to the Black Star 1 base. Everything is as usual and there is no problem." He checked the operation of the military factory assembly line. Although he was staying at Hylon, the assembly line has not stopped working. The program is led by Philip, and he can remotely control the assembly line on Hylon. The mechanical equipment made from many assembly lines piled up into hills in the warehouse. Han Xiaoqing pointed out the quantity, which was enough to sell it to 200,000 to 300,000 players. These were the goods he hoarded, just waiting to guide the players into the interstellar world. The only problem at that time is that it may be sold out. A batch of new materials was added to the production line, and mass production was maintained. Han Xiao did not stop, left Kinmen Star, and headed to Uberry Hub. The black light lurker entered the dock orbit of the hub, and slowly stopped in the boathouse. Next, he needed to replenish a batch of fuel, and also took some back to Hylon to replenish other spacecraft. After purchasing, you can set off. The Uberly hub is still lively and does not seem to be affected by the dark stars. Han Xiao came to the hub hall with a light ride, walked into the entrance and exit passage, identified the direction, and stepped to the store area. At the same time, several people in the distance recognized Han Xiao, who had just walked over. The group of people were wearing simple combat uniforms. This outfit was very common in Uberly Hub and did not attract much attention. These people were a group of people staring at Han Xiao's gradually moving away backs, exchanging eyes with each other, and talking in a low voice. "Is that Black Star?" "That's right, it's him." "Hee hee. I didn't expect that we just came to replenish supplies and found a big fish. I'm notifying the boss quickly." A bar in the hub hall. This is a low-end entertainment venue, located in a relatively remote location. The group of people who had previously discovered Han Xiao came here hurriedly, glanced around, and quickly came to a seat in the corner of the bar. A burly human horse was sitting here with a golden sword, wearing a heavy combat suit, tilted his head up, and poured his strong wine. The wine flowed along the corner of his mouth, wetting his flamboyant beard as lush as a lion's mane. "Boss Beverly, we found an enemy." Beverly, known as the boss, put down his wine glass heavily, and the wine splashed along the edge of the glass. Leaning forward, and a rough face appeared in the dim lights of the bar. Judging from the aesthetics of the normal universe, this respect deserves the reputation of unrestrained. His eyes had no whites. They were completely red like flowing flames, and their eyes were white, looking quite ferocious like red-eye disease plus cataracts. Red flame eyes, Beverly, a vicious star pirate active in the Feywind Galaxy, is a B-level superpower, affiliated with the notorious interstellar pirate force of the Feywind Galaxy, the Purple Snake Star Pirate Group. The Purple Snake Star Pirate Group has dozens of star pirate plundering ships. The regiment commander is a natural disaster-level Superman. He was rewarded with 2.8 million inars by the Black Crow civilization. Han Xiao was once stuck in the advanced mission of killing A-level powerful people. The Purple Snake Star Pirate Group commander was one of the targets he considered to deal with. Later, he drew a mission settlement card and did not take risks. More than 2 years ago, Han Xiao brought Quang Dao and other players to hire everywhere and killed a cadre of the Purple Snake Star Pirate Group. At that time, he formed hatred. As a mercenary, it is inevitable to provoke enemies. Han Xiao has long been used to it. Beverly is a cadre of the Purple Snake Star Poacher Group. He led a team to take advantage of Ghidorah's external troubles and internal troubles to rob the Gardon Galaxy. At this time, the team he led was resting in the Uberly Hub. It used to be mainly active in the Feywind Galaxy, so it is easy to disguise in the Gardon Galaxy. A nemesis? Who is it? It's Black Star. So it's him. Beverly laughed with a fierce expression. A few years ago, he killed Motto's squad in the Feywind Star system. Hey, although I don't like that guy Motto, the team leader has always kept in mind this account. "Boss, Black Star has only one person. Should we attack him?" A star thief showed fierce eyes and asked in a low voice. Beverly laughed roughly when he heard this. "Haha, do you think Black Star is so easy to kill? Are you looking for death?" As he said that, Beverly suddenly changed his face, grabbed his subordinate's neck, grabbed it in front of him, and said with a grim voice, "Boy, you are not qualified to covet a person of that level. So keep me in awe of the strong." The star pirate swallowed nervously and repeatedly said yes. Beverly had a fickle temper and did not dare to offend him. Beverly let go of his men, grabbed the wine glass, drank the remaining spirits in one sip, wiped his mouth, stood up, and strode towards the door. "Little ones, keep up." Several star pirates behind Beverly hurriedly followed Beverly and asked carefully, "Boss, what are we going to do now?" Beverly licked his lips. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and he sneered, "I heard that Black Star's car is a high-end product. While he is in the hub hall, we will snatch his spaceship. Hey, it's probably a lot of money to sell." As Long Tan's cadre, Han Xiao's only armed force operating outside, was no longer the first unknown person. Information about him was already everywhere, and the model of the car was naturally not a secret, and many people know it. The spacecraft docked at the Uberly Hub are all placed in the hangar area, and the hangar is connected to the airport terminal. From the outside of the hub, the airport is like a window on a building, densely packed with spacecraft landing in the airport, embedded in orbits at the bottom, and sliding into the hangar corresponding to the airport number. As a hero in the spacecraft industry, the Black Light Lurker of the Glorious Federation is like the Bugatti, Koenigsegg, and Lamborghini who are speeding through the streets. The turnover rate is extremely high, high-end, and atmospheric, and the streamlined hull is as dark as a mirror. If you ask a little about the Uberly hub pier, Beverly will easily learn about the hangar number of the Black Light Lurker. The hangar of ID 74SD. As expected, Uberly arranged an advanced hangar for him. Beverly tweeted and became more excited. This numbered hangar is located in a high-end area, like a good location in a parking lot, with stricter defense and better hardware facilities. Like Beverly, who was a camouflaged raider, he could only park in an ordinary hangar with the word E, and the treatment was completely different. After all, Han Xiao's troops were a well-known mercenary group of the Gardon Galaxy. They have been stationed in the Uberly hub for several years. His car is also a high-end spacecraft, so the hub will naturally give him excellent treatment. This makes Beverly feel a little troublesome, and it is even more difficult to grab the spacecraft. Beverly was very timid and thought he was not sure about dealing with Han Xiao. Black Star had been in the interstellar world for many years and had already proved his combat effectiveness. A year ago, he cooperated with Ghidorah to kill a natural disaster-level shadow of a tree. Beverly did not dare to underestimate him at all. In the industry of star pirates, his eyesight is very important. However, Beverly did not intend to give up the plan. The Black Light Lurker was too tempting. The Black Star was not near the spacecraft and did not need to conflict head-on with the other side. In the record of entering the port, Han Xiao was the only one who was authenticated, which meant that there was no one else on the ship. This was an excellent opportunity. He didn't dare to fight with Black Star, but he still had the courage to steal things. Beverly took more than a dozen Star Pirates men and turned around the complex hangar passage and came outside the Black Light Lurker's hangar. There was a thick alloy gate in front of him, and he had to verify permissions to enter. However, that was just a normal method, and the Star Pirates method was naturally more rude. Beverly opened his eyes wide, the red background in his eyes burning, from solidified flames to flowing fire. The next moment, my eyes suddenly spewed out a surging and thick column of fire. The orange-red color was mixed with blue, bright and fierce, as dazzling as a laser. The temperature was extremely terrifying, the heat waves were rolling, and I licked the hangar door. The burn part quickly turned red, and the metal began to soften. Releasing flames with your eyes is Beverly's superpower, and it is also the origin of his nickname. The temperature of flames continues to rise with the development ability. It was initially only a few hundred degrees. Now, the B-level can release thousands of degrees of high temperatures, which is almost equivalent to the surface temperature of star. It is not difficult for him to burn a hole in the hangar gate. Crack, the alarm sounded suddenly, and the surrounding walls suddenly slid open, stretched out the defense turret, aimed at Beverly, and opened fire. The light cannons were shooting, and the Star Pirates took out energy shields one after another. The shield surface was lit with yellow light, which was a layer of energy shield that blocked the attack of the turret and made a bang explosion. The combat suit on Beverly quickly deformed and turned into a pair of special heavy armor wrapped around the body. It is completely defensive. The light cannon does not wear armor. Only the eyes are channels that can release energy. In addition, the combat suit also has a device to amplify the eye's superpowers. The column of fire suddenly expanded, gradually turning to dark blue, and the temperature rose again. Beverly swept his eyes, and the pillar of fire swept across the surrounding defense turrets with his eyes, destroying these defense devices within 2 seconds. The alarm continued, and the defense soldiers of the hub were on the way, but Beverly activated his superpower and had burned a hole that was enough to pass through, which was extremely efficient. As they stepped into the hangar, the Black Light Lurker stopped quietly in front of the Star Thief. Everyone looked excited and impatient. This ship is ours. Beverly took away his superpowers, looked greedy, took out the communicator, and shouted, "Is the fixture ready?" "No problem. Our spacecraft has left the port. As long as you drive the black light lurker out of the port, we can drag it away." The communicator appeared with the image of his deputy captain, and his tone was proud. The action of robbing the spacecraft is divided into 2 steps. The first is to enter the hangar and approach the black light lurker. Put a portable thruster and electromagnetic absorber on the hull to move and leave the airport. The second step is to let your own raider capture the black light lurker with electromagnetic fixtures in the universe, and then escape. In a short period of time, the Star Pirates were unable to crack the intelligence system of the spacecraft. They used a signal reception blocker that cuts off long-range contacts, which hinders the ship's owner from remote control. Therefore, the spacecraft became a metal that can be disposed of at will, and only needs to be captured, and sometimes modified. Even if the spacecraft intelligence is not cracked, it can still be sold at a high price from the black market ship dealer. The Black Lion ship dealer will naturally hire mechanics to replace the new spacecraft intelligence. Basically, every black market ship dealer has virtual mechanics under his command. Star Pirates are extremely familiar with this process. Basically, every Star Pirate steals the spaceship like this. Beverly's men did not delay and quickly took out various devices and prepared to put the thruster and adsorber on the belly of the ship. On the other hand, Beverly threw out a signal blocker, covering the black light lurker, which could briefly cut off the remote control function, and even if the Black Star knew that his spacecraft was robbed, there was no way to stop it. "When he comes back, we'll have snatched the ship." Beverly smiled secretly, stepped onto the gangway, and the flames in his eyes were flowing, ready to boil the hatch door. He was confident that with the temperature of his eyes, he could basically burn through all the spacecraft armor except for the defensive spacecraft, and the defense devices in the cabin were difficult to stop a B-class superpower like him. So, the spaceship is already his. Boom! Just as Beverly was about to use his superpowers and the Star Pirates were about to put the machinery in his hand on the hull, the black light lurker suddenly moved. The engine suddenly started, and the high-performance motorized engine completed microsecond preheating and acceleration. Bang! The black light lurker directly pulled off the meshing device of the bottom track and floated in midair. He swung flex 360 degrees horizontally and threw everyone close to him out. Beverly fell heavily on the wall of the hangar and looked up at the floating black light lurker. He saw a beam of laser magnifying rapidly in front of his eyes. "What?" The dazzling light swallowed Beverly with a shocked face. Boom, 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 boom. One more later, in the hub hall, Han Xiao was shopping for supplies in the store. In addition to the fuel and parts of the spacecraft, Lawton learned that he was going back, and the logistics department also asked him to purchase some things on his behalf. While shopping, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao took it out and couldn't help but curl his lips, stuffed the communicator back into his pocket, and continued to visit the store. After picking up the things slowly, Han Xiao watched the clerk bring fuel, parts, and other things onto the suspended aircraft. At this time, a hub aircraft parked at the door of the store. A hub staff hurriedly ran off the aircraft and rushed to Han Xiao with great strides. Hey Xing, your spaceship." Han Xiao waved his hand, interrupted the other party's words, and smiled slightly. "It's okay. Isn't it just a bunch of thieves who want to steal my spaceship? How many are left to breathe?" The hub staff was stunned and nodded repeatedly. When we arrived, there were only one person left of the thieves who were seriously injured, and the person had been arrested. "Your spaceship was intact. Go and take a look." Han Xiao nodded, sat on a consignment aircraft full of cargo, and headed to the hangar area. The staff followed behind and arrived at the scene soon. The hangar gate was broken all over the ground, and the passage outside was full of charred traces of explosions. At this time, many hub guards surrounded it here. Next to the hangar, a rough man was tightly tied up by an electromagnetic belt. His combat uniform was full of holes, his body was covered with scars, and he was dying. Han Xiao looked at it and saw that the inside of the hangar was in a mess. The walls were shattered, and various lines were exposed. The electric sparks were like rain, making a sizzling sound. The lights were unstable, and blood was stained on the ground. The bodies of more than a dozen people were lying on the corpses, covered with white cloth. Only the lurker of the black light was obediently stationed on the ground. The shell was as smooth as a mirror, without any scars. Is this the guy who wants to steal my spaceship? Han Xiao came to the seriously injured Beverly, his eyes full of sympathy. The blacklight lurker is Resta's current body. He received news from Resta early and was not in a hurry at all. The idea of this group of thieves to fight against Resta is purely to commit suicide. They will face a life-conscious spacecraft, and they are high-end goods such as blacklight lurker with superior performance and complete functions. Even if you deal with the blacklight lurker yourself, it will be more stressful than dealing with several B levels at the same time. The combat power is amazing, and there will be no natural disaster level strong people who are idle and steal the spaceship. Even if it is a natural disaster level, the blacklight lurker can jump and escape in an instant if they can't beat it. Therefore, Han Xiao was not worried about the safety of the spacecraft at all. Unless the Sao came to heaven, it would be impossible for someone to stolen. His Excellency Blackstar, we checked the database. This person is a star pirate from Fei Windstar. A staff member took a transparent screen to introduce the situation. Han Xiao took the screen over without waiting for him to finish. After taking a look, Han Xiao's heart suddenly moved. Beverly, the supernatural power is a spitting fire with both eyes. Oh, isn't this Cyclops? It's actually the person from the Purple Snake Star Pirate group. It seems that they have dealt with these star pirates before. Han Xiao thought about it. The leader of this star pirate group seemed to be a relatively weak disaster level. His eyes rolled, and Han Xiao mentioned Beverly and said, "This guy wants to steal my spaceship. Leave it to me to deal with it. It should be. Letting you encounter risks, this is our negligence." The staff nodded. Let the staff and the hub guards disperse. Han Xiao stepped onto the spaceship, found a room, and threw Beverly to the ground. If you don't do your intelligence work well, you dare to act rashly. If you want to have a normal spacecraft, you might be able to succeed. You are really unlucky. Do you have any thoughts? Han Xiao couldn't help but joke. Beverly's wound was still hurting, and he was still in shock. It clearly blocked the signal from the spacecraft, but the spacecraft started to move as if it had its own life. The laser cannon fired continuously and quickly penetrated his combat uniform. Beverly was only good at attacking, but the flame released by his eyes could not stop the light cannon in the form of energy. His physical defense was not his strength, and he could not withstand the damage of the light cannons. If the hub guards had not arrived at the critical moment, he would have been shot to death by this strange spacecraft. At this time, it fell into Black Star's hands, and Beverly regretted it and didn't know how the other party would conquer him. Since Black Star did not kill me, it is mostly because I think I am valuable. This is good news. He should want to interrogate the information. I have to cooperate. Now, I must stabilize him and not let him have the intention to kill him. My superpowers have strong destructive power. As long as Black Star is negligent, I can escape. Beverly's palms were sweating, and various thoughts flashed through his mind. Although he was a rough star pirate, his mind was also moving quickly when it came to his life. As long as you don't die, there is still a chance. Han Xiao patted Beverly on the shoulder. You are a cadre of the Purple Snake Star Pirate Group, so I will take this account on the Purple Snake's head. I don't have time to deal with him now, but it just so happens that after a while, my mercenary group needs many training objects. Purple Snake seems to be a good choice. At that time, I will go to your leader to play with you. As for you, Han Xiao looked directly at Beverly's eyes and showed a playful smile. Don't blame me for what I came to my door. Beverly subconsciously felt a cold in his body. Before he could think about Han Xiao's meaning, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm. He saw He Xing take out a disc-shaped machine and press it on the blood vessels in his arms. It hurts slightly, and it seems that a needle tube was inserted. Before Beverly could have time to wonder, he suddenly felt the power flowing rapidly and saw bright red blood gradually accumulate in the empty groove of the disc. He couldn't help but stare as his eyes widened, and a sense of weakness arose. The superpowers had already become part of themselves, just like their arms and thighs. However, at this time, Beverly's sensing of the superpowers gradually weakened, as if he was losing his superpowers. In this way, his final reliance was gone. "What's the situation?" Beverly's expression changed drastically and panicked. The current situation exceeded all his expectations. Super Gene Stripper. In the past year, Han Xiao rarely used this juicer, mainly because he did not catch any evil people. The former Rezale had been fucked by someone, which was terrible and could not continue to develop sustainably, so Han Xiao helped Rezale get rid of it. Now, except for occasionally squeezing his own juice to store capacity potion, he basically did not use it on others. Since Beverly took the initiative to deliver it to the door, Han Xiao would not feel guilty at all. Since he was an enemy, he had to make the best use of it. His ability to spit fire from his eyes was handsome and strong, and he felt very good. Soon after pumping 3 tubes of bright red potion, Han Xiao took out one of the tubes and drank it dry in one sip. The mouth was soft and a thread of throat, and a warm feeling spread. You get People Advent Card, Beverly, Temporary. People Advent Card, Beverly, Temporary Incandescent Pupil. Spray a high heat column from the eyes, causing burn damage, aimed by the line of sight, with a maximum range of 400 meters, an attack power range of 5, 10, 13, 60. 3 attack judgments are generated per second, and the number of uses is 0 to 1. The character card exists for 15 days. Wow, this damage is a bit fierce. It is worthy of being a pure attack ability. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. If it can burn for 5 seconds, the minimum is more than 7,600 theoretical damage, and the maximum is a lot of damage, and it is also AoE skill. Even if you face a B-level enemy, you could get at least 3 or 4,000 damage if you subtract the opponent's resistance. It will also be sprayed from the eyes, which is equivalent to free extra damage and will not hinder your own actions. Han Xiao lowered his head and smiled at Beverly. "We have to get along well in the future." Beverly collapsed on the ground, trembling like a sieve. His eyes were filled with horror, like a lamb to be slaughtered. In his eyes, Black Star was more than 100 times more terrifying than a star pirate. He suddenly had a premonition that his future life would be worse than death. Han Xiao knocked out the existence of his accomplice from Beverly's mouth, but when Beverly failed, other star pirates had already run away in the plundering ship. Han Xiao did not want to waste time, so he did not turn around to chase the star pirates. He has used the Purple Snake Star Pirate Group as a nourishment for players in the future and is not in a hurry to deal with this group of forces. The Black Light Lurker set off again. After this little episode, he did not stop along the way, so naturally he did not encounter anything else. A few days later, Long Tanfu Island, which was drifting in the universe, was far away. Han Xiao landed in the spacecraft, and Long Tan had long known about the return of his colleague. Visander was waiting at the dock to prepare to welcome Han Xiao, and the logistics manager, Hire, also came. What surprised Han Xiao was that Jenny, who had made some unpleasant things, also stood beside him with a stinky face, and clearly came to greet him. "Ha, Black Star, you're back." Visander laughed, his tail swayed repeatedly, and came up to give Han Xiao a big hug. Han Xiao turned his head and was almost stabbed into the eye by Weisender's demon horn. G. Hire said a Zerg language, and then realized that he was not wearing translator. After wearing the translator with an arthropod, he said, "Hey Xing, have you brought back the rare materials I want?" "It's all on the boat." Han Xiao nodded, thought for a while, and added, "Remember to reimburse me. It's very expensive." Then, Han Xiao turned to look at Jenny and said in surprise, "Why did you come to pick me up? Do you think I want to?" Jenny said expressionlessly and reluctantly, "Emmers wants to see you." "Oh, it's really rare." Han Xiao was a little surprised. Since he helped Emmers retrieve Aesop last time, he had basically no contact. This time he didn't know what was going to do with him. Just as the few people were chatting, people from the dock square looked over, whispering to each other, with a look of surprise and curiosity. "That's the 4 Dragon Tan divisions. I didn't expect to get together. Is that Black-Clothed Black Star and Long Tan's Field Force Black Star? I heard that Dragon wants to expand its power. Black Star is expanding its armed forces for her, and it has great authority. I heard that the Black Star has stepped into the Gardon Galaxy. I wonder if it was the instructed by Dragon Tan. Could it be that she also wanted to intervene? Han Xiao's behavior of expanding the mercenary group has attracted some attention in the interstellar world. Many people think that Emeth's meaning is behind it, thinking that this is a signal dragon, which has always been invincible, finally wants to obtain a force that matches the super A-level strength. And Black Star is the pioneer general who implements the will of Dragon. After handing over the goods purchased on behalf of Higher, Han Xiao said goodbye to the three, left the dock and entered the city area, and went directly to the palace of Dragon Cathedral. Emers wants to see me, and he is most likely to talk about two things. One is about Aesop's issue, and the other is about my expansion of the mercenary group. Well, it is also possible that she hasn't seen me for too long and misses her so much that she wants to see my handsome face. Along the way, Han Xiao thought secretly that Emmys has always been a handoff manager and rarely summoned cadres. The probability of talking about serious matters is probably not high. Han Xiao suddenly had a flash of eyes. By the way, I finally saw her. It would be great if I could get the character card of Dragon Zodiac again. Completed the task of digging out the history of the Sea Blue Star, and gave him a chance to reward randomly. He had no confidence in his fortune and was ready to draw a few consecutive draws, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. It would be great if he could draw a blank character card now. Last time, the Dragon Pole Advent card cooperated with his teammates to kill a natural disaster level. This powerful trump card is the better. Open the panel and Han Xiao directly activates the random reward. Drawing is in progress. Drawing is completed. The reward type you get this time is talent and specialty. Yeah, you're lucky. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. Although it is not a proper reward for character cards, its expertise is a type that is stable and profitable, and even the junk expertise can come in handy. It is being completed randomly. At randomly, please choose one of the following three specialties: Resilient Mind Barrier, Mental Resistance plus 20%, Flexible Weapon Application. When using all kinds of weapons, including not limited to cold weapons, guns, mechanical weapons, magic weapons, rare treasures, etc., the basic attack power of the weapon plus 12% speed. Movement speed is increased. The chance of dodging increases. The effect depends on the agility attribute. No more than 30%. Han Xiao read it once and soon had a choice. He already has advanced mind resistance. The effect is plus 35% mind resistance and the duration of a 30% reduction in the negative mental state, and it can also reduce the difficulty of judgment. Resilient Mind Barrier has a single and repetitive effect and is relatively low in cost performance. Qizhu is a good specialty, but only agile superpower can achieve the greatest effect. His combat style no longer requires speed. He has Void Shuttle, and there's no need to worry about dodging. The mecha and thrusters can make up for the flexibility. Most of the time, he is on the position, using combat soldiers such as turrets and oath guards. As a mechanical system, most of the time, we use mechanical weapons to exert our strength. Flexible weapon application is the most suitable for you. Although the 12% bonus is not high, it cannot be said to be useless. A little more attack power is just a little bit, just like a man's size, and it is a good thing to grow 1 centimeter. The most important thing is that this expertise is different from mechanical affinity. Only weapons connected with mechanical forces can enjoy mechanical affinity bonus and consume power value. Although the consumption is very low, when using the human C tactic, it is difficult for your own mechanical power to take into account all the machinery. But this expertise is that all weapons are bonus by default, and you are too domineering. Han Xiao directly chose Flexible Weapon Application with a look of satisfaction. After all, most of the expertise of random rewards is relatively routine, and rare feats rarely appear, and there will be no template feats. This effect is already good. Speaking of template expertise, his 2 template expertise, Intermediate Strong Life and Renal Body, were both obtained by accident because players could not obtain template expertise and had no relevant information in their previous lives. Han Xiao had some vague ideas about more template expertise. The best thing to do is to upgrade Intermediate Strong Life, which is to inject some gene extract from powerful starry sky creatures. But there will be some risk of genetic mutations, so he did not act rashly. The bonus that intermediate strong life now brings him is an additional 130 stamina conversion health ratio, which is also the fundamental reason for his flesh. If he upgrades this feat again, Han Xiao probably is also a blood bull level existence in the same level boss. Just vomiting blood can drown the enemy. Emmer's palace was still grand and grand. When the guards saw Han Xiao, they showed respect on their faces and took the initiative to give way and let Han Xiao enter the hall. Deep in the hall, the floating black throne was empty. Han Xiao looked around and didn't see Emmys. Who? Suddenly, a light green force field surged from the front, like a large cluster of transparent air, with crystal-like green edges, with an oval tip and a diameter of 10 meters on the front, like a qigong wave. Boom, boom, boom. The air around was rolled up and was subjected to invisible heavy pressure, making a sound like an air explosion. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, closed his hands, and the 6 mechanical hands suddenly spread out, spreading their 5 fingers one after another, and bright yellow light lit up on their fingers, forming small shields. The cross-section of the wrist thruster ejected blue fire, and the 6 mechanical palms blocked in front of him, suddenly resisting the force field. Zong! The two collided with a muffled sound. The force field stalemates with the mechanical palm, and the mechanical giant hand keeps trembling, and the force field is also squeezed and deformed, and the lost force dissipates, forming a radial green air wave in the lateral plane of contact. Bang! The next moment, the force field exploded on the spot, bursting out with larger waves of air, scattering outwards like ripples, and the tiny dust on the ground was rolled into smoke, reaching the height of the calf. Han Xiao's hair was blown and danced, and the strong wind blew, and he couldn't help but squint. Emmers slowly floated out of the small door next to the throne and sat on the throne. This time she was wearing a purple high-cross skirt, looking elegant and luxurious. Her long hair poured down lazily, like a waterfall, still delicate and beautiful, as if frozen in an age-old face, without any wrinkles, but the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were full of charm left by the years. She supported her smooth and fair chin with one hand, and her sleeves slid to her forearm, revealing her slender white wrist, looking at Han Xiao with a smile. When I first met you, you were almost crushed by my force field. I used exactly the same force just now, but you can easily resist it now. It's just over 2 years. Black Star, your speed of becoming stronger is beyond my expectations. Emmers chuckled, with a hint of feminine hoarseness in her lazy voice, and the voice alone interprets the meaning of sexiness. When the force field attack appeared, Han Xiao knew that this was an easy test by Emmers. It was difficult to block such an attack when he had just entered the interstellar world, but now it is easy and without any pressure. Emmer's charm is too high. Han Xiao is always amazed every time he sees her. However, he is very experienced. He immediately glanced at Emmer's washboard figure, and his heart suddenly felt as if it were clear that the sky fell to her eyes, and he nodded calmly. Doing crown? What's the matter with me? Didn't I say that? You can call me Emmers. Emmers curled his lips. Actually, there's nothing to do with you. Recently, Jenny often protests your expansion of the armed forces. I ask you, do you have any ideas? The 4 well-known super A-level powerhouses of Broken Star Ring, but Longtan has the weakest power. Now Han Xiao expands his troops, which has caused many forces in Broken Star Ring to misunderstand, thinking that Dragon Ring also wants to learn from the other 3 bigwigs to develop their power and become stronger and can't afford to offend. Emmers doesn't care about other people's ideas, and she is not enthusiastic about the power at all. She was too lazy to ask about Han Xiao's expansion of the scale of the mercenary group, and she acquiesced to Han Xiao's actions under her own banner and unanimously maintained a high trust. However, Jenny always mentioned this matter and strongly opposed expansion. The reason left Emmers speechless. She said that Han Xiao's expansion caused a chain reaction, and various forces showed goodwill or tempted, causing her to handle several times the business she had done every day. She was too stressed, and she lost her hair every day, feeling that she would aging in advance. She protested and claimed that if Emers didn't hire another official, then she would not let Black Star expand. So Emers wanted to know Han Xiao's idea. She didn't care. If Han Xiao had a reliable idea, Emers wouldn't mind supporting him. Anyway, Aesop, who was caught by Han Xiao, was retired in Longtan, so it would be better to let Aesop share Jenny's job. Hearing this, Han Xiao felt a little moved. Do you remember Erosia? Emeth thought for a while. She seems to be an immortal cosmic wonder. I have seen her on the island before, and I can't beat her death. I'm taken away by you. I have discovered millions of cosmic wonders with the same traits, and they have extraordinary potential and can communicate just like normal people. Medium. Emeth was stunned, with curiosity in her eyes. They're my fellow countrymen. They suddenly appeared a few years ago. I have a sense that they will become an unignorable force in the interstellar world in the future, so we should recruit them as soon as possible. Han Xiao did not tell any lies. He knew the potential of the players very well, and his tone seemed very confident. There are such fun things. Emmys was a little surprised and said happily, No, I want to go and take a look in person. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a headache. This is a cheating man. Although taking Emers with him is a safe guarantee, he has to find an excuse to hand over the original body when he goes back. If Nago is a gold-headed iron, go directly to Emers to ask about this matter. Wouldn't we have exposed it? With a dry cough, Han Xiao said tactfully, Emers, the Angle Star and Ghidorah are pinching again. The situation in the Gadon Galaxy is a bit complicated, and my hometown is also involved. Why don't you come again when this storm passes? It's Angle Star again. What's there to be afraid of? Emmy said dissatisfied. I hate waiting. I'll go back together in your boat later. If Angle Star appears, I will smash them. Han Xiao slapped his forehead, not knowing whether to be happy or helpless. Well, the Dark Star is going to be in trouble again. He didn't mean to call Emmys over this time. Jenny returned to her office, took off her glasses, rubbed her nose, and sighed. Dragon Zodiac Sign wants to meet Black Star, just asking about the armed forces. Black Star is deeply trusted by her, and Emers will definitely not interrupt his actions. Alas, when she thought of Han Xiao, Jenny couldn't help but sulk. Due to the unpleasant borrowing last time, she had a lot of opinions about Han Xiao. After that, she made various attempts, but she could not reduce Emers' trust in him. Now that things are so unhappy, Jenny can only accept the existence of her colleague. Putting on your glasses again, Jenny browsed the backlog of documents, suddenly thought of something, and took out one of the documents about the Gardon Galaxy storm. The Gadon Galaxy has not been peaceful recently, and there are many forces paying attention to this matter. Black market news said that evil organizations that broken star rings, which are as famous as the Dark Star, and even more evil than the Dark Star, are also paying attention to this matter. This is the most lively event in this period. The Black Star happened to be in that area and was involved in this incident. Currently standing on Ghidorah's side. Fortunately, he knew that he did not intervene under the banner of Long Tan. Otherwise, I would not be able to spare him. Jenny snorted coldly. In her opinion, since Long Tan remains neutral, the farther away from this sensitive incident, the better. She is very dissatisfied with Han Xiao, but she has no way to care about him. In name, the two are at the same level and are in charge of different departments. Ghidorah and the Unknown Star are in a turmoil. I don't know when it will end. Anyway, this storm has nothing to do with Long Tan, so it's enough that I won't cause trouble for me. Jenny thought to herself. In the dock square, many wanderers and star pirates, staying in Long Tan surrounded by the black light lurker, pointing and pointing, their eyes full of envy and greed. The spaceship of the Glorious Federation is a high-end cargo. Unfortunately, this valuable spaceship is the car of Black Star. In Long Tan, few people dare to do whatever they want, and they only dare to enjoy it. Get out of the way. Han Xiao's voice came from outside the crowd. Hundreds of people around the spacecraft turned their heads and looked at them. Their faces suddenly turned pale. Everyone took a few steps back like a ghost and quickly avoided them. They looked at the tall woman beside Han Xiao, who was the owner of this floating island. It's the dragon. Everyone was sweating coldly. Outsiders rarely saw Emmys with their own eyes. When they thought of her strength and identity, the evil gangs couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure. The two of them did not look at the group of people, walked side by side, walked through the crowd, stepped onto the gangway, and walked into the spacecraft. The lurker of the black light quickly took off, instantly turning into a stream of light, disappearing into the vast universe. Everyone stared blankly at Emmys and Han Xiao on board the ship until the spacecraft left, and the group came back to their senses and was in a panic. Dragon Zodiac is out again. This time he actually acted with Black Star. He is the leader of the field armed forces. Is Emmeth going to do anything? As soon as Black Star came, Emmeth followed him. I have a premonition that something big might happen. Emmeth had a transcendent status, and her every move would arouse all kinds of speculations. I guess the big man's thoughts were all well-informed people who docked in Longtan. It is conceivable that this news will soon be transmitted to the ears of various interstellar forces from these channels. But for now, the news first spread on Longtan on a large scale, causing more surprises, and soon reached Jenny's ears. Jenny looked confused with capital letters. The moment she heard the news, she was in a very broken mood. Originally, Emmys often went out to play, but he left alone, but this time it was different. He actually ran away with Black Star. What the hell did Black Star say to Emmys? Jenny's lips were trembling with anger. Now Black Star is full of controversy. She could have predicted that in the future, all kinds of troubles will come one after another, and the matters she has to deal with will be doubled. Range. Emmers is the boss. In the past, she could still squeeze the Black Star, but the boss herself caused trouble. What else can she do? Who can she ask for to make a decision? Jenny's eyes twitched, almost squeezed out the crow's feet. So desperate. The spacecraft that entered the jump state turned on the autonomous driving mode. Han Xiao stood up from the driver's seat and turned to look at Emmys. It will take about 10 days to go back to Hylon Star. There are only 2 of us on the boat. If you don't want to sleep, I'm happy to spend time with you. This ship is good. Emmers glanced around, looked at the spaceship, then turned her eyes to Han Xiao's face, and showed a faint smile. Is there anything to drink? The 2 of them came to the lounge. Emmers sat down lazily, with long legs horizontally, lying on the sofa, with her left hand on her head, and she didn't care about showing her tempting figure in front of others. She liked to keep a comfortable position. Han Xiao opened the food cabinet, pried open the mezzanine, took out a bottle of good wine that Melas hid inside, took out 2 cups, placed it on the coffee table in front of Emmers, poured 2 cups, then picked up his own cup and sat opposite Emmers. Emmers hooked her fingers, and the wine glass on the table was grabbed by the force field and flew steadily to her mouth. She took a sip, her eyes bent, and a smile was full of laughter. The taste is so bad. Is that right? I think it's okay. Han Xiao tvitchid. After all, Melas is not a human, and his taste is probably relatively alternative. Emmers blinked and chuckled. Talk about yourself. I haven't officially known you since you joined Longtan. In Norius, Han Xiao helped her catch Aesop. Emmers was quite grateful. She was not the kind of person who thought it was natural for her subordinates to do things for her. Compared to the other 3 awesome super A-level powerhouses in Broken Star Rings, she seemed very casual. A few years ago, she did not value Han Xiao, but for Aesop's sake, she allowed Han Xiao to join Longtan casually. However, in just a few years, Black Star not only gradually gained a foothold, but also had a rapid increase in strength. Although it was nothing compared to herself, her growth rate surprised her. Emmys couldn't help but become interested in this cadre, and then he realized that his understanding of Han Xiao was almost blank. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao talked about his origin casually, naturally omitting information about the player, starting with the budding experimental body, then talking about the indifference incident from the perspective of the Sea Blue Star people, and talking about his cadres at random. Emmys was fascinated by the listeners. After talking for a long time, Han Xiao stopped and drank a sip of wine to moisten his throat. He was not opposed to telling stories. This was a rare opportunity to get along with Emmers alone. It was just right to bring a closer relationship, which was beneficial or harmless. And Emmys is a great beauty after all, and Han Xiao has the power he has now. Of course, he will not be swayed by desire, but it is still quite pleasing to the eye. At least it's much better than Harmon, who is thick and sturdy. After listening to Han Xiao's story, Emmers gently tapped her thigh with her right finger, looking thoughtful. A pair of sisters controlled death and vitality, respectively. It seems that they have heard it somewhere. She didn't care about the struggles between politics, state, and civilization, but the situation of Hela and Aurora attracted her attention. Han Xiao's heart moved. He did not hide the story of Hela and Aurora. In his previous life, Hela, who embraced the darkness, had a deterrent power in the interstellar, even surpassed Emmers in the peak period. However, Hela is still very weak now, but it seems that there is something strange inside. Emmers usually does not pay attention to what happened on an indigenous planet. If she had heard of similar situations, the intelligence must have come from a very high level. You just said that Aroxia is an AI life. Are there millions of the same cosmic wonders? Han Xiao shook his head and pretended to hesitate and said, "It should be different." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred in the lounge. Buzz! A stream of light suddenly condensed into a human form, and Resta appeared and sat next to Han Xiao. "What are you doing when you run out?" Han Xiao was confused. Emmys' eyes also turned to Resta, with curiosity on his face. Resta slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Emmys, his tone of sincere and urgent, and he begged. "Uncle the Dragon Crown, I hope to beg you for something. Please help my civilization and save my fellow tribe. I am willing to pay myself as a price and be sent by you forever." Han Xiao also mentioned the situation of AI life civilization just now. Resta knew that Emmys was a big man, and his strength was on the same level as the mechanic who dominated the tribesmen, and he had the ability to deal with that person. This is an opportunity to ask for help. Even if the probability of Dragon's Promise is only 1 in 10,000, Resta is unwilling to give up. If Emmys is willing to help, then everything will become simple. There will be hope for success in a seemingly impossible career. "Do you fight?" Emmers raised his brows slightly. "Who are you talking about?" "That was a mechanic who snatched my home, enslaved almost all of his tribes, and turned it into his weapon. I will never forget his name. He is called Manison Ancient Papachi. Oh, it turns out to be the armed country of the Old Star River, and he is a member of the Ancient One." Emmers shook his head. "I refuse your request. The Old Star River is like the Broken Star Ring. The armed country, Manison status, there's just like the Dragon Emmers in the Broken Star Ring. The Ancient Man is a special force." Emmy's adoptive father Aesop was once a member of the Ancient Man, but later he withdrew from the group. Although Rista was mentally prepared, he was still very disappointed and asked, "Can I know the reason for your rejection?" Emmers said indifferently, "I can't beat him." Riestad's light figure fluctuated and seemed very shocked. "Even, you are not his opponent." Han Xiao didn't say anything, not surprising about this. Super A level is a general division, and there is naturally a distinction between strength and weakness. Emmers is very powerful, but she is not invincible, and Emmers never felt invincible. 10 days passed by, and there was not much to do on the boat. Han Xiao chatted with Emmers every day, and his relationship became much closer, and the atmosphere seemed much more natural when he got along. The Sea Blue Star appeared outside the porthole, and Godora frigates guarded the outer space. They found that the Blacklight Lurker was approaching and quickly issued a warning. "Please verify your identity if you come." "It's me," Han Xiao responded in the channel. "Black Star, you can land." The tone of the opponent eased. Although Godora is now at a critical moment and should be careful in everything, Han Xiao once fought side by side with everyone and has long proved that he is not the enemy. After the face scan passed, the Blacklight Lurker landed in the shelter, overlooking the shelter. It seemed that more refugees had become. Most of them were wearing constraints. During the period when Han Xiao was away, many crises occurred in Hylon Star, but they were all solved one by one. The players did a lot of things and lived a fulfilling life. The Dark Star did not attack the disaster planet, but instead went to harass other colonies, making the situation even more tense. Ghidorah became more anxious, but it did not affect Han Xiao. The cabin door opened. Emmys floated out and looked left and right. "Is this your hometown?" "It's great, but unfortunately my hometown has become a deserted planet. The aliens are basically on the other side of the square. I won't accompany you for now. I have to deal with something first," Han Xiao said. Emmers nodded and floated to the square alone, looking at the players coming and going curiously. A player passing by subconsciously turned his head to look over, suddenly stunned, his mouth wide open and his face was dull. Emmers. "Do you know me?" Emmys was surprised. She thought that these aliens were all natives, but she didn't expect to know her. More and more people discovered Emmys, and players were shocked. The originally noisy square seemed to have been imposed with some magic. With Emmers as the center, the magic continued to spread, and the entire square gradually became quiet, like a spring pressed to the end, and a certain emotion was brewing. Boom! The next moment, countless players' screams burst out and resounded through the sky. On the other side, Han Xiao did not go with Emmys, and he quickly came to Ghidorah camp and asked to meet Nagakin. The guards at the gate shook their heads and answered no differently than half a month ago. "Black Star, Lord Nagakin is attending an emergency meeting. I don't have time to see you yet. Please come back." Han Xiao's goal this time was clear, and he said in a deep voice, "Go and tell him immediately that I have a new alienated primordial in my hand. I don't care what he is doing. I want him to see me immediately." The guard's face changed, and they didn't dare to make a decision without authorization, so they quickly found Nagakin to report. After waiting at the door for less than 2 minutes, a golden light rushed out from the depths of Ghidorah's camp and stopped in front of me in an instant. A hole was knocked out of the building wherever I passed, leaving a running gully on the ground, which was Nagakin. Nagakin was so shocked that he almost fell under the chair when he learned about Han Xiao's purpose. He couldn't wait to rush out, not even delaying his walking time, and ran out to greet Han Xiao in a hurry. Are you saying true?" Nagakin looked nervous. Han Xiao took out the alienated primordial sealed by the transparent sphere, which firmly attracted Nagakin's gaze like a magnet. "Let's talk in more detail." Han Xiao waved his hand to block Nagakin's gaze and smiled. "It's time to turn the situation around." The two came to the spare meeting room. It turned out that the walls of that room were left with warm, human-shaped holes. Nagakin seriously instructed the guards not to put anyone in. Then he closed the door and stared at the alienated primordial placed on the table. His eyes were hot. He came to the table in 3 or 2 steps, widening his eyes and observing carefully. A pool of black liquid was sealed in a transparent sphere, slowly changing its shape. "Are you sure this is the source of the alienation disaster?" Nagakin stopped staring, paused, and added, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that it's important. I have to ask clearly." Han Xiao could understand Nagakin's caution and said slowly, "Don't worry. This is an alienated primordial without Kaifeng. 2 years ago, when I was carrying out a hiring mission, I happened to meet the transporter of the Angxing. It was this thing that I was snatched from the Angxing hand. I didn't know what it was, so I handed it over to Longtan, until the alienation disaster broke out. After browsing a lot of information, I gradually confirmed that this black and viscous liquid was an alienated primordial. I came to you more than half a month ago to talk about this, but you were busy at that time, so I went back alone to get the thing." Nagakin slapped his forehead and felt a little regretful. "You should contact me early." Han Xiao spread his hands and said that he was helpless, and asked knowingly, "With this primordial, you should be able to develop an antidote as soon as possible. I'm not a scientific researcher. Everything has to wait for the conclusion of the scientific research department." Nagakin clenched his fist and couldn't help but feel excited. "But it can speed up the research speed 100%. Ghidorah researchers have been studying the disaster of alienation and attempting to make an antidote, but they can only start with the infected person. The lack of information on the primordial and the research and development speed is almost stagnant. But if there is a body, more experiments can be carried out, and the right medicine will be prescribed, and the R&D speed will increase by leaps and bounds. The sooner the alienation disaster is resolved, the sooner the situation can be prevented from worsening. This means that with what Han Xiao handed over, Ghidorah can break the situation created by the unknown star and turn the tables in one fell swoop. At this time, Han Xiao interrupted Nagakin's fantasy and smiled. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't say I'll hand over the things to you." "What?" Nagakin looked over suddenly, with a look of shock, with a faint hostility. "Ghidorah is bound to win this thing, even Black Star. Don't be so nervous. I can hand over the things to you, but I need to repay. I am a mercenary, and I prefer to solve problems through transactions." In other words, Han Xiao put his hands together on his chin. "How much is your Ghidorah willing to buy this alienated primordial?" "So that's it." Nagakin narrowed his eyes, calmed down a little, and a thought flashed through his mind. At such a critical moment, He Xing suddenly took out the key items to break the deadlock. It's very strange. Maybe Black Star just wants to make money in war, but it is not ruled out that a very small probability is that Black Star and Dark Star have an inhumane, subtle relationship. Black Star has caused considerable losses to Black Star. It gives normal people the first impression that the two sides are definitely mortal enemies and cannot be a trick. However, this idea is fixed and rigid. If Black Star endures humiliation and does not take revenge, but contacts Black Star privately afterwards and pays a high price to reach cooperation with Black Star. Black Star is a mercenary fighting for money. Nagakin doesn't have too high hopes for the mercenary's integrity. It's not that he thinks too much, but that he is careful to sail the 10,000-year-old ship. Now the problem of Dark Star is very critical, and he has to consider all risks. After all, Black Star suddenly takes out the key props for the Dark Star layout, and even if the other party explains the source clearly, it is still unbelievable. These thoughts flashed by. Nagakin thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Does Longtan know your behavior?" He secretly decided to contact Longtan privately. Longtan naturally could not cooperate with the Dark Star. Only when Longtan confirmed Han Xiao's statement could he feel at ease. Of course they know. Han Xiao had known this, and he smiled in his heart and shrugged. "If you are worried, then go and ask Emmys. I'll bring her here." Plop! Nagakin slipped his foot and fell directly under the table. Then he got up, looking confused. Have you brought Dragon to this planet?" "Yes, she is on the other side of the square." Nagakin stared at Han Xiao incredibly. "I'm God. What level is Emmys' character?" He Xing was called over by He Xing. She is He Xing's immediate boss. How much does this guy have to say in Longtan? Am I playing the Veen card? Soul is fading. I have nothing to ask. Nagakin smiled bitterly, and Black Star has pulled such a big man over, and it is obvious that he is not afraid of confrontation, so he still doubts. It must be true. No matter what he said, he can't suspect Emmys has a connection with the unknown star. How can the unknown star have this qualification? Han Xiao's expression was as usual. On the way back, he had already told Emmers about the alienated primordial body. It was not a shameful thing, and there was no need to hide it from Emmers. Han Xiao knew her and wouldn't care about these trivial matters at all. This is the best thing for the willful manager. If it were Jenny, she would probably slap the table and roar again. As expected, Emmys lacked interest in responding to this matter, so Han Xiao naturally had no worries. Black Star, this matter is very important. I want to inform the senior management, and you give them the conditions. Nagakin stopped hesitating, took out the communicator, contacted the senior management, and explained the situation in detail. The communicator suddenly heard a wave of incredible exclamations, and various departments were racking their brains to think about ways to curb the situation. This news made them overjoyed and ecstatic. Not only the war, but even reached the table of Ghidorah's supreme leader. Nago Jin Ghidorah's top management caused a sensation. Soon, Ghidorah asked several powerful senior officials to come forward to deal with it. Images of several people appeared at the same time and looked at Han Xiao as soon as possible. "Are you a Black Star? Tell me directly, what are your conditions?" Several senior officials spoke solemnly and looked serious and prepared for heavy bleeding. However, Ghidorah's top leaders were not dissatisfied with this. Since it was a transaction, it was natural to pay the price. If someone gave the resources in his hands free of charge, that was a rogue behavior. Even if Emmys was not here, they would not be hooligan. The top leaders who sat in this position would not make enemies casually. Is it a problem that can be solved by spending money? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said, "Then let's talk in detail." In the next hour, the two sides negotiated fiercely, and several senior officials of Ghidorah occasionally argued, constantly negotiated the conditions, and decided the results that both sides could accept step by step. In front of this group of high-level officials, Nagakin was not qualified to interrupt. After a long time, the debate finally stopped. "We accept your conditions, and when the matter comes to an end, we will fulfill the agreement reached today," a senior executive said seriously. Although this transaction is suspected of taking advantage of others' danger, Han Xiao did not speak out without limit. He proposed the conditions he had already thought of and did not raise the price. Within the other party's acceptance range, this attitude made several senior Ghidorah feel much more comfortable. Han Xiao nodded, feeling comfortable, and the negotiation result was better than he expected. As speculated, Ghidorah understood her own situation and urgently needed the breaking point he provided. With such a premise, negotiations would be easy. Ghidorah was full of sincerity and agreed to his conditions to a large extent. She was eager to make a decision. Those who came forward were senior executives who had the right to decide major issues. So the negotiations were very fast, and there was no too much dispute. The alienated primordials have received a lot of things. First of all, a sum of money, 3 million inars, were transferred directly, replenishing a wave of funds, enriching the increasingly shriveled wall again. Then there is a mass supply of materials for several years, including various mechanical raw materials and specialties, which are high-quality products made in military factories, as well as finished products such as spacecraft. Thousands of commodity projects only charge the lowest cost price. In addition to this kind of practical benefits, other requirements are status, special treatment, and the right to openness in certain places, which are relatively cumbersome. The purpose is to improve the reputation of the mercenary group, its own status and fame, and NPC resources. These conditions require Ghidorah to fulfill them for a long time. He was not worried that Ghidorah would break his promise, and Longtan's identity was guaranteed. Moreover, Han Xiao hinted that Longtan supported his behavior in order to gain Ghidorah's favor and strengthen Longtan's diplomatic relations. This is not an alliance, but Longtan and Ghidorah's relationship will be closer than before, and one more friend is beneficial or harmless. Emmys is respected and gives Longtan a huge influence. Many organizations give her face, but it cannot change the problem of Longtan's weak power. This influence is superficial. The forces of other super-level powerhouses all have deep cooperation and interest relations with many civilizations, and are intricate and have strong power. Han Xiao would not destroy Longtan's neutral position without authorization, but neutrality does not mean that one cannot make friends. Technician Han was happy to help Longtan connect with other forces. This was originally Jenny's job, but it was obvious that the cold-hearted woman had too conservative style, and Han Xiao didn't mind finding more things for her to deal with. The stronger the Longtan power, the more he benefits. Ghidorah is willing to maintain a good relationship with Longtan, and even wants it, so she naturally knows Han Xiao's hint and tacitly understands it. That's it. Ghidorah is grateful for your contribution. We will not treat our friends unfairly. The senior officials looked at Han Xiao deeply. These powerful Ghidorah figures feel it's time to reassess the importance of Black Star. Though the image disappeared, and there were only 2 people left in the room. After achieving satisfactory results, Han Xiao threw the alienated primordial to Nagakin. Take it. Send it back to Ghidorah secretly. Don't let people rob you halfway. I understand. Nagojinzing pointed at the head. He couldn't wait to see Ghidorah's evil conspiracy to dismantle the Dark Star, and he was proud, and even now he felt very pleasing to Han Xiao. Han Xiao sat on the chair and stretched his waist, relaxing all over. Finally handing over the primrose, Ghidorah was able to quickly resolve the predicament, which should be more than a year earlier than the plot in his previous life, and the situation was completely changed by himself. The Dark Star is still in the dark. At that time, I found that the plan that had been planned for a long time was broken, and I don't know what it would be. Players complete this main line as soon as possible and do not have to waste time on the Aquarius Star. As a member of the mercenary group, the value they can create is far beyond that of previous lives. The experience of players and the plot development in their eyes will also take a completely different new route. The future, I don't know what it will be like. The fate of countless people will be rewritten. Han Xiao closed his eyes, and there seemed to be a long-lost, trembling feeling in his bones, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. The shelter square was crowded with people, and countless players surrounded Emmers in 3 layers and 3 layers away. Those who were far away stretched their necks to look inside, with different expressions, including excitement, curiosity, silver swing, etc. After seeing the Black Star series of meat bags, most players in the aquarium star no dragon. Her popularity in the player group is second only to Black Star, not only because Emmers is beautiful and sexy, but also has a pair of long legs that countless male-footed men want to lick. Players have seen many beautiful women. More importantly, Emmers has a halo of strong men, like an emperor, and has a respectable status. She's the strongest person ever seen by tens of millions of players on all planets. The huge gap in identity has led to her popularity. There are even fans on the forum who spontaneously form a group like the Dragon Long Leg Licking Friends Association that breaks through the sky, and there is no one else who calls each other a licking friends. However, when it comes to the names of the fan group, Han Xiao's Little Mercenary of the Black Star family and The Leader Loves Me Again are not much better. Players can only see Emmers in the video, but this time, Emmers arrived in person without warning and suddenly caused a tsunami-like sensation in the shelter. Countless players called their friends, dragged their families, and came to visit the deity excitedly. Although I really want to lick my long legs like White Jade, the player took the initiative to keep a certain distance. Not to mention the lack of take off my pants or licking NPC and the sexy function of taking off my pants or licking NPC. Just seeing Emmys flatten the players who were deliberately approaching, the others stepped back tactfully, not wanting to give them a head away. Just kidding, this is a person who can explode the stars. What if a novice village is not controlled well? Emmys looked at the players who could not see at a glance. These were the wonders of the universe mentioned by Black Star. They seemed to know her and were so enthusiastic that she always felt that these strange people were visiting animals. She used her ability to investigate. There was nothing special about Ren's body structure, but the few people who were shot to death just now turned into white light and disappeared, leaving no corpses. Her force field sensing was enough to distinguish the differences between millions of people. In just over 10 seconds, Ren's aura, who was shot to death, reappeared in the sensing range, and she was indeed resurrected. If these people are immortal, even if they are a little weak, they could be considered a useful force. Emmys flashed this thought and was immediately thrown by her. At her level, she didn't pay too much attention. However, Inhuman is indeed quite novel, and it is different from Erosia. It's not a bad thing for Black Star to recruit them. Emmers thought to himself. There was nothing to see for a while. Emmers observed it, flew away over the crowd, and flew towards the stronghold that Black Star told her before. The players in the square have already taken countless photos covering any angle, but unfortunately they can't see the bottom of the skirt. Otherwise, the fans of Dragon Zodiac would have been unable to help but shout without regrets at this time. After she left, the players whispered in excitement. I didn't expect to see the Dragon Lord. It's so beautiful. I seem to be in love. It's really shameless. A beautiful woman will make you lose all your moral integrity. Without principles and no bottom line. Can't you learn from me? I always like Verdine. In addition to the screen-licking party who took a fancy screenshots, there are also serious hardcore players who speculate about the reason for Emmy's appearance. It's so strange. Emmy should be a very high-level figure. How could she become a Hylon star? I always feel that we shouldn't contact her at this stage. Is this still necessary to guess? The Veen card has been written. I'll punish the Black Star card for 100 times when I go back. It's worthy of being the Black Star Connection group. So what if the boss is, you can still pull it? Players all know that the Black Star Mercenary Group has the name of the Longtan Armed Forces, with a deep background and a hard backstage. The Black Star Mercenary Group is far ahead of its stature, and Ghidorah can't even see the taillights of the car. Han Xiao's camp shared Longtan's attraction to a certain extent, and the most important thing was Emmer's personal charm. Joining the Black Star Mercenary Group is equivalent to getting close to Emmer's. This logic has always attracted large numbers of hardcores to join the mercenary group. However, what did the Black Star call Dragon to come here for the purpose of alienation? No, alienation will not let Emmer's take action. The player talked endlessly, and the discussion platform also moved to the forum. Many players have raised huge expectations for the main line of the alienation disaster, thinking that there will be some earth-shaking twists. This speculation is not groundless. Judging from the movements of Emmer's every time she appears, she is just a material for making big news. When talking about Emmys, he couldn't avoid Han Xiao, so he let him get a lot of popularity. When Han Xiao pulled Emmys over, the players of Han Star felt that it was very good. Players who looked down on other novice planets had a unique sense of superiority. My novice village may explode, can you? Nagakin acted vigorously and boarded the ship to personally escort the alienated Primordial to Ghidorah's home planet. Han Xiao completed the negotiations and looked relaxed. He went straight to the stronghold of the mercenary group in the shelter and thought about the subsequent development on the way. No matter how fast Ghidorah develops, it takes time. This is not a big problem. Han Xiao's patience has long reached the point where he is not in a hurry when fishing. Then you just need to wait. It will probably take about a month to develop the antidote. The Dark Star will be rampant for a while, but only so little time. Their plan cannot cause trouble. He handed over the Primrose, and before Ghidorah got the antidote, he was completely idle. Don't worry about the security of Han Star. The intelligence network of Dark Star will definitely find Emmys. It is quite a tough thing to dare to cause trouble in this situation. What should I do this month? I don't have to worry about disaster relief. Recruiting players has also been on track. In a month, there will be no major changes in the alienation disaster. The benefits of the skills I taught have gradually decreased, basically drained the value, and the players are also upgrading, and there's more oil and water than before. Han Xiao was a little unwilling. Could it be that even he wants to join the Xinyu card playing group? No, absolutely not. Even if he dies of idleness, he will never play cards, even if he jumps from here. It seems that we can only go into seclusion to build machinery. I made 3 million Nars from Ghidorah, plus the remaining 1 million and million, and the funds returned to more than 4 million. Well, since I have money, I can buy some new professional knowledge and add new combat equipment. Han Xiao pondered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, we also need to build a sub-base on Han Star to officially connect with the interstellar world and continuously deliver new players. Now we can put it on the agenda. There is no need to think about the location, just transform the shelter. Bennett definitely has no objection. The materials are all ready-made, and some important equipment can be purchased from interstellar merchants. As for construction projects, millions of ready-made men do not need to be used in vain. Free labor is the real benefit, and can also be legitimately dispatched tasks to enrich player spare time. No matter how strong the leaks are, they must be constantly watered and fertilized. Referring to the interstellar configuration of the base number 1, the 6 countries may not blow up the base protective cover even if they drop nuclear bombs. In this way, there will be something to do during this period. After making up his mind, Han Xiao returned to the lobby of the stronghold and was about to instruct Melas about this. In a blink of an eye, he found that Emmer's was already here. Melas and a group of cadres stood aside, looking quite restrained. There were many players further away, looking at this side with excitement. Since the players showed their strength to wipe out the Beast Group, the cadres returned to the shelter and continued to be lazy. With their leading role, the lobby of the stronghold has become a chess and card room. Some casual players go to this place to play cards when they are fine, bored, and think about it. You are here. Melos hurriedly greeted Han Xiao. In front of Emmys, he felt a lot of pressure and had to consider every word for fear of offending the dragon boat. Han Xiao walked over and smiled at Emmys. Have you seen the stranger? You are right. They are very interesting. Emmys looked at Han Xiao, put away his momentum, and no longer tested Han Xiao's members. The pressure on the mercenary cadres instantly relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I'll ask someone to arrange a room for you. Anyway, it's okay, so there's time to observe. Emmer smiled slightly. Okay. She naturally won't look at the players and leave at once, and just happened to visit Black Star's hometown. By the way, I negotiated with Godora just now, and used Lontan's name. They thank you very much. Yes. The Godora people should come to see you later, and I will make arrangements. Okay, you can do it. You seem to care about Hela and Aurora's abilities. I will introduce them to you later. Okay. The two looked at each other and smiled. Emmys is casual in character and is not the kind of person who puts on airs. Since Han Xiao made arrangements, she accepted it. After these days' contacts, she has been used to communicating with Han Xiao in this gentle tone. What's more, she doesn't hate Han Xiao. However, in the eyes of others, it was misunderstood as another meaning and looked shocked. The dragon slave has always been mysterious. These people do not know Emmy's personality like Han Xiao. Most people have never even seen this immediate boss. In their imagination, the dragon slave should be a powerful man with extremely majestic force. The model that makes people feel weak at a glance can't be so easy to talk to. And it was obvious that they had brought great pressure to them just now. And it was not until Han Xiao appeared that the pressure applied by Emmers disappeared. People like Melas who have seen Dragon Sagittarius have found that Emeth's attitude towards Han Xiao is very different from when he met before, and he is more than 10 times more gentle. He acted obediently, and his tone was so gentle, not like a lofty dragon zodiac. He didn't speak like this tone when he was talking to them just now. The blind man couldn't see the difference. He couldn't think about it anymore. Could it be that these two people have that kind of relationship? Melas widened his eyes and looked at Han Xiao's back in disbelief. The three Volga brothers opened their mouths wide and looked terrified. Fording subconsciously touched his face. At this moment, the cadres seemed to have storm in their hearts. Harmon felt the atmosphere was strange, and he looked left and right, unable to touch his head. The player watching not far away almost dropped his chin to the ground. In the crowd, the meat bag who was following the report saw this scene. His eyes flashed, and the inspiration in his mind was like thunder in the ground. No wonder Black Star could call Emmys at will. It turns out that this is the real reason. The Veen card is sincere and won't deceive me. The meat bag breathed heavily, and instantly he made up the tortuous process of hundreds of thousands of words. This is to attract a boss and get both wealth and wealth. Even a person of Emmers was taken down. The charm of Black Star is so terrifying. Big news. The meat bag was backing up the video crazily. Time goes 1 hour ago. Somewhere in the sea Blue Star, the base of the Dark Star lurking team. Hey Xing has been away for more than half a month and is back today. I don't know what to do. A surveillance officer opened the satellite surveillance screen and glanced casually. Suddenly, he felt like he was hit on his head with a hammer, trembling from head to toe. After rubbing his eyes, the surveillance staff looked at it dozens of times and almost broke his eyes. Only then did they confirm that he was not dazzled and his lips trembled. What did I see? Emmer's dragon. The monster that smashed a Dark Star mothership with one blow. Hurry up. Report to the senior management. Emergency information. The surveillance personnel rolled and crawled towards the captain, so scared that they almost bleated. What did you say? Dragon throne. Degulish's eyes widened, his Adam's apple slid up and down, his chest felt stuffy, as if he had been shot. 20 minutes ago, emergency intelligence came from the lurking squad of Hylon. The head of the intelligence department hurriedly found Degulish, the current deputy leader of the organization commander, and informed the situation with a pale face. Emmers appears on the aquarium. The high-level Dark Star was shocked. Dragon is neutral, but suddenly comes to the Gadon galaxy. Is it necessary to intervene in Ghidorah's storm? No, the chance is not high. 80 mostly the bastard called Emmers again. But why did you go to Hylon? Degulish was alert, and after thinking about it, he still couldn't get Emmers' attempt. After analyzing it, he always felt that this matter was strange. The other party settled on the Aquarium Star instead of going to Ghidorah's home planet to contact the government. It was not like coming to the Dark Star, but more like coming to travel. Black Star is the leader of the Longtan Armed Forces. I heard that she is expanding its power recently. Maybe Emmers came this time to conduct a field investigation for Longtan's development. The intelligence officer pondered. This possibility is the highest. Degulish nodded slowly and said seriously, don't let go of his guard. We still have grudges with the dragon. She is a variable of the plan. However, as long as we don't provoke her, she can't do anything to us. Even if she is a super A-level strongman, she is just an individual force, but she cannot solve the current situation. As he said, Degulish breathed a little relieved and was scared by Emmers' reputation. He subconsciously felt that the matter was serious, but when he thought about it, he realized that the problem was not very big. So what if the dragon boat is very good at fighting? Just don't show up in front of her. Could it be that her personal force can resolve Ghidorah's problem? Even a strong man like Dragon, he cannot use force to suppress Ghidorah's internal and external troubles. She is just alone. This starry sky is extremely vast and cannot be conquered by individuals. Degulish relaxed, thought for a while, and ordered, let the lurking team of Hylon Star closely monitor Emmy's movements, temporarily list Hylon Star as a restricted area, and no one is allowed to get close to Hylon Star. It seems that there is no plan to attack Hylon Star. The intelligence leader was helpless. The scene of an assault fleet being crushed by Black Star was still vivid in his mind. He would send someone to give him a head if he was thrust. By the way, how did you do the matter of installing traitors in the Black Star mercenary group last time? I bribed some free mercenaries and asked them to apply to join the Black Star mercenary group. Black Star does not seem to have recruited people recently, but since they are about to expand, the spies I bribed will have a chance to enter sooner or later. As for the bribery of Black Star mercenaries, I have not started to act, and I am not sure about the details of those Black Star mercenaries. Before collecting enough information to confirm which Black Star mercenaries may be bribed, I am not going to alarm the snake. Degulish's eyes flashed, and he sneered. Very good. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. It not only penetrates the Black Star mercenary group, but also can surround the Dragon Tan. The meeting continued for a while. Regarding the threat of Dragon Zodiac, Degulish only told the troops to stay away from the Aquarium Star, and there was no other order. He thought this was enough. Although Emmers was strong, it could not affect the organization's long-term plan. The most urgent task was to continue the plan. What Degulish didn't know was that the situation had changed subtly where he could not see it. He still thought there was still a lot of time. The entire Dark Star thought so. The fleet escorted Nagakin back to Ghidorah's home planet, an extremely huge planet, more than 10 times the size of Kimin Star. Dozens of garrison satellite bases orbit the home planet with extremely strict defenses. When the spacecraft landed, the senior officials of the War Bureau, who had already received the news, were waiting at the dock with a group of subordinates. Nagakin got off the ship, and the group of people came up. How is the thing? Intact. Great. We don't have time to delay. Go to the Research Bureau immediately. Nagakin, surrounded by a large group of guards, went to the Research Bureau's experimental base, and even 2 other disaster-level colleagues protected him. The roads to the base were all blocked by military forces to eliminate any unexpected factors. Even Ghidorah's supreme leader did not receive such treatment. Nagakin carefully came to the experimental base all the way and successfully handed over the alienated primordials and handed over to the strictly screened scientific researchers. They will study the alienated primordials in the laboratory with the highest level of alertness, with the highest level of confidentiality to prevent any possibility of leaks. Nagakin, a key person who facilitated the transaction with Black Star, was allowed to watch the test results. He stayed in the waiting room, surrounded by guards for most of the day, and finally learned the preliminary research results of the alienated primordial. This thing is indeed the essence that caused the disaster of alienation. With this sample brought back by Nagakin, the research speed of antidotes will improve by leaps and bounds. That's great. Nagakin didn't relax until now. What he was most worried about was that the sample Han Xiao gave him was useless. Beautiful job. The senior official of the War Bureau patted Nagakin's arm. I did nothing. It was all the credit of Black Star. Nagakin smiled bitterly. He never dreamed that Ghidorah's key point in breaking the deadlock would be an outsider. The old face of the senior official in the war situation, who was usually serious, couldn't help but smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. They were very similar in shape and color. That's true. Black Star gave us a big surprise. I didn't expect that it was a mercenary in the end. Hey, it really solved our urgent need. After a pause, the senior official of the War Bureau curled his smile and said seriously, "This news must be kept confidential. Do not leak the news so as not to think of any conspiracy and tricks. Maintaining the status quo is the best situation at the moment." In order to deal with the successive blows of Black Star, members of Ghidorah's various agencies were so busy that they had almost no time to sleep. Han Xiao's sudden helped surprise Ghidorah's senior management. Even the Supreme Leader paid attention to this mercenary named Black Star, and even wanted to give a thumbs up in person. The situation was deduced by the war, but many senior officials were sweating continuously. If the Dark Star continues unscrupulously, the situation will become more and more serious. If it lasts for 1 or 2 years, it will greatly hinder Ghidorah's development, causing Ghidorah's level of civilization to regress. The results of the Gardon Galaxy will disappear by half, and even the worst case will be internal rupture. Because he knew the consequences, Ghidorah's senior management was so excited. The samples provided by Black Star could allow them to avoid huge losses, save countless citizens, and reverse the whole situation. Han Xiao has become a great savior in the eyes of Ghidorah's senior management. Black Star is an important figure of Longtan. His help can also be regarded as Longtan's help. Emmy seems to value him very much. Maybe we will be blessed in disguise in this incident. Ghidorah indirectly made friends with a transcendent force like Longtan. The senior official of the War Bureau was in a state of great excitement. He pressed Nagakin's shoulders and his eyes were lit. Black Star's energy is beyond our imagination. You must maintain a relationship with him. If possible, it is best to go further. Nagakin's mouth twitched and he asked tentatively, "What you said is, give full play to our Ghidorah's advantages and become his best friend." The senior official of the War Bureau looked serious. Nagakin silently raised his fist as the big sandbag, and his golden aura shot out, and the painting style was like a transformation of a certain wave-burning nation. "Don't think you are your boss. I dare not beat you up." The atmosphere of the shelter has become strange since Emeth arrived. Whether it is the players, the shelter, the Black Star mercenary, or the Ghidorah people, they all have great curiosity about Emmys. Emmys does not shy away from others. Her daily life is to visit everywhere, and Han Xiao is always by her side. Han Xiao naturally didn't mind being Emmy's tour guide. After all, he was very idle too. The Dragon Champion finally came here, so of course he had to entertain him. Emmers is mainly interested in players, but considering that this planet is Han Xiao's hometown, he acts relatively low-key, does not do whatever he wants, and dissects the players at will. People in a shelter often see two people walking together on the street. Thinking of the recent rumor, the eyes of Han Xiao and Emmys couldn't help but become strange. Han Xiao felt the eyes of passers-by, and although there was no expression on his face, he was extremely speechless in his heart. He felt that the group of cadres had a brain in their minds, and he dared to spread rumors that he had a special relationship with Emmers. He didn't care about such rumors, but Emmers might not be sure. If she was unhappy, she could beat up the mercenary who spread the rumors under her. At that time, will you help me beat it or help me beat it? However, in the past few days, Han Xiao's concerns have not come true. Emmys did not show any abnormality. His expression was as usual, and he was chatting and laughing like usual. If she said that she did not notice the strange eyes of passers-by, Han Xiao would definitely not believe it. If you think about it carefully, how could a strong man of this level be influenced by such simple rumors? Han Xiao felt that he was too worried, and, at the same time, he was secretly glad that Emmers couldn't see the player for him. What is the strange eyes of passers-by? Players have compiled hundreds of books about love, hate, and love between him and Emmers on the forum. The plot twists and turns, and the perverted characters make his scalp numb, his lower body tightened, and his myocardial infarction. The source of all this is the new video of Meat Bun. He seriously and meticulously analyzed the relationship between Black Star and Dragon Constellation. Not only did he have pictures, but he was really talking about it. The meat bag was serious, and Han Xiao almost believed it. Many players were furious. The licking friends exploded on the spot. The team leader loves me again, and the fan club announced in a high-profile manner that this was a great victory. The two sides started to fight, and the war spread from the Sea Blue Star section to other Novice Planet sections. Foreign friends just wanted to shout out that we would have a way out and let us continue to talk about the game. Meat bags have always been a very useful publicity ambassador. Han Xiao wanted to strangle him to death for the first time. Such a reporter wanted to make big news all day long, fabricate it out of thin air, make subjective conjectures, ignore the facts, and fear that the world will not be in chaos. If any player promotes it and is seen by Emmers, will he not be afraid of responsibility? However, aside from the messy relationship speculation, the meat bag was licked in this wave, and the licking was very particular. Han Xiao had nowhere to vent his strength, and he was licked a little comfortable. I'm really convinced. Han Xiao held his forehead. He didn't plan to open the player forum in the past few days, for fear that his blood pressure would explode. Emmys was floating beside him, looking around, and today he was shopping as usual. Han Xiao calmed down and looked at the shelter wall in the distance, like an ant-sized player climbing up and down to transform the wall. A few days ago, he instructed Melas and Bennett to issue the task of transforming refuge to the players. The transformation project was officially launched, and the players had a new job to play the fine tradition of hard work and never complain about fatigue, and to transform into a brick to build a place wherever they needed. Now players have a certain level of strength, and their efficiency is much higher than when building a shelter. Han Xiao estimated that the shelter will definitely be able to complete the transformation of the shelter within 1 month. No wonder you want to recruit E-Run. You seem to have a high status in their hearts. You value them very much. Emmers chuckled. There are not many people in this world that I can value, only a few billion. Han Xiao frugit. Emmers' eyes bent, and her lips curled up in a graceful curve. She laughed twice, and suddenly stopped and looked forward. Han Xiao also looked along her gaze. Hela and Aurora just walked past the front, turned around and saw the two of them, paused, and stopped in front. Over the past few days, Hela and Aurora have been busy testing infected people, but they heard that Han Xiao brought back a big man from the universe and had not officially met yet. This time it was a chance encounter. They are the two sisters you mentioned? Emmy stared at the two of them lightly. Yeah. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. On the other side, Hiram looked at Han Xiao, then looked at Emmy's, and didn't know what she was thinking. She paused, took Aurora's little hand, and walked up. A genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. What a coincidence. Let me introduce this red-haired beauty with facial paralysis is called Hela, and next to her is her sister, named Aurora. Han Xiao nodded to the two sisters and then introduced Emmers. Hela came to the two of them, staring at Emmys, ignoring Han Xiao. Why is the atmosphere a little subtle? Han Xiao's mouth twitched and continued to introduce. Well, this is the top power in the universe, the Lord of Dragontan, the Lantur, the absolute power, Dragon Emmers. I'll work for her for the time being. The top power in the universe. Hela narrowed her eyes. This word stimulated a certain nerve of her. How strong is it? Emmers tilted her head. Her eyes were calm, and a trace of pressure overflowed with the crystal-like eyes. What do you think? Han Xiao coughed. inserted it between the two, bent down and touched Aurora's head, forcibly changing the topic. "Where's your little bear?" Aurora looked at Emmers timidly, and then said unfaithfully, "It's sleeping at home. Han Xiao, this big sister is so beautiful. Is she a big man?" This is a question knowingly and deliberately changing the subject. Her supernatural powers have long felt the strength of Emmer's life. This kind of power is unprecedented. She is like a frightened deer, and she dare not approach Emmers. Aurora knew Hella's strong character. Her sister was never afraid of any strong people. There was no word for awe in the dictionary. Seeing that her sister had a bad attitude, she couldn't help but feel anxious, afraid that this big figure in the universe would be angry. She hurriedly cooperated with Han Xiao to change the topic and interrupt the gradually tense atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Emmers looked away from Hella and looked at Aurora on the side. The girl's cute face was filled with a timid expression. Emmer's eyes couldn't help but soften, and she showed a light smile at Aurora. "Your body is full of lively and vigorous atmosphere. I like it very much." The pervasive pressure dissipated. Aurora felt relieved, and she smiled. "I also like the smell of the big sister." "Big sister." Emmer's eyes curled, and her smile was mixed with kindness. "No one has called me that for many years." With Aurora interjected, the atmosphere was no longer anxious. Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew too well that Hella had a bad temper and a bad personality. He didn't care about anyone except her sister, lacked awe of the strong, but also pursued strength. If he let it go, Hella would definitely want to try how powerful the top strong man in the universe is. If she had a conflict with Emmers, she would probably have a life-threatening death. Emmys is ready to get along with him. If he had been replaced by other super A-level powerhouses, he would dare to offend their majesty and be beaten to death on the spot. The old saying goes, the master should not be humiliated, and he should be struck by lightning. This is roughly the principle. Although Han Xiao values Hella's potential, its potential is not strength after all. Hella is much stronger than a few years ago, but it is still a matter of half a move in front of Emmys. After all, Hella has never left Hylon and has limited vision. Hyla frowned. She was not a frog in the well who was too confident. She knew from the beginning that she was not an opponent, but was just curious about how strong the big man in the universe and Han Zhao's immediate boss were. How far away is she from this level? Since the topic was interrupted, Hella gave up the idea of temptation, looked at Han Xiao, and asked, "Have you left Hylon for several years and has been working under her hands?" Han Xiao touched his chin. "It's almost the same." "Aren't you a mercenary?" Hella looked puzzled. She was always curious about Han Zhao's experience in the interstellar world. Although she had just heard Emmy's introduction, she didn't know the meaning of the string of names. She was very curious about how powerful Emmy's had and what origin it was. "That's right, it's hard to describe it." Han Xiao beat him up. He didn't want to say something embarrassing. At this time, Emmys put his palm on Han Zhao's shoulder, pinched it gently, and chuckled. "He Xing is very capable. I need him very much. He has helped me a lot over the years, and is a reliable person." Emmy still remembers that Han Zhao's life was threatened, and he had no choice but to join Longtan. When she mentioned this topic, she was afraid that Han Xiao would have some knots, and felt that she should show her importance. She had a slight obsession with cleanliness, but Han Xiao was not an outsider in her eyes. As early as when Aesop was caught, she regarded Han Xiao as her own. Hella's eyes were like nails, staring at the palms placed on Han Zhao's shoulders, and her pupils shrank slightly. She suddenly remembered the recent rumors on the streets and alleys, and her eyes wandered back and forth on the two of them, with a strange look. She didn't take it seriously, but it seemed that there were signs of this. Hella focused on Emmys' appearance. She was wearing a high-end long skirt, with noble temperament and grace. Her beauty had the charm of time. She wouldn't be too stunning at first glance, but the more she looked at her, the more she felt beautiful, and she was excellent in terms of temperament, figure, and appearance. Love beauty is a woman's nature. Hella subconsciously compared herself to herself, and felt less beautiful than Emmers. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she lowered her head and looked at her heavy chest, and her self-confidence came back in an instant. Hela glanced at Han Xiao coldly. Sure enough, men are the same. As long as they go to the outside world of flowers, no one can withstand the temptation. Han Xiao looked putzlit. What the hell? Why do this stinky woman keep glaring at me? At this time, Aurora broke the deadlock and said curiously, Big sister, what are you doing when you come to our planet? Emmer's expression switched to a kind smile again. Actually, you are also my purpose in Hylon Star. I am very interested in your superpowers. Hela's face changed suddenly, and the budding memories passed by her eyes. A flashed in front of Aurora, with a vigilant look on her face. What do you mean? One person controls death, one person controls life, and they are two sisters. A long time ago, there were extremely similar characters in the universe. In the late stage of the Exploration Chronicle War, the first Super A-level appearance seemed to break a certain limit. The battlefields of various star fields were successively sublimated and breakthroughs. Maybe they were at a bottleneck. The first Super A-level guided them the way, and perhaps there were other reasons. In short, the Super A-level that had never appeared continued to emerge during that period. After the end of the war, these initial Super A-levels were known to the world and recorded. They were hailed as the originals in history. There happened to be a pair of sisters whose abilities were extremely similar to yours. Thousands of years later, you appeared, so I'm very interested in you. Although Emmers is lazy, he still has common sense in interstellar history. He happens to be sisters, and his supernatural abilities are similar. The probability of this coincidence is too amazing, probably 1 in a trillion. After so many years, only this pair has appeared. It has always been Emmer's interest to pay attention to such low-probability events. However, there are many examples of the same superpowers in history. She did not doubt whether Hela and Aurora had any relationship with the original one, but just thought it was an amazing coincidence. Hela and Aurora looked surprised. This was the first time they heard the history of cosmic civilization. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. As a villager in the global village who has been influenced by various literary works, after hearing Emmy's words, he immediately thought of the possibility of reincarnation of a powerful person and secret inheritance. However, when recalling the plot of his previous life, Aurora became a sauce early in the morning and did not have any ability to protect the body such as luck, aura, luck, etc. If she was really reincarnated, it would be a bit miserable. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, always feeling that he was thinking too much. It was probably a coincidence that had been separated by many years. Then, what did the big sister want to do to us? Aurora couldn't help but shrink. Hearing this, for a moment, Emmy's gaze became distant, as if he had remembered some memories, and then calmed down and glanced over the two sisters. I want to accept you as apprentices. Are you willing? Huh? Han Xiao, Hela, and Aurora all tilted their heads, and a question mark seemed to appear above their heads. Emmy's was very interested in the two sisters, and the idea of accepting an apprentice did not suddenly arise. When she was very young, Aesop adopted her. She always remembered this kindness in her heart. Her biggest goal for a long time was to find Aesop, which lasted for many years. Han Xiao retrieved Aesop, fulfilled Emmer's long-standing wish, untied the knot, and another idea came into being. Emmers also wanted to learn from Aesop and tried to adopt some children, but he had never met a good partner. When Black Star talked about the situation of the two sisters, Emmys became concerned. Hela and Aurora's parents died early and had huge potential. It was a fun coincidence, but it was very suitable for her adoption conditions. Not to mention being the adoptive mother of the two sisters. Even being a grandmother was more than enough. However, the two sisters have long been adults, and they are not fatherless or motherless. There is no need to have an extra adoptive mother. Emmers thought about it over and over again and decided to take a compromise method, which is to accept the two sisters as apprentices, which is easier for people to accept. Hela and Aurora were stunned. They didn't expect Emmeth to have such a request. They looked at each other and saw the surprise on each other's faces. Well, Hela was about to answer, but suddenly remembered something and touched Aurora's head. What do you have any opinions? She rarely makes decisions on Aurora now, and most of the time she respects her sister's opinions. Aurora looked entangled. She didn't understand Emmy's, but she felt very close in her heart. She turned her head and looked up at Han Xiao, who looked up at the sky and looked nothing about me, and asked, "Uncle Han, what do you think?" "Call me brother." Han Xiao kept correcting her and said helplessly, "If you ask me if I support it or not, of course I support it. She is one of the top peak powerhouses with the most broken star rings." A powerful figure like Emmy's took the initiative to accept disciples. This is a great opportunity and is very good for the two sisters. The most important thing is that Emmy's is our immediate boss, so I can't make trouble in front of her. So I can ask me what's the use? Can I have other answers? Good girl. Han Xiao complained in his heart. Then I'll listen to my sister this time. Aurora bulged her face. Hela was silent for a while before slowly speaking. "I want to know what kind of strength you have and whether you are qualified to be our teacher." Emmers smiled slightly, stretched out her finger, and pointed at the sky casually. Nothing happened. "What are you doing?" Hyla frowned slightly. Before she could finish her words, a wave of sound suddenly came from the sky. Rumble. In the sky, hundreds of fire meteors broke through the cloud from different directions and fell at high speed, but the landing points were exactly the same, flying from all directions to the shelter like shooting. The scene was magnificent, as if the doomsday disaster had come. The players, refugees, and others in the shelter all raised their heads, looked dull, and were shocked. The screams resounded through the sky. "What's going on? Dark Star is attacking again. Where is Ghidorah's frigate?" Hundreds of fire meteors crossed the sky and approached quickly, with nowhere to hide. Countless people panicked. When the meteors got closer, the sharp-eyed man saw the falling object clearly through the meteor's flame cover. The next moment, these people were frightened and horrified. These fire meteors are all Ghidorah frigates on standby in outer space. Just when the fire meteor came to the shelter 1,000 meters high, the momentum that seemed to destroy the world came to an abrupt end. The kinetic energy disappeared without a trace, and the frigate stopped in the air. Immediately afterwards, other fire meteors also stopped 1,000 meters altitude one after another, and the entire Ghidorah fleet was suspended above the shelter. All the Ghidorah fleets in outer space were pulled down. Emmers tilted his head, looked at the stunned Hela and Aurora, and asked with a smile, "Do you think you are qualified now?" The force field grabbing the spaceship is a piece of cake for Emmers. She has a name called Land Tierman. Ha ha ha. Han Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it, grinning with the cigarette in his mouth, his eyes full of appreciation. "This pussy is good, with a bit of a style." Unexpectedly, Emmers Yu, a big-eyed master, is also a pussy master. Looking up at the Ghidorah fleet all over the sky, Han Xiao looked gloating. He probably had a frightened look on his face and was shouting that the enemy was attacking. It seemed that he could speak for them, MMP. 20 days have passed since Ghidorah's frigate suffered unanticipated disaster. After the last storm, every day, the Ghidorah fleet was in a state of worry. The crew never dared to go to the toilet for more than 2 minutes, for fear of following in the footsteps of Commander Bat, and his face was filled with a fragrant smell. Fortunately, Emmys went to another place 10 days ago. Until she left Hylon, Bethay did not dare to protest to Emmys in person. She was as cowardly as a quail, swallowing her anger and sulking alone. Hela and Aurora did not leave with Emmers. In order to rescue the disaster, the two remained on Hylon. However, they agreed to Emmy's invitation and already possessed the title of Dragon Lotus. Emmys understood the current situation of Hailangsing and did not force the two to follow her immediately. The two sides reached a consensus that after resolving the disaster of alienation, Han Xiao would be responsible for sending Hyla and Aurora to Longtan for further study. Witnessing Emmy's strength, Hela recognized the gap between herself and the top strong men. There were many strong men in the universe. She deeply realized that she was still weak and could not protect herself and her sister. Naturally, she would not reject Emmy's kindness. It can also be understood as the sense of urgency brought by paranoia caused by her past is the root of her pursuit of strength. In fact, when Han Xiao returned, Hela understood that her future could not be limited to Hylon Star, and one day she would step into a higher level. Her original idea was to put aside her and take her sister to step into the universe with Han Xiao. However, Emmy's unexpected intervention became a better opportunity. Han Xiao agreed very much. Although Hela is qualified, her combat effectiveness can no longer keep up with her current level. Practicing under Dragon, Saint should be able to greatly stimulate potential and quickly reach the level of being the only one in her own right away. Only then can she help her. On the other hand, in the past month, the subbase project has been basically completed, and players have worked day and night to renovate the main urban area of the shelter. The main urban area is an area inside the city wall, with new cables laid, and the energy core of the shelter has been replaced with a stable interstellar level high energy reactor. The huge energy supply is the urban level shield covering the main urban area and the electromagnetic orbital guard gun array distributed by hexagonal stars. On the day of completion, the main urban area was divided into separate areas and became the Black Star 2 base. The main urban area is surrounded by refugee expansion areas, which can be roughly divided into 7 acropolis, and the area is several times larger than that of the main urban area. This area follows the name of Black Ghost Sanctuary. The second base has a much advanced level far exceeding the technical level of Hylon Star. It is as solid as a sacrificial force. Even if the 6 countries attack together, they cannot do anything to the base. The urban planning is obvious, divided into the inner city of the base and the outer city of the shelter. This is the prototype of the Black Star mercenary group's stronghold on the Sea Blue Star. Because of the abundant funds, most of the base equipment is bought, and the advantage of spending money is to save time. Han Xiao Yukai has built 2 mechanical mass production lines. One is an electromagnetic gun that is powerful for players, and the other is a low-level charging shield. Both are suitable for selling to current players. Although base number 1 also has the assembly line for these 2 equipment, base number 2 needs to have a certain amount of productivity to increase local production and avoid out of stock. At present, most players have exceeded the 60 level limit and completed the first racial sublimation. Players have begun to continue to upgrade, resulting in the temporary reduction of Han Xiao's experience gains. However, the player's wallet has gradually become enriched, and Einol has gradually replaced the original monetary system. In addition to Quang Dao and others, other players also have some extra money. A small number of players can afford the mercenary group's camp products. In the past month, this low-level mechanical product has earned Han Xiao 380,000 inars. Although the overall consumption power of players is far lower than that of high play groups, it is considered a good start. Including the cost of the manufacturing base, Han Xiao's current deposits are more than 4.8 million in INAR, including 600,000 in the Gaoyu group. In addition to these 2 things, the situation in Hylon Star has been stable this month, and Ghidorah's storm seems to have not affected this place. The second phase of the alienation disaster was gradually curbed, and the player's main mission progress increased, and it seemed that everything was getting better, but Han Xiao knew that this was just the peace before the storm. Just today, the variables finally come. Ghidorah developed the medicine for understanding. Nagkin secretly escorted the antidote back and immediately came to Han Xiao. Black Star, the scientific research department, has created an antidote that is still in the experimental stage for your sample. Hylon Star is the first pilot area. Nagkin took out the communicator and called out the encrypted file. The antidote information was found and handed to Han Xiao for checking. Han Xiao glanced roughly and his eyes flashed. 2 antidotes? Well, the scientific research department discovered the operating mechanism of the alienated protoplasm through the samples and found that the ability of the protoplasm has a certain radiation reaction. So the first antidote is a mechanical device that can interfere with the ability band of the alienated protoplasm within a range and reduce the special radiation reaction of the protoplasm. The specific effect is to reduce the hormone level of the infected person when the disease occurs. The original infected person cannot control the behavior of the disease occurs, which can be understood as weakening the manipulation of the alienated protoplasm on the infected person. Nagakin explained. Han Xiao nodded. In this way, as long as this device is deployed, infected people within a radius of dozens of miles will no longer need to inject inhibitors. The production of inhibitors is far from meeting the needs of refugees, and they can only be injected into individuals. The inhibitor device developed by Ghidorah is a range-based inhibition with an efficiency of 1 million times, which can be said to solve the biggest problem at present. Nagakin said in a deep voice. The other antidote is an injection, which is effective to destroy the molecular structure of the alienated primordial. As long as it is injected into the alienated primordial, it can be destroyed. The corresponding picture on the data is a tube of pure white colloidal solution. Sure enough, Han Xiao's eyes froze. The alienated primordial can absorb energy, and most of the attacks have limited effect on it, and its vitality is very tenacious. As long as it is not eliminated, it can grow again. This injection is a nemesis, destroying the internal balance of the alienated primordial, like a chain reaction, directly disintegrating it from the molecular level, causing the consciousness of the alienated primordial to die. The second antidote is the fundamental way to solve the alienation disaster. Han Xiao suddenly thought of it. In the plot of his previous life, the alienated primordial grew to a very high stage, and the stored energy was converted into combat power, which was very powerful. Countless players cooperated with the Ghidorah people to fight against the alienated primordials like a boss. Although there was only one opponent, the primordials controlled countless beasts and infected people, and the scale of the decisive battle was very grand. Now, due to my own influence, the decisive battle has been ahead of schedule for more than a year, and the alienated primordial is far from the level of the previous life, which means that the difficulty of the boss of alienation disaster plummeted. Han Xiao knocked on the table. Then our current task is to find the alienated primordial of the aquarium. The chance of finding a needle in a haystack is too low. Do you have any other way? Yes. In addition to the two antidotes, the Scientific Research Department has also made a detector that senses the alienated primordial band. As long as you stay within a range of 2,000 meters around the alienated primordial for more than 10 seconds, the detector can lock the position of the primordial. Alas, time is limited, and the Scientific Research Department can only make a detector of this performance for the time being. Nagakin took out a device the size of a palm, similar to a radiation detector of some kind. Han Xiao picked up the detector and pondered. Although it can only be locked within 2,000 meters, it is at least much better than blindly searching. Well, the structure of this detector is very simple. Yes, as long as you understand the principle of the original body, it is easy to manufacture the detector, and the cost is not high. Han Xiao looked happy and keenly smelled the business opportunity. That's good. Let the Scientific Research Department give me the drawings. I will mass-produce the detector, distribute it to the aliens, and then distribute them to different continents and different locations for carpet search. Will it be faster to dispatch the spacecraft? Nagakin was confused. That's not necessarily the detector reacts within 2,000 meters. It can be regarded as a spherical area with a radius of 2,000 meters. As the altitude increases, the sensing range continues to shrink. When the altitude reaches 2,000 meters, the vertex of the spherical area is left. The spacecraft must fly very low. Moreover, waiting for 10 seconds within 2,000 meters to lock the position. So the spacecraft can only maintain a low-speed flight. Otherwise, you will miss the primordial body. Don't forget that the alienated primordial body will also move. Han Xiao shook his head and said, in comparison, it's better to organize manpower to search the ground. In addition to the alien, the troops of the 6 countries can also help, and they are sufficiently manned so that no area will be missed. Nagakin was stunned. Although he felt something was wrong, what Han Xiao said seemed to make sense, so he had to nod and said, then do what you want. Han Xiao smiled when he heard this. All along, shelters in Ghidorah had a passively rescue disasters and were helpless against the alienated Primrose. Now everything is different. With the three things Ghidorah developed, they can finally take the initiative to eradicate the disaster of alienation. I finally waited for this day. Han Xiao's eyes were sharp. 2 days later, the shelter deployed alienation inhibition devices with many cities in the 6 countries, and finally got rid of the production limit of inhibitors. During this period, a large-scale disease occurred, verified that the inhibition device was indeed effective. Although infected people will still have various emotions, people with rationality and slightly stronger willpower can suppress the impulse when the disease occurs. And willpower happens to be the strength of the disaster-stricken people of Hylon. Finally, the refugees who were sheltered by all parties truly felt safe and were no longer in panic. Although the alienation disaster has not been completely resolved, the people of Hylon have seen the dawn of passing the catastrophe for the first time in several months. The happiest thing is Yi Qing. He no longer has to work overtime to cultivate the inhibitor raw materials, so he finally got relieved. After free, Yi Qing saw the smiles on the faces of countless refugees for the first time, and his heart seemed to be touched by something. Only then did he realize how many creatures his actions had saved. This feeling made her feel very special and warm. Bennett and the top leaders of the 6 nations also breathed a sigh of relief. They did not know the inside story of Han Xiao's contribution to the sample and thought it was all Ghidorah's credit, so they sent official gratitude and thanks to Nagakin, the commander of the Ghidorah disaster relief team. This made Nagakin very embarrassed and felt strange at his heart. The biggest contributor was your Hylon Star people, but they came over to thank me, putting the cart before the horse. However, although he complained about this group of Hylon Star people in his heart, he was determined to abide by the confidentiality regulations and did not disclose Han Xiao's actions to outsiders. In the eyes of players, the plot is naturally not that complicated. They only know that Ghidorah suddenly developed a suppression device, which reduced the speed of the progress of the main task every day. At this moment, the Black Star mercenary group suddenly released a large mission, attracting the attention of all players. Lock the source. Task introduction. The alienation disaster is the root of the catastrophe, and the unknown fate makes people feel uneasy. Finally, the day that countless people are looking forward to has arrived. Black Star has found a way to eradicate the disaster, and he needs your help. Task requirements. You will be randomly placed to a certain location of the Aquarius star. Use the Alien-Normal Protozoa detector to find the Aquarius star Alien-Normal Protozoa and notify the Black Star Mercenary Group. Task reward. 105 experience. Einl Black Star Mercenary Group. Favor plus 1,500. Sunil Sergeant Armor X Mode. This task will affect the main plot process of alienization disaster, greatly increasing the progress of alienization disaster. Damn. This task reward is so high. 10,000 Einl. My God. It can also affect the mainline progress. It seems that this is a very important task. Is this a sign that the main line of the alienation disaster is coming to an end? The information of this task caused an uproar in the Sea Blue Star Forum, which immediately caused a sensation among players. For players at this stage, the reward for this mission released by Han Xiao is really ridiculously high. Han Xiao's reward amount has become very high as his strength and power grows. The experience of a little over 1 million is considerable, but this is not the point. The key is 10,000 INAR, which is worth dozens or hundreds of daily disaster relief tasks. Not only that, the camp relationship between the Black Star Mercenary Group is also very valuable. Finally, it also comes with a set of non-commissioned officer-level armor worth thousands, which is the set of equipment worn by the high player group. Most players have been envious of it for a long time. Such a generous reward stimulated the nerves of countless people, and millions of players were all excited. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most rewarding task they have ever seen. The substantial rewards are better than the introduction of many tasks. Players rush to the Black Star mercenary group's stronghold to accept the tasks, almost squeezing the door. Soon, the player learned from the Black Star mercenary that the Lock the Source mission requires a special prop, which is just to be purchased in the faction store, and this time it is for all players, and anyone is qualified to purchase it. Countless players couldn't wait to open the faction store and find their targets. Soon, the item information jumped into their eyes. Alien Normal Protozoa Detector. It is located within a range of 2,000 meters of the alienated protozoa for 10 seconds and can lock the position of the alienated protozoa. Price, 3 INRs. The players of Hyalon have been integrating into the Einal currency system for a short time, and their financial resources are limited. Players who can buy equipment from Han Xiao can be considered rich. However, even if the average deposit is small, 3 o'clock can still be taken out. Many players do not have enough money to buy equipment, but they can definitely buy a low-price detector. This group of financially stressed players is Han Xiao's goal. Just like they can't afford a big meal of thousands of yuan, but they can at least eat a bowl of spicy hot pot for a few dollars, so that more players can pay. Han Xiao gave a task with extremely generous rewards to arouse the player's speculative mentality, and then used a detector to make a fortune. The principle is similar to lottery and lottery. As early as when Nagakin introduced the detector, he noticed business opportunities, and this simple logic was considered a basic operation. Although mission props can be provided for free, allowing players to accept tasks to automatically receive detectors, why bother? The opportunity to make money is slapped on the face. This is not a profit. What's the difference between it and salted fish? If you don't harvest a wave, Honda Technician feels sorry for his ethics. The mission reward costs more than 10,000 INRs, but as the saying goes, the wool comes from sheep. As long as there are enough players to accept the Lock the Source task, it will not only make a profit, but it will even have dozens of times the profit. There are not many 3 points INRs, but players don't know that the cost of the detector is extremely low. As long as there are drawings, they can be made with conventional materials. This pricing is actually ridiculously high and is no longer a multiple problem. It is almost costless. Technician Honda knew very well that this situation was inevitable. As long as you master the core technology and have intellectual property rights, it is easy to make a lot of money relying on information asymmetry. To put it bluntly, the principle of making money is also feasible at the national level and civilization level. Generally speaking, even if the player can afford 3 INRs, he will not buy such things because the cost-effectiveness itself is too low. However, the situation is different now. Due to the mission released by Han Xiao, the question essential prop of the alienated protozoa detector was given additional value. It seems to be very cost-effective to use 3 INRs to fight 2 INRs. Everyone knows that the chances are slim, but many people have a speculative mentality. Before real failure, everyone is lucky and thinks they will be lucky. Generally speaking, Africans are those who have luck, and the real European emperor never cares whether they are lucky. Especially for players, a gamble only costs a small price, and there is almost no risk of failure. In this case, the number of players willing to consume is very large. If you take a try, the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Philip quickly processed one transfer after another and handed the detectors to the players. Han Xiao looked at the personal account interface, and the deposit numbers rose rapidly. 5 million, 5 and 2 million, 5 and 4 million, 5 and 4 million. At 5.4 million INR, the rise slowed down. I sold about 600,000 yuan, which means that about 200,000 players bought it. Well, the detector inventory is almost sold out, but the detector process is simple and the mass production line can be shipped at any time. Giving more than 10,000 INRs in exchange for 50 or 60 times the profit, the huge profit was really good. After taking a bite of fat, Han Xiao felt relieved. He could pay back the loan. Of course, it was impossible to repay it now, and money could make money. Nearly 1/5 of players choose to fight. Not everyone likes gambling sex, and most casual players do not join in the fun, but the guild will definitely not miss the opportunity. All club guilds and ordinary guilds are the most enthusiastic, and Han Xiao likes such players who have aspirations. Han Xiao sent more than 10 spacecraft under his command, and the players who received the mission were transported to different areas of the sea blue star, blooming everywhere. This number of people is just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire planet. However, Philip planned each person's search area, which was far apart from each other, and with the range of 2,000 meters of the probe, the search efficiency was actually not that low. But luck still accounts for the majority. Not only the players, the Six Kingdoms also sent troops to search for alienated primordies, and they also obtained a batch of detectors, which are provided for free. With a solution, both Bennett, the Six Kingdoms, or the Ghidorah people can't wait to solve the alienation disaster. As long as the pilot of Aquarium Blue Star is successful, Ghidorah can carry out the same action on more than a dozen other disaster planets, and internal worries can be greatly alleviated. The four continents of the Sea Blue Star have set off a craze for searching for alienated primordies. In addition to land, the ocean is also a search area. The navies of the 6 countries are active on the sea, and Ghidorah's spacecraft is not idle either. They dive to search for the deep sea. This is an area that ground troops cannot reach, and the huge beasts in the deep sea cannot cause any harm to the spacecraft. All the forces were mobilized to conduct a planetary-level carpet-style search. I don't know how long it will take to find the alienated primordial. I shouldn't have to wait too long. In the office of the Black Star 2 base, Han Xiao crossed his legs and looked at the projection of the Sea Blue Star map displayed by the communicator on the wall. At this time, there were many green light spots on the map, representing each detector, which was still moving slowly. He improved the detector, and once a detector locks the position of the alienated primordial, it will automatically send the coordinates to himself. In the past plot, players in Ghidorah were the main forces in dealing with the alienated primordials. However, in order to eliminate accidents and save time, Han Xiao decided to do it himself. Oh no, what happened to the people of Hylon Star? It suddenly started a big move, as if they were looking for something. Could it be an alienated primordial? Somewhere in Hylon Star, the Dark Star Lurking Team discovered the movements of Hylon Star power through satellites, and was shocked. It is estimated that there is a possibility. The planet is so big, how can they find it? This probability cannot be ruled out. It shouldn't be possible for them to make equipment to search for alienated primordies. It's not clear yet. Record it first. If the people from Aquarium Star continue to search in a carpet, it is possible to find our hiding place. The outer space is Ghidorah fleet, and we can't evacuate, and the situation is very dangerous. The members of the Lurking Team were silent. When executing this order, they knew that they would die for a lifetime and could only pray that the disguise would not be discovered. The outside of their small spacecraft was disguised as rocks, which was somewhat concealed. Every disaster planet has a Lurking Team like them that monitors disaster situations. Anyway, report the situation to the senior management first. The only captain who achieved Level B combat effectiveness said in a deep voice. The report of the Sea Blue Star Hidden Squad turned many times and came into the sight of the senior management. However, Degulish and the head of the intelligence department just browsed it roughly and put the information aside, not caring. Searching for alienated primordials, this situation has happened more than once on other disaster planets, and in Dragulish's view, it was another futile action, and this monitoring content is not important. Ghidorah's confidentiality work was very good, and did not reveal the information that they had developed the antidote. She maintained a critical situation for a month, and she was exhausted and worried. Therefore, the Dark Star did not find any abnormalities and was still kept in the dark. Degulish, naturally, could not see any problems from the monitoring information of the Aquarium Star. His attention was not on the disaster planet, but instead shifted his work focus to another major event. During this period, the Dark Star is preparing for the next large-scale operation, and Dragulish is all focused on it. The target of this attack is Kinmen Star. Kinmen is a first-line colonial planet, located near the Ubeiri hub, which is a transit station connecting various star regions and galaxies. Therefore, Kinmen is a bridgehead for Ghidorah, with great strategic significance and extremely strict defense. This time, the plan of the Dark Star is not just to kill the people, but to destroy the entire planet and destroy Ghidorah's strategic location. Without Kim Star, Ghidorah's troops would spend more time traveling to various star zones. As long as this operation is successful, it will severely damage Ghidorah and cause greater panic. Degulish's eyes were fierce. This attack was a very important part of the plan, and the leader of the Dark Star allowed him to mobilize more than half of the fleet. It can be said that he has invested a lot. Coincidentally, Black Star's base is also in Kim Star. It didn't take action for the sake of the plan before, but now it has no worries and can be smashed. Are you solely responsible for this action? At the conference table, a guy with his upper body hidden in the shadow asked, his tone of indifferentness. Degulish glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "That's right, all members involved in the attack, regardless of their identity, must obey my orders." The figure leaned forward, revealing his face from the shadow, which was ashes, and his aura was even colder. After slaughtering tens of millions of people, he became taciturn and feared. In the Norios incident, Degulish mocked the Ashes who returned home in a defeat, but now he does not want to provoke Ashes and massacre tens of millions of people, which is a deterrent force. "Call me when you are in action." Ashes nodded slowly, stood up, and turned around and left the conference room without looking back, regardless of the meeting being over. Looking at the back of Ashes, Degulish frowned slightly, and the other senior officials who participated in the meeting looked at each other with different expressions. Since the Long Arc massacre, the Ashes have undergone subtle changes, which are even colder and more rebellious than before, and the top leaders can no longer see what he thinks. Then let's stop at the meeting. All fleets are on the way. 3 days later, attack Kim Star. Degulish withdrew his gaze and looked around everyone with a decisive tone. 1 day later, at dawn, in the northern part of Shizhou, a barren basin was raining. The top was covered by dark clouds, heavy rain poured down, the sky was just dawn, the dome was purple and black, and a large area of night was driven away by the light, and the site was filled with fog. Rain was pouring, water vapor was everywhere, rising into fog. Looking down from the sky, countless wild beasts are entrenched in this black basin, with amazing numbers and different species. There are many giant beasts with dozens of meters in size. There are many natural enemies who are superiors and subordinates of the food chain. Occasionally, they summon each other and splash with mud and water. There are skeletons of wild beasts on the ground that are gnawed clean. On the edge of the beast group, a player was lying on the top of the hill, quietly showing his head to look at the huge beast group. His ID is Nine-Tailed Fox, a backbone member of the Shiyu Jianghu Guild. He accepted the task of locking the source and happened to discover this group of beasts. The beast group stretches for more than 10 miles and is spectacular. The detector cannot detect the situation inside the basin. The Nine-Tailed Fox is thinking about ways. It is unrealistic to sneak into the beast group. Stealing is not his strength, but he is a mechanical system with a small remote-controlled drone he had bought from the Six Kingdoms before. If the target is in the beast group, if you miss it, you will lose money. Isn't it just a remote-controlled drone? If it's gone, it's a bet. The Nine-Tailed Fox swallowed his saliva, took out a slender remote-controlled drone, tied it to a detector, controlled the drone to rise to a height of 30 meters, broke through the rain screen, and flew towards the beast group. The heavy rain was a natural disguise, and the beasts on the periphery did not find the drone flying overhead. The drone gradually penetrated deeper and flew for a short while. Suddenly, a ball of black and sticky substance hit the drone like a shell, shooting it down and falling into the mud and water. Kerala. The next moment, the black substance entangled the drone. It was elastic like colloid, and it quickly contracted. The drone was instantly pinched into pieces. The detector had not been successfully locked, and it was also broken and scrapped. The human-shaped, alienated primordial, covered with dark bodies, walked out of the beasts, and the surrounding beasts seemed to have not seen it. The black matter that shot down the drone rolled on the ground, merged into the alienated primordial's calves, and disappeared without a trace. What was shot down? The nine-tailed fox looked puzzled. His control interface was pitch black. When the drone was hit, the picture was disconnected. While he was confused, countless beasts who were resting suddenly stood up and looked in the direction where the nine-tailed fox was, making various roars. The sound waves are like thunder. Damn it, I was discovered. The nine-tailed fox was shocked and ran away, but he didn't run far away. A dark shadow flew past like lightning, bringing up a storm of rain, blocking him in front of him. It was the alienated primordial. What? It's so fast. The nine-tailed fox looked surprised and looked up and down at the monster in front of him. It had a human shape, had kneaded muscles, was as dark as ink, had a little reflective skin, and had no hair. At first glance, he thought it was a figure model that was taller than others. I am a level 62 character after all, and I can't see the movements of this monster clearly. The nine-tailed fox was intimidated and hurriedly threw a detective. Alien normal primordial stage, red name, level, properties, danger degree, extremely fatal. Note, this goal is the source of the main line of disaster of alienation, finally found. The nine-tailed fox's eyes lit up. However, before there was any time to react, the alienated primordial suddenly approached, and the surging black substance spurted out in his arms like split tentacles, wrapping below his waist. The next second, the tentacles suddenly contracted, and the force of shattering gold and cracking stones was applied to the lower body from all directions. In just one moment, more than a dozen damage values popped up like a screen, and their health was instantly reduced to half of them, and there was a negative state of leg disability. Fortunately, the player's body structure is unique, blocking the pain of the reproductive system. Otherwise, the nine-tailed fox would have become a crotch-covering group. At the critical moment of life and death, the nine-tailed fox did not hesitate at all. Regardless of the attack of the alienated primordial, he quickly took out a backup detector, threw it out, and inserted it into the wet and soft mud. You can do the mission by buying a detector, but Han Xiao did not limit the number of detectors purchased, and the detector will be damaged. A small number of players have purchased more than one detector for backup. Just in time, the nine-tailed fox is one of them. The next second, the blood volume was cleared, and before it turned into white light, the nine-tailed fox showed an ecstatic smile. Haha, I won the first prize. As long as I can complete this task, what is the last time I die? The alienated primordial retracted its tentacles, as if wondering why there was no corpse. He was dazed at the position where the nine-tailed fox disappeared, and fell into curiosity. The detector buried in the mud and water is a motionless dead object, and the alienated primordials are directly ignored. In the mud, the value of the detector rose rapidly and finally broke through the critical point. This set of data turned into electromagnetic waves and was sent out through the communication components. At the same time, players searching everywhere in Sea Blue Star also showed a prompt on the panel. Lock the source. Ended. Task completed by Nine-Tailed Fox. Many players were stunned from the scene around the world. This is only one day. The mission is over. Who is the Nine-Tailed Fox? I know him. He is a core member of the Thunder Rain Club's Scarlet River Guild. The player was in a panic. The mission ended too suddenly, with only one winner, and the others didn't even have a thank you award, and the speed of the dream shattering was too real. However, after all, the prize paid is very small, and other players are not very frustrated, but they just envy this player called Nine-Tailed Fox. The Shiyu Jianghu Guild immediately asked the Nine-Tailed Fox, got the news, and quickly issued an announcement on the forum to disclose the coordinates of the alienated primordial. The task has been completed, and the coordinates are no longer important. For the guild, it is very popular to disclose this information to the majority of players. For a time, a large number of players rushed towards this basin, although their mission failed. According to the mission introduction, after finding the alienated primordial, there will be a follow-up plot, and no one is willing to miss it. Players located in other continents are helpless. They cannot reach the scene across the sea in a short time, while players in Shizhou get the moon first. After a while, players appeared on the edge of the basin on vehicles or on their legs for a long distance. Soon hundreds of players gathered, keeping a safe distance from the beast group and facing the edge of the rain OB. Many of the onlookers were members of the guild, and Jupiter, the president of the Gods Guild, was also among them. "President, what should we do next? Are we going to attack the beast group?" asked a member of the Gods Guild. Jupiter's eyes rolled. "I found the alienated primordial, and the next battle will definitely be a battle. We should also have the opportunity to participate in the plot. We can probably get more progress in the main mission." Looking at the players around, Jupiter decided to organize everyone and loudly attract the attention of the players present. "Everyone, this may be the main line of the alienation disaster. You have also seen that the number of enemies is huge. It is not possible to rely on a guild alone. We'd better act together, not to rashly irritate the beasts and wait for more people to come and join us." There was nothing wrong with these words. Facing the wild beasts all over the mountains, they were not enough. The hundreds of players present had this idea and all expressed their consent. At this time, before Jupiter could speak, a sound of air suddenly sounded in the sky. Huluan, thousands of people on the edge of the basin subconsciously looked up and saw black light lurking across the sky, breaking through the rain clouds and stopping over the center of the basin. "That's Black Star is here." Hundreds of players' faces changed. "There's another one at the back."